Chapter 1. This freshman has something special. At the 4th High School of Jinhai City, the day of new student registration arrived. The school gates swung wide open, and a throng of eager students surged through the entrance, resembling an army breaching a fortress. Sung-hee clutched his backpack tightly as he rushed in, feeling his blood pressure rise. A new battle had begun. The fierce contest at Jinhai 4th High School was underway. The crowd pressed forward, and Sung-hee curiously scanned his surroundings. On either side stood brand-new teaching buildings, towering and imposing, exuding an air of solemnity. Over the years, countless academic prodigies had soared to greatness here, while innumerable unfortunate souls had been crushed in the relentless pursuit of knowledge. It was class change time, and students from the second and third years peered from the windows, their varied expressions surveying the sea of newcomers below. The freshmen look so naive they're in for a rude awakening. Who knows if there will be any exceptional students this year? Last year, a genius from Class 8 took the college entrance exam early and ascended. Run, kids! High school is terrifying. They say hard work and practice will make you a top student, but it's all a trap. When I entered last year, I aimed for Tsinghua University, but after 2 weeks of classes, I was sleeping like a baby. Let's give the freshmen a box of exam papers, one for each, so that the neighboring schools think we can't afford them. Sung-hee's face darkened. The upperclassmen's grievances were palpable. Suddenly, the campus broadcast blared, cutting through the noise. Attention, all freshmen. Students in the general class, please report to the east side, building 1. Students in the elite class, please proceed to west side, building 2. Students in the accelerated class, please come to the principal's office for registration. The crowd swiftly divided, and Sung-hee glanced at the building numbers before hastily heading towards Building 2. The division of students into categories right at the start of the school year was daunting. While high school was indeed hell, it had its hierarchies. High school resembled a set from a fantasy novel, a place where only true strength mattered, and grades were akin to cultivation levels, with those excelling in sports enjoying esteemed positions. Just a few steps into the building, a hand suddenly clapped on his shoulder. Sung-hee, you're also coming to our school. You're mistaken. This is the elite class, and the general class is in the opposite direction. Sung-hee turned, astonished. It was Zhao, a classmate from middle school, looking even more radiant after a summer apart. Her fair complexion and high ponytail accentuated her allure, and her figure had noticeably matured, clad in loose athletic wear, yet her beauty was undeniable. I'm not mistaken in going to the elite class, Sung-hee replied with a smile. That can't be right. Didn't you score 620 on the entrance exam? You need over 640 to qualify for the elite class. Zhao paused, bewildered. You should be in the general class. Check your registration paperwork to be sure. Sung-hee promptly retrieved his registration form and unfolded it. Sung-hee, 620 points. Elite class 2. Zhao was dumbfounded. What? You mean elite class 2 as well? Wait, how can you be in the elite class with that score? Do you have some special talent? Sung-hee smiled mysteriously. My surname is Song, and coincidentally, the vice principal shares the same surname. Zhao stared, speechless. Let's go if fate allows. We'll be classmates for 3 more years. Hurry to the classroom and secure a good seat. Sung-hee deftly changed the subject. Zhao discovers you have connections. Her feelings are slightly sour. Resentment points 1. Accumulating 10 points of scholar resentment can activate the system. Text suddenly appeared in front of Sung-hee. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief as the text vanished. Activate the system. Am I hallucinating? I need to cut back on reading web novels. If a system really appeared, it would be troublesome, with daily tasks making me feel like a slave. After completing their registration downstairs, the two quickly ascended the stairs and located their classroom. The the students were remarkably swift. Nearly every seat in the classroom was filled. Only the front row had 2 empty desks by the window. A fierce-looking middle-aged man sat at one of the vacant desks, his expression stern and exuding an aura of authority that suggested he could devour a student whole. Gathering his courage, Song He approached. "Hello, teacher." The homeroom teacher remained silent. Standing aside, the 3 desks were pushed together, and Zhang Yi squeezed into the innermost seat while Song He settled in the middle. To his surprise, the teacher sat down again, his imposing figure nearly brushing against Song He. A stack of registration forms lay on the desk, and the teacher was busy checking them off, reminiscent of Yama, the king of hell, marking his ledger of life and death, suggesting he would be occupied for some time. Feeling apprehensive, Song He subtly withdrew his elbow and quietly took out his math textbook. During the summer after the entrance exam, Song He had been fervently ambitious, diligently previewing high school material from dawn till dusk, truly a relentless pursuit of knowledge. His math textbook had been thoroughly annotated, pages filled with notes soaked in the sweat of his labor. He extracted a test paper from between the pages and began to write feverishly with his gel pen. The soft tapping of the pen on the desk caught the teacher's attention, who turned his piercing gaze toward him, eyebrows slightly raised. "Self-studying during the holidays?" the teacher inquired, glancing at the test paper, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "What material have you covered?" "I've studied compulsory 1, 2, and 3, as well as elective 1, Song He replied confidently. "I've grasped the essentials," Zhao Yi, sitting nearby, overheard and was taken aback, glancing at Song He in disbelief. Had he really mastered all 4 books before school even started? Boasting in front of the teacher, was he courting disaster? The teacher's brow furrowed, the momentary hint of amusement disappearing. "Mastered? Then explain the basic steps for drawing a frequency distribution histogram." The teacher's expression turned grave as he posed the question, silently preparing to reprimand this presumptuous newcomer. On the first day of school, he had been hoping to find an opportunity to assert his authority, and this arrogant freshman was the perfect target. Zhao Yi shot a sympathetic glance at Song He. "If the teacher questions you, you're in trouble now. First, calculate the range. Second, determine the class width and number of classes. Third, group the data. Fourth, construct the frequency distribution table, including groups. Cumulative frequency, and relative frequency, where the total frequency equals the sample size, and the total relative frequency equals 1. Song He answered rapidly, swiftly sketching a sample diagram on scrap paper. Finally, draw the frequency distribution histogram, with the horizontal axis representing sample data and the vertical axis representing the frequency divided by the class width. Zhang Yi was stunned. The narrative was taking an unexpected turn. Wasn't he supposed to stutter and be reprimanded by the teacher? Yet, he answered flawlessly. A flicker of surprise crossed the teacher's eyes, and his accumulated frustration diminished significantly. What are the basic steps for deriving the equation of a curve? He continued to probe. Establish a coordinate system, represent any point M on the curve with ordered pairs x, y, express the set of points M that satisfy condition P, articulate the equation fx, y, 0, and simplify it to its most reduced form. Song He replied fluidly, "It's essential to note 2 points. Generally, the solution set remains the same before and after simplification, and if there are special cases, they should be appropriately addressed. Additionally, one can sometimes skip the second step and directly present the curve equation." The teacher's gaze shifted entirely, as if a craftsman had carefully revealed a precious gem hidden within a stone. This student possesses considerable talent. The questions posed had been significant exam topics, and the steps he articulated were impeccable, indicating he had indeed studied thoroughly. Even some second and third-year students would struggle to respond to such questions with ease. For a freshman to demonstrate this level of understanding was truly remarkable. Last question. How many methods are there for calculating eccentricity? The teacher pondered briefly before presenting the challenge. This question was unlikely to be answered. It was not covered in textbooks, and supplementary materials barely mentioned it. Only through extensive practice could one accumulate experience. Students who got a head start often became complacent, so the teacher intentionally posed a question that might stump them, a subtle reminder that hard work was still necessary. The teacher scrutinized Song-hee, hoping to find a hint of confusion on his face. But there was none. Song-hee opened his mouth to respond. I know, there are 2 methods. I've reviewed this as well. Zhao-yi could no longer contain herself and interrupted. There are more than 2 methods. I've seen 5. Song-hee shook his head. 5? Zhao-yi was taken aback, her voice diminishing in confidence. Are there really that many? The first method is to directly calculate A and C, then divide to find E. The second method employs a formula. For instance, the eccentricity formula of a hyperbola is the square root of E plus B squared divided by a square, whereas for an ellipse, it is subtracted. The third method involves constructing a homogeneous expression for A and C, particularly a homogeneous quadratic expression. The fourth method is known as the second definition method, where the eccentricity is the ratio of the distance from a moving point to the focus and the distance to the corresponding directrix. This method is applicable to problems involving the focal radius. Song-hee paused. The last method I have only seen and do not yet know how to use, which is to construct inequalities regarding E to determine its range. The homeroom teacher's gaze flickered with surprise. To his astonishment, Song-hee had indeed answered comprehensively. What a remarkable talent! Who would have thought that a mere elite class could harbor students comparable to those in the rocket class? This level of proficiency even surpasses that of many newcomers in the rocket class. Please distribute these forms. I will retrieve the mathematics competition workbook for you from the office. The homeroom teacher gently pushed a stack of papers toward Song-hee, his tone considerably softer. In the rocket class I previously taught, 3 students went on to compete in mathematics at Tsinghua and Peking University. Each elite class has only 1 slot for the mathematics competition. If you are interested, you may consider trying. Taken aback by this unexpected opportunity, Song-hee hurriedly expressed his gratitude as the homeroom teacher swiftly exited the classroom. He picked up the stack of forms, ready to distribute them, when a small hand grasped his arm. Zhao-yi's face was a picture of terror. Oh my gosh, Song-hee, have you really prepared so much? Are you insane? Did you spend your entire break solely focused on mathematics? Of course not. Besides mathematics, I also concentrated on biology, Song-hee replied nonchalantly. Zhao-yi is struck with fear at your academic zeal. Confidence plummets. Resentment 2. Ding Yangze observed the entire scene, utterly astonished. Resentment 1. Song-hee noticed a name he didn't recognize and then saw a bespectacled boy extending his hand. Bro, you're impressive. In Ding Yangze I scored 670 in the high school entrance exam, just 1 point shy of the rocket class. Ding Yangze looked on in awe. I also prepared for mathematics, but I am far behind you. Would you be willing to teach me some math problems in the future? Certainly, in Song-hee, and I scored 620 in the entrance exam. Song-hee shook his hand and left with the stack of forms. Ding Yangze sat there, stunned. Only 620. How could someone who scored 50 points lower than me now be so remarkable? Is this the legendary summer break advantage, or perhaps this fellow is severely unbalanced in his studies? A perfect score in mathematics but failing in another subject. Classmate, I see you came with Song-hee. Do you know him? Ding Yangze inquired of Zhao-yi. I was in the same class as him in middle school. Zhao-yi blinked, inexplicably feeling a sense of pride. Is he unbalanced in his studies? perfect in mathematics, but weak in another subject. Ding Yangze asked curiously, "So he does have a bias toward mathematics, but it is not in a favorable way, it leans toward the weaker side." Zhao Yi shook her head. His scores in other subjects were quite decent, but in mathematics, he barely reached the passing line, just the passing line. Ding Yangze was taken aback. "Are you serious?" "Indeed, mathematics was his weakest subject in the entrance exam," Zhao Yi said, her face filled with dread. "I never expected him to cram so vigorously during the break, and now he seems to have eliminated his only weakness. So he might become invincible, transforming a weak subject into a strong one after a summer of hard work. Wow, this guy is terrifying." Ding Yangze suddenly got goosebumps. On the other side of the classroom, Song He was busy distributing forms to his classmates, which they could use to collect dormitory supplies. Suddenly, notification appeared before him. "Ding Yangze, upon hearing that you once struggled with mathematics, feels fear, resentment 6, cumulative resentment value 10. Would you like to activate the academic overlord resentment system? Chapter 2, the system has tortured me." Song He blinked rapidly. The notification was still there, it was real. The system had arrived. Would he now have to slave away daily on tasks? "The system has truly put me through the ringer. Academic overlord resentment system. No fixed tasks. Any resentment caused by you breaking a scholar's mindset such as jealousy, anger, fear, hatred, etc. can be accumulated as resentment value, which can be exchanged for advanced technology rewards or items in the system store. Current usable resentment value 0." As Song He continued to distribute forms, he kept his eyes glued to the system notification. The resentment value had reset to 0. The 10 points he had accumulated were spent on activating the system. 3 functional options appeared: subject power, advanced technology lottery, and system store. Song He first clicked on subject power. Biology, bronze level 22. Mathematics, bronze level 02. Chinese, black iron level 80. English, black iron level 75. Physics, black iron level 74. Chemistry, black iron level 74. It was straightforward. Akin to game rankings, it was evident that his strongest subject was biology, followed by mathematics, which had already reached the bronze level. The remaining subjects were all around the black iron level, with scores in the 70s and 80s. There was no display for the liberal arts power, likely because the system was aware that Song He intended to focus on the sciences in high school. Once he finished distributing the forms, Song He returned to his seat, feigning a daze while continuing to examine the system. The system store was surprisingly empty, indicating that items required further unlocking. The advanced technology lottery interface was a simple yet unadorned spinning wheel. At the bottom, the prize was marked 100 resentment points for a single draw, 10 consecutive draws brought 2 free draws. It seemed he needed to devise a method to accumulate some scholar's resentment. Song He turned to Zhao Yi, deep in thought about how to provoke her. Zhao Yi was hunched over her desk, focused on a mathematics test, seemingly stumped by a particular question, silently gnawing on the cap of her pen. Song He leaned over to glance at the problem and softly remarked, "You can't solve such an easy question." "Little spicy chicken," Zhao Yi jumped in surprise, punching Song He's thigh twice before turning back to her work. Zhao Yi felt mocked. Resentment 1. Song He was delighted it indeed worked. The core element of harvesting resentment was to disrupt a scholar's mindset. Subtle mockery yielded immediate results. Zhao Yi, her cheeks puffed in irritation, scribbled furiously on her scratch paper and finally arrived at an answer, confidently writing a number in the fill-in-the-blank. Question 63. Song He glanced at it. "You've got it wrong, you fool. The answer is 68.7122. I've solved this problem before." "Song He, don't be so ridiculous. Does that even sound like a valid answer?" Zhao Yi retorted, unimpressed. Why not check the reference answer? Care for a wager? Song-hee proposed. If the answer is 68.7122, you treat me to meals at the cafeteria this week, fine. If your number isn't correct, you treat you to snacks this week, Zhao Yi said, excitedly flipping open the answer sheet, only for her smile to suddenly freeze. The reference answer, 68.7122, what the heck, this is unreasonable. Why would a fill-in-the-blank question have such a bizarre answer? Zhao Yi was flabbergasted. The question setter must be an idiot. I'm not one to settle for the best, I only go for the most expensive, Song-hee stated earnestly. When it comes to problem solving, one must be thorough, right, my little meal card. Who is your little meal card? Zhao Yi exclaimed in a fit of rage. Zhao Yi feels distressed over meal expenses. Resentment 1. Zhao Yi feels bullied by you. Resentment 1. Zhao Yi feels distressed over meal expenses. Resentment 1. Notifications continued to appear before him. Song-hee chuckled indeed. Zhou can be derived from the suffering of others. The resentment value on the system panel surged to 18, then halted. He cast a glance at Zhao Yi's test paper. You got it wrong again. Zhao Yi bared her teeth and glared fiercely at Song-hee, changing her answer completely off. Song-hee remarked. If this wagering continues, by the time you finish this test, you'll have enough for my meals throughout high school. The resentment value of the system panel surged rapidly to 20. 40. 60. Song-hee was taken aback. Was this genuine anger? Anger was excellent. It meant the lottery was imminent. The classroom door suddenly swung open, and the homeroom teacher, in a flurry, entered, clutching a thick book, and marched directly to Song-hee's desk, placing it before him. Analysis of historical mathematics competition problems internal data. Song-hee promptly expressed his gratitude, eagerly flipping it open, only to be astounded by its content. The pages were densely packed with questions, each more bizarre than the last, exuding an ominous aura. After perusing several problems without any semblance of understanding, he realized this was far beyond the realm of high school mathematics. What a cursed tone! It must be incinerated. The homeroom teacher ascended to the podium, chalk in hand, and wrote 3 large characters, Benjianyi. I am your homeroom teacher and mathematics instructor, Benjianyi. I shall address 3 matters, so listen attentively. Benjianyi's commanding presence filled the room, his voice resonating like thunder, as his stern gaze swept across the class, causing all students to straighten their backs in fear. First, today, you will receive dormitory supplies and textbooks. Hold onto your lists. If you lose them, you're on your own. Second, military training begins this afternoon and will continue until the weekend. You will train during the day, and there will be instructors for evening study sessions. My old classmate will be your drill sergeant, and any of you who dare to doze off during evening study will have to endure physical training the next day. Thirdly, competitions. Our school is renowned for 2 competitions, mathematics and biology. Many students in the class exchanged glances, their breaths momentarily suspended. The competitions were well known. Undoubtedly a superlative shortcut. Winning a national award could guarantee admission to prestigious 985 universities, while even securing a provincial award could significantly lower admission scores. Claiming it could alter one's fate would not be an exaggeration. With top-tier schools congregating in the city, the competition award rate at our school was the highest, thanks to the expert instructors hired at great expense to cultivate a formidable team. Naturally, such a so-called shortcut came with an exceptionally high threshold. To pursue the competition route, one must first qualify for the school's competition team. The team will continually conduct exams to eliminate members. Only those who endure through multiple brutal elimination rounds will truly earn their competition qualifications. Benjianyi surveyed the class. The mathematics competition team has 10 slots for each class in the elite program. Yet our elite class has only one slot, determined solely through examination. The same applies to the biology competition team. Our class's mathematics selection examination is scheduled for 10 days from now. Prepare diligently during these 10 days. If you miss this opportunity, you'll have to wait another year. Ben Jianye's gaze fixed intently on Song He, evidently harboring expectations. Instantly, several hostile stares from classmates converged on Song He. With only one slot available, the competition would be fierce. Song He felt the weight of pressure. His emotions were tumultuous, as the competition problems in his hands were extraordinarily challenging. Yet, he knew he had to vie for the competition slot, steeling himself for the challenge. With over 50 students in the class, each a potential genius in mathematics, the battle would undoubtedly be intense. Suddenly, system notifications appeared before his eyes. Ning Mo regards you as a formidable rival in the mathematics competition. Witnessing the teacher's attention on you, jealousy arises, resentment value 5. Zhang Zhilei regards you as a formidable rival in the mathematics competition. Witnessing the teacher's attention on you, jealousy arises, resentment value 5. Song He was momentarily stunned, then observed the resentment values steadily increasing with these two names. He hastily opened the system panel, witnessing the resentment value climb continuously.
80, 90, 100.
At last, he had enough for the lottery.
Chapter 3. The Mental Calculation Capsule. The mathematical genius summons the system and the high-tech lottery. The draw begins. The virtual roulette spins rapidly before coming to a halt, revealing the result. Congratulations on obtaining the qualification to purchase the Mental Calculation Capsule. The Mental Calculation Capsule has been placed in the system mall and is available for purchase at any time. Opening the system mall, a solitary red capsule appears on the previously empty shelves. Focusing his thoughts, the product information instantly pops up. Wow, this system is rather impressive. Song He gasps in astonishment. Mental Calculation Capsule. 100 resentment points per capsule. Upon consumption, it significantly enhances brain calculation abilities for 1 hour, increasing sensitivity to numbers and geometric spaces, making mathematics a breeze. Multiple capsules can be taken simultaneously, doubling brain calculation capacity, but consumes considerable energy. Please replenish food promptly to avoid fainting from exhaustion. While the item is indeed remarkable, the price is exorbitant. 100 resentment points for a single capsule, effective for only 1 hour. Although an enhancement for 1 hour is quite extraordinary, studying mathematics is time-consuming, and an hour passes in the blink of an eye. Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei's resentment points accumulated for another minute, contributing an additional 80 points before finally ceasing. Song He silently noted their names. With such intense resentment, they were undoubtedly formidable adversaries in mathematics competitions. The expressionless class instructor, Ben Jianye, suddenly spoke. Lastly, I shall call upon one student's name. All eyes in the classroom converged on the homeroom teacher, calling names. Given the instructor's demeanor, it seemed ominous. Song He, please stand. Ben Jianye scanned the class. Song He froze, anxiety coursing through him as he rose. A flicker of surprise crossed Ben Jianye's face. How could it be this child? Your scores should not have qualified you for the elite class, yet here you are. I have little regard for students who rely on their connections. Let me be clear. In my class, you must adhere to my rules, regardless of how you arrived here, Ben Jianye stated sternly. Song He nodded hastily, his expression humble, indicating he was merely an innocuous connection and not one of those privileged students who flaunt their status over teachers. I initially intended to place you at the back of the classroom, next to the trash can. However, noticing your commendable preparation in mathematics and your eagerness to learn, I shall grant you an opportunity. In 10 days, there will be a mathematics selection exam. Can you guarantee first place? Ben Jianye's tone was confrontational. Song He felt a chill. Was he being asked to sign a military order in public? I will give my all to secure first place. Song He declared resolutely. Damn it. It's just a gamble. A man cannot show weakness. Very well. If you can earn a spot on the mathematics competition team after the selection exam, you may choose your seat freely. If not, You will sit at the back next to the trash can. Ban Jianya nodded. After class, the newcomers flooded out of the classroom towards the dormitory building to collect their mattresses and sheets. Breathless, Song-hee found his dorm, 309, clutching the mattress. The dormitory was a double room with 2 beds on either side. Upon entering, Song-hee was taken aback by the sight before him. Several peach-wood swords hung on the wall, yellow talisman papers fluttered at the bedside, and red threads dangled from the air, colliding with the mountain ghost flowers. What? Did I end up in a haunted dormitory? Has someone died here? Suddenly, a student emerged from the balcony, holding 3 burning incense sticks, murmuring incantations. I'm Song-hee. We shall be roommates from now on. Song-hee managed a nervous smile. I am Yuan Guang. Yuan Guang replied with a grin, shaking the incense in his hand. This dormitory has a returned dragon killer, which is detrimental to the accumulation of academic energy, but I've already resolved it. I'll put everything away shortly. Thank you. Song-hee was stunned. His roommate was a half-immortal? Surely, he didn't rely on divination to get into high school, did you? No need for formality. We are brothers sharing the same dormitory now, Yuan Guang chuckled. With the returned dragon killer dispelled, our dormitory will gather wind and energy, allowing us to effortlessly increase our scores even while sleeping. Gaining admission to prestigious schools will soon be within reach. As Song-hee made his bed, Yuan Guang stored away his various talismans. The two quickly fell into a rhythm, cleaning the dormitory, sweeping, mopping, and wiping cabinets, clearing away the incense ash in the corners. The awkwardness of their initial meeting dissipated rapidly as they engaged in light-hearted conversation while working. Brother, you're aiming for the mathematics competition, right? Be wary of Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei, Yuan Guang warned. What do you mean? Song-hee perked up, recalling how these two had contributed a significant amount of resentment points to him. I came from a 9th middle school, and so did Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei. They are quite famous at our school, a pair of mathematical geniuses. Yuan Guang said seriously. I never imagined they would end up in our class. I had initially considered trying for the mathematics competition, but after seeing them, I immediately gave up. I simply cannot compete. Genius mathematicians? Many students score full marks in middle school. Why are they so renowned? Song-hee inquired. The usual exam questions are simple, and indeed, many score full marks. However, during multi-school joint examinations, the questions are incredibly challenging. Olympiad questions and beyond the syllabus. Yuan Guang revealed with a look of trepidation. In one instance, during a 5-school joint exam, the difficulty level was excruciating. The first question was about the intersection of an ellipse and a parabola. This is high school material, and we middle schoolers could only stare blankly. The subsequent questions were just as daunting when the bell rang to end the exam. Many NT even finished the first side. After leaving the exam room, all we heard were complaints about the foolishness of the question setters. Yuan Guang expressed indignantly. And then, Song-hee listened intently, anxious. We couldn't solve the advanced questions, but there were those who could. Yuan Guang's expression shifted dramatically. In just 40 minutes, Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei had already submitted their papers. After they finished, they went downstairs to play table tennis. We were left in the exam room, our faces flushed, staring at incomprehensible questions while we looked out the window to see them playing. Do you understand that feeling? That terrifying pressure is still vivid in my memory. Yuan Guang's face reflected fear. Later, when the results were released, Zhang Zhilei scored full marks, while Ning Mo lost 2 points, and the school-wide average was barely over 30. Song-hee fell silent, his brow furrowing. Having struggled with mathematics in middle school, he had spent the summer intensively studying to catch up, but he had yet to face real-world testing. Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei had always been mathematical prodigies, and it was likely they had already previewed high school mathematics over the break, obliterating any advantage he might have had. In short, it was a matter of life and death. 2 formidable rivals. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the dormitory door. Yuan Guang stood up to answer, his expression shifting to one of shock upon seeing the visitor. A slender young man stood outside, his glasses thick enough to rival the bottom of a beer bottle. Lacking any humor, exuding an intense aura of a top student. Hello, classmates. I'm Ning Montak. I heard that song, He Is in This Dormitory? Ning Mo adjusted his glasses, the lenses gleaming like blades. Chapter 4. Ning Mo has arrived. Greetings, I am Song He. With a wary expression, Song He remarked, Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Has this fellow come knocking? I had requested the competition questions from our homeroom teacher, who promised to provide them in the afternoon. Hearing that you possess a set of competition questions, may I take a look? Ning Mo inquired. Song He hesitated, but eventually nodded, retrieving a thick volume of questions from his backpack. Ning Mo accepted the booklet with gratitude and promptly seated himself at the desk in the dormitory, pulling out draft paper and a pen from his pocket. May I work on these for half an hour? Ning Mo asked. Uncertain of his intentions, Song He acquiesced. Of course. We can tackle the problems together and exchange ideas. Ning Mo shifted slightly, making room beside him. The truth became clear. Ning Mo was not merely here to review the questions. He was here to gauge Song He's mathematical prowess. Yuan Guang, observing from the sidelines, was taken aback, his face paling as he exchanged a glance with Song He. Ning Mo's demeanor was unmistakably provocative, issuing a challenge. The atmosphere in the dormitory thickened with tension, and Song He, eager to test Ning Mo's capabilities, settled beside him, preparing his paper and pen. Ning Mo removed his watch, setting a timer for half an hour, and with a decisive beep, he placed the watch at the center of the table. Without further ado, he took up his pen, swiftly jotting down a series of problem numbers on the draft paper. Song He also began to work, quickly immersing himself in the problems, calmly analyzing each one as he performed rapid calculations. Yuan Guang silently closed the dormitory door, holding his breath as he watched from a distance, feeling the anxiety of a mere mortal witnessing a clash of titans. He secretly hoped for Song He's victory, as he was his roommate. Yet reason whispered that Song He's chances were slim. The formidable Ning Mo might outpace him significantly. 10 minutes passed swiftly. The disparity in their progress had become apparent. Song He's expression darkened. After 10 minutes of intense effort, he had barely moved on to the second question, akin to a tortoise's crawl. The problems were far more challenging than he had anticipated, exceeding the syllabus by leaps and bounds, with each question presenting a vast array of intertwined concepts. Each step fraught with pitfalls, exceedingly frustrating. My brain is on fire. Beside him, Ning Mo furrowed his brow, the difficulty of the competition questions also surprising him. Yet, Ning Mo's progress was markedly quicker. He had already advanced to the 10th question, a full 5-fold difference. If Song He's pace resembled that of a small, bouncy vehicle, Ning Mo was akin to a roaring powerhouse. Their draft papers told a contrasting story. Song He had filled 2 large sheets, while Ning Mo had only used a small scrap, appearing as if he didn't require written calculations. He merely pinched his fingers, almost like a fortune teller, and swiftly arrived at answers, faster than a calculator. Yuan Guang couldn't help but marvel at Ning Mo's prowess. Indeed, his mental arithmetic was unparalleled, while Song He seemed somewhat lacking, still relying on cumbersome manual calculations. The disparity was anticipated, yet Song He's speed was alarmingly insufficient, leaving Yuan Guang somewhat disappointed. 20 minutes. Song He had reached the 4th question, his vision blurring. His thoughts seemed mired in thick mud, and his pen struggled to keep pace on the draft paper, which was now filled with dense calculations, many of which bore crossed-out marks indicating misdirection and wasted effort. Meanwhile, Ning Mo's fingers danced ever quicker. He had already completed the 18th question without exhausting his first draft sheet. Yuan Guang gasped in awe at Ning Mo's astonishing mental calculation ability. Surely, he must have a computer embedded in his brain. In contrast, Song He appeared pitiable, frantically scribbling calculations, his hand trembling as he struggled to keep up, resembling a hapless underdog fighting for survival. Detected progress in mathematics. Bronze level 02 upgraded to bronze level 03. Song He was momentarily stunned. The competition questions held considerable value, as he had just leveled up. Glancing at the time, only 10 minutes remained, and if this continued, he would undoubtedly be ruthlessly crushed by Ning Mo, unable to even glimpse the taillights. What if I use a cheat? Song He accessed the system shop, decisively spending all his resentment points to purchase a mental calculation capsule. A red capsule appeared in his palm, unremarkable, reminiscent of a fever reducer. Rubbing his temples, swollen from overexertion, he quickly drank some water and swallowed the capsule. Moments later, a cool sensation surged up his spine, reaching his brain. His once overheated mind felt as though it had been immersed in icy water, and suddenly, his thoughts became remarkably agile. Song-hee glanced at the problems again, his expression transforming into disbelief. Previously, each question had seemed enveloped in a thick, woolly coat, requiring layers to peel away before revealing its essence. Now, each question appeared as if clad in a mere swimsuit, easily discernible with a simple tug. The key points of each problem seemed to bounce into view. Habitually, he began to write down calculations, but then he paused, astonished. In the brief moment of hesitation, several calculations spontaneously materialized in his mind, as effortless as the wind. The system's medication was astonishing. It felt as though his brain had multiplied in capacity. Taking a deep breath, Song-hee accelerated. The answers to each problem began to flow onto the draft paper with increasing speed. The gap between him and Ning Mo began to close with each stroke. Beep! The watch on the table chimed, signaling the end of 30 minutes. Song-hee and Ning Mo simultaneously halted, glancing at each other's draft papers. Song-hee had reached the 23rd question. Ning Mo had just completed the 26th. Ning Mo glanced at Song-hee's paper, noting the chaotic calculations, which seemed rather elementary, and couldn't he help but smile lightly. The competition questions are indeed challenging. Thank you, Song-hee. I shall take my leave. Ning Mo rose to depart. Take care, Ning. You are quite impressive, Song-hee replied sincerely. As Ning Mo exited, Song-hee promptly sat back down to continue working on the problems. The effects of the medication were just beginning, and such an expensive remedy should not go to waste. Yuan Guang stood at a distance, watching Song-hee speedily calculate, his expression filled with confusion. What was happening? In the first 20 minutes, he had struggled. Yet suddenly he seemed to have accelerated as if he were using a cheat. Was Song-hee merely pretending? Yuan Guang was perplexed. He could not discern his roommate's true capabilities. In a corner of the playground, at the ping-pong table, Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei were vigorously rallying, the white ping-pong ball bouncing back and forth. Both displayed exceptional skill, engaging in a furious back and forth that drew the attention of many passers-by. Have you gauged Song-hee's abilities yet? Zhang Zhilei asked. I have. He is a novice. The slots for our class's math competition team will likely come down to a showdown between us. Ning Mo recalled the simplistic calculations on Song-hee's draft paper, a smirk of disdain forming at the corners of his mouth. A novice? Really? Can a homeroom teacher truly value a novice? Zhang Zhilei was taken aback. Is he perhaps feigning incompetence to lower your guard, only to unleash his true abilities during the exam in 10 days? Unlikely, for he has copied my work. Ning Mo recounted the earlier scene, unable to suppress a derisive laugh. Chapter 5. The teacher's peeping. What do you mean by copying me? Zhang Zhilei asked, perplexed by the situation. I was working on competition problems with him, set for a strict half-hour time limit. For the first 20 minutes, I was far ahead, while he managed to solve only a few problems, relying on rudimentary calculations on scrap paper, calculations that I could solve in a heartbeat. Ning Mo reflected. The more he recalled, the more certain he became that he was a mathematical novice, posing no threat whatsoever. You are an arithmetic savant. A normal person requires scrap paper. Zhang Zhilei did not underestimate him rashly. He even has to calculate 3-digit by 3-digit multiplication by hand. Ning Mo chuckled. Zhang Zhilei was momentarily taken aback. Well, that does sound a bit pathetic. Indeed, just a pure novice, Ning Mo replied. In the last 10 minutes, he took a sip of water, perhaps feeling embarrassed about losing, and began to copy my answers. Did he sneak a glance at your solutions? Probably, but I was too focused on my work to notice him. However, during the final 10 minutes, he didn't touch his scrap paper and simply scribbled down answers at an alarming speed. It was obvious he was copying. When time was called, he managed to turn around his earlier slump and nearly caught up to me. Ning Mo scoffed. He only cares about appearances. I would have respected him more had he not copied. Indeed, What was the point of copying answers in a private competition? When the exam results come out in 10 days, he would undoubtedly face humiliation with a dismal score. Zhang Zhilei smirked. I can already predict he will claim he was out of form or made some mistakes. Prophet. In middle school, we were the only rivals in math. Who would have thought it would remain the same in high school? The mathematical abilities of our classmates are truly disappointing. We're rivals? Who said I was your rival? Have you ever beaten me? Zhang Zhilei retorted with a merciless sneer. Ning Mo was momentarily silenced, while Zhang Zhilei basked in her triumph. In the cafeteria, at a window seat, Zhao Yi pouted and glared, her face full of resentment. Song He, are you some sort of pig demon? How can you eat so much? Song He remained silent, devouring his food voraciously. The side effects of the arithmetic capsule were no joke. Working on problems had made him utterly famished. After finishing a bowl of knife-cut noodles, he swiftly polished off 2 chicken legs for grilled sausages and an ice cream. Still eager for more. Hey, little meal card, could you please buy me another cup of orange juice? Song He grinned, expressing his gratitude. Who are you calling little meal card? Call me classmate. Don't give me silly nicknames. Zhao Yi fumed, baring her teeth like an agitated kitten. Hurry up, little meal card classmate. I'm exhausted from solving competition problems. I need to eat more to recover. I expect to eat like this every meal this week. I hope I won't drain my meal card. Zhao Yi huffed, but obediently got up to queue for the orange juice. Song He burped contentedly, as a wave of resentment points appeared before him. Zhao Yi dislikes the nickname you gave her. Resentment points 20. Zhao Yi feels you are bullying her. Resentment points 20. Zhao Yi is worried about the money on the meal card. Resentment points 60. Song He was overjoyed. His little meal card classmate had contributed a significant amount of resentment points, and he resolved to tease her even more. One day, if he became an academic giant, sweeping international awards and founding a tech empire to advance human civilization, he would not forget the humble beginnings contributed by his little meal card. Drink this, and it will kill you. Zhao Yi returned, slamming a large cup of orange juice onto the table. Song He inserted a straw and discreetly consumed an arithmetic capsule with the juice. He rummaged through his backpack for the math competition problems, pulled out a pen, and with intense focus began to solve them. Wow, you're really engrossed. Why aren't you taking a nap during lunch? Zhao Yi exclaimed in shock. It's a math competition. If I don't secure first place, I might as well sit with the garbage can, Song He replied, his head down as he continued to write answers rapidly. Zhao Yi rested her chin on her hand, worry etched on her face. They say Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei are exceptionally strong, 2 mathematical prodigies. Zhang Zhilei is in my dorm, and she buries herself in solving math problems. She is even tackling college entrance exam papers. Can you believe it? She has already completed high school mathematics. Song He frowned, pondering if Zhang Zhilei might be even stronger than Ning Mo, the king of Gold Horn and the king of Silver Horn. He dismissed the thought. Time was of the essence, and he needed to focus on his studies. With the help of the arithmetic capsule, Song He's mind raced, solving one problem after another at a remarkable speed. Streams of calculations flowed through his mind, leading him effortlessly to the final answers. Minutes later, he found his rhythm. The bustling cafeteria faded into silence, and his full attention was devoted to the problems. He experienced an exhilarating rush, as if he were soaring through the tasks. His pace quickened further. 1 problem in a minute, 1 in 30 seconds, 1 in 20 seconds. If Ning Mo's solving speed was likened to a Wuling Hongguang, Song He was akin to a roaring Ferrari at that moment. Zhao Yi, after a moment of murmuring, recognized that Song He had entered a state of focus and wisely ceased her chatter, silently observing from the side. After watching for a few minutes, Zhao Yi was filled with goosebumps. Is this the legendary competition problem? The difficulty is terrifying. If I attempted such problems, I'd probably just be left dumbfounded. Song He can actually solve one in 20 seconds? Zhao Yi had known Song He's math skills had improved, but witnessing the scene before her revealed he was far stronger than she had anticipated. His prowess was utterly astonishing. In a corner of the cafeteria, a man with a tiger-like demeanor devoured his lamb stew with the aura of a Qin dynasty soldier. It was none other than Ban Jianya. A waft of fragrance approached as a graceful beauty with long hair, placed her tray opposite him. Dressed in a simple yet elegant white gown, her figure was striking, and her demeanor exuded charm and grace, making her incredibly captivating. "Mr. Ban, we meet again." She smiled as she sat down. "I just received the class schedule. This semester, I'll be teaching biology to your class." "Teacher Lulu," Ban Yangze replied, a rare smile breaking through his serious facade. "Your arrival is a blessing for Class 2. You are the leading lady of our school's biology competitions." "You're too kind, Mr. Ban. I can't claim to be the leading lady. There are many teachers who are far more capable than I," Lulu said with a gentle smile. "Have you met the students yet? Are they well behaved? I need to observe them a bit longer, but I've encountered a promising student in mathematics named Song He. He can already tackle several challenging questions from the college entrance exam." Ban Yangze's eyes sparkled with delight. "I plan to nurture him. It's unrealistic for him to win awards in his first year, but by the second year, he might have a shot at provincial recognition." "Mr. Ban has found a Prod G. I haven't found mine yet. I'll be holding a class tonight. I have prepared a test paper to identify potential candidates for the biology competition." Lulu explained her intentions. "Sounds good. I hope there will be a lucky student who catches your eye," Ban Yangze replied, in high spirits. The two teachers exchanged ideas about their work, and before they knew it, lunch had concluded, and they rose to leave with their trays. As they walked, Ban Yangze suddenly halted, gazing in a particular direction. "What's wrong?" Lulu inquired, curious about his distraction. "Over there, a boy is working on problems. It appears to be that Song He," Ban Yangze said. "A freshman? He is already working so hard on his first day?" Lulu exclaimed in surprise. "Should we go take a look?" The two teachers quietly approached. Inching closer to Song He, Zhao Yi turned and spotted the teachers, startled, and immediately stood up, instinctively calling out, "Hello, teachers." Ban Yangze raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, urging Zhao Yi to sit down. Nervously, Zhao Yi complied, watching in wide-eyed anticipation as the two teachers stood behind Song He, silently peering over his shoulder as he solved problems. Engrossed in his work, Song He was utterly oblivious to the teachers standing behind him. His eyes burned with intensity as he continually jotted down answers, maintaining an impressive pace of one problem every 20 seconds. As he navigated through the sea of questions with ease. After a few minutes of discreet observation, Ban Yangze and Lulu exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting sheer amazement. Chapter 6. Is university mathematics actually simple? Though Lulu is a biology teacher, she is also a high achiever with an impressive background, excelling in mathematics. The competition questions are peculiar and esoteric, perhaps not encompassing advanced knowledge. However, their intricate angles and cumbersome calculations leave her feeling strained just by glancing at them. Such challenging problems are certainly beyond the grasp of an average high school student, let alone a freshman just stepping into high school. Yet, this newcomer named Song, he is an anomaly, solving problems at an astonishing speed. He does not even need to jot down notes. His calculations are all done mentally. A formidable ability indeed. A mathematical prodigy. Lulu immediately categorizes him in her mind and cannot help but sneak a glance at Song He's profile, finding him quite handsome. She then turns her gaze to the anxious Zhao Yi beside her, a knowing smile emerging on her lips. She understands all too well, during her school days, she too is captivated by charming academic elites. At this stage in high school, Song He is undoubtedly a high-risk candidate for early romance. Ban Yangze furrows his brow, his shock deepening. As the mathematics teacher, he is well aware of the difficulty of these competition questions. Moreover, he recalls the answers and, upon comparing them with Song He's, he discovers a remarkable accuracy rate of around 70%. Achieving 50% on such questions could secure a spot in the competition, and with 70%, the prospect of a provincial award is quite promising. Ban Yangze ponders silently. This student seems even more impressive than anticipated. It has been 5 or 6 years since he last encountered such a brilliant mathematical talent. Perhaps by the end of this year, with diligent effort, an award could be within reach. Suddenly, Song He shakes his head and exhales deeply, fatigue overtaking him as he sets down his pen. Detected progress in mathematics. Promotion from Bronze Level 03 to Bronze Level 06. The effects of the mental calculation capsule have worn off, and the once fluid thought process has abruptly dulled, akin to a Ferrari veering off course into a muddy pit. Little meal card. I'm hungry again. Could you fetch me a hamburger? Song-hee turns to Zhao Yi. Her expression turns fearful as she raises a hand, pointing behind him. Startled, Song-hee turns around, hastily standing up. Hello, teacher. Lu beams with an appreciative smile. And even the usually stern Ban Jianya wears a rare expression of warmth. Have you checked the syllabus for this set of competition questions? Ban Jianya inquires. Not yet. Song-hee quickly flips to the syllabus, having dived straight into the questions without a glance at the contents. This set of competition questions is divided into 3 parts: beginner, intermediate, and advanced, Ban Jianya points out. A chill runs down Song-hee's spine. Based on the syllabus page numbers, he realizes he has only tackled the beginner questions. Despite their considerable difficulty, they are merely categorized as beginner. How much more formidable must the intermediate and advanced questions be? Does the question setter wish for the students to fail? As if reading his thoughts, Ban Jianya explains, the beginner questions primarily cover knowledge points for high school. During competitions, such questions account for 1/3 of the total. This means that if you only master high school mathematics, you will barely score above 30 points, which is far from sufficient. To earn points from the intermediate and advanced questions, you must delve into knowledge beyond the syllabus. Song-hee gasps, Teacher, do the intermediate and advanced questions involve university-level mathematics? Indeed, the school library has university mathematics textbooks. You might want to explore them. The green-covered Advanced Mathematics by Tongji, the purple-covered Linear Algebra, and the blue-covered Probability Theory and Mathematical Statistics. Additionally, there are supplementary materials such as Tang Jiafeng's Guide and Zhang Yu's 30 lectures, along with Li Yongla's Linear Algebra notes. You can start with those. Ban Jianya casually lists the resources. Song-hee's complexion pales. Teacher, those sound like textbooks for graduate entrance exams. Indeed, if you master all of them. You need not worry about the mathematics portion of the graduate entrance exam. Ban Jianya nods. Teacher, I am merely a freshman in high school. Isn't it a bit premature to study graduate-level mathematics? Tao Zhixuan won the gold medal in the International Mathematical Olympiad at 13, earned a bachelor's degree from Flinders University at 16, a master's at 17, and a doctorate by 21, Ban Jianya remarks. You can find the Advanced Mathematics book in the library. It contains calculus content that Tao Zhixuan self-studied at the age of 7. Soviet high school textbooks from back in the day also included calculus. Students have no right to compare themselves to mathematicians. Song-hee feels bewildered. Do you wish to secure a spot in one of the top 10 universities? Ban Jianya pats Song-hee's shoulder. Absolutely. Song-hee's previously dazed expression suddenly sharpens. Then study hard. Once you grasp it, university mathematics is indeed quite simple. Ban Jianya encourages with a smile, giving Song-hee's shoulder another pat before turning to leave. Song-hee stands there, watching the 2 teachers depart, his thoughts in disarray. Once you grasp it, university mathematics is actually quite simple. Teacher, do you truly speak from the heart? If you're not deceiving me, then I shall indeed study. Wow. Song-hee, your image in my eyes has elevated. The teacher actually wants you to study advanced mathematics? How highly does she regard you? Zhao Yi stares, her face filled with admiration. Then let us get our tall Song-hee a hamburger, little meal card classmate. Damn. Evening self-study. Freshmen in camouflage uniforms flood the teaching building, dripping with sweat after an afternoon of military training. Many students engage in playful banter in the corridors, evidently beginning to bond. 1,000 years kill, double kill, triple kill, quadruple kill. Everyone charge. We must take this guy down today. Students from Class 2 of the elite track burst into the classroom, only to fall silent in an instant, their laughter freezing as they return to their seats obediently. A beautiful teacher in a white dress stands at the podium, awaiting them, a thick stack of test papers in her hands, resembling an ambushed soldier poised with a heavy machine gun. As Song-hee settles in, he overhears Ding Yangze, his desk mate, whispering excitedly from behind. She is here. She is here. I came to 4th high school just for this teacher. I can't believe she is teaching our class. Our ancestors must have been on fire. Ding Yangze exclaims, slapping his thigh in excitement. Why are you so fixated on her? Is she a relative? His desk mate queries. Relative? This is the illustrious teacher Lu. our school's leading figure in biology competitions. For the past few years, she has been in charge of our school's biology competition team, securing spots for 4 or 5 students in Qingbei every year. In over 20 in 985 universities. Ding Yangze speaks rapidly, his enthusiasm spilling over as he clings to teacher Lulu's leg, feeling as though he is grasping a ticket to a prestigious university. Song He's eyelids twitch. He recalls seeing this beautiful teacher in the cafeteria at noon and mistook her for a fresh intern due to her youth and beauty, not realizing her impressive credentials. The leading figure in biology competitions? 4 or 5 students in Qingbei, over 20 in 985. Ding Yangze continues to wax lyrical, though now with an added sense of determination. This summer, I studied biology intensely at home, working tirelessly. I must secure a spot in the biology competition for our class. No one can stand in my way. Ding Yangze declares with unwavering resolve. I'm ready to take down anyone who challenges me. Song He's eyelids twitch again as he pulls up the System S Subject Combat Power Ranking. Biology, Bronze Level 22. Mathematics, Bronze Level 06. Chinese, Black Iron Level 80. English, Black Iron Level 75. Physics, Black Iron Level 74. Chemistry, Black Iron Level 74. He knows that 4th high school excels in mathematics and biology competitions, which is why he has been diligently studying both subjects over the summer. Having achieved full marks in biology during the entrance exam, it is indeed his strong suit. After a summer of hard work, his biological prowess has significantly enhanced. According to the combat power ranking provided by the system, his strongest subject is not mathematics, but biology, with a gap of over 10 levels. Therefore, he must seize the opportunity in the biology competition. As the teacher approaches with the test papers, she must be preparing to select candidates, right? Ding Yangze grows fervent, clicking his pen excitedly. Come on, I'm ready. I just want to take down everyone or be taken down by them. Wow, you're so intense. His desk mate exclaims in astonishment. Intense? If I were to join the elite class, I would undoubtedly adopt a more humble demeanor. Regarding the elite class, Ding Yangze glanced at Song He, who was seated in front of him, momentarily stumbling over his words. In terms of mathematics, I might struggle. However, when it comes to biology, I have yet to regard anyone with any semblance of seriousness. Chapter 7. The off-target effects of CRISPR-Cas9 technology. The classroom was filled with students, and Lulu closed the door, effectively muffling the cacophony of the corridor. An immediate silence enveloped the room. Hello, everyone. I am your biology teacher, Lulu. She greeted with a warm smile. Many students felt a delightful shiver at the sound of her gentle and alluring voice. In stark contrast to their stern homeroom teacher, Banjianya, Lulu embodied the image of a graceful and kind older sister. First, I'd like to know how many of you are interested in participating in the biology competition. Please raise your hands. Instantly, more than half the class raised their arms, creating a stunning spectacle. Song He raised his hand firmly, while the students seated behind him. Ding Yangze looked taken aback and poked Song He in the back. Aren't you part of the math competition? You're so strong in math, Ding Yangze whispered. I excel in biology more than math, Song He replied. Ding Yangze felt a surge of fear upon learning that Song He's biological prowess surpassed his mathematical skills. Resentment level 20. Ding Yangze recalled Song He's connections and felt intimidated. Resentment level 30. Song He was momentarily surprised. Ding Yangze had quite the imagination. At the podium, Lulu's gaze swept through the classroom and suddenly landed on Song He in the corner. Ah, Song He, isn't it? Aren't you part of the math competition? Lulu smiled. Teacher, I perform better in biology than in math. Song He replied confidently. In middle school biology exams, I hardly lost any points. Is that so? Let's see if that's true. Lulu nodded, though her smile bore a hint of skepticism. As her words faded, a flurry of messages erupted before Song He's eyes. Ding Yangze discovered that the teacher recognized Song He, fearing that he might have an inside track. Resentment level 50. Chu Zhengqing worried that Song He had connections, possibly securing a guaranteed spot. Resentment level 30. Li Yumeng believed that Song He had an inappropriate relationship with the teacher, feeling angered. Resentment level 30. Song He was left speechless. overwhelmed by the barrage of resentment messages. The names of many classmates floated through his mind, some harboring significant grievances, contributing multiple times to the resentment count. Looking back, he noticed many faces fixating on him with complex expressions, the atmosphere in the class shifting dramatically. Hastily, Song-hee accessed the system to check his resentment balance. 1,700 points. He was thrilled. That could be exchanged for 17 hours of mental calculation capsules. Today, we will conduct a small test, not a formal selection exam, just to gauge our understanding. No need to copy from your peers, as they likely won't know either. Lulu began distributing the papers, joking that if any student could answer a question correctly and score points, the teacher would reward them with a precious, mysterious gift valued at 888 yuan. Quickly, the test papers reached every student. Yet, most remained motionless, staring blankly at the sheets, the atmosphere in the classroom growing increasingly odd. Expressions of confusion filled the room. It was not a matter of whether the questions were difficult, but rather that they had never even heard of them. 1. Were the widely criticized off-target effects of the CRISPR-Cas9 technology? 2. Where did the world's first CRISPR-Cas9 human trial commence, and what was its objective? 3. Why does assembling the zinc finger nuclease platform open take a long time? For what is epigenetics study? Why is it said that epigenetics diverges from Darwinian theory, marking a revival of Lamarckian theory? 5. Please provide an example of the Red Queen effect in evolutionary theory. In total, there were 20 questions, all open-ended, with vast spaces waiting for responses. The students appeared bewildered, exchanging glances as if in a daze. Whispers gradually spread throughout the room. What on earth are these questions? They're clearly testing material not covered in our textbooks, right? Who could possibly answer these? There's no way anyone would know. This isn't even an exam. It's merely a show of force. If anyone answers even one question correctly, I'll eat my desk mate on the spot. Are you a cannibal? I won't let you. Suddenly, a soft yet distinct sound of a pen scratching against paper broke the silence. Someone was answering. Amidst such bizarre questions, someone had begun to write. The entire class leaned forward, eager to identify the source of this miraculous endeavor. Finally, all eyes turned to the front, where Ding Yangze was writing furiously. A low murmur of astonishment spread through the back rows as classmates began inquiring about Ding Yangze's identity. After 9 years of compulsory education, what made this individual stand out so remarkably? Where there is a hidden dragon, there is also a crouching tiger. Another sound of penmanship punctured the air, harmonizing with Ding Yangze's efforts. The rhythmic scratching of 2 pens resonated clearly in the silent classroom, reminiscent of solitary gunfire on a battlefield strewn with the fallen. The entire class craned their necks, searching for a second answer, only for their gaze to return to the front, where Song had also begun to write. The two were engaged in a frenzied race to complete their answers, and the surrounding students sensed a palpable tension rising. However, their answering spree lasted merely 10 minutes before both ceased their efforts. It seemed they could only tackle a few questions, not the entire exam. Lulu descended from the podium to collect Ding Yangze and Song-hee's papers. Is anyone else answering? A profound silence filled the classroom, and Lulu appeared to have anticipated this, returning to the podium with a smile as she examined the 2 papers. What a coincidence! Song-hee had answered the second and third questions, while Ding Yangze had addressed the first, fourth, and fifth. They had perfectly divided the first 5 questions between them. Lulu's expression turned to one of surprise. Excellent. Now, let's see how accurate their answers are. Both Song-hee and Ding Yangze bore anxious expressions, their gazes fixed intently on Lulu. The entire class's attention was centered on them, like a flock of chickens staring at 2 majestic cranes that had intruded upon their midst. For the first question, Ding Yangze's answer, the off-target effect refers to the unintended cutting of gene sequences outside the intended target when the guide RNA attempts to modify a specific gene. Lulu read aloud. Correct. Ding Yangze received a point. Applause erupted in the classroom. Even if they didn't fully grasp the content, it felt impressive nonetheless. Ding Yangze clenched his fists, eyes locked on Song-hee's neck, his competitive spirit ignited. For the second question, Song-hee's answer, The world's first CRISPR-Cas9 human trial commenced at Sichuan University Huaxi Hospital, targeting lung cancer. Lulu nodded. Correct. Song earns a point. Song he exhaled in relief. He had fortuitously come across this information in a scientific magazine, though his memory had grown hazy. What a close call. Another round of applause erupted, this time even louder. The excitement in the classroom was palpable as the score now stood at 1 point each. For the third question, still Song He's answer. Lulu's face suddenly reflected surprise. This answer has caught me off guard. Chapter 8. Dual Competitions. Dual Awards? Ding Yangze's expression was grave. Song He's answer astonished the teacher. Was it eerily correct or absurdly wrong? Lulu cleared her throat and, under the gaze of the entire class, continued to read Song He's exam paper. The process of applying the open zinc finger nuclease method was rather rigorous. If scientists wish to obtain a tandem of 3 zinc fingers to identify a segment of 9 DNA bases, they must first deconstruct these 9 bases into 3 segments of 3. Consequently, for 3 sequences of 3 bases, 95 zinc fingers were required, and these 95 zinc fingers would be randomly combined to yield 857, 375 combinations, which would then need to be tested for their ability to bind to the target DNA sequence. Thus, it was an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor. Upon concluding her reading, Lulu lifted her gaze, only to find the class engulfed in a collective stupor, their mouths agape. For the first-year students, this answer sounded utterly incomprehensible. Not only was the answer correct, but it was also more detailed than the reference answer. Song, here in another point. Lulu nodded in appreciation. A moment of silence was soon shattered by thunderous applause. Song he felt an influx of resentment points floating before him. Ding Yangze feels threatened by your prowess. Resentment points 100. Chu Zhongqing is disheartened by your strength. Resentment points 50. Li Yuming's confidence is shattered by you. Resentment points 50. Another 200 resentment points added to his tally, bringing his total to 900 points. Suddenly, Song he realized that the little cafeteria card had a rather favorable opinion of him. When he bullied her, the resentment points skyrocketed, while his classmates, whom he barely knew, produced resentment in dozens or even hundreds. Next came 2 questions answered by Ding Yangze. Lulu continued to read. The 4th question concerned epigenetics, which studies influences that do not alter the DNA sequence, yet can persist through generations. Lulu nodded, acknowledging half of the answer as correct, awarding 0. 5 points. The 5th question described a lion chasing a zebra. The slower zebra would be eaten, while the slower lion would starve, thus leading to generations of zebras and lions that ran faster, maintaining the predator-prey relationship. Lulu nodded, deeming acceptable, granting 1 point. In the end, Song he scored 2 points, while Ding Yangze scored 2. 5 points, slightly edging out the competition. Both students exhibited exceptional talent. Lulu cast an admiring glance. The questions were exceedingly challenging, and answering even one correctly indicated potential for joining the biology competition team. The classroom erupted in applause, with countless envious glances directed towards the front row. Song He's demeanor was somber. He was confident in his biological abilities, yet he had not anticipated such a setback. Fortunately, it was not a selection test. Otherwise, he would have missed the opportunity for the competition slot. He suppressed the impulse to glance back at Ding Yangze, wondering how he had become so formidable. Although Ding Yangze had narrowly triumphed, his expression was grim. A mere 0. 5-point difference felt precarious, heavily reliant on luck. A different set of questions might have allowed Song he to claim victory. The grading process seemed too hasty. All questions were worth 1 point regardless of difficulty. Song He's answer about the zinc fingers was profoundly intricate. Had this been a formal examination, such topics would undoubtedly carry more weight, potentially elevating Song He's total score significantly. Ding Yangze warily scrutinized the back of Song He's head. This individual was far from ordinary. Song He and Ding Yangze, please accompany me to the office to receive your mysterious gift valued at 888 yuan, Lulu said with a smile. The rest of you, continue with your self-study. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of their classmates, Song He and Ding Yangze vacated their seats. As they walked, Song Yi noticed a fresh wave of jealousy points floating before him, accumulating to exactly 2,000 points. In the office, upon entering, Song Yi and Ding Yangze could not help but display their astonishment. Other teachers were cramped together in a small office, the space akin to an overcrowded train in India. In stark contrast, Lulu's office was spacious and luxurious, furnished with a large air conditioner and plush sofas, rivaling even the principal's office, truly befitting the queen of biology competitions. Here are your little gifts. Let us see if you like them, Lulu said, opening her desk drawer and retrieving 2 tote bags. Song Yi and Ding Yangze hastily accepted them, discovering that the bags contained several thick volumes of biology problem sets. Our class has only 1 slot for the biology competition team, and the selection test is scheduled for 10 days from now. It will be more challenging than this mock test, so if you wish to participate in the competition, prepare diligently, or you might find yourself unable to answer a single question, Lulu earnestly advised. However, the mark price for these books doesn't even reach 888 yuan. Song Yi remarked, pulling out each book to check the barcodes, which indicated a total of only 355. 50 yuan. Lulu paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Oh, you cheeky rascal. Are you really being picky? With my signature on them. Aren't they worth 888 yuan? Ding Yangze, tense, inquired, teacher, if we finish these books, will we score high on the selection test? Indeed, the selection test will cover material from these books, Lulu confirmed. Ding Yangze, are you planning to pursue the biology competition? Yes, teacher. I have been preparing diligently, completing numerous biology papers during the holidays and studying several past competition papers. Ding Yangze declared, brimming with confidence. I am determined to win an award in the competition. Excellent. Lulu turned her attention to Song Yi. And you, Song Yi? What are your plans? I also wish to pursue the biology competition, Song Yi replied earnestly. Lulu's expression turned surprised. What about the math competition? The class has high hopes for you. I also want to give the math competition a try. I aspire to join both teams. Song Yi replied without hesitation. As the saying goes, children make choices, while adults' expression suddenly shifted. Oh wait, I'm still a minor Song. You might be biting off more than you can chew. Given your proficiency in mathematics, focusing on the math competition might be more suitable, Ding Yangze remarked, his smile stiffening. Ding Yangze was keen for him to join the math team. After all, there was only 1 slot available. If Song Yi joined the biology team, he would be unable to. Lulu sensed the brewing tension between the 2 students. I will remain neutral. Your selection test results will determine who earns the slot. A strong contender will claim this year's opportunity, and it will all be based on scores. I will give my all, teacher. Song Yi replied decisively, exuding an aura of determination. Ding Yangze's expression fluctuated, although he was confident in his biological skills. Song Yi exuded an aura that made him uneasy. If Song Yi focused solely on the math competition, he could easily secure a place on the biology team. But why was Song Yi attempting to pursue both? Did he harbor ambitions of winning awards in both competitions simultaneously? Such audacity seemed absurdly naive. Teacher, if Song Yi participates in both competitions, he will inevitably have to forfeit one. Achieving success in a single competition is already challenging. How could he possibly succeed in both? Ding Yangze urged urgently, casting a warning glare at Song Yi. This would be beneficial for both of us. Otherwise, we would waste a precious slot in our class. Why be so agitated? If you don't make it this time, you can always wait another year. Song Yi teased provocatively. Why should I wait another year? My score will be high. Ding Yangze retorted angrily. Song Yi, don't be so selfish. Ding Yangze is infuriated by your provocation. Resentment points 500. Song Yi was taken aback, then elated. Had a single remark garnered him 500 resentment points? I'm selfish, and you're selfless. Why not give me your slot? Song Yi continued to provoke him. You're going too far, Song. Ding Yangze shouted, his voice rising in anger. Ding Yangze is infuriated by your provocation. Resentment points 1,000. Enough. Both of you are vying for the slot. Let your results speak for themselves. Lulu said, her smile fading as she rapped her desk. Return to your studies. Rather than arguing here, it would be more beneficial to learn a few more points. The two students glared at each other defiantly before simultaneously thanking the teacher and storming out in a huff. The office fell silent once more. Lulu rested her slender hand on her porcelain-like face, lost in thought. A plump female teacher entered, holding a teacup through the doorway. "Teacher Lu, have the students started quarreling in your office?" chuckled Teacher Pang while sipping his tea. Lulu smiled wryly and recounted the events leading up to the altercation. In truth, the duel competition is rather unrealistic. However, Song, he is quite exceptional, and I must admit I have a personal interest. If he successfully qualifies and performs admirably in the biology team, I could persuade him to withdraw from the mathematics team, she remarked with a light laugh. To have him withdraw from the mathematics team would squander a spot in the competition, wouldn't it? The old class teacher would surely be furious. Teacher Pang chuckled in response. Let him be angry. Do I fear him? Lulu scoffed. Last time, when we were selecting the grade director, I lost by just one vote. The old class teacher promised to vote for me, but ended up voting for himself instead. I am quite eager to see his reaction when I manage to snatch away a student he favors. Noticing the sensitivity of the topic, Teacher Pang awkwardly cleared his throat and shifted the conversation. Speaking of dual competitions, it reminds me of Yuanbong. Yuanbong? Lulu asked, puzzled. 5 years ago, our school had a student named Yuanbong who simultaneously competed in both mathematics and biology competitions in his first year. He ultimately won a national award in mathematics and a provincial award in biology, causing quite a stir throughout the school. A meteoric figure. By his second year, Yuanbong was granted direct admission for his master's and doctoral studies at Beijing Institute of Technology. Now, it seems he has signed a lucrative agreement with a military research institute to work on explosives, having shifted his focus to chemistry. Teacher Pang took a sip of his tea. The principal was just lamenting the other day about when the school might produce another Yuanbong. A true prodigy. Lulu, astonished, replied, I had not heard of him during my 4 years at this school. Is there a chance we could see another student achieve dual awards this year? Do you think that Song he could be the one? Teacher Pang inquired. Lulu shook her head with a smile. Fighting on 2 fronts is no easy task. While I may lean toward Song he may not necessarily surpass Ding Yangze. With only a few days left, Song he has to prepare for both mathematics and biology. How could he possibly manage? Does he intend to study without sleep? Chapter 9. I, the All-Night Warrior. At 10 o'clock in the evening, in the boys' dormitory, Song he sat upright at his desk, facing an advanced technology lottery panel. His resentment points had accumulated to 3,500, with at least half contributed by Ding Yangze. Heartfelt thanks to the top contributor, Ding Yangze. It was time for a tenfold draw. Gritting his teeth, Song he spent 1,000 resentment points to activate the lottery wheel. Congratulations, you have obtained a mental calculation capsule 1. Congratulations, you have obtained a mental calculation capsule 1. As the wheel spun, a series of lottery results continuously popped up. Red capsules sprang forth from his palms, and he hastily retrieved a vitamin bottle to store them. One flaw of this system was that the lottery items could not be temporarily stored. They manifested immediately. Moreover, the contents of the lottery pool remained a mystery, adding an element of thrill. What if he drew an interstellar battleship? Wouldn't the dormitory collapse in an instant? However, the highly coveted prizes he feared did not materialize. And soon, 10 mental calculation capsules filled the vitamin bottle. Song he frowned. He had initially thought the mental calculation capsules were extraordinary, yet all he drew were these, akin to the lowest tier consolation prizes. This tenfold draw grants 2 additional draw opportunities. The lottery will continue to spin. Congratulations, you have obtained a mental calculation capsule 1. Congratulations, you have obtained the purchase qualification for the deep sleep capsule, which has been added to the system mall. Song he's eyes brightened. Finally, something different emerged. Perhaps the tenfold draw guaranteed rare prizes? Opening the system mall, he saw a brand new blue capsule next to the bright red mental calculation capsules. Deep sleep capsule 1,000 resentment points capsule. The deep sleep capsule can compress 8 hours of sleep into 1 hour, accelerating the brain's detoxification process during sleep with no significant side effects. However, it should not be overconsumed. 1 capsule before sleeping guarantees a refreshed state after just 1 hour. Excitedly, Song he clenched his fists. Just the other day, He had been worried about insufficient study time, but now with the deep sleep capsule, he could gain an additional 6 or 7 hours each day, allowing him to study through the night. Do not underestimate those 6 or 7 hours. Considering this week's military training, the time truly available for studying was limited. Suddenly gaining several extra hours would double his study time, significantly increasing his chances for the selection exam in 10 days. Swallowing a mental calculation capsule. He opened the biology textbook provided by teacher Lulu, instantly entering a state of concentration. The biology textbook was filled with numerous calculation problems. Most of the calculation questions were relatively simple, such as calculating peptide bonds and protein chains, the number of free amino and carboxyl groups, and molecular weights of proteins. Previously, he would have to work these out manually. Now, with a mere glance, the answer sprang forth, his mental calculation speed so rapid that he hardly perceived the process. There were also more complex calculation problems, primarily involving genetics. Genetic problems appeared chaotic, involving peas, fruit flies, and a frenzy of hybridizations, ethics crumbling into disarray, resembling a surreal film. In the past, similar genetic questions would leave he scratching his head for over 10 minutes, unraveling the relationships before cautiously calculating step by step. Now, with the mental calculation capsule as effects, he was astonished to find a virtual genetic chain emerging spontaneously in his mind. Within mere seconds, the genetic chain rapidly divided, crossed over, and rearranged, displaying different colors, culminating in crystal-clear results. Incredible. Such a mental calculation method exists? Unbelievable. He murmured to himself, feeling as if he had unlocked a new realm. His pen danced across the page like a typewriter, swiftly transcribing complex fractions. Problems that once took over 10 minutes to solve were now compressed to under a minute. Detected biological progress. Level upgraded from bronze 22 to bronze 23. He was elated. He resolved to capitalize on the drug's effects, intensely tackling genetics problems tonight, striving to elevate his biological prowess to bronze 30 or above. Study through the night. Suddenly, the dormitory lights went out, plunging the room into darkness. Startled, he turned to his roommate Yuan Guang across the room. Did the lights explode? Yuan Guang chuckled. What explosion? Just look outside. He gazed out the window to find the opposite dormitory shrouded in darkness. It dawned on him that the school had initiated a power outage. What the heck? Lights out at 10:30. Is high school a place for health preservation? I wanted to study late. He fretted. Was the library still open? Yuan Guang hears your intent to study late. Resentment points 10. Forget it, brother. Why push yourself so hard? Aren't you tired from military training? My legs are about to give out from marching. Yuan Guang yawned. The school enforces lights out at 10:30 to encourage early rising. The dormitory doors are locked, too. You can't go out now. After a brief silence, he abruptly grabbed his exercise book and dashed to the balcony, facing the window. The moon isn't bright enough tonight. He lamented. Where's the bright moonlight before my bed? Yuan Guang notices your attempt to study by moonlight. Resentment points 50. Come on, brother, don't be absurd. Yuan Guang retorted. It's the first day of school, not the eve of the college entrance exam. Do you know which dorm has a nightlight? The battery-operated kind? Even a nightlight 1T do. The dorm supervisor makes rounds at midnight. Any dorm with light gets reported. They're strictly guarding against students studying late. We need to be alert for class the next day. Yuan Guang paused, but if you really want to study what? He perked up. Bribe the dorm supervisor? No. The restroom, Yuan Guang replied. The restroom. This was a public toilet shared by the floor, frequently used by students. It had voice-activated lights that turned on with a stomp, but the lighting was dim and inadequate. Holding his biology problems in a pen, he frowned as he stepped into the restroom. Stinky. It reeked. The floor was littered with urine, resembling a livestock pen. He had to tread carefully to avoid splashing. Upon entering, he spotted a familiar figure standing by the window. The figure turned to glance at him, instantly displaying an angry expression. Ding Yangze. Ding Yangze held a biology book that looked strikingly familiar. He checked the cover of his own biology exercise book. It was the same. Both were the problem sets bestowed by Lulu. Ding Yangze notices you are also studying in the restroom at night. Resentment points 100. I will secure a spot on the biology competition team. Ding Yangze declared coldly, his expression filled with determination. Song chuckled. You want that spot so badly? Call me Dad, and I might consider giving it to you. Ding Yangze feels humiliated. Resentment points 200. I don't need your charity. I will defeat you in the examination hall. Ding Yangze raised his voice, his eyes ablaze with competitive spirit. Don't hold back. You'll regret it. Song, he smirked. Then couldn't he help but laugh. Just kidding. Why would I give up such a precious spot? I simply wanted to trick you into calling me Dad. Ding Yangze believes you are toying with him. Resentment points 300. I'll inform the dorm supervisor about your late-night study session. Song, he suddenly exclaimed. Ding Yangze glared, clearly agitated. How low? Is it not shameful to tell tales? Can't a man be straightforward? Song, he laughed heartily. I'm studying too. Why would I report you? Come on, let us study together. When the exam comes, you'll be convinced. Foolish dream. Ding Yangze nearly shouted. Ding Yangze develops intense hostility towards you. Resentment points 400. Song, he reveled in delight. Ding Yangze is undoubtedly the top contender. His temper is explosive as a powder keg. With just a few words, he has amassed a staggering 1,000 points of resentment. Tonight, purchasing deep sleep capsules feels akin to a gift. Staying up late to study. Do you think you can outlast me? Soon, you shall witness what it truly means to be an all-night warrior. Song He, choosing not to engage further, found a corner, bowed his head, and began to tackle his assignments. Chapter 10. The Showdown. You can't catch up with me in the late-night restroom. A thrilling and intense study competition was underway. Song He and Ding Yangze each occupied a corner, diligently solving biology problems. The motion sensor light above them extinguished every minute, prompting both to kick the wall, creating a sharp sound that reactivated the light. Initially, their rhythm was chaotic, often kicking the wall simultaneously. However, they gradually developed a tacit understanding. Song He would kick once, followed by Ding Yangze, alternating in a remarkably orderly fashion. To an outsider, it might seem as if the two top scholars had agreed to take turns activating the light. Occasionally, a bleary-eyed classmate would enter the restroom, and upon seeing the two engrossed in their books, they couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, their expressions akin to encountering a ghost. Song He noticed a few scattered resentment points appearing before him. Du Yuqing was startled by your late-night study session in the restroom. Resentment points 10. Zhang Liao found your speed in solving problems astonishing and disdainfully assumed you were scribbling. Resentment points 10. Nie Shuwen mistakenly believed the urine on the floor was yours. Resentment points 20. Li Hua, in a daze, mistook you for a ghost and was frightened. Resentment points 80. In Juanji felt insecure due to a certain physical attribute and was too shy to urinate in the presence of others. Resentment points 60. Ling Wen, feeling insecure about an oversized attribute, hesitated to urinate for fear of startling you. Resentment points 50. Absurd. What in the world is this? Song He was left speechless. Time passed unknowingly. Fatigue began to set in, and his eyelids started to droop. Suddenly, his roommate Yuan Guang appeared at the restroom door. Staring at Song He in shock. What on earth, Song He? Are you trying to kill yourself? It's already 1 a.m. Studying at this hour? You'll collapse during military training tomorrow. Song He was taken aback. Was it really that late? Flipping through the exercises in his hand, it seemed time was indeed correct. He had completed over 40 pages. Detected progress in biology, leveling up from bronze level 23 to bronze level 30. The upgrade was gratifying, and his biology progress had met tonight's objectives. Song He turned to look at Ding Yangze, who was also gazing back at him. Both appeared exhausted, their faces resembling those of soldiers thrust onto the battlefield. What time did you study until? Song He inquired. No matter what time you studied until, I'll study for another half hour. Ding Yangze's weary eyes sparkled with determination, a sense of all-nighter in the air. You can pull an all-nighter by yourself. I'm going back to sleep. Song He retorted with a cold smile. Yuan Guang and Song He exited the restroom, navigating the dimly lit corridor filled with snoring sounds. Returning to their dormitory. Brother Song, you can't push yourself too hard. Ding Yangze is just a reckless fool. Yuan Guang remarked as he lay on his bed. I got up to use the restroom and saw your bed empty. It scared me to death. Not pushing anymore. I'm going to sleep soundly. Song He pulled out a blue deep sleep capsule and swallowed it with water. The room fell silent, soon filled with the even breaths of both individuals. 1 hour later, amidst the rhythmic breathing, one sound suddenly altered. In the darkness, Song He sat up and stretched. The system store was indeed trustworthy. The deep sleep capsule worked wonders. Upon opening his eyes, he felt remarkably refreshed, not as if he had merely slept for an hour, but rather as if he had enjoyed a full night's rest. Glancing over at Yuan Guang, who was deeply asleep, Song He smirked. "You keep sleeping. I'm fully charged and ready to dive into my studies." He retrieved his mathematics volume 4, quietly opened the dormitory door, and headed towards the public restroom. Before reaching the restroom door, he heard the sharp sound of shoes kicking the wall. Someone was activating the motion sensor light. Song He was taken aback. Ding Yangze was indeed a fool for still studying at this hour. Was he not afraid of collapsing? Entering the restroom, however, he found the figure in the corner had changed. It was no longer Ding Yangze, but a taller, leaner individual. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to recognize an old acquaintance. "Ning Mo, up early for studying?" Song He greeted. Ning Mo turned, his thick glasses reflecting a flicker of surprise. In his eyes, Song He's mathematics was rather poor, and he was not a worthy opponent. He had come to study mathematics in the early hours primarily to prepare for a selection exam against his rival, Zhang Zhilei. However, encountering Song He in the restroom at this hour was unexpected, stirring a faint sense of camaraderie, akin to mutual recognition. "You're also here to study?" Ning Mo gestured toward the mathematics textbook in Song He's hands. "Just can't sleep, so I'm browsing a bit," Song He replied with a smile, lowering his head to flip through the pages of the mathematics book while discreetly swallowing a mental calculation capsule. The two fell silent, standing at their respective corners. Engrossed in solving problems, their postures reminiscent of a ants game. Occasionally, classmates entering the restroom to relieve themselves were startled, and Song He racked up a string of resentment points. After a while, Song He suddenly recalled something and turned to inquire, "Ning Mo, you're quite adept at mathematics. What topic are you currently studying?" "I just started learning Kramer's rule," Ning Mo replied absent-mindedly, his face showing signs of fatigue, likely due to waking up too early. "What on earth is Kramer's rule?" Song He was bewildered. Was there such a thing in high school mathematics? "I completed high school mathematics during the break. Kramer's rule is a university-level topic, linear algebra published by Tongji University," Ning Mo mumbled, feeling drowsy. Linear algebra is relatively straightforward. It's covered in competition problems. I plan to finish it before the selection exam. Perhaps I can score an extra 10 points. Ning Mo laid his cards on the table, revealing his study progress without reservation. After all, Song He was no threat. He didn't need to be on guard. Furthermore, Ning Mo felt a twinge of sympathy for Song He. It was clear he had no chance of qualifying, yet was still burning the midnight oil for mathematics. A desperate struggle. By revealing his strength, he hoped Song He would recognize the reality and return to sleep instead. This could be seen as a kind of mercy from the strong to the weak, right? "Though I am strong, I should still be a good person." Ning Mo muset inwardly. "Wow, you're learning so quickly." Song He was genuinely taken aback. Competition problems even encompassed advanced calculus. "Have you learned that as well?" "No time left before the selection exam. I can only thoroughly grasp linear algebra. I'll tackle advanced calculus once I'm in the competition team." Ning Mo yawned. "Aren't you going to head back to sleep?" "I can't. You've already tackled university mathematics, and I'm still fumbling through high school math. I need to catch up." Song He chuckled. "UNT catch up? It's better to rest early and compete again next year." Ning Mo smiled. "Though your math level doesn't match mine, you stand out among your peers. If you work hard for a year, you might have a shot at a provincial award next year. By then, I should have already won an award and can tutor you. After all, we're classmates." "That would be great. What if I win an award first this year? Then I'll tutor you next year." Song He nodded earnestly. Ning Mo chuckled as he left the restroom, taking Song He's words as a jest. Only Song He remained in the restroom, taking a deep breath and pulling out 3 mental calculation capsules from his pocket. Before the selection exam, he must surpass Ning Mo's progress. At the very least, he needed to swiftly complete high school mathematics, then speed through linear algebra, and ideally study advanced calculus to ensure his spot was secure. Time was of the essence, and he could only resort to medication. Couldn't mental calculation capsules be stacked? Let us see how effective it is. Song gathered some saliva and quickly swallowed the 3 capsules. Boom! A sudden explosion echoed in his mind. Wow, stacking them is so powerful. Song's expression twisted. Chapter 11. Exhausted yet unyielding, a refreshing chill surged through Ding Yangze's mind, invigorating him as if his very soul had been liberated. As Song gazed down at his mathematics textbook, he felt a remarkable surge of mental clarity. Formulas and numbers danced before his eyes, igniting flashes of inspiration in his mind, each spark representing a wealth of knowledge and answers to problems. The sudden acceleration of his mental calculations rendered the textbook's content deceptively simple, akin to revisiting elementary math, where complexity had diminished. His hands hastened to turn the pages, his eyes scanning like a high-speed scanner, processing new information in less than a minute per page. As he flipped through, notifications of progress illuminated his screen. Detected improvement in mathematics. Leveled up from bronze level 07 to bronze level 08. The accolades continued to flow, culminating in his ascent to bronze level 13. Time slipped away like grains of sand, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Abruptly, he shuddered. The effects of the stimulant began to wane, and the once vibrant numbers in his mind dimmed, as though a city plunged into darkness after a power outage. Outside, the dawn broke with a dreary light. Exhausted, he exhaled deeply, yet his heart brimmed with joy. He had triumphed over Ding Yangze and Ning Mo, steadfastly enduring the night alone in the restroom, achieving a solitary victory. As he flipped to the end of his mathematics textbook, he realized he had nearly completed it, with only a few pages remaining. The results were astounding. His mathematics proficiency had surged from bronze level 07 to bronze level 13 in mere hours. In disbelief, he muttered to himself, wiping the sweat from his brow. The excitement of the moment had clouded his awareness, but now, with clarity, he understood the magnitude of his accomplishment. In just half a night, he had self-studied most of a mathematics textbook, a feat that could only be described as miraculous. However, the effects of the stimulant brought with them a fierce hunger and a wave of dizziness and stomach pain. The sudden adverse reactions struck him like a blow. He felt weak, truly weak. Yet, it was too early for the school cafeteria to open, leaving him to lament the lack of food in the restroom. The following night, at 10:30, entered the restroom clutching a biology exam paper. True to form, Ding Yangze was already in the corner, diligently working through problems. "What time are you studying until tonight, old Ding?" He provocatively inquired. "Half an hour longer than you," Ding Yangze replied, his gaze icy and his expression fierce. After a brief exchange, he resumed his studies, their synchronized sounds echoing in the dimly lit restroom. At 1 a.m., he snapped his biology book shut. Detected improvement in biology. Leveled up from bronze level 30 to bronze level 35. He turned to see Ding Yangze, who looked weary and unsteady, fighting off fatigue. Despite his exhaustion, he attempted to maintain an air of determination, like a beast baring its teeth in defiance. "Come on, old Ding, look at my radiant complexion. The floor is a mess, and you could use a mirror to see those dark circles under your eyes." He taunted before departing. After a while, Ding Yangze sank to the floor, panting. Why does he look so vibrant? Is he consuming some sort of tonic? He resolved to push through for a few more days, determined to outshine in the biology competition and prove himself the true king of biology. At 5 a.m., Ning Mo, barely able to keep his eyes open, packed away his math competition papers, announcing his retreat. "Go sleep. Military training is exhausting," he acknowledged. As Ning Mo left, he couldn't help but wonder why appeared so alert despite their shared late nights. On the 4th day, at 1 a.m., the banter resumed in the restroom. "Old Ding, you're running on empty. Keep this up, and you won't be able to perform. Stop with the nonsense and go to bed. I'm determined to study for another half hour and secure my spot on the biology team. Think you can last longer? If I stay up half an hour longer, how will you respond? If you stay up half an hour longer, I'll stay up an hour longer. I've got stamina to spare." At 4:30 a.m., Ding Yangze, on the verge of collapse, conceded. "I'm going back to sleep, and you should too. Sweet dreams." "Ning. Hey, aren't you tired?" Ning Mo paused at the restroom door, unable to contain his curiosity. Tired? Of course. I'm just exceptionally energized. Song he replied with a smile, exuding vitality. On the fifth day, at 10 a.m., the sun blazed overhead. The sound of the instructor's whistle echoed across the training ground, where a battalion of cadets marched in unison. In a corner, the instructor of Class 2 called out, "That was excellent. Take a 5-minute break." The moment the formation was dismissed, students collapsed onto the ground, groaning in fatigue. Song he lay back on the field, holding a math exam paper, using his fingernail to mark his answers. In the distance, Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei exchanged glances, questioning Song He's study habits. Is he genuinely studying, or is it all a fade? Zhang Zhilei mused skeptically. I fear it is true learning. He has been burning the midnight oil in the restroom for the past few days, diligently solving problems. Ning Mo's expression is grave. Although his current mathematical prowess does not match ours, with such an intense dedication to his studies, he may very well catch up to us in a few months. He has been studying in the restroom overnight. Zhang Zhilei is somewhat taken aback. How do you know? Because I too have been studying late into the night in the restroom. Ning Mo smiles. Shameless. Secretly studying behind my back. Zhang Zhilei glares. Until what hour did you two stay up? I studied from 2 in the morning until 5, yet each time I left, Song he was still at it. Ning Mo's smile fades, as if recalling an unpleasant experience. I cannot keep up with him. I've tried to persevere a bit longer, but I simply cannot endure it. You and Song here studying late into the night? From 2 in the morning until 5? Ding Yangze, who had been lying nearby, suddenly sits up, his eyes wide with disbelief, exclaiming this is impossible. Chapter 12. Approaching Science, is it truly impossible to film 10 episodes? Tonight, I studied late into the night from 2 to 5 in the restroom. If you happen to visit the restroom at night, you might encounter me, and most likely, Song he will be there too. Ning Mo felt a hint of pride, believing that his diligence had impressed his classmates. I also studied late in the restroom. I was there from 10:30 until 1:30. Ding Yangze exclaimed, wide-eyed. When I was studying, Song he was also there. Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo were momentarily stunned. The atmosphere suddenly turned peculiar. What? Zhang Zhilei doubted her hearing. What time did you say? I studied in the public restroom of the dormitory from 10:30 until 1:30. Ding Yangze insisted. Song he was there for half an hour less, from 10:30 until 1. Was it like this for the past few days? Ning Mo was bewildered. Yes, it's been 4 consecutive days. Ding Yangze replied, incredulous. No way, that's impossible. Are you joking? Ning Mo was utterly confused. From 10:30 to 1, Song he was studying in the restroom, and from 2 to 5 he was with me? What kind of creature is Song he? Zhang Zhilei, standing nearby, was equally baffled. Disbelief etched on her face. Ridiculous. How could Song he stay up both halves of the night? 1 all-nighter is one thing, but 4? Is he an alien? She glanced suspiciously at Song he in the distance. There must be a trick. He looks healthier than both of you combined, with no dark circles under his eyes, as if he is well-rested. Meanwhile, both of you look pale and drained. Are you two conspiring to deceive me? The 3 exchanged glances, a trust crisis erupting. I don't believe it. Ning Mo suddenly fixed a piercing gaze on Ding Yangze. Are you messing with me? If you don't believe me, then I don't believe you. Old Ning, are you trying to fool me? Ding Yangze shot back, eyes wide. Ning Mo and Ding Yangze locked eyes, both filled with the telltale signs of sleep deprivation. On the 5th day, night fell. Song he, as always, casually entered the restroom with his biology exam questions. To his surprise, both Ding Yangze and Ning Mo were present. Song he raised an eyebrow, wondering if he had entered the restroom incorrectly today. Why was the script deviating from the previous days? Ning Mo, weren't you supposed to be absent during the latter half of the night? Have you changed your habits? Ding Yangze turned to Ning Mo, wearing an expression that seemed to say, didn't I tell you? Ning Mo stood there, dumbfounded, having thought this was just Ding Yangze's joke. He never expected to see Song he walk in with biology papers at 10:30. This scene was utterly shocking, almost surreal, but soon, doubt crept back into Ning Mo's eyes. Could it be that Ding Yangze and Song he conspired to prank me, with Song he deliberately changing his study time today? Ning Mo scrutinized Ding Yangze suspiciously, who returned the gaze with equal suspicion, silently thinking, Song he clearly comes at this time to study. I watch him arrive and leave every day. How could he possibly be here in the latter half of the night? Unbeknownst to them, both Ning Mo and Ding Yangze shared the same resolve. We're not leaving tonight. We'll stay right here and see if Song he can truly study all night. Oblivious to the two competitors plotting against him, Song he spread out his biology exam questions and quickly became engrossed in his studies. As flashes of inspiration coursed through his mind, Ning Mo and Ding Yangze retrieved their own study materials, silently writing away. Time ticked by. The three soon developed a tacit agreement to kick the wall in turns to activate the motion sensor lights. Occasionally, other students entering the restroom noticed the growing number of people studying and could not help but feel a surge of resentment. Really? Studying in the restroom at night when it's not enough to study in the classroom during the day? At this rate, the restroom is going to turn into a study hall. Students gritted their teeth in anger, while Song he observed a stream of grievances accumulating in his mind. Finally, at 1 o'clock in the morning, Song he snapped his biology book shut, detected progress in biology, leveling up from bronze level 45 to bronze level 50. Song he frowned slightly. His progress felt rather sluggish. His goal was to elevate his biology rank to silver before the selection exam, while also pushing his mathematics score above bronze level 80 to enter the examination room with confidence and a sense of freedom. However, upon checking the battle power rankings, the outlook was not promising. Biology, bronze level 50, mathematics, bronze level 36, other subjects remained stagnant at the iron rank. He turned his gaze to his two opponents in the corner. Ding Yangze and Ning Mo were both bloodshot-eyed, looking considerably thinner than just a few days prior, bearing the unmistakable signs of exhaustion. Their breathing was heavy as they struggled to meet Song He's gaze, displaying a fierce resilience. Ding, if you sleep at 1:30 and wake up at 6, you might end up in intensive care, drinking millet porridge. Don't let an ambulance take you away before the exam. Song he teased, accustomed to his jests. Old Ning, I'm heading back to sleep. You should rest early too. He kindly nodded at Ning Mo. With that, Song he turned and left, yawning as he returned to his dormitory. In the restroom, Ding Yangze and Ning Mo exchanged a glance, their expressions complex. This was the routine every night. He would leave after a few jabs at us and head off to sleep. Ding Yangze raised 3 fingers. If I lie even once, I'll end up in intensive care drinking millet porridge. But he'll be back at 2 to study mathematics. I'm not lying otherwise. My whole family will join you for millet porridge. Ning Mo raised 3 fingers, swearing an oath. The two exchanged doubtful glances before lowering their heads to continue studying. So far, they found it hard to believe that Song he could truly study all night. It was absurd enough to warrant at least 10 episodes of Approaching Science. Half an hour passed swiftly. Ding Yangze suddenly staggered, clearly reaching his limit. The previous nights, he had retreated to sleep at this hour. Now, he was pushing his endurance to the brink. If human energy were measured, he had exhausted his stamina and was on the verge of collapse. Yet, stubborn Ding Yangze pressed on, pinching his thigh to stay alert. Damn it, just hold on for another half an hour to uncover the truth. I refuse to believe Song he can actually pull an all-nighter. At that moment, Ning Mo suddenly squatted down, leaning against the wall. Damn, my stomach hurts from staying up. Ding Yangze's legs trembled, and he too crouched down. Shall we head back to the dormitory to grab some chairs? Great idea. Ning Mo slapped his thigh. If we have chairs, why suffer standing up? The two left the restroom, heading towards their dormitory, only to return 2 minutes later with 2 small chairs, placing them by the window and sinking down in exhaustion. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Song he entered the restroom, invigorated and determined, clutching his mathematics textbook. This was the last mathematics elective textbook, and he anticipated completing it tonight, thereby concluding all high school mathematics. This would undoubtedly be a thrilling victory. Mastering high school mathematics, with only one more book, linear algebra, to go before he could catch up to Ning Mo, significantly increasing his chances of success. Upon entering the restroom, Song he paused. 2 chairs were placed on the windowsill, and Ning Mo and Ding Yangze were leaning against each other, sound asleep, their expressions peaceful. Song, he was perplexed. What is this? Why sleep in a stinky restroom when there are perfectly good beds in the dormitory? Is this some peculiar habit? Shaking his head, Song, he opened his mathematics textbook and popped 3 mental calculation capsules into his mouth. Excitement and determination surged in his eyes as he gripped his pen tightly, veins bulging. High school mathematics. Tonight shall be your demise. Chapter 13. The thrilling 10 consecutive draws, the voice-activated light extinguished. Song, he engulfed in solitude, repeatedly kicked the wall. The sound of his kicks jolted Ding Yangze awake. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately caught sight of a familiar figure in the corner. Engrossed in a book, Song, he truly returned to study again. Ding Yangze's drowsiness vanished in an instant, and he rubbed his eyes vigorously. When he opened them again, Song, he was still there. The scene was indeed chilling, prompting Ding Yangze to twist his thigh to confirm he was not dreaming. Ning Mo cried out in pain, awakening abruptly. Who pinched my leg? He was left speechless, mouth agape, eyes fixated on the opposite side. His pupils dilated in disbelief as he stood up. Yes, really back. How is this even possible? Ding Yangze and Ning Mo exchanged glances, each recognizing the fear in the other's eyes. Encountering Song, he in the restroom felt akin to meeting a ghost. They both believed that it was impossible for him to appear again tonight. Seeing him now was akin to summoning a spirit in ants. The intensity of their studies was escalating. Could it be that the Song he before them was not a living being? At that moment, an abrupt system notification flashed in Song he's vision. Ding Yangze is startled by your appearance. His worldview shattered. Resentment points 500. Ning Mo suspects you are an unclean entity. Resentment points 700. Ding Yangze previously thought he had studied long enough, but suddenly reversed his belief, exclaiming his carelessness. Resentment points 900. Ning Mo's thoughts became chaotic as he recalled various campus horror legends. Resentment points 1,000. Startled, Song, he turned to regard the two by the window, who were evidently frozen in shock, not moving a muscle, their eyelids not even blinking. In the past few days, Song, he had been intensely studying, purchasing numerous mental calculation capsules and deep sleep capsules from the system store, depleting his resentment points to a mere 1,000. He had been fretting over how to acquire more resentment points to ensure he had ample resources for battle. Now, he opened the system panel to witness an unprecedented surge in resentment points. 4,000, 4,500, 5,000. Overjoyed, Song, he watched as his resentment points climbed to 5,000. Just enough to procure all the deep sleep capsules needed before the selection exam. Thank you, my dear brothers, for this carnival. Ning Mo, do you study like this every day? Ning Mo mustered the courage to inquire. You study half the night, sleep for an hour, and then return for the second half? Indeed, Song, he replied succinctly. Aren't you tired? Ding Yangze exclaimed, his voice laced with agitation. You claim to go back to sleep, yet after I return to the dormitory, you come back to study. What a liar. Old Ding, you can't slander me like that. I genuinely went back to sleep for an hour. When I say I'm going to sleep, it doesn't mean I'm going into a deep slumber. I wake up and come back to study. Song, he responded, bewildered. Only an hour of sleep? Ning Mo asked, astonished, his eyes slightly glazed. You sleep just 1 hour every day? Are you an alien? Do you not need sleep to survive? I am known as the Night Battle God, a title not earned in vain. Song, he scoffed. At your age, how can you even sleep? Without real skills. Do you still aspire to join the competition team? Do you think I'm not tired? Indeed, I'm not. The moment I see a problem, I become invigorated. Song, he grinned mischievously. No, regardless of your willpower, you must adhere to the laws of nature. Ning Mo exclaimed, exasperated. I do comply. Song, he feigned innocence. Comply with what? What human sleeps? Just an hour daily and isn't exhausted. Ning Mo was on the verge of a breakdown, clutching his head. The ADRB1 gene, carried by 1 in 25,000 individuals, is a rare mutation that has sleep duration, and in a state of wakefulness, they exhibit heightened excitement. The December 2nd gene, a naturally occurring mutation, allows for a reduction of sleep by an hour and a half. Song, he dismissed it with a laugh, stating that the distribution of the ABCC9 gene is more common, and while many possess it, Its expression can vary sleep duration. Have you mutated? Ning Mo was left dumbfounded. I have evolved, Song He smiled. I am indeed the night battle god, a title not earned in vain. Ning Mo and Ding Yangze were completely taken aback, struggling to find their voices for a long moment. It became evident that there were no miracles in this world, merely the realization of one's own ignorance. Observing Song He's vibrant demeanor, it seemed he truly was the chosen one. The presence of this individual was undoubtedly a tremendous shock to their worldviews. Both Ning Mo and Ding Yangze felt as though their years of life experience were upended, and the phrase living long enough to witness the extraordinary emerged in their minds. Song He lowered his head to continue studying, a slight smile playing on his lips. The workings of the deep sleep capsules piqued his curiosity, prompting him to visit the school library a few days prior to research short sleep. The only clue he found was the aforementioned short sleep gene. While the deep sleep capsules might not operate on the same principle, it sufficed to pacify his classmates. Song He did not wish to be seen as a monster. There would be plenty of nights of studying ahead, and he needed a scientifically sound explanation to avoid becoming a target of public scrutiny. Ding Yangze feels fear regarding your potential. Resentment points 500. Ning Mo regards you as a terrifying adversary. Resentment points 500. Song He looked up to find that the two top students had already moved their chairs away from the restroom, evidently aware they could not endure, and decisively retreated to sleep. His resentment points had accumulated to 6,000, a hint of sudden wealth. In the coming days, with a little more effort, he could purchase both mental calculation capsules and deep sleep capsules before the selection exam, and perhaps still have some surplus. With his newfound resources, he thought, why not indulge in a thrilling 10 consecutive draws? With a firm resolve, he spent 1,000 resentment points, initiating the high-tech lottery wheel. Congratulations! You have obtained a mental calculation capsule 1. Congratulations! You have obtained a mental calculation capsule 1. As expected, the lowest-tier mental calculation capsules appeared again. However, it was not a loss. Each 10 consecutive draws included 2 bonus draws, meaning even if he received only mental calculation capsules, he effectively acquired 12 capsules for 1,000 resentment points, a modest discount compared to purchasing them individually at the system store. Particularly, the demand for mental calculation capsules was steadily increasing for Song He. He consumed them like candy while solving problems. Though low-tier and inexpensive, they were essential supplies. Soon, the results of the first 10 draws were revealed. 10 mental calculation capsules, which he pocketed for later use. The subsequent bonus draw segment was where the real excitement lay. This 10 consecutive draw has granted 2 bonus draw opportunities. The lottery will continue to spin. Congratulations, you have obtained a brain neuron growth-promoting capsule 1. Congratulations, you have obtained a combat power detector purchase qualification, now available in the system store. Wow, the drop rate is genuinely high. Song He exclaimed in delight, unexpectedly receiving 2 new items. In his palm, he held a golden capsule, and as he focused his gaze, the system notification appeared. Rare item, brain neuron growth promoting capsule. Price, purchase permissions not yet available. Effect, after consumption, it promotes the generation of more dendrites and axons in brain neurons, slightly reducing energy expenditure during thought processes, marginally increasing thinking speed, slightly delaying brain aging, and slightly enhancing intelligence. Song He seriously suspected the system was a pharmaceutical vendor, as the items provided were variously colored capsules. Nevertheless, the quality of these medicines was astonishingly advanced, pure black technology. As he consumed the golden capsule in hand, he couldn't help but fantasize if he were to establish a pharmaceutical company in the future and reverse engineer the drugs provided by the system. Even replicating the most basic mental calculation capsule could potentially rival giants like Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson. With just this single capsule, becoming a dominant force in the global pharmaceutical industry would not be far-fetched. He opened the system store to check the other lottery prize, the combat power detector. As the system introduction emerged, Song He's gaze became captivating. This item arrived with impeccable timing, though its price is somewhat disconcerting. Chapter 14. Yuan Guang Seeks Rain, Combat Power Detector. 1000 grudge value use. The combat power detector can measure an individual's current combat power in a specific discipline. But one must note that the combat power level is an estimated composite value. Actual results may vary in examinations due to different questions. Thus, the combat power level is for reference only. Indeed, these devices are remarkable. To discern the strength of an opponent, a simple measurement suffices. However, they come at an exorbitant price, 1,000 per use. The most frustrating aspect is that the combat power value cannot be measured just once. Opponents continually learn and upgrade. It is entirely possible that an opponent might appear slightly weaker today, only to experience a sudden surge in strength by tomorrow. Consequently, repeated measurements become necessary, leading to increasingly outrageous expenses. The following morning, on the playground, precious moments of respite are squandered as a group of students languish in the sun, nearly melting under its intensity. In a corner, 3 students huddle together, whispering conspiratorially. Old Ding, you two are going too far. I'm not a fool. Why are you trying to deceive me? Zhang Zhilei rolled her eyes. How could Song He possibly pull an all-nighter? He is no monster. Really? We witnessed it with our own eyes. Song He studied all night. Ning Mo exclaimed, clearly agitated. He said he evolved and has some short-sleep gene. I swear, if I'm lying, may lightning strike us both. Ding Yangze asserted passionately. Zhang Zhilei shifted uneasily, glancing up at the sky. Seeing the clear blue, she sighed in relief. Why don't you believe me? If only the school allowed phones, I could have recorded a video to prove it. Ning Mo gritted his teeth. Zhang Zhilei scoffed, her smile dripping with sarcasm. He evolved? Evolve into what? A sleepless immortal? Who could possibly believe that? A rational person wouldn't by such nonsense. Have you two stayed up so late that you're hallucinating? I think you two are just terrified of Song He. You talked a big game about securing a spot on the competition team, but now you're feeling insecure about competing against him, so you're fabricating legends. Zhang Zhilei taunted. Ding Yangze and Ning Mo exchanged glances, sighing in unison, their expressions filled with helplessness. It's no wonder Zhang Zhilei didn't believe them. Had it not been for their first-hand experience the previous night, they would have been skeptical too. The notion of an all-night study god sounded like an absurd joke at first. Yet, having witnessed the existence of this so-called all-night study god, they found little humor in it, particularly when this study god was their adversary, set to clash in a few days. The pressure was mounting. Old Zhang, we were merely recounting how hard Song He studied overnight. It doesn't mean we're giving up. Ning Mo's demeanor turned serious. Although Song He's overnight studying is intimidating, there are still 4 days until the selection exam. I've already tackled university-level mathematics, and he hasn't even mastered high school math. There's no way he'll secure a spot on the math competition team. In mathematics, only you, Zhang Zhilei, stand as my rival, Ding Yangze declared dismissively. As for the biology competition team, he won't make the cut either. If Song He were to focus solely on biology, he might catch up to me. However, he's trying to juggle both subjects, effectively making it 2 against 1. What could he possibly do to win? Ding Yangze scoffed. Over these past few days, I've studied biology for half an hour longer than he has each night. He has been mocking me. But once I secure my spot on the competition team, I'll return the favor. Ning Mo and Ding Yangze exchanged determined glances, and following their statements, the shadows of Song He's overnight studying began to dissipate, their fighting spirit rejuvenated. Song He made a critical mistake by choosing his subjects. Mathematics was the wrong choice for him. Old Ning and I can easily outclass him. He chose both mathematics and biology. What a blunder. Zhang Zhilei nodded confidently, disregarding the so-called all-night study god. Together, the 3 of us will crush him, and in 4 days at the selection exam, he will have wasted his efforts. The trio shared a knowing smile, as if victory was already assured. In the distance, Song He sat beneath a tree, accessing his combat power ranking to assess his own strength. Biology, bronze level 50, mathematics, bronze level 39. He opened the system marketplace, stared at the combat power detector for a moment, then gritted his teeth and made the purchase. A virtual handgun materialized in his hand, seemingly visible only to him. The handgun featured academic options, and Song He first selected biology before aiming at Ding Yangze in the distance. Pulling the trigger, Ding Yangze, Biology Bronze Level 48. Furrowing his brow, Song he noted that Ding Yangze posed a considerable challenge, being only 2 levels below him. This level difference was precarious. Similar to the previous mock exam, if the questions were particularly tricky, the outcome remained uncertain, heavily reliant on luck. He opened the system marketplace once more, resolutely purchasing 2 additional combat power detectors. Armed with dual handguns, he set them to mathematics mode, targeting Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo, firing both simultaneously. Zhang Zhilei, Mathematics Bronze Level 44. Ning Mo, Mathematics Bronze Level 43. Truly, they were both mathematical prodigies, their levels exceeding his own. Yet, their advantage was limited, falling short by less than 5 levels. Once he mastered linear algebra, he would surely catch up. Taking a deep breath, Song he resolved to push himself in the days ahead. The level disparities among his 3 opponents were minimal. A few hours of diligent study could turn the tide, and he must not allow himself to slacken in the least. Suddenly, the sunlight vanished, prompting the exhausted students sprawled on the ground to look up. Leaden gray clouds rolled in from all directions, thick and laden with moisture. Yuan Guang suddenly rose, kneeling with his knees together, hands clasped in prayer, bowing reverently to the sky, murmuring incantations. Laughter erupted among the surrounding students. Yuan Guang, are you trying to summon rain? Haha, what are you doing, Yuan Guang? The weather forecast said, no rain today. Stop fooling around. This is hilarious. If you actually succeed in summoning rain, Yuan Guang, you might as well sacrifice your lifespan. Go for it, Yuan Guang. If you succeed, all the freshmen will be spared from military training. We'll each lend you a day of our lifespan. Song he couldn't help but chuckle, his roommate always engaged in such whimsical antics. Suddenly, a few students, still laughing, froze, gazing skyward with their hands cupped as if to catch water. Soon after, white strands of rain cascaded down, igniting a wave of excitement among the military training students on the playground. Holy cow, it's really raining. Yuan Guang, you're amazing. Yuan Guang, the great priest. Yuan Guang, you're incredible. Forget school and head to the northwest to combat drought. Then the loudspeaker crackled to life, announcing military training is suspended. All students return to the classroom. Shortly, the instructors will screen a war film for each class. A thunderous cheer erupted, and students flooded towards the teaching building, elated. However, Song he turned his gaze towards the distant library building. As the rain poured, the library's white walls gradually darkened, resembling a structure in a game that had finished loading. 10 minutes later, in the school library. Each floor of the library bore the same layout. Bookshelves lined the east side, while the west side was filled with long tables for student study. Song he found an empty table by the window and placed the 2 books he had just borrowed on the surface. College entrance examination mathematics past papers and linear algebra. He pulled out a chair and sat down, placing his backpack on the adjacent chair. The backpack was stuffed full, containing an array of snacks and drinks. With his military training uniform at the bottom, freshly changed after returning to the dormitory. At this moment, all the freshmen were in classrooms watching movies, while Song had stealthily slipped away to the library, having changed into his school uniform to avoid suspicion. Thankfully, the uniforms from grades 1 through 3 were identical, making him inconspicuous among the crowd. Several tables nearby were occupied by students studying, the majority of whom appeared to be seniors. The seniors were easily identifiable, their hair disheveled, and their faces marked by the fatigue and dark circles that came from sleepless nights of studying, creating a scene reminiscent of zombies in a meeting. Amidst this, Song he, with his rosy complexion, stood out as the sole lively figure, akin to a scholar from a classic tale who had unwittingly wandered into a lair of spirits. Suddenly, a figure sat down opposite him. Song he glanced up momentarily, nearly losing consciousness. Chapter 15. The Math Exam for the College Entrance Examination. Before him sat a senior with cascading long hair, undeniably the epitome of beauty, her visage exquisitely resembling that of a model. Her cheeks as delicate and porcelain-like as a doll. Perhaps feeling the heat, she unzipped her school uniform jacket, revealing a pristine low-cut tank top beneath. Though her attire was seemingly ordinary, the senior's ample figure rendered it anything but. Her curves resembled majestic mountains, the tank top stretched to its limits. As she rummaged through a set of math papers, the motion caused a delightful tremor, captivating the attention of Song Hee, who was momentarily rendered speechless. As a young man brimming with vitality, encountering such a scene caused his thoughts to scatter, leaving his mind blank. After a few seconds, rationality returned, and he abruptly regained his composure. No, this was disrupting his focus. The Buddha teaches, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. The Buddha also states, all phenomena are illusory. If one perceives forms as non-forms, one sees the Tathagata. Thus, with a newfound effort to remain calm, Song Hee quickly retrieved a mental calculation capsule from his pocket and opened the college entrance examination mathematics real questions to divert his attention. Upon glancing at the problems, a wave of surprise washed over him. He never anticipated that just days into his new academic journey, he would already be capable of tackling college entrance examination papers. Without the aid of the numerous capsules provided by the system, it would have taken him at least a year of diligent study to reach this level of proficiency. Finding a sheet of draft paper, he instantly entered the zone, swiftly scribbling down answers. The effects of the capsule surged forth, and his mind crackled with vigor. A tempest of numbers flashing before him like brilliant lightning, swiftly condensing into steaming answers. In just 8 minutes, he completed the multiple-choice questions. In 4 minutes, he finished the fill-in-the-blank section, detected a mathematical improvement, leveling up from bronze 39 to bronze 40. As Song Hee became increasingly immersed in the challenge, his speed surged to an almost frenzied pace. While an ordinary student would require 30 to 40 minutes to complete the math exam's multiple choice and fill in the blank sections, he accomplished it in merely 1/3 of that time. The bulk of that time was consumed by the last 1 or 2 fill-in-the-blank questions, as the rest were resolved with a mere glance, akin to firing a bullet with precision. However, as he approached the major problems, his pace slowed. The problem-solving strategies were evident, yet the steps required for the larger math problems were crucial, demanding meticulous attention to ensure every point was secured, leading to a significant portion of his time being devoted to writing. With his right hand moving in a blur, his pen flowed across the draft paper like a machine gun, unleashing a torrent of processes onto the page with overwhelming force. Reflecting on the countless nights spent in despair over math problems, Song Hee felt a surge of exhilaration. How the tables had turned. Math problems, today, you would face your reckoning. With each solved problem, the remaining questions dwindled. The initial major problems fell swiftly, and he soon found himself confronting the last 2, the most challenging of the set. His hand began to cramp slightly, yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on, maintaining his rapid pace. Quickly. The final 2 problems were notorious for their complexity, laden with calculations, convoluted steps, and deceptive traps. They held the potential to separate the cream of the crop from the ordinary in a real college entrance examination. For the first time, Song Hee paused to ponder, intently focused on the problem statement, lost in thought. This sensation was akin to a lightning raid, where troops charged through the plains, only to halt before an imposing fortress. Seeking a way in, he found it. Renewing his assault, he began to write with a rainstorm-esque fervor. Although his speed was not as relentless as before, he persevered, eventually completing the final line. The first math exam for the college entrance examination was finished. Total time, 1 hour and 14 minutes. Detected a mathematical improvement, leveling up from bronze 40 to bronze 41. Song Hee was taken aback. Completing just 1 exam had propelled him 2 levels. Was the college entrance examination paper a lavish experience package for leveling up? He proceeded to check his answers against the correct ones. Regrettably, he had not achieved a perfect score nor exceeded 140 points, settling for a mere 135. This was particularly disheartening, as this paper was from a local examination, considered easier among its peers. Failing to score higher was simply unacceptable. Could it be that I'm this mediocre? Song Hee furrowed his brow in disbelief. After swiftly correcting his mistakes and noting where he faltered, he pulled out a second college entrance mathematics paper, consuming a few more mental calculation capsules, ready for battle. As he dove into the next set of problems, several senior students nearby began to take notice, whispering among themselves. Wow, look at that guy. He is tackling those problems with such fervor. His hand speed is incredible. Is he writing a liberal arts exam or something? No way. Is he actually writing math? Unbelievable. His speed is so fast. It's like he hardly needs to think. Their envy was palpable. If only they could achieve such prowess in mathematics. Their futures would be secure. As Song He continued undeterred, he felt a few fleeting traces of resentment from the nearby seniors, though they were minor. They regarded him as a peer, but had they known he was merely a freshman, their jealousy would likely have skyrocketed. Ignoring the envious glances, he pressed on and ultimately completed the second exam in 1 hour and 12 minutes. Time slightly reduced. Upon grading his answers, his score edged up to 137, still failing to surpass the 140-point mark. He had successfully solved the difficult questions, yet the deductions stemmed from minor oversights. In a real examination setting, with over an hour left for review, he was confident he could catch those errors. However, rather than dwelling on corrections, he hoped that through rigorous practice, he could ensure a score exceeding 140 on the first attempt, ideally achieving a perfect 150. Regrettably, upon finishing this exam, the system did not indicate any further mathematical upgrades. It appeared that the college entrance examination papers were not the luxurious experience packages he had hoped for. Perhaps the first paper's unique bonuses had contributed to his rapid leveling. Determined to learn from his completed papers, he set them aside to study linear algebra. Though further attempts at the college entrance examination papers might not yield additional upgrades, the new content from studying linear algebra would undoubtedly enhance his skills. Suddenly, a soft, plump hand reached over and snatched away the draft paper he had just written on. It was the senior. Song He looked up, his heart racing as he was overwhelmed by her striking figure. Who could withstand such a lure? Hey, is your math really good? Could you help me with a problem? She asked, her voice low and her smile inviting. Of course, Song He replied, nodding decisively. Explaining problems to others would also serve as a valuable review process. The renowned Feynman technique emphasizes teaching the learned material to others as an effective study method. Thus, he was more than willing to assist her with her questions. As for her beauty and figure, those were merely fleeting thoughts, devoid of any substantial consideration. With a smile gracing her lips, she swiftly gathered her exercises and moved around the table to sit beside him. Song He quickly cleared his bag from the adjacent chair, making space for her. Class 1, Zhuang Qian, she introduced herself, extending her fair hand. Class 2 Elite, Song He responded, shaking her hand, his heart racing. Cui Yanwei noticed your close relationship with a goddess-level classmate and felt envious. Resentment 200. Du Zhengxing witnessed the girl of his affections initiate a handshake with you, causing his mindset to spiral. Resentment 300. Yi Zhou discovered you and the school beauty Zhuang Qian sitting next to each other, filled with envy. Resentment 100. A flurry of resentment points appeared before him, and as Song He turned to glance around, he noticed several envious eyes quickly averting their gaze. Song He suddenly comprehended the term of beauty brings disaster. It is not the beauty that is at fault, but rather the ravenous wolves disguised as lambs. Are you able to solve this problem? It was assigned by our teacher, and there are no reference answers. Zhuang Qian adjusted her chair, leaned closer, and opened a collection of erroneous problems, sliding it towards Song He. Chapter 16. Mathematics Surpassing. Song He quickly examined the problem, a rather conventional major question, likely modified from a pivotal question in the college entrance examination. Such problems are challenging for the average student, but for Song He, they pose no difficulty at all. Within mere seconds of scanning the question, a series of steps sprang to mind, and in an instant, he calculated the final answer mentally. Do you know how to determine monotonicity for the first question? Song He inquired. Yes, Shuiqian nodded. The second question, however, I do not. For the second question, I shall explain a conventional method, known as the separation of variables method. It's somewhat simpler, yet requires practice, Song He elucidated. Shuiqian promptly took out paper and pen, adopting a posture of eager attentiveness, resembling a diligent student seeking guidance from a teacher. First, we set g, x equal to f, x, paying close attention to the range of x, which here is 1. Song He swiftly scribbled on the draft paper, followed by taking the first derivative g. and then the second derivative g. At this point, he noted that it was monotonically decreasing from 0 to ln3 and monotonically increasing from ln3 to positive infinity. That is another point, he added. Zhuoqian hurriedly followed suit, jotting down notes with a tense gaze. Song He confidently filled an entire sheet of paper, discussing various scenarios meticulously, even annotating the score for each step, ultimately arriving at an intricate conclusion. Do you grasp this conventional method? Song He turned to Zhuoqian. Zhuoqian rested her chin in thought, lightly biting her lip. Song He felt his pulse quicken. They were so close that their legs nearly touched. The fragrance emanating from Zhuoqian was particularly pronounced, her complexion delicate and fair, and the act of biting her lip proved to be quite distracting. Could you perhaps refrain from biting your lip while you ponder? Song He said, somewhat pained. I think I understand now. Let me organize my thoughts. Zhuoqian replied with a shy smile. Is the second method simpler? The steps are simpler in the separation of variables method, but it demands keen insight, Song He explained. He quickly wrote down two inequalities, stating that the upper expression holds true, thus confirming that when x equals 2, there's a maximum value. Revealing the range of values for Zhuoqian was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a swift conclusion. I have seen this method before. It's quite remarkable. The first method requires a whole page and is prone to errors, while this method yields results with just 2 expressions. Yes, I typically use the separation of variables method, allowing for quick resolutions, Song He affirmed. But I don't know how to determine what to separate specifically. Zhuoqian expressed admiration. I feel that those who understand this method are exceptionally intelligent. Is it calculated directly in one's mind? I compute directly in my mind as well. But there are techniques that can assist in identifying the variables, Song He replied. Allow me to teach you, and I shall provide you with some practice questions to try. Thank you, Zhuoqian exclaimed excitedly. Song He swiftly penned several example problems on the draft paper, gesturing with his pen to commence the explanation. Zhuoqian leaned in closer, her full attention on the problems, nodding continuously. As they drew nearer, their breaths mingling, Song He inadvertently brushed against a soft spot with his elbow. Instantly, a loud clang echoed in his mind, and he quickly withdrew his elbow. Zhuoqian seemed oblivious, her eyes fixed on the problem as she whispered, "What is the range of values for this part?" The range of values is consistent with the above, though there are exceptional cases, Song He said, nearly parched. I'll give you a few problems. You can attempt them. The last question from the National Science paper 4 years ago. The second to last question from last year's SU paper. The final question from last year's 5 school joint examination. And the last question from the second mock exam from the year before. Please find a red-covered book titled 100-Day Sprint Mathematics Problems on the shelf over there. The problems I mentioned are on pages 66 and 80. Song He spoke rapidly. Zhuoqian looked at him with admiration. Wow, Song He, you're incredible. You can actually remember the problems and their page numbers. She then retrieved a box of yogurt from her school uniform pocket and placed it in front of Song He. I apologize for taking up your time with problems. Please accept this yogurt. After saying this, she dashed over to the bookshelf to search for the exercise book. Song He took the yogurt, inserted a straw, and began to drink with gusto. Du Zhongqing, seeing the long-cherished goddess offering you yogurt, breaks down, resentment points 300. Luo Lei, observing the close relationship between you and the campus belle, is filled with jealousy, resentment points 400. Oh, okay. Witnessing you consume the campus belle's yogurt is consumed by envy, resentment points 400. Lines of subtitles continuously popped up, densely packed like a film barrage. While drinking yogurt, Song He gazed contentedly at the ever-increasing resentment points. Zhuoqian is indeed a veritable treasure. Just during a brief explanation of a few problems, the surrounding seniors had contributed over 3,000 resentment points, and the count kept climbing. Song He inexplicably felt as if he were basking in the affluence of a wealthy benefactor. Upon finishing the yogurt, he lowered his head and opened linear algebra, resuming his diligent studies. Initially, he had thought that university mathematics courses would be quite challenging, but as he delved into the material, he suddenly discovered that this linear algebra was rather straightforward. Determinants, matrices, systems of linear equations, vector groups, linear transformations, a deluge of new knowledge flooded his mind, as numbers and formulas surged forth like a flowing river. Soon, he leveled up, detected improvement in mathematics, leveled up from bronze level 41 to bronze level 42. Inner products of vectors, eigenvalues, and eigenvectors, similar matrices, quadratic forms, and their standard forms, detected improvement in mathematics, leveled up from bronze level 42 to bronze level 43. Song, he was exhilarated. Having barely scratched the surface of linear algebra, his level had already caught up to Ning Mo at level 43. He had not anticipated such rapid progress. With the aid of mental calculation capsules, studying mathematics indeed led to swift advancement. The clock on the wall chimed, surprisingly indicating that it was already noon. He had been so engrossed in solving problems that he hadn't even noticed the time passing. Now, having lost focus, he suddenly felt ravenous. Song, he opened his backpack, retrieved some sweet fried dough, and began munching away, opting for a light snack to save time for further practice instead of queuing at the cafeteria. Dimensions, basis transformations, and coordinate transformations, matrix representations of linear transformations. Positive definite quadratic forms detected improvement in mathematics, leveled up from bronze level 43 to bronze level 44. Finally, he had surpassed Ning Mo at level 43 and matched Zhang Zhilei at level 44. The linear algebra book was nearing its final pages, yet he had not fully grasped its content. Song, he had merely skimmed the concepts and examples, and he had yet to tackle the exercises. Based on prior experience, mastering the textbook's knowledge points could yield a 1-level increase, while completing the exercises could potentially yield a 3-level increase. If linear algebra were a mine of mathematical insights, Song had only just begun to scratch the surface, with rich veins of knowledge awaiting exploration deep within. Glancing up at the clock, he was astonished to discover it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Time had flown by so swiftly that Song, he nearly doubted the clock was functioning correctly. "Classmate, I must return to class now. Thank you for your help with the problems," Zhuo Qian said as she opened her backpack, pulling out several packets of chips and placing them on the table. "I noticed you didn't go to the cafeteria for lunch. That must have been tough. I saved you some snacks." "Thank you. I'll gladly accept them. They'll serve as dinner." Song, he replied gratefully. "Dinner is not quite suitable. Snacks shouldn't replace meals, or it can harm your stomach," Zhuo Qian said with concern, then suddenly seemed to remember something, her eyes lighting up. "If I have more math problems I can't solve, may I come to you for help? You explain exceptionally well, even better than my teacher. I have asked many people about that problem, but I finally understood it after hearing your explanation. You're in elite class 2, right?" "Yes, elite class 2. Song, he answered with delight. "I am truly grateful to you. Goodbye." Zhuo Qian smiled, waving her hand as she slung her backpack over her shoulder and departed. Song, he felt elated, lowering his head to continue studying linear algebra, reveling in the ocean of mathematics, greedily absorbing knowledge, and elevating his mathematical level. After a while, he suddenly lifted his head. "Oh no, I only mentioned to Zhuo Qian that I was in elite class 2, but I didn't specify that it's the first year. She must surely think it is the elite class 2 of the senior year." Chapter 17. "Oh, Song, you are too ruthless." Examination day. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the sky was already bright. In the dormitory, Song, he sat at his desk, deeply engrossed in a biology book. From the other side of the room came the creaking of the bedboard, as Yuan Guang yawned and sat up. Upon seeing Song, he diligently studying, Yuan Guang felt a twinge of admiration. For the past few days, the same scene had greeted him each morning, as a roommate. He was oblivious to the hour at which Song, he rose to study. "My roommate is a top student. Are you prepared for the selection competition today?" Yuan Guang inquired. "Almost ready," Song, he replied quietly as he pulled up his performance leaderboard to check the first 2 subjects. Biology, bronze level 90. Mathematics, bronze level 68. His level surpassed those of his 3 competitors. Yet he felt a slight regret for not achieving his initial goals, to break into the silver tier in biology and attain a mathematics level above 80. Despite his relentless efforts in recent days, he had noticed the increasing difficulty of advancement. Each level demanded exponentially more practice, and further progression would likely become even more arduous. He felt a headache coming on, The relentless 10-day sprint of study had left him feeling nauseated, akin to a person who had gorged on pig intestines for 10 consecutive days. However, eating pig intestines seemed mild compared to the experience of studying for many, which felt akin to consuming excrement. What are your chances? Yuan Guang asked with concern. Can it be as high as 60%? 100%. Song He replied decisively. Wow, such confidence. Yuan Guang exclaimed in surprise. Song, do not underestimate your opponents. Our class is full of hidden talents. Ding Yangze is exceptionally studious. Just a couple of days ago, during military training in the rain, while everyone else was watching a movie in the classroom, Ding Yangze was isolated in a corner, tackling test papers. Do you know which test papers? The college entrance examination true questions. Old Ding is a monster. He has already completed the entire high school biology syllabus. Now everyone in class refers to him as the biology emperor. As Yuan Guang spoke, he recalled the rumors circulating in class, sending a shiver down his spine. The thought of Ding Yangze mastering the entirety of the high school biology curriculum was a terrifying prospect. How well did old Ding do on the college entrance exam biology paper? Song He inquired, intrigued. I don't know, but it doesn't matter how many points he scored. The fact that he can tackle it is astonishing. We, as first-year students, can only stare blankly at the college entrance papers, can't we? Yuan Guang expressed, his face filled with awe, clearly revering Ding Yangze. He then earnestly advised his roommate, Song, do not harbor overly high expectations. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Ding Yangze will undoubtedly advance to the accelerated class next semester. Losing to him in the exam would not be shameful. Before he could finish, Yuan Guang suddenly fell silent. Song He picked up a test booklet from the table and handed it to him. It was the college entrance examination biology true questions. Yuan Guang turned pale. Old Song, don't scare me. Don't tell me you started working on these college entrance papers too. Of course not just starting. Song He shook his head. You startled me. Yuan Guang sighed in relief. I've already completed them all. Song He chuckled. Yuan Guang was left dumbfounded, his face turning even paler. Trembling, he extended his hand to accept the booklet from Song He, flipping it open. The pages were densely filled with black ink, corrections in red, and scores. As he turned the pages, he discovered a complete set of over 30 past college entrance exam papers, all filled to the brim. Not only had he completed them, but his scores were also impressive. On papers with a perfect score of 100, he had consistently scored above 90, with only 1 or 2 papers scoring in the 80s. Such high scores were rare, even among third-year students. Oh my goodness, how ruthless. Yuan Guang was so shocked that he stood up. Old Song, when did you prepare such a powerful move? How on earth are you learning so quickly? Are you cheating? I am, Song He admitted candidly. Yuan Guang is terrified by your biology test paper. Resentment value 500. I take back what I said. It seems you truly can compete with Ding Yangze. Yuan Guang trembled as he returned the test paper to Song He, his gaze now filled with respect, akin to a novice player in awe of a boss. However, since you both have tackled the college entrance papers, your levels can only be considered evenly matched. Song, you must not underestimate the examination. Rest assured, I have not merely studied this. For this biology selection exam, I am determined to decisively defeat Ding Yangze. Song He responded calmly. Since you are confident in biology, why not give up on the mathematics competition team? Yuan Guang suggested presumptively. Why give up? Song He smiled. I also wish to join the mathematics competition team. My chances may be slightly lower, but I estimate them to be around 90%. That's unrealistic, Song. Ning Mo and Zhang Jilei are exceptionally strong. Do you not know? These two math geniuses have recently been busy studying university-level mathematics. They are incredibly intense, Yuan Guang earnestly stated. Song He picked up a copy of Advanced Mathematics from the table and handed it to Yuan Guang. As Yuan Guang opened the book, he found the pages nearly covered with dense notes. Silence. Yuan Guang is shocked. Resentment value 800. Oh my, old Song, you are too ruthless. Yuan Guang nearly cried out. Biology was one thing, but mathematics as well? In the classroom, during morning reading, all the students held their textbooks, their voices echoing loudly, competing with the morning reading sounds from other classes in the hallway. However, unlike the usual atmosphere, There was a palpable tension in the air today, as if a great battle was imminent. Amidst the booming voices of reading, there were also many whispers. In the front row of the classroom, today is the selection for the competition team. How exciting! What is there to be excited about? I feel completely indifferent. Our class has many geniuses, and there is only one spot. When the gods battle, it is not a mere mortal like me who can stake a claim. What a lack of ambition. How would you know if you don't give it a shot? What if the questions happen to be just right, and we stumble upon a spot? That is pure wishful thinking. Just look at Ding Yangze by the window. He scored over 70 on the college entrance biology paper. Can you even understand half the questions if you open that paper? Goodness, this, and look at the two in the middle, Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei. Their college entrance mathematics papers start at 130 points, and they are even studying linear algebra. Have you heard of that? It's university-level mathematics. Oh, despair. What a talented bunch. Despair is right. I've said it before, our class is filled with geniuses. The competition spots are too precious for someone like me to aspire to. Only the truly exceptional have a slim chance of making it into the competition team. In the middle of the classroom, Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei sat at the same desk, surrounded by classmates who gathered around to whisper. The first class this morning is math. The competition team spot should be decided between the two of you, right? Zhang Zhilei smiled confidently. It will definitely be me. Old Ning has always been the eternal second place, while I am eternally first. He has never beaten me. Eternal second place? Ning Mo felt a vein throbbing in his forehead, retorting, during the monthly exam in 8th grade, I scored 1 point more than you. See, old Ning has this little achievement to cling to. During that exam, I had a high fever, and he happened to seize the opportunity to win by a small margin. And he has been holding on to that ever since. Zhang Zhilei ruthlessly mocked. This is something old Ning will remember for a lifetime, even to the point of engraving it on his tombstone for future generations to admire. Laughter erupted among the surrounding classmates, while Ning Mo's expression shifted, feeling quite embarrassed. Since middle school, the competition in mathematics between Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei had begun. Though it was termed a competition, it was essentially a one-sided domination by Zhang Zhilei, who consistently maintained perfect scores in various math tests. Even top students from other schools could not compete with her. Ning Mo had participated in several city-level math competitions. Yet the champion was always Zhang Zhilei, the merciless math queen who left her opponents in tears. No one could defeat old Zhang in the realm of mathematics. Ning Mo had developed a fixed mindset. Having been overshadowed by Zhang Zhilei for so long, Ning Mo was nearly ready to give up. Every time he felt he could catch up, the next exam would once again remind him of the harsh reality. The two would always score within a point or two of each other, yet that small gap seemed impossible to bridge. As time passed, Ning Mo could only resort to reminiscing about past glories, clinging desperately to the sole victory that barely preserved his dwindling dignity. I've heard that song. He is quite formidable. Does he stand a chance? A classmate inquired softly. Song, he is diligent, so certainly he possesses potential. But this year is not his time. He must wait until the next. Zhang Zhilei chuckled, asserting that there is no possibility for him this time, unless both I and old Ning voluntarily forfeit the exam. Even if I were to withdraw, old Ning's scores would undoubtedly overshadow him. Chapter 18, Chaos Unleashed. Back row of the classroom. A struggle to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Today marks the occasion of two competitions. A rare opportunity akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. The annual grand chance is upon us, and everyone must strive relentlessly to seize it. A coveted spot seems almost predetermined, with little hope remaining for us. Predetermined? Surely not. Isn't the selection based on exam scores? True, the selection hinges on exam results. But the disparity in abilities is glaring. Ding Yangze has already tackled the biology exam, while Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo have both attempted the mathematics exam, whereas we are merely beginning our freshman curriculum. How can we possibly compare? Indeed, I have heard the same. The candidates for the biology competition team will undoubtedly beat Ding Yangze, while Zhang Zhilei is highly likely, with Ning Mo as a distant possibility. Suddenly, a calm voice interjects, Song He. The surrounding students turn to see Yuan Guang, who who sits in the corner. Yuan the Great Priest, whom did you just mention? Song He has a significant chance of securing a spot, though whether it's in mathematics or biology remains uncertain. Yuan Guang asserts, his tone remarkably resolute. How could Song He possibly succeed? The classmates scoff in disbelief. Yuan Guang, unwavering, gazes toward the front row, his expression reminiscent of an ardent fan of Song He. Just wait and see. I wager 5 packs of spicy strips that Song He will claim a spot. What say you? The students in the back row exchange puzzled glances. Betting on Song He to win? Is Yuan Guang eager to treat us all to spicy strips? I'm in. I wager on Ding Yangze and Zhang Zhilei. 3 packs of spicy strips. I follow suit. Ding the Divine and Zhang the Divine. 4 packs of spicy strips. I'm betting on Ningge. Why is everyone rallying behind Zhang Zhilei? Ningge is formidable too. 3 packs of spicy strips. In an instant, the back row erupts in a flurry of bets, with Yuan Guang producing a piece of paper for the gamblers to sign. The stakes escalate rapidly. By the end of the morning reading session, over 20 students have placed their wagers. Yuan Guang calculates, should Song He triumph, he would collect a whopping 60 packs of spicy strips, enough to last until the midterm exam. Excited, Yuan Guang quickly tears off several sheets of paper, spreads them across his desk, and sketches a plethora of symbols with rapid strokes, then adopts a peculiar hand gesture while chanting incantations. Yuan the Great Priest, what on earth are you doing? The students in the back row stare in bewilderment. Establishing a formation. I harness the power of fate. Grant me assistance for my friend Song He. Good heavens, Yuan the Great Priest is cheating. He is invoking magic. Laughter erupts among the back row. The school bell rings, and the class falls silent, a palpable tension gradually enveloping the room. The competition team is undoubtedly a coveted opportunity. Joining it means a chance for direct admission to prestigious schools or significantly lowered admission scores. For high school students who toil for a mere point or two, the allure of such shortcuts is simply irresistible. Thus, even those who believe they stand no chance cannot help but fantasize. What if the top students falter? What if the questions happen to fall within my area of expertise? Finally, Ban Jianya strides into the classroom, clutching a thick stack of exam papers, exuding an air of authority. Prepare for the exam. This test will select the sole candidate for the mathematics competition team. Cheating is strictly forbidden. Ban Jianya's voice booms. Listen carefully. Students in even-numbered rows remain seated, while those in odd-numbered rows switch places. Move the desks by the aisle outward to create space. The classroom erupts into chaos as students scramble to rearrange the desks, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Soon, the exam space is set up and silence descends upon the classroom. Ban Jinya swiftly distributes the papers, handing them to the first row of each column before passing them back. This lesson and the next are mathematics classes. You must focus intently on the questions. Seize this opportunity. If you miss it, you'll have to wait until next year. Begin answering now. The classroom is soon filled with the sound of rapid writing, the scratching of pens against paper. However, this impressive cacophony lasts only a few seconds before it ceases. Everyone has written their names on the paper, and then stares of confusion abound as they grapple with the questions. This selection exam is exceedingly brutal, with not even a single multiple-choice question. The format consists solely of 30 ferocious fill-in-the-blank questions, followed by 10 challenging problems, impossible to scrape by on luck alone, purely reliant on skill. Half the students' spirits shatter, their dreams dashed. In the front row, Zhao Yi nervously examines the paper. She adheres to a principle. When faced with an unfamiliar question, skip it swiftly and tackle those she knows first. First question, skip. Second question, skip. Third question, skip. All 30 questions skipped. 31st question, skip. Zhao Yi has gone through the entire exam, her face a mask of bewilderment. How is it that not a single question is within her grasp? She had diligently prepared. The sound of rapid writing draws her attention. Light, swift, and resolute. Zhao Yi glances sideways, and indeed, it is Song He already engaged in answering. After a brief glimpse, Zhao Yi's complexion pales. The sight is simply absurd. Song He is filling in answers for the fill-in-the-blank questions, completing one every few seconds. Just minutes into the exam, He has raced through to the 10th question, while his scratch paper remains untouched. Zhao Yi is stunned. Could this be the legendary mental calculation for fill-in-the-blank questions? For ordinary questions, mental calculation is already astonishing. Yet this difficult selection exam still requires it. Has he lost his mind? Questions that others cannot even comprehend, and he is tackling them head-on? Zhao Yi abandons all hope, her fleeting optimism extinguished. She lays down her pen, resting her chin in her hand as she stares blankly. Covertly observing Song, as he continues to answer questions at lightning speed. Suddenly, a loud sound reverberates through the classroom, the sound of a paper being turned. The majority of the students have long since given up, and the act of turning a page signifies that someone is still working on the problems. Having just completed one side, instantly, dozens of eyes turn toward the source of the page turn, and Zhao Yi cannot help but glance back. It is Zhang Zhilei. Shortly after, Ning Mo also flips his page. Gasps of astonishment fill the classroom. The impact of the scene is overwhelming, leaving psychological shadows on everyone present. Questions that others cannot decipher are being solved at lightning speed by some. Flap. Song he turns his page, and dozens of incredulous gazes fixate on the front row. Shocked to discover that Song, he is also working on the problems. Yet most of the gazes quickly lose interest, as the speed of his page turn suggests he has fallen behind, with slim chances for success. Zhang Zhilei remains unfazed, her expression radiating absolute confidence. Ning Mo, unable to resist, glances up, his expression complex, before immediately returning to his work. Among the most self-assured candidates, besides Zhang Zhilei, is Song He. Song He is entirely oblivious to the sounds of pages turning, completely unconcerned with the other candidates. With 4 mental calculation capsules consumed, his focus is unprecedented, his gaze sweeping across the questions as thoughts ignite with fervor. He answers with an expressionless demeanor, his hand moving so swiftly that it leaves a blur. This exam paper consists of 80% high school mathematics, 10% linear algebra, and 10% advanced calculus. Overall, the difficulty is not insurmountable, primarily assessing mastery of concepts and the sheer volume of calculations. Fortuitously, Song He has mastered the concepts and possesses remarkable calculation speed. Thus, chaos reigns. After 20 minutes of testing, all 30 fill-in-the-blank questions are completed. Taking a deep breath, a hint of a smile graces his lips. He had anticipated the selection exam to be exceedingly challenging, yet it proves to be rather simple. In my view, this selection exam paper is akin to a mere chicken scratching the ground, utterly inconsequential. Now, on to the final 10 challenging problems. I am ready. Chapter 19. The Elimination Mathematics Selection Exam. Surprisingly, in contrast to the daunting fill-in-the-blank questions riddled with traps, the difficulty of the major problems plummeted. The initial few questions involved simple determinant calculations from linear algebra, so straightforward that Song he could arrive at the answers with just a glance, though he still dutifully wrote out each step. The subsequent major problems were essentially modeled after college entrance exam questions, albeit with a slight increase in difficulty. Song he scoffed disdainfully, expecting to encounter some insurmountable challenges, only to find them so feeble. Let the slaughter commence. All shall perish. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo also began their frantic sprint, their pens moving with the rapidity of a machine gun, the tips of their pens producing a rhythmic sound akin to that of a sewing machine. Initially, they stumbled through the first few linear algebra questions, as they were newly learned material and a bit rustiness was understandable. However, as they progressed to the conventional college entrance exam problems, their speed soared, accelerating as if in a race. Zhang Zhilei smirked. I'll submit my paper first. Dream on. Em definitely faster. Ning morepliet. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The battle quickly intensified, the air crackling with tension as the two old rivals wielded their pens like weapons, turning the examination paper into a battlefield, fully committed to a life-and-death struggle. The terrifying aura of academic prowess radiated outwards, leaving their classmates in utter shock. While they knew these two math geniuses were formidable, experiencing the exam atmosphere firsthand was still chilling. I'm on the 9th major problem, Zhang Zhilei whispered. I'm also on the 9th major problem. Ning Mo gritted his teeth. This is my last question. Zhang Zhilei's gaze was fierce. I'm also on my last question. Ning Mo hesitated for 3 seconds. At last, Zhang Zhilei emphatically wrote the final line and flung her pen away. Almost simultaneously, Ning Mo finished his last line with great effort, tossing his pen aside as if it were a bomb. Both raised their arms in triumph and looked up at the podium, their presence resembling that of a soldier planting a flag on enemy territory. In the next moment, Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo froze. At the podium, Ban Jianya was reviewing a mathematics exam paper, his head bowed in silence. The paper was filled to the brim. Someone had already submitted their exam. Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo stood in disbelief, their eyes widening in realization, and simultaneously turned to gaze toward a certain direction at the front row. Song, he was leisurely propping his chin on one hand, twirling a pen with the other, appearing utterly bored. Upon sensing their scrutiny, Song he scratched his ear with his middle finger. Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo's pupils dilated in shock. Song he had actually submitted his paper earlier? How could he possibly be so quick? He might have done fewer problems. Leaving many unanswered, Zhang Zhilei suddenly recalled. Let's hope so. Ning Mo's expression darkened, a foreboding sense creeping in. At the podium, Ban Jinya finally noticed the 2 raised hands and nodded for them to approach and submit their papers. Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo rushed forward, handing their papers to the teacher. Simultaneously, they stole a glance at Song He's paper. It was a shocking sight. Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo had only learned high school mathematics and linear algebra, lacking exposure to advanced mathematics, thus leaving some blanks, only a few unanswered questions, including 2 fill-ins and 1 major problem. However, Song He's paper had no blanks whatsoever, and he had even written more. Returning to their seats after submitting their papers, Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo fell into a profound silence, both sensing an ominous premonition. Their classmates, who had witnessed the entire ordeal, murmured words of consolation. Just because Song he submitted early doesn't mean he got everything right. Let us wait for the teacher to grade the papers. Exactly. It's not about speed, but scores. If it were, I would have won long ago, submitting at the first question I didn't know. Don't worry, Zhilei. I believe you are the strongest. The long wait ensued. At the podium, Ban Jianya was engrossed in grading the papers meticulously, almost line by line, indicating the significance of this selection. Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei were in agony, as the entire class awaited to see who would emerge victorious. Finally, Ban Jianya lifted his head. Is there anyone else who needs to submit? If not, I will announce the results. The classroom fell silent, all eyes fixed upon the homeroom teacher. To their astonishment, Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo had identical scores, 128 out of a possible 150. Bon Jiayunyesmunyud. If it weren't for the fact that the errors in your answers were different, I might have thought you copied each other. Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo exchanged incredulous glances. A look of joy appeared on Ning Mo's face. He had actually tied with Zhang Zhilei. What a significant breakthrough. There would be an extra line on the tombstone. Had only Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo submitted their papers, it would have been a problem that would necessitate a tiebreaker. Ban Jianya chuckled. Fortunately, Song he also submitted his paper, and his score is notably higher, in fact, significantly so. Song he 141 points. A tumult erupted in the classroom. Gasps and exclamations of disbelief followed by a thunderous applause. What an astonishing score, 141 points. Good heavens, over 140 points on such difficult questions? Initially thought to be a battle between Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo, they were unexpectedly overshadowed by Song He, the math emperor, the math sovereign Song He. Could the rumors of that overnight warrior be true? Oh my, what an upset at Dark Horse. We welcome the math emperor, Song He, to the throne. Among all the applauding students, Yuan Guang clapped the hardest, utterly ecstatic, knowing that his month's supply of spicy strips was secured. Song He's roommate was indeed a golden goose. The surrounding classmates cast curious glances at Yuan Guang. Incredible. Didn't T. Yuan, the great priest, perform some rituals during morning study? Could it actually work? Yuan Guang has something special. When he prays for rain, it rains, lending his luck to Song He. And now his score has skyrocketed. Teacher Yuan, are you still accepting disciples? I want to learn your magic. Yuan Guang, the old immortal with boundless magical powers. At the podium, Ban Jianya cleared his throat twice, and the classroom quickly quieted down. His gaze swept across the class as he spoke. I'm extremely pleased. In previous years with elite classes, similar questions yielded scores barely in the 60s. When sent to the school's competition team, they were surpassed by the rocket class within a month. This year, our class has produced 3 math prodigies. Anyone scoring above 100 on this paper is bound to score at least 130 on the college entrance exam. Based on my many years of experience as a homeroom teacher, those who score in the 130s to 140s have a success rate of over 90 for entering 985 universities. Song He, Zhang Zhilei, and Ning Mo have 1 foot already in the door of prestigious institutions. Another round of applause erupted in the classroom, envy and admiration swirling among the students. Song He, there will be a founding meeting for the competition team at the school auditorium tonight at 8. You can skip evening study to attend. Ban Jianya's gaze lingered on Song He, filled with admiration. Thank you, teacher. Song He replied succinctly. Zhang Zhilei, Ning Mo, don't be discouraged. Our school has spots for advancement in the final exams. Your math skills are excellent. If you work hard in other subjects, strive for a place in the rocket class next year. There are plenty of competition spots in the rocket class, and you can secure a place. Ban Jianya's eyes shifted to Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo. Waiting an extra year to participate in competitions may not be a bad thing. It's a chance to hone your skills. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo chorused. Their expressions showed little, but it was evident they were struggling to suppress their disappointment. After the results were announced, the two had amassed a considerable amount of resentment toward Song He. Ning Mo's sense of grievance was somewhat diminished, having witnessed the formidable prowess of the overnight champion. He had long realized that Song He might be a variable in this equation, although he had been reluctant to admit it to himself for the sake of comfort. Now, faced with the outcome, he could only accept the reality with a wry smile. Zhang Zhilei, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered. The sudden defeat left her at a loss, as she had never even considered the possibility of losing. As for the other students, you have all witnessed the caliber of the top achiever. The stark differentiation at the beginning of the semester is evident. I hope everyone will recognize their shortcomings and strive for improvement. The tone of the homeroom teacher grew icy as they admonished the entire class to acknowledge the gap between themselves and the high achievers. The combined scores of half the class did not surpass that of Song He. So reflect upon this carefully. No sooner had the words left their mouth than a plethora of grievance notifications materialized before Song He, emanating from his classmates. Chapter 20. The monster Song He in the afternoon. During biology class, with merely 5 minutes remaining before the lesson commenced, Lu entered the classroom, clutching a stack of exam papers. It seemed that teacher Lu was quite affluent, appearing daily in new attire. Today, she donned a white knitted top paired with a black knee-length skirt, her calves fair and her figure harmoniously proportioned, resembling a fashion model. Simply standing there, she looked stunning, akin to a fashion poster. Upon her arrival, the classroom erupted with excitement, students whispering in hushed tones. The thrilling biology selection exam is about to begin. Are you all prepared? The competition team represents a once-a-year opportunity, and those chosen are truly exceptional. Mathematics may be an enigma, but surely one could fabricate some words in biology, right? Such blind optimism overlooked the sobering reality of the preliminary assessments at the start of the term. I could tell you what would happen upon opening that paper. Failure, failure, failure. Song He had already secured his place in the mathematics competition. The biology competition was undoubtedly Ding Yangze's domain. We merely awaited Ding Ji's performance. Yet, should Song He also clinch a spot in the biology competition, it would indeed be a spectacle to behold. Could that be possible? I had never heard of someone competing in 2 competitions simultaneously. Song He was no superhuman. After all, where would he find the vigor to excel in both contests? Do you genuinely believe those rumors of the all-night warrior? Such rumors were not without foundation. Numerous individuals had encountered Song He in the restroom, laboring under the dim light, which was rather daunting. Snippets of conversation from the back row drifted to Ding Yangze's ears. He lowered his gaze to a biology error compilation, his expression pained, wishing fervently he could stab forward with a knife and eliminate Song He. For an entire afternoon, he had been trying to console himself, reasoning that Song He's entry into the mathematics competition would drastically reduce his chances in biology. At least, that was how it should logically unfold. Yet Song He played by no conventional rules. Where was the so-called all-night warrior in traditional logic? As the examination loomed, Ding Yangze was besieged by an unusually oppressive pressure, while Song He sat in front, resembling a monster, exuding an aura of formidable authority that was both intimidating and fearsome. Ding Yangze himself was uncertain why he felt such immense pressure. He had never felt this tense even during the high-stakes entrance exams. Was he truly terrified of Song He? Or had he simply been out of practice for too long? The classroom bell rang sharply. Lulu immediately raised her head, her expression serious. This lesson was an examination. The selection for the biology competition team. There was only one spot available for the entire class, and everyone must give their utmost effort. Ding Yangze clenched his fists tightly beneath the desk, cursing inwardly. Why is there only one spot? Would it kill the school to allocate one more? Song He remained composed, accepting the exam paper from Lulu's hands, swiftly extracting one sheet and passing the remainder back. The moment he received the paper, his demeanor shifted dramatically, an aura of lethal intent enveloping him. Step 1. Survey the questions. The volume was substantial. 40 short answer questions, each worth 5 points, summing to a perfect score of 100. Step 2. Assess the difficulty. The questions primarily focused on high school biology, variations of previous competition questions, cutting-edge research in biology, and the utilization of various laboratory instruments. Song He scanned the paper and quickly discerned its level of difficulty, deeming it trivial. I am the all-night warrior, ready to vanquish all adversaries in this arena. He grasped his pen and engaged in battle. The classroom atmosphere mirrored that of the earlier preliminary assessments, enveloped in silence as the majority of students stared blankly at the questions, collectively entering a state of cognitive paralysis. Many found themselves grappling with existential queries. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Yet from the front row, the sound of pens striking paper resonated, emanating from Song He and Ding Yangze. All eyes in the classroom, including Lulu S at the podium, were fixated on the front, witnessing the prowess of the two biology prodigies. In the rear corner, Yuan Guang observed his roommate diligently answering questions, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he hastily retrieved several sheets of blank paper. He began to scribble bizarre symbols and incantations, seemingly conjuring spells. Surrounding classmates chuckled softly, mocking him. Yuan Daxian, you're the first in history to perform rituals with scrap paper and a 0.5 black pen. Do not squander your lifespan, Yuan Daxian. Superstitions cannot defy fate. Song He has already secured his place in the mathematics competition, and there's no way he could win in biology again. Ding Yangze has already mastered high school biology. There's no chance of defeat. If you succeed in your incantations this time, I might just believe you possess some true talent and consider visiting your fortune-telling stall. Laughter erupted. It's hilarious, Yuan Guang. What uses it to write Darwin's name in the array? Darwin is a foreigner. His real name is Darwin. Even if the spirit of Darwin were to look down, he wouldn't comprehend your invocation. Silence. If my roommate wins again, you all shall lose your trousers. Yuan Guang retorted with a sneer. Time flew by swiftly. The speed at which Song He and Ding Yangze wrote intensified, their pens tapping incessantly like sewing machines, inscribing densely packed text onto their papers. Soon, the dismissal bell rang. The next class is self-study. Continue answering, Lulu announced. In truth, her words were unnecessary. Neither Song He nor Ding Yangze had any intention of looking up. The two were completely engrossed in their papers, their consciousness seemingly diving into the ocean of questions, momentarily oblivious to the world around them. Unable to resist, Lulu descended from the podium, standing in the aisle to observe their responses closely. Historically, the difficulty of the exam questions had been roughly consistent, but elite class students rarely managed to complete more than a lesson's worth of questions. Even the most outstanding students would be expected to submit their papers after 20 minutes, having completed a mere 10 questions. Even the best students in a rocket class would typically only manage to answer 20 questions, which was considered commendable. This year, however, in elite class 2, two biology whizzes had emerged. Currently, Songhee and Ding Yangze had both completed over 20 questions, far exceeding previous standards. They could even contend with the top students from the rocket class. Lu couldn't help but express her astonishment. Songhee's progress was slightly quicker. He had advanced to question 26, while Ding Yangze lingered at question 21, seemingly at a loss for words. Given the current circumstances, Songhee clearly held a significant advantage, an outcome that was genuinely unexpected. The class bell rang again. Previously, the sound of two pens tapping against the desk had created a high-frequency clamor. Now, however, one of the sounds had abruptly ceased. Ding Yangze stopped writing. He had completed question 23, but suddenly found himself stuck, horrified to discover that he was unfamiliar with the subsequent questions. Questions 24 through 30 pertain to the operational procedures of various laboratory instruments. Yet, not only did he not know the procedures, but he had never even heard of the names of the instruments. What was a biosafety cabinet? What was a spectrophotometer? What were an electrophoresis apparatus and a decolorization shaker? Questions 31 to the final question were filled with unfamiliar terminologies pertaining to cutting-edge advancements in biology, an array of exotic terms that left him bewildered. Ding Yangze gripped his pen tightly, staring at the questions for an extended period before suddenly realizing that his answering had come to an end. He had completed all the questions he could answer. However, he continued to write. A profound dread enveloped Ding Yangze's heart, while the mathematics exam had been a race to see who could submit their paper the fastest. The biology exam appeared to be a contest of who could submit the slowest. He showed no signs of stopping. Was victory already determined? Ding Yangze's complexion paled. His hands clenched tightly. Could this truly be his moment of utter defeat? No, there must still be a glimmer of hope. Chapter 21. A crushing defeat. Ding Yangze picked up his pen once more, hesitating for a long while before continuing to write. His once resolute strokes had transformed into uncertain scribbles. One of the supreme rules of examinations is that one must never leave a question unanswered. Even if one does not know the answer, one can make educated guesses, apply formulas, or even concoct nonsensical responses. Above all, leaving a blank is utterly unacceptable. Much like the suppression of enemy fire on the battlefield, one must fire a few rounds first, regardless of whether they hit their mark. Ding Yangze read the questions repeatedly, relying on instinct to make guesses and fabricating answers without any remorse. After all, was it conceivable that Songhee could answer every question flawlessly? Absolutely not. Perhaps Songhee had already completed the questions he could answer, spending the rest of the time hastily filling in the blanks. Until the very last moment, anything was still possible. Suppressing the fear swelling within him, Ding Yangze began to frantically fabricate answers, engaging in a desperate struggle. The earlier battle had been like a cacophony of gunfire. Now, with ammunition spent, it had devolved into a close-quarters melee. There were still 30 minutes left in the examination. 20 minutes. 10 minutes. Sweat beaded on Ding Yangze's forehead, and his face flushed crimson. He had guessed all the questions he could, and had scribbled down whatever he could think of, yet there remained several questions that utterly stumped him. Meanwhile, Songhee was still writing, his speed not only unimpeded, but seemingly increasing. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the classroom. Although the two prodigies' papers were not visible, their states indicated the likely outcome. Songhee was calm and composed, writing at an impressive pace, while Ding Yangze appeared increasingly flustered, gripping his pen in confusion. In the back row, a group of betting students reacted quite differently. Yuan Guang's eyes sparkled. He sensed the opportunity for profit. Earlier that morning, having seen Songhee complete the college entrance examination paper, Yuan Guang had doubted his roommate's prowess. Now, however, he felt the thrill of insider trading, knowing his roommate was exceptionally gifted, and he was simply poised to reap the rewards. The other students were bewildered, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. Initially, With Ding Yangze answering swiftly, they had felt certain of his victory. Yet, suddenly, Ding Yangze faltered, and the tide of battle shifted dramatically, leading to a potential collapse. Was Ding Yangze truly on the verge of defeat? Could this be yet another shocking upset? In the center of the classroom, Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo watched in stunned silence. The intensity of the situation was akin to the shock felt during the morning's mathematics exam. Song He was still answering, while Ding Yangze seemed to be struggling. Ning Mo whispered in astonishment. Could it be that Song He is actually going to ace the biology competition as well? That can't be. He is excelling in two different arenas. It's too outrageous. Zhang Zhilei's complexion paled. But there's still a chance. This isn't just about the quantity of words written, it's about accuracy. We need to see who scores higher, Song He or Ding Yangze. Do you wish for Song He to triumph in biology or to falter? Ning Mo inquired. Zhang Zhilei pondered for a while before responding. I hope he triumphs. Why? If Song He wins, it signifies his exceptional capabilities, and perhaps it reflects favorably on us as well. If he loses to Ding Yangze, it would imply we can't even surpass Ding Yangze, which would be quite embarrassing. Your reasoning is sound. If we must be defeated, we'd rather it be by the champion than by a lesser opponent. Losing to a nobody would be utterly humiliating. Ning Mo sighed. Come on, Song He, win this, and then we can all lament together with Ding Yangze. Finally, before the eyes of the entire class, Song He placed his pen down with a flourish, exhaling deeply as he raised his hand. Ding Yangze hesitated for 2 seconds before following suit. Lu, who had been waiting impatiently, eagerly seized their papers and began to grade them with a red pen. The classroom fell silent, all eyes fixed on the teacher. Lu graded with remarkable fluidity, glancing at each question before assigning scores, swiftly completing both papers. Ding Yangze performed commendably on the first 20 questions, earning 5 more points than Song He. However, Lu paused. The last 20 questions revealed a stark contrast, as Ding Yangze had evidently begun to flounder, while Song He had excelled. In the end, the results were in. Ding Yangze scored 63 points, while Song He achieved an impressive 90 points. Lu announced with enthusiasm. Congratulations to Song He for being selected for the biology competition team. Thunderous applause erupted, accompanied by gasps of astonishment. The impact of this revelation on the class was even more profound than that of the morning's mathematics exam. Song He had emerged as a dark horse once again, claiming both competition slots single-handedly. Throughout both examinations, the class had witnessed Song He's extraordinary academic prowess. He could achieve a swift victory in mathematics and maintain composure during the lengthy biology test, ultimately outpacing his competitors by a wide margin. His abilities were nothing short of terrifying. Monster, many students thought to themselves as they processed the events. While there had been various discussions in the morning, now the entire class was left in stunned silence, mechanically applauding in awe. Ding Yangze's expression was vacant. Defeated? Indeed, the realization hit him. Song He's score was astonishingly high. He had not merely guessed, but had indeed known all the answers. In stark contrast, his own desperate attempts to fill in answers appeared as futile as a dying clown's last struggles, utterly pitiful. A crushing defeat. Ding Yangze clutched his head in despair. The agony and fatigue from 10 days of sleepless nights flooded back, leaving his mind blank as he sat frozen in his seat. In the center of the classroom, Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei exchanged glances and began to applaud. Wow, he actually did it. Ning Mo was utterly dazed, goosebumps prickling his skin. The overnight warrior truly is formidable. We had planned to team up against him, but it seems we were soundly outmatched. Zhang Zhilei sighed, reflecting on her earlier hope for Song He to win. He did win again, yet why do I feel so unsettled? In the back row, a group of students rummaged through their backpacks, pulling out spicy snacks to share with Yuan Guang in the corner. Yuan Guang beamed with delight, his bag overflowing with treats. What a day for profit. At the front of the classroom, Lu regarded Song He with undisguised admiration and fondness. She had considered the possibility of his victory, yet the extent of his achievement surpassed her expectations. Had she not just finished drafting the examination paper earlier that day, she might have suspected he had somehow obtained it in advance. After all, even students who had trained in the competition team for 1 or 2 months struggled to score above 80 on this test. Tonight at 8. The competition team formation meeting. Are you aware? Lulu asked, her face beaming with a smile. Yes, teacher. Our homeroom teacher informed me this morning, Song, he replied promptly. I will be there on time. Your homeroom teacher informed you? Lulu paused. Then her expression shifted to one of disbelief. You were also selected for the mathematics competition team? Yes, teacher, Song, he nodded calmly. Lulu was astonished. Could this child truly have achieved a grand slam? A knowing smile crept across her face. Tonight, in the auditorium, the seating arrangements will be divided. Mathematics competitors on the left, biology competitors on the right. Which side do you plan to sit on? Song, he was taken aback. The seating was indeed segregated? I will certainly sit with the biology team, he declared hastily. Good boy. Lulu nodded in approval. During evening study hours, in class 1 the senior year, Zhuang Qian was buried in her mathematics paper, her brow furrowed in concentration. Suddenly, her deskmate lightly tapped her shoulder, handing her an exercise book. Do you understand this major question on conic sections, Zhuang Jie? Her deskmate asked expectantly. Funny enough, look at the question I'm working on, Zhuang Qian replied, handing over her mathematics paper, revealing 2 identical problems. You don't understand it either? Her deskmate said dejectedly. Why not ask Lao Zheng and the others? Zhuang Qian suggested. This question was given to me by Lao Zheng. They discussed it for half a class and couldn't figure out. Her deskmate continued to feel despondent. Zhuang Jie, you're the top mathematician in our class. If you cannot solve this problem, who else can? Zhuang Qian sighed, feeling quite helpless. Indeed, the students in the ordinary class exhibited a lack of proficiency. And while she considered her own mathematical abilities to be quite average, she managed to maintain the top position in the class, appearing as a consistent victor when, in reality, she was merely the tallest among the short. Whenever she encountered a math problem she could not solve, she found herself in an awkward predicament. For there was no one in the class who could assist her. She had no choice but to seek help from the math teacher. However, the math teacher had recently welcomed a second child and rushed home after class to tend to the baby, making her almost impossible to find. Didn't you encounter a math prodigy in the library a few days ago? Her deskmate suddenly recalled. Should we ask him for help? Zhuang Qian's eyes brightened. And just then, the class bell rang. She grabbed her test paper and swiftly exited the classroom. Moments later, Zhuang Qian found herself on the upper floor. In the elite class 2 of the senior year, the students in the elite class seemed to exhibit a selective deafness, even when the bell rang. They remained in the classroom, engrossed in discussing problems. Zhuang Qian had no choice but to stand at the door, craning her neck in search of a familiar face. Suddenly, the campus bell appeared outside the classroom, seemingly searching for someone, and soon the attention of the entire class was drawn to her. The discussions shifting from academic problems to admiration of beauty. Wow, isn't that Zhuang Qian? She looks stunning in person. Is that figure for real? I wish I could ask her how she achieved it. Wait, who is she here for? It can't possibly be some fool from our class who is trying to woo her, right? No way. Who would dare? They'd be subjected to 1,000 cuts, sliced into thin pieces, and served hot pot. Finally, a bold classmate gathered the courage to inquire at the door. Hello, are you looking for someone in our class? Zhuang Qian, feeling slightly anxious, nodded and quietly said, I'm looking for Song He. Is he here? Song He? The curious classmates at the door looked puzzled. There's no one named Song He in our class. Perhaps you meant Song Jiang? Zhuang Qian was taken aback. Song Jiang? The leader of the Liangshan bandits? Before she could clarify, the inquisitive classmate had already turned around and shouted into the classroom, Song Jiang. Song Jiang, there's a beautiful girl looking for you. Instantly, the class erupted into a commotion, with both boys and girls buzzing with excitement, their admiring gazes converging on the back row, where a stout and burly boy stood up in bewilderment, his heart racing as he approached the classroom door. The hefty boy's heart raced as he thought, Am I dreaming? The campus belle Zhuang Qian is here looking for me? Zhuang Qian stared at the approaching boy, momentarily dazed. Is this Song Jiang or Li Kuei? No, I'm not looking for him. I'm looking for Song He. He is slimmer, fairer, and more handsome. As Zhuang Qian was halfway through her description, she noticed the boy's expression darkening and hastily amended her words. Song He is excellent at math. I'm here to ask him about a math problem. The hefty boy's spirit broke, and he left with a sorrowful expression. He sat in the back row precisely because he struggled with math. In this song, he seemed to excel in every aspect compared to him. Our class, indeed, does not have a song he. You might have mistaken the name. The helpful classmate inquired eagerly. What problem are you looking to solve? While we cannot provide you with song he, we can certainly help you with the problem. Zhuang Qian hesitated for a moment before retrieving her test paper. The classmates at the door leaned in eagerly to catch a glimpse of the problem on the paper. Unfortunately, we just happen to be discussing that very problem in class, and we have yet to arrive at a solution. The helpful classmates looked awkward. We apologize, dear classmate. It's all right. Thank you all for your help. Sorry for the disturbance, Zhuang Qian politely replied before turning to leave. As she descended the stairs, Zhuang Qian wore a gloomy expression. She was absolutely certain she and T made a mistake. Song he had said he was in elite class too, and he had no reason to deceive her. How could it be that he could not be found? Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 22. The School Bell's Urgency. A Search for the Untraceable? Song he merely mentioned that he was in the elite class too, without specifying his grade. Perhaps he is not in the third year, but rather in the second year S elite class too? Students in the rocket class and some elite classes often take the college entrance examination in their second year. So it would be quite reasonable for Song he to be an early examinee, especially with such remarkable mathematical prowess. Zhuang Qian felt a sudden realization wash over her as she hurried downstairs to seek out the second-year elite class too. Soon, she arrived at the area designated for second-year students. In stark contrast to the silence of the third-year section, the second-year corridor was alive with noise, filled with boisterous boys and girls, shrieks echoing, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a kindergarten. As soon as Zhuang Qian appeared, the hallway quieted considerably. The younger students stared in awe, feeling as though the very lights of the corridor shone brighter in her presence, likely due to her porcelain-like complexion and delicate features that made her seem almost luminescent. Many students, previously engaged in raucous laughter, turned to gaze at Zhuang Qian, their chatter ceasing as they silently watched the school bell pass by. Zhuang Qian walked forward, searching for elite class 2, ignoring the hushed astonishment surrounding her. The crowd in the corridor swelled, with many students emerging from classrooms to catch a glimpse of her extraordinary beauty, whispering amongst themselves, "My goodness, she is stunning. In 3 minutes, I need to know everything about this beauty. You don't even know who the school bell Zhuang Qian is? How can you be so uninformed? There are plenty of school bells, and they're all casually crowned. This one is beautiful and a school bell. That one is beautiful and a school bell too. The school doesn't even post pictures of the school bells and hunks. How can I recognize them all? This one is not only a school bell, but also a wealthy heiress." The biology lab in our West Campus was donated by Zhuang Qian's family. The equipment inside starts at 6 figures. My suggestion is to seize the opportunity with a rich heiress. Move into her mansion overnight. If you can't, just admire from a distance. A top-tier beauty, someone we common folk can approach. Finally, Zhuang Qian found elite class 2 and came to a halt. The students in elite class 2 were collectively overwhelmed with excitement, and the entire classroom fell silent, all eyes fixed on the doorway. Students in the corridor quickly gathered around to inquire, though they dared not draw too close, and it was the female class monitor who took the lead. "Senior Zhuang, what brings you to our humble class?" "Hello, Junior. I'm looking for a student named Song He," Zhuang Qian said, feeling slightly embarrassed by the crowd's attention. "Why are the second-year students so keen on spectacle?" The class monitor appeared bewildered. "Song He? We don't have anyone by that name in our class. Not even a student with the surname Song. Not at all." Zhuang Qian's face flushed with embarrassment. "I'm sorry to have disturbed you." The crowd quickly parted to let her through as she hurried away. The class bell rang, and students in the corridor retreated to their classrooms, their discussions growing louder. Who is Song He that the school bell personally came looking for him? Is Song He a boy's name? Could it be that the bell is single now? Impossible. Did Song He save the city in his past life? He must have been lucky. My goddess wouldn't he be swayed by someone like this Song He, would she? Let the word go out. Hunt down Song He and shatter him into pieces. In the school auditorium, as Song He stepped through the entrance, He was immediately struck by the opulence of the scene. The ceiling was adorned with golden spotlights, the lighting dazzling like that of an opera house. Several rows of flowers decorated the stage, their fragrance wafting through the air, and a red carpet lined the walkway, creating an atmosphere that only lacked reporters to complete the spectacle. The establishment ceremony for the competition team of Jinghai 4th High School. A bright red banner hung above the auditorium. Students continued to flood in through the front and back doors, their faces aglow as if attending a celebratory feast. A few students even had tears in their eyes, overwhelmed with excitement. This is the true gateway to success, the beginning of a journey to prestigious universities. To be present at the ceremony tonight is undoubtedly the dream of every student in the school. It is no exaggeration to say that many students' destinies will be altered from this moment on. Students attending the competition team establishment ceremony, please take your seats promptly. The math team is on the left side of the venue, while the biology team is on the right. Move quickly. A sharply dressed elderly man stood on the stage, microphone in hand, his tone authoritative and commanding. Though robust in stature, his head was shaved to a gleaming shine, prominent veins visible on his forehead. His demeanor exuding an intimidating presence, reminiscent of a formidable character from a fantasy novel capable of obliterating thousands with a mere thought. Yi Lianghan, Vice Principal, overall Supervisor of Subject Competitions. As Yi Lianghan spoke, an overwhelming pressure swept through the auditorium, silencing the previously boisterous academic elite as they quickly settled into their seats. Song He felt somewhat troubled. As a participant in both competition teams, was he to split himself in two? After a moment's hesitation, he made his way to the back row and sat on the biology team's side. Just as he settled in, a notification suddenly popped up before him. Zhuang Qian searched for you in both the third-year and second-year elite class 2, but was unable to find you. Resentment value 100. Zhuang Qian suspects you deceived her. Resentment value 400. Song He scratched his head, realizing that his worries had indeed come to fruition. Just as he thought the notifications would cease, a barrage of new messages began to flood his screen, and Haoyan heard that the school bell specifically sought you out and is seething with jealousy. Resentment value 600. Yin, who witnessed the school bell searching for you and is twisted with jealousy. Resentment value 500. Wu Yangbing believes you have wooed the school bell and is consumed with jealousy. Resentment value 400. In a single burst, more than 20 notifications appeared, each with resentment values in the hundreds. This wasn't the end, as smaller resentment notifications began to follow, with values of just a fewer tens. Song He was left dumbfounded, piecing together the situation. When Zhuang Qian went searching for him and announced his name, the onlooking students immediately unleashed a wave of resentment points, cursing him as a mere nobody. Before entering the auditorium, his resentment value stood at a mere 1,000 points, but it now skyrocketed to 12,400 points in just a few short minutes. Goodness! Song He exclaimed in astonishment. He had never witnessed such an explosive surge before. He had always thought that the primary source of resentment points came from sarcasm and mockery, never imagining this could also be a lucrative avenue. Zhuang Qian truly is a benefactor. Song He murmured. Even without meeting her, she could help him amass resentment points. More profitable than any money tree. I must find a way to cultivate a deeper friendship with her. As more and more students filled the auditorium, unfamiliar faces gradually surrounded Song He. On his left sat a petite girl, her excitement palpable as she reached out to him. Hello, fellow student. I'm Wu Xiao from the third-year Rocket Class 1. We will be comrades in the biology competition team. Let us defeat the math team together. Wu Xiao's tone was fierce as she spoke of defeat, her expression filled with deep-seated animosity. Hello, senior. I'm Song He from the first-year elite class 2. He awkwardly shook her hand. Why do we need to defeat the math team? Junior, you wouldn't understand. I'm attempting my second year in the competition team. I was part of it last year and experienced firsthand the battles between the biology and math teams. Our school has limited resources, and every year we must compete for them. It's a bitter rivalry. Compete for resources? Song He asked, puzzled. There are all sorts of peculiar resources to compete for, such as funding for materials, study room time, special training during breaks, and opportunities for guidance from esteemed teachers, all of which we must vie for. Wu Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. In short, remember this, the biology team and math team are sworn enemies. A chorus of agreement erupted from those around them, voices filled with fervor. Let us defeat the math team. The biology team is here. Damn it, we are sworn enemies. Even the dogs from the math team deserve a kick. Chapter 23. School is not a place for violence. Song. He felt that the individuals surrounding him were somewhat unhinged. They were classmates. Why resort to violence? School is not a battleground. It is a realm of social intricacies. Seizing the moment amidst the throng, Song he excused himself to the restroom and hurriedly vacated his seat, making his way to the distant mathematics team area. Perhaps the meticulous and rational mindset of mathematics would offer a more sensible atmosphere. As he settled into his new seat, a large hand reached out beside him. Classmate, welcome to our mathematics team. Together, we shall vanquish the biology team. Song he was taken aback, and immediately, several strong hands extended from all directions, enthusiastically shaking his. The biology team is a bunch of fools. They squander the school's resources. They ought to disband promptly. The mathematics brigade has arrived. Stand in line, biology team, and prepare to be defeated. Last year, the four kings of mathematics stormed into Tsinghua and Peking University, utterly decimating the biology team. This year, we shall do it again. Once the meeting concludes, shall we go and pledge brotherhood, binding our fates in blood? Absolutely. The fervor around him escalated, raucous cheers filling the air. Song he found himself utterly bewildered. Where was the disciplined and rational mathematical thinking? This was not a gathering of mathematicians, but rather a band of ruffians. Alarmed, he decided it was unwise to linger in such company. He once again excused himself for the restroom and swiftly returned to the biology team, settling back beside Wu Xiao. Compared to the raucous band of brigands opposite him, his senior felt far more welcoming. As more attendees filled the hall, with 4 elite classes from each grade level, encompassing grades 9 through 12, the total number of brilliant students gathered reached an impressive 300. Soon, both sides were fully seated. On stage, Yi Lianghan surveyed the crowd with an imposing presence, suddenly furrowing his brow. Both teams were expected to consist of 150 individuals. Why was the mathematics team short by 1? Which class was still absent? An uproar ensued, with jeers emanating from the biology team, while the mathematics team scrambled to locate their missing member. At the back of the room, a lone arm timidly raised itself. Classmate, do you know who is missing? Yi Lianghan's brow furrowed deeper. Teacher, it should be complete. I am from the mathematics team. Song he stood to declare. Nonsense. You are from the mathematics team. Why are you not seated in your designated spot? Yi Lianghan's voice thundered in anger. Go there immediately. Startled, Song he hurriedly crossed over to the opposite side. Now the biology team is short one as well. Yi Lianghan's thrown deep in it. The crowd erupted once more, the mathematics team launching into loud ridicule, while the biology team frantically searched for their missing member, creating a rather theatrical scene. From the back, yet another arm shot up. What is it now? Yi Lianghan snapped into the microphone. Teacher, the biology team is also complete. I am from the biology team. Song he shouted. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. Hundreds of eyes turned towards Song He, filled with admiration. Wow, he openly mocked the vice principal. This guy is on the brink of disaster. Impressive. I admire such talent. Is he just here to stir up chaos? What team was he truly on? On stage, Yi Lianghan's forehead tensed, fury radiating from him. Do you mean to say you are participating in both teams? Yes, teacher. Song He proclaimed loudly. Impossible. Your class selection exams. You topped both subjects? Yi Lianghan's confusion was evident. Indeed, teacher. Song He affirmed. The auditorium fell into a stunned silence. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on Song He, many appearing dazed. Some were still processing the information, while others, having grasped the meaning, questioned their own hearing. Simultaneously competing in 2 subject contests? Being selected for both teams? What kind of prodigy was this? In that moment, Song He received a surge of resentment points. Lin Xiang knows you are a dual competition participant and is exceedingly fearful. Resentment points 300. Zhong Huili is astonished by your prowess, generating feelings of inferiority. Resentment points 200. Zhong Shun believes your initial seating in the biology team was a betrayal of the mathematics team. Resentment points 100. Miao Qiao thinks your shift from the biology team to the mathematics team is a betrayal of the biology team. Resentment points 100. Song He inwardly rejoiced. This maneuver had indeed yielded a bounty of resentment points. Within mere seconds, the 200 attendees contributed their resentment points, causing the total to skyrocket from 12,400 to 33,800. Song He was nearly moved to tears. It was a night of fortune. Yi Lianghan, astonished, momentarily lost his train of thought before furrowing his brow again. Which class are you from? And what is your name? Reporting. I am Song He from the elite class 2 of the first year. Song He responded loudly. Song He, feel free to sit where you wish. I will convene with your mathematics and biology teachers shortly. Yi Lianghan stated. Now that everyone is present, let the meeting commence. As Song He took his seat, attentively listening, he felt the curious gazes of those around him, as if he were a spectacle. Though he maintained a stoic expression, the constant scrutiny made him somewhat uneasy. How dare they gawk at me so openly? Am I not handsome enough for such unbridled attention? Congratulations to all students for entering our school's competition teams. Yi Lianghan began his speech, his voice resonant. However, joining the competition team is merely the beginning. You will undergo the most rigorous selection process. From this day until the competition registration, you will face numerous tests. The minor tests will employ a barrage of questions, determining the resources allocated to you by the school, while the major tests will ruthlessly eliminate the unqualified. There are no last-place dismissals, only those deemed qualified or unqualified. If all of you qualify, then 299 out of 300 will participate in the competition. Conversely, should none of you qualify, this year the school will not send a single student to compete. Many in attendance had likely been dismissed from the competition team once or even twice, acutely aware that this was no shortcut, but rather a true test of endurance. A pallor swept over the faces of many students, the atmosphere turning oppressive, particularly for the second and third year students, most of whom had previously been selected for the competition team, only to be ousted amidst fierce competition. This would be their second or third attempt. Yi Lianghan's words unearthed dark memories for many present. Song He sat at the back, unfazed, even nonchalantly crossing his legs. A classmate nudged him, whispering, "Dude, which side are you on?" Of course, I am from the biology team. I am merely a spy in a mathematics team. After a moment's contemplation, Song He reconsidered. Wait, which team is this? The mathematics team. I misspoke. I am a biology student who has transformed into a mathematics ghost, but I am spying on the biology team. Song He hastily corrected himself. On stage, Yi Lianghan continued his speech after regaling the audience with a series of motivational slogans. He began to delve into the true substance of the meeting. Next, I shall introduce the reward mechanism for the competition team. The ranking of top scholars. Those who rank highly among the scholars will receive substantial rewards from the school. As Yi Lianghan pressed a button on the remote, the large screen behind him flickered to life. Song He perked up, his eyes widening as he focused intently on the display. The students in the auditorium instinctively leaned forward, their faces alight with anticipation. Chapter 24. The legend of the mobile phone. On the large screen, a series of photographs appeared, showcasing images of past competition teams receiving their rewards. The conventional rewards were numerous, including one-on-one guidance from esteemed mentors, access to foreign databases, boxes of expensive books, and laboratory usage rights, among others. Song He quickly scanned the images, his keen eyes capturing several items that made his breath quicken. The secret manuals of martial arts. Titles such as Mathematical Analysis by Zhuo Liqui, Principles of Mathematical Analysis by Fei Hecking Elsie, Princeton Calculus Tutorial, and Single Variable Calculus emerged before him. Additionally, there were mathematical analysis tutorials by Nikolsky, Introduction to Advanced Mathematics by Hua Luogang, Analytical Geometry by Zhu Dingxuan, Linear Algebra Exercises by Proskolnikov, Advanced Algebra Exercises by Fadiev, Ordinary Differential Equations Exercises by Filipov, Mathematical Analysis Exercises by Fong Chi Qin, examples and exercises of real variable functions by Yi Chong, and geometry and topology exercises by Basilev. Many renowned titles, which he had only heard of before, were now before his eyes, causing Song He to gasp in excitement. Given his current level, many of these books and exercise collections seemed like cryptic text to him. However, their presence as rewards for previous competition teams suggested that he was soon to touch the threshold of these arcane texts. An impulse surged within him. He yearned to consume a handful of mental calculation capsules and thoroughly conquer these mathematical tomes, solving problems to his heart's delight. The images on the large screen shifted, and the crowd erupted in exclamations of surprise. Many students were astonished to discover such rewards existed. Song He gazed at the images, his surprise evident as he quietly read the captions at the bottom. Zheng Ruxue, who won the national first prize in mathematics competition and received a cash award of 100,000 yuan. Students from the biology competition team, who received free summer camp opportunities to conduct research in Sichuan and Tibet. Qianheng, who signed an employment agreement with the school and will return to teach the competition team after graduation. Members of the mathematics competition team celebrating with a feast at the bird's nest after the competition. Song He was taken aback. The school was indeed generous. Yi Lianghan on stage pressed a button on the remote, and the image transformed into a box of mobile phones. It is well known that students at Jinghai No. 4 High School are strictly prohibited from bringing mobile phones. If discovered, the phones are confiscated and the student must reflect at home for a month, facing disciplinary action. Yi Lianghan stated solemnly. However, for students in the competition team, utilizing the internet for learning is crucial, and thus it is necessary to provide a learning device. The learning devices have restricted functionalities but allow for unrestricted access to information and the use of educational apps. The school has prepared a total of 100 learning devices. The quantity is limited. They will only be allocated to the most in need. Next Saturday, we will organize the first small exam, and based on the exam scores, we will rank the top students. The top 50 students from both the biology and mathematics teams will each receive a learning device for unrestricted use within the school. The competition students were all agitated. The allure of the mobile phone reward was irresistible. Watching films or reading literature was an essential need. Of course, it also made researching and studying incredibly convenient. A classmate nudged Song He. Hey, have you heard about the legend of the competition team mobile phone? The legend of the competition team mobile phone? Song He paused, intrigued. What is that? These phones aren't brand new. They're left behind by students from previous competitions, and the school won't reset them, only giving them a simple wipe and changing the tempered glass screen protector. Song He's mind raced. Are you implying that the phones contain materials left by the previous competition students? Exactly. It is said that the contents are extraordinary, and those who have seen them were left in awe. His classmate revealed, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Is that really true? How extraordinary could it be? Song He mused, his imagination igniting. It depends on your skill and luck. Out of the 100 phones, it is said that around 10 are particularly remarkable, while the rest are rather mundane. Song He felt a surge of excitement. He had initially wanted a phone for research, but now the allure of the mysterious content made it even more imperative to secure one. However, the small exam for the competition team would undoubtedly be several times more challenging than the selection test for his class. After all, those sitting here were no ordinary students. They were fierce warriors who had fought their way through a sea of corpses. This week, there will be no organized competition studies. The school has prepared a competition question booklet for everyone, which will be delivered to your class shortly. I hope everyone studies diligently on their own. Yi Lianghan announced from stage. Meeting adjourned. Several minutes later, in the vice principal's office, Yi Lianghan stood by his desk. With Ban Jianya and Lu Lu seated at either end of the sofa, the atmosphere tense. What is the situation in your class? 2 competitions have selected the same student? Yi Lianghan frowned. Isn't this a waste of spots? The list hasn't been officially submitted yet. You need to adjust the candidates and replace one student. Song He's mathematics is excellent. I will state my position first. I will not give up on this promising talent. Ban Jianya declared immediately. Song He's biology is outstanding. I can honestly say I've never seen such a talented student. I must secure him. Lulu interjected, her tone resolute. Are you two at odds? Competing over one child? Yi Lianghan remarked. Can he handle two competitions? Originally, one competition could guarantee an award, but splitting his focus between two might result in not securing any awards. Is that beneficial for the child? Let's keep things professional, Ban Jianya retorted, slightly angered. I've already confirmed Song He's mathematics competition. There should be an order. Let me put it this way. In the biology selection test, Song He's score is higher than the combined scores of the entire class. Lulu shot a glance at Ban Jianya, her nose curling in disdain. If Song He participates in the biology competition, the stakes are too high to bear responsibility for any missed opportunities. If the class teacher can bear that responsibility, then I have nothing more to say. Song He's mathematics is also of a high caliber. Ban Jianya's voice rose sharply. Mathematics is more important than biology, Lu. You need to prioritize. The 21st century is the century of biology. No matter how good mathematics is, can it surpass supercomputers? Lulu countered sharply. A teacher with your poor standards thinks they can produce a mathematician? Ridiculous. Lulu, Ban Jianya shouted in anger. Bon Jiayunya. Lulu stood her ground, slamming her hand on the armrest of the sofa. Enough. Yi Lianghan shouted angrily. Are you two arguing in my office? You both have some nerve. Keep arguing, and I will revoke Song He's spot entirely. Ban Jianya and Lulu simultaneously erupted in anger, shouting in unison, You dare take away my student? You have some nerve. Yi Lianghan was taken aback, caught off guard. I am the vice principal, or are you two the vice principal? After their outburst, Ban Jianya and Lulu seemed to shrink back slightly, turning away in silence. Are you saying this in anger, or do you genuinely believe it? Song He's that talented? Yi Lianghan's tone softened. Do you have the exam papers? Ban Jianya pulled a crumpled test paper from his pocket and spread it out on the desk. Lulu opened her backpack, retrieving her biology textbook, from which she neatly unfolded her own test paper and placed it on the table. See, this is how a teacher should treat their students' test papers, Lulu scoffed, poking the mathematics paper disdainfully. Lulu, you think you have the right to take my student? Ban Jianya erupted in fury. You two will lose this month's civilized award. Keep arguing. Go ahead. Yi Lianghan pulled out his glasses and leaned over the desk to examine the two test papers. Lulu and Ban Jianya froze, then locked eyes with even fiercer glares. As Song He was in the restroom, a notification of resentment suddenly popped up before him. Ban Jianya lost rewards due to his efforts to protect you. Feeling the pain. Resentment 300. Lulu lost rewards due to her efforts to protect you. Feeling the pain. Resentment 300. Yi Lianghan's authority was challenged by your teachers. Feeling humiliated. Resentment 300. Song He's face turned pale, and he almost lost his composure. Wow. Thank you to the three teachers for the generous 900 points of resentment. What on earth are you all doing? What have I done to earn your resentment? I am innocent. After a moment of recovering from the shock, Song He continued his business and, after finishing, left the restroom. As the evening study session concluded, the school paths were bustling with an overwhelming crowd. Song He navigated through the throngs of students towards the dormitory, secretly troubled by the ominous resentment points he had just acquired. The sheer magnitude of these points, stemming from the grievances of both teachers and the vice principal, was unnerving. He pondered whether it was worth the trouble at all. The more he contemplated, the more anxious he became, as if something dire was looming behind him. Suddenly, a hand fell upon his shoulder. Song He, why did you deceive me? Came a voice filled with melancholic reproach. Chapter 25. The 1,000 Grievances of a Bystander Song. He turned around, and indeed, it was senior sister Zhuang. Zhuang Qian's gaze was filled with resentment. Her porcelain-like face marred by dissatisfaction, and her delicate brows were tightly knitted together. The crowd surged around them, students returning to their dormitories, many curious eyes drawn to the scene. Upon witnessing Zhuang Qian's forlorn expression and the awkward demeanor of Song He, misunderstandings began to arise. You said you were in elite class too. Why did I go to their class only to be told there's no one by that name? Zhuang Qian protested. Feeling aggrieved, I not only searched in the elite class 2 of the 3rd year, but even in the 2nd year, and it left me quite embarrassed. Did you check elite class 2 of the 1st year? Song He inquired. Zhuang Qian was momentarily stunned. 1st year? What do you mean? Song He chuckled helplessly. This is my fault for not clarifying things with you. Zhuang Qian's eyes widened in slight horror. Don't tell me you are in the first year. Elite Class 2 of the first year, Song He affirmed, pulling out his cafeteria card to display the class name. Suddenly, Zhuang Qian covered her mouth with her hand, unable to suppress a soft gasp. Oh. Zhuang Qian was startled to learn that he was merely a first-year student, while she was in her third year. And yet her mathematical prowess paled in comparison. Grievance value 100. Zhuang Qian felt a tinge of inferiority and a hint of anger at his overwhelming abilities. Grievance value 100. Wow, you're incredibly impressive. You can tackle the college entrance examination math problems right at the start of school. Zhuang Qian was left in shock. I thought people like you only existed in movies. Her gaze turned to one of admiration as she stared at Song He. But after a moment, she inexplicably felt a surge of anger and playfully punched his shoulder twice. Instantly, grievance values surged. Ling Quan witnessed the close interaction between the school beauty and you, feeling exceedingly jealous. Grievance value 100. Zhang Wenkong observed the admiration in the beauty's eyes directed at you, feeling a slight pang of jealousy. Grievance value 50. A barrage of fragmented notifications popped up, incrementally raising the grievance values. Suddenly, a bold grievance value appeared. Lung Xiangwen perceived you as a rival and harbored hatred. Grievance value 1,000. Song He was taken aback. What sort of overwhelming emotions could provoke such a high grievance value from a stranger? He quickly scanned his surroundings, the crowd bustling. Yet he couldn't find a single glaring stare or lingering presence. It was impossible to discern who the notorious Lung Xiangwen was. He decided to let it go since strangers had no connection with him. As long as they did not seek trouble, it would suffice. However, with such a hefty grievance value, the likelihood of encountering trouble seemed quite high. Did you seek me out regarding a problem you couldn't solve? Song He redirected the conversation. Did you bring it? I could take a look. There's a problem, but I don't need it now. Zhuang Qian shook her head. You figure it out? Song He asked. Not yet, but when I went to find you, the students in the third-year elite class couldn't solve that problem either. Surely, you can't do it. Zhuang Qian chuckled bitterly. The third-year elite class couldn't crack it? Song He's interest was piqued. Let me see which problem it is. Zhuang Qian squatted by the roadside, unzipping her backpack and retrieving a collection of mistakes, flipping through the pages quickly. Song He took the error collection, narrowed his eyes, and examined the problem. It is indeed a bit challenging, right? Zhuang Qian said as she attempted to reclaim the error collection. Not expecting a first-year student like Song He to solve it. But I have two methods to solve it, Song He suddenly declared. Zhuang Qian was instantly taken aback. A pencil. Song He extended his hand. Zhuang Qian hastily produced a pencil. She refrained from offering a ballpoint pen, fearing Song He might struggle to solve it, and began scribbling in the mistake book. After a flurry of pencil strokes, at least she could erase it. Upon receiving the pencil, Song He immediately began to write the answers in an elegant, flowing script, the speed of his pen astonishing. As he recorded the step-by-step process and complex results without a moment's hesitation, leaving Zhuang Qian in awe. Done. Here are two methods. You can choose whichever you prefer to learn. Song He returned the mistake book and pencil, turning to head back to the dormitory. If you have more good problems, feel free to seek me out again. Good night. Zhuang Qian was left dazed, gripping the mistake book, staring blankly as Song He walked away. Such strength from a freshman these days? A problem that even the third-year elite class couldn't comprehend, yet a first-year student solved it in mere glances, and with two methods? Absurd. Everyone is human. Why do some possess minds of a different caliber? As he pushed open the dormitory door, Song He was greeted by a startling sight. A sea of spicy snacks. Yuan Guang was sprawled on his bed, counting the spicy treats, an array of flavors and types spread across the bed, numbering over 100 bags. Are you starting a business? Song He inquired. Come, pick what you like. It's on the house. Yuan Guang flashed a mischievous smile. Well then, I want to hold back. Song He approached, grabbing a bag. Yuan Guang immediately snatched up a dozen more of the same kind, dumping them on Song He's desk, leaving him astonished. No need to thank me. This is all from your winnings. It cost me nothing. Yuan Guang exclaimed, joyfully slapping his thigh. Winnings from me? Song He was bewildered. During this morning's reading session, the back row debated who would secure a spot on the competition team. I confidently stated that you would definitely claim a spot, but those blind fools didn't believe me. Not only did they refuse to believe, but they also mocked me. My temper flared, and I challenged them to a bet, making them sign. Yuan Guang declared proudly, "Brother, you're indeed reliable. For every spot you secure, I earned dozens of bags of spicy snacks." Song He and T anticipated such a scheme and exclaimed, "Wow." Those folks in the back row were completely shocked by you today. They even gave you nicknames, Math Emperor and Biology Emperor. By evening study, everyone agreed to call you the Great Emperor of Mathematics and Biology. Yuan Guang continued. Song He felt a rush of embarrassment. Wasn't this a bit too early for such juvenile antics? Great Emperor of Mathematics and Biology? I thought only second-year students suffered from such delusions. I heard that competition students have study phones. Song He changed the subject. Next Saturday, we'll have an internal test. The top 50 will win a study phone. Song He nodded. I plan to give it a shot, but the competition will be fierce. Go for it, brother. Yuan Guang's eyes sparkled with aspiration, his tone mysterious. It is said that this phone is a treasured artifact, containing the lingering spirits of past competition students. Song He chuckled. I've heard that. They say past competition students left behind some remarkable materials on those phones. Do your best to bring back a phone. I'll be sure to give you a surprise that will leave you enthralled. Yuan Guang laughed, promising a delightful revelation in return for Song He's efforts. As Song He accepted the challenge, the dormitory lights flickered off. He reached for the vitamin bottle on his desk, poured a handful of mental calculation capsules into his pocket, and took his exercise book to the restroom. Only Yuan Guang remained in the dormitory, quietly putting away the spicy snacks and climbing into bed. Just as he was drifting off, a sudden knock jolted him awake, followed by the door swinging open, revealing a towering figure illuminated by a phone's light. Yuan Guang glanced up, quickly sitting upright. "Good evening, teacher." Standing at the door was none other than class teacher Jian Yi. Yuan Guang panicked. Why was the homeroom teacher visiting the dormitory at such a late hour? Was he here to conduct a surprise inspection and confiscate the spicy snacks? Had someone reported him? Using the light from his phone, class teacher Jian Yi scanned the dormitory, his face darkening as he asked, "Where's Song He?" Chapter 26. Warning of Withdrawal Teacher. He didn't skip lights out. He went to the restroom to study. Yuan Guang quickly explained. Studying in the restroom? Ban Jianya was taken aback, not expecting such a response. The lights in the restroom are voice-activated, so Song He went there to utilize the light for studying. Yuan Guang elaborated. Has he been doing this all along? Yes. Since the start of the semester, he has been burning the midnight oil every night, studying until late. Yuan Guang hurriedly praised his roommate, noticing the discontent on the homeroom teacher's face. The urgent visit at such a late hour suggested something troubling. Ban Jianya's eyes softened slightly, feeling a sense of relief. This child is so diligent? Then it's worth it to deduct my award for spiritual civilization. You should get some rest. I will go find him, Ban Jianya said, closing the dormitory door. In the restroom, Song He entered with his workbook and unexpectedly spotted two familiar figures in the corner, Ning Mo and Ding Yangze, both engrossed in their books. The three exchanged glances, the atmosphere starkly different from a few days prior. The competition had concluded, transforming their dynamic from rivals to one successful individual and two failures. The tension that had previously filled the air vanished, replaced by a complex mix of jealousy, loss, resentment, and a hint of admiration in Ning Mo and Ding Yangze's eyes. Indeed, though they were reluctant to admit it, there was a trace of respect for Song He buried deep within them. To study through the night and emerge victorious in a two-front battle was no small feat. Are you here? Song He broke the silence first. He refrained from taunting, "Oh, aren't you the defeated ones?" Though such words would surely earn him some negative energy points, the restroom setting made physical confrontation an unappealing prospect. Enemies can become friends. After all, we're classmates. Song He thought it better not to provoke them too much. "We will work hard to catch up with you," Ning Mo suddenly declared, his gaze resolute. "Don't think you've won for sure. We've heard that freshman competitors are merely cannon fodder," Ding Yangze retorted. Cannon fodder? Song He was taken aback. Those who can truly compete for awards are from the second and third years. The elimination rate for first-year competitors is over 90%. After several rounds of internal assessments, only a mere 10% advance to the competition. That 10% is only there to gain experience. None of them have ever won, Ding Yangze explained. After all, we are merely first-year students. We can't compare to the second and third years. They've had an extra year or two of learning, Ning Mo concurred, looking at Song He. I heard you were about to take your first internal exam. After that, you will understand that the first-year competitors are all ranked at the bottom. When the big exam comes, it will be like mowing grass, and they will be eliminated. Song He nodded in understanding. Thank you for the information. I will strive to last until the end. Ning Mo and Ding Yangze exchanged glances, suddenly at a loss for words. Their intent had merely been to dampen Song He's spirits and regain some psychological advantage. However, Song He's calm and collected response only made them feel worse. They could only gather information while Song He was actually fighting within the competition team. Even if he were to be eliminated later, he would have gained valuable experience. Regardless of the perspective, this was a victory for Song He. Losers. Ning Mo and Ding Yangze fell silent, their spirits dampened. We are about to distribute the competition team textbooks. I can lend you 2 to read. Song He shifted the topic. The 2 were taken aback, looking up at him incredulously. You just said that no first-year competitors have won awards, so joining the competition team is merely to accumulate experience, Song He smiled. If I lend you the competition team textbooks, you will essentially be gaining experience, right? Ning Mo and Ding Yangze couldn't help but be moved, despite their previous antagonism. Song He's sudden generosity made them feel a bit awkward. After a moment, the atmosphere lightened, hinting at a thawing of hostilities. Thank you, Brother Song. Ning Mo saite. Thank you, Ding Yangze whispered. When you find yourselves unable to solve problems that I can, you will fully acknowledge your defeat and understand that you haven't lost in vain. Song He grinned, lowering his head to work on problems. Being mocked again? The 2 opponents exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Yet surprisingly, no negative energy points appeared. They realized that while Song He enjoyed mocking others, he didn't seem to possess a malicious heart. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed as Ban Jianya entered the restroom. The 3 students straightened up hurriedly. Hello, teacher. Ban Jianya nodded, standing before Song He with a serious expression. Song He felt a wave of anxiety. Recalling the previous incident where the homeroom teacher had garnered negative energy points, he sensed impending trouble. Song He, there is some bad news. I just returned from Vice Principal Ye's office, and the Vice Principal's stance is quite clear. A student cannot participate in 2 competitions simultaneously. You must withdraw from one. Ban Jianya said, his face darkening. Song He was taken aback and panicked. I worked hard to qualify. Why should I withdraw? Vice Principal Yi is being unreasonable. Teacher, don't worry. I can go to Vice Principal Song to plead my case. Ban Jianya hesitated, surprised by the student's connections. Vice Principal Song is currently abroad for an inspection, and he doesn't oversee the competition team. He may not be able to help you. However, there is still a chance. Teacher Lulu and I have already argued with Vice Principal Yi, and now I will tell you the outcome. Ban Jianya continued, his tone serious. Song He felt a knot in his stomach. In the corner, Ning Mo and Ding Yangze exchanged concerned looks. Next Saturday's internal exam. You must rank in the top 80 for both math and biology, Ban Jianya stated firmly. If you make the top 80 in both subjects, the vice principal has agreed to continue observing your progress, allowing you to remain in both competition teams. However, if you fail to make the top 80 in either subject, or if both subjects fall below that mark, you will have to withdraw from the subject with a lower ranking. Song He understood at once. I got it, teacher. I will do my utmost to place both subjects in the top 80. You understand nothing. Ban Jianya snapped. Song He was bewildered by the reprimand, unsure of how to respond. The math and biology competition teams each comprised 150 students, with 100 from the second and third years, essentially monopolizing the top ranks. First-year competitors generally fell within the last 50. Only a few exceptional first-year students can break into the top ranks, but even they usually hover around the 90th position. To rank in the top 80 is exceedingly rare, Ban Jianya stated sternly. Song He fell into contemplation. Ning Mo and Ding Yangze appeared pleased. Do you understand what I mean? Ban Jianya continued. It's unrealistic for even one subject to break into the top 80. And for both to do so is simply impossible. Therefore, my advice is to focus on math this week and set biology aside for now. I sacrificed my bonus to protect you. Ban Jianya suddenly erupted with anger. Let me make myself clear. If you get dropped from the math team, you will immediately sit beside the trash can. Songhee's face fell. Teacher, you can't keep threatening me like this. I passed the class selection exam, so I shouldn't be relegated to sitting by the trash can. You must keep your word. Then you can stay in your position, and I will move the trash can beside you. Ban Jianya retorted with a grim expression. Songhee was left speechless. He truly felt exasperated with his homeroom teacher. Ban Jianya patted Songhee's shoulder firmly, a mix of encouragement and threat, before turning and leaving. The restroom fell silent. Songhee felt an immense pressure. What had once been a trivial internal exam now loomed as a matter of life and death due to Vice Principal Ye's meddling. Ning Mo and Ding Yangze exchanged glances and turned to whisper to each other. The opportunity has arrived, Ding. Understood. If we can prevent Songhee from studying, and he withdraws from one team, we can take his place. Oh dear, that doesn't seem right, does it? Songhee interjected, his expression darkening. You two shouldn't conspire so loudly. I can hear everything. Ning Mo and Ding Yangze chuckled mischievously, clearly engaged in jest. At 1 o'clock in the dead of night, Songhee returned to the dormitory, where his roommate Yuan Guang was already sound asleep. Accessing the system, he discovered a balance of 37,000 resentment points. An illusion of financial freedom enveloped him. Quitting the team was out of the question. After all, wasn't it simply a matter of propelling 2 subjects into the top 80? Charging forward was his forte. A tough battle lay ahead, and ample ammunition was essential. It was time for a frenzied lottery draw. Chapter 27. Teachers clash. Students suffer. He had initially procured 10 days' worth of deep sleep capsules as a reserve, each costing 1,000, thus spending 10,000 of his grievance points, leaving him with 27,000. Cackling with delight at his balance, he recalled a time when purchasing 100 grievance points for a mental arithmetic capsule had been a painful expense. Now, he could afford to consume mental arithmetic capsules as if they were mere sustenance. He opened the Advanced Technology Lottery and decisively opted for 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations on acquiring a mental arithmetic capsule 1. Congratulations on acquiring a mental arithmetic capsule 1. As expected, the familiar ordinary prizes appeared. No matter, the exhilarating bonus draw segment was imminent. Congratulations on acquiring a mental arithmetic capsule 1. Congratulations on acquiring the qualification to purchase a Master Teacher capsule. Now available in the System Mall. Songhee promptly accessed the System Mall, revealing a purple capsule. Master Teacher capsule, 5,000 grievance points each. Upon consumption of the Master Teacher capsule within 1 day, the host will be able to explain problems to others. If the counterpart learns, the host will receive a double return of new knowledge. The returned knowledge will stem from the periphery of the host's understanding, effectively enhancing academic prowess. Another capsule, indeed. The system must be a merchant of potions. The item held great promise. Explaining problems to others would no longer be a waste of time, as he could also reap knowledge. However, was the price not a tad extravagant? Coincidentally, the number of students seeking help had been rising. He could test the efficacy of the Master Teacher capsule tomorrow. If the results were remarkable, the exorbitant price could be forgiven. Rubbing his hands together, Songhee eagerly anticipated his second round of 10 consecutive draws. The lottery wheel spun, and mental arithmetic capsules materialized one after another in his palms. At last, the bonus draw segment yielded something new. Congratulations on acquiring the qualification to purchase the Neuron Growth Capsule, now available in the System Mall. Neuron Growth Capsule, 10,000 grievance points each. Upon consumption, it promotes the generation of more dendrites and axons in brain neurons, slightly reducing cognitive energy expenditure, marginally increasing thinking speed, slightly delaying brain aging, and slightly enhancing intelligence. He had consumed this item before, but felt no discernible effect. Songhee suspected it was merely a health supplement, muttering complaints under his breath, hoping it wouldn't swindle his money. Yet, The allure of enhanced intelligence was hard to resist. If the human brain were akin to a laptop, the mental arithmetic capsule merely activated a temporary beast mode, while the deep sleep capsule shortened the charging time. The neuron growth capsule, however, represented a direct upgrade to the processor and graphics card, enhancing performance from the hardware level. It would be effective for a lifetime. Damn it. Enough deliberation. Wealth should be squandered. After a brief internal struggle, He gritted his teeth and spent 20,000 grievance points to acquire 2 golden neuron growth capsules, consuming them with utmost caution. Afterward, he felt nothing, his mind as unresponsive as before, lacking the refreshing clarity that accompanied the mental arithmetic capsule. His grievance points dwindled to 5,000. Damn, he was broke again. The neuron growth capsule better be of some utility. He grumbled through clenched teeth. The following day, during morning study, he hunched over his desk, tackling math problems with fervor, whether due to psychological effects or not. After consuming the neuron growth capsule the previous night, he found his problem-solving experience unusually smooth today. Zhao Yi arrived late, her backpack slung over her shoulder, and upon sitting down, she patted He on the shoulder. He, I ran into the biology teacher on the way. She wants you in her office. Now, He sighed, having anticipated this turn of events, especially since the math teacher had pursued him to the restroom the night before. Yes, she is waiting for you. Zhao Yi nodded. She doesn't seem too pleased, so be careful not to provoke her. Interrupting my studies. If I go, I'll give her a couple of slaps to set her straight. He retorted defiantly, tossing his pen aside and rising. 2 minutes later, in the biology office, He knocked on the door and entered, bowing slightly with a sycophantic smile. You called for me, teacher? Come in and close the door, Lulu instructed. Seated at her desk in a pink dress that accentuated her figure, her long legs elegantly crossed, her hair cascading like a waterfall, quite a sight to behold. Have a seat. Lulu motioned for a small stool beside her. He carefully sat down, his expression attentive. Sitting so close to the teacher for the first time made him nervous, as he could detect a faint scent of shampoo. Do you prefer math or biology more? Lulu propped her chin on her hand. Of course, I prefer biology. He replied hastily. How could math compare to biology? Then for this week, focus solely on biology. Do not study math. Lulu's gaze was serious. Their SA small assessment for the competition team next Saturday. You must ensure you rank within the top 80 in biology. Understood? He felt a wave of dread wash over him. So it was true. Last night, the class leader had commanded him to abandon biology for math. And now Lulu was demanding the opposite. His 2 teachers were at odds, neither trusting him to excel in both subjects. He felt trapped between 2 towering mountains, lamenting his plight compared to that of son Wukong. Rest assured, teacher, if I fail to make it into the top 80 for biology, you can take my head. He vowed earnestly. Lulu smiled, suddenly reaching out to ruffle He's hair with a gentle tone. You're quite obedient. It's worth my while to have you here, even at the cost of a bonus. An electric thrill coursed through He at her touch. He suddenly found her demeanor exceedingly gentle. Yet, the threats were not far behind. If you perform well, there will be rewards, but if not, I could be quite petty. I assured the vice principal that you are a promising student. If you fail, my reputation will be at stake. How could I let that slide? If you miss out on the biology team this time, you'll be standing during biology class from now on. Lulu's smile concealed her sharp intentions. He's head throbbed in response. However, standing during class was hardly torture. Aside from the embarrassment, it was quite beneficial for one's health, as prolonged sitting could lead to ailments. Is that all? In addition to standing during class, your performance on the competition team will also determine the materials allocated to you for the laboratory. Lulu seemed to see through his thoughts, raising her eyebrows and intensifying her threats. Laboratory materials? He was puzzled. Biology competitions require practical work in the lab, such as cell cultivation and animal dissection. During the finals, practical skills account for 10 points, Lulu explained with a smile. With limited funding, materials are only sufficient for high-performing students. If you do poorly, you'll have to purchase your own materials for additional practice. If you fail to make it onto the biology competition team this time, even if you qualify in your second year, you receive ample materials. Upon hearing the mention of expenses, Song He instinctively tensed. Are laboratory materials that expensive? Certainly. Lulu nodded emphatically. To secure a perfect score of 10 in practical skills, a lucky competitor could easily spend over 10,000 on materials. Song He's face paled, and he hastily declared, "Understood, teacher. I have no choice but to rank within the top 80. Exactly. Set math aside for now and dedicate yourself to biology," Lulu said, once more ruffling his hair with a gentle smile. "Now off you go and study." With a chill running down his spine, Song He exited the office, feeling as if Lulu resembled a beguiling specter from a classic tale, her smile tender yet capable of wielding a ruthless edge. During the morning's 4 classes, Song He paid no attention whatsoever. While the teacher lectured, he clandestinely immersed himself in solving problems, fervently studying math and biology in preparation for the competition team's assessment. Finally, after the 4 classes concluded, only the last study period remained. As the class bell rang, class leader Ban Jianye appeared, holding a thick book and heading straight for Song He. Song He hurriedly concealed the biology paper he had been working on and switched to the math paper. "The math competition question book has arrived before the assessment." Ban Jianye placed the hefty tome on the desk, speaking in a low tone. "The total comprises 300 pages. According to past experiences, first-year competition students generally manage to complete 100 pages before the minor exams, while second- and third-year competition students can accomplish 200 pages. If you aspire to rank within the top 80, it is imperative to cover at least 230 pages. Understood, teacher. I shall exert my utmost effort." Song He opened the mathematics competition textbook. After distributing the problem set, Ban Jianye surprisingly did not leave. Standing by, with an imposing gaze that clearly indicated his intent to prevent Song He from studying any other subjects. Naturally, under the intimidating presence of the homeroom teacher, Song He dared not act out of turn, diligently focusing on mathematics. Suddenly, Lulu appeared at the classroom door, a thick book in her hand. She strode directly to Song He, slamming the biology competition workbook atop the mathematics one, then turned to glare at Ban Jianye. The 2 educators exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with hostility. Ban Jianye showed no signs of retreat, casting a menacing look at Song He, suggesting that any neglect of mathematics would lead to dire consequences. Lulu's expression turned frosty, and she too remained, crossing her arms and glaring at Song He, her demeanor unmistakably warning that neglecting biology would result in severe repercussions. The 2 teachers loomed like ominous specters, their presence palpable and intimidating. The class soon erupted into a flurry of whispers, dozens of astonished gazes converging on the front row. Everyone was rendered speechless. It was indeed a bizarre spectacle to witness 2 teachers fixated on a single student during self-study. What on earth was happening? What transgression had Song He committed? The focal point, Song He felt utterly bewildered, caught in a dilemma as he hesitated to open the mathematics competition textbook. Lulu's expression remained frosty. Song He hurriedly flipped open the biology competition textbook. Ban Jianye's face flushed with anger. Song He thought to himself, "I am utterly at a loss. Could the 2 of you perhaps grant me some respite?" Chapter 28. The engagement of Lung Xiangwen after a prolonged standoff. Song He quietly set aside the competition questions and withdrew his Chinese textbook from his backpack. "Let it be," he thought. "I shall forsake mathematics and biology. Let us focus on the grandeur of our traditional culture." In the presence of both teachers, Song He audaciously began to read the text aloud. He realized that neither Ban Jianye nor Lulu could best the other, rather than offend one. It was wiser to offend both, thus effectively offending neither. The Jin Marquis and the Qin Duke besieged Zheng due to its disrespect towards Jin and its duplicity towards Shu. The state is in peril. Should Zhuo Wu encounter the Qin army, they will surely retreat. Having sealed Zheng to the east, they now wish to extend their encroachments westward. If they do not thwart Qin, will they find respite? As Song He read with fervor, swaying his head with abandon, his deskmate, Zhao Yi, stared in disbelief. Her jaw agape. "Song He, you are incredible. The math and biology teachers are glaring at you, and you choose to study Chinese?" she exclaimed. "If the Chinese teacher finds out, One T she call a victory? Ban Jianya and Lu exchanged glances, both brimming with rage, yet with the entire class watching. Neither dared to unleash their fury upon the other. It was unbecoming for teachers to quarrel openly. The dignity of the profession must be preserved. After a brief but charged exchange of glances, Ban Jianya and Lu turned their attention to the classroom, where most students were curiously observing, their faces alight with amusement. What are you staring at? Focus on your studies. Lu bellowed. If you want to study, get out. Leave. Ban Jianya roared in anger. The two teachers unleashed their authoritative presence, and the atmosphere in the classroom plummeted. In an instant, the entire class bowed their heads, too frightened to utter a word. Songhe's field of vision was suddenly inundated with grievance notifications. Due to Xia Xiaoran watching you being scolded by the teacher, grievance value 20. Higulan, for observing you, was also scolded, grievance value 30. The majority of the class swiftly accumulated grievance points. Perceiving the reprimands as an unforeseen calamity, merely the two teachers venting their ire upon the students. The source of this ill temper was undoubtedly the apathetic Songhe. Many classmates inwardly cursed. How can Songhe's negligence lead to our punishment? What a ridiculous world. For a moment, the entire classroom was shrouded in the shadow of Songhe, with grievance values ebbing and flowing. Evening self-study. In a well-lit school library, Songhe ascended the stairs with his backpack, exhaling in relief. After being scrutinized for half the morning self-study session by the two teachers, he felt utterly drained and decided to escape to the library. Here, he could study mathematics or biology as he pleased. No one would dare interfere. It was sheer bliss. The last time he had come to study, a table happened to be vacant, so he claimed it for himself before heading to the restroom. Standing at the urinal, he let the water flow. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Without warning, he felt a sharp slap on his shoulder, accompanied by an intrusive voice. Hey, you're Songhe, right? What is your relationship with Zhuang Qian? A surge of anger ignited within Songhe, turning to glare at the intruder. He found it infuriating to be accosted at such a private moment. A bespectacled youth with a dark expression stood beside him, also at the urinal, glaring defiantly. First, there's nothing between us, just discussing some problems, Songhe replied with fierce intensity. Secondly, what business is it of yours? The tension escalated swiftly. I saw you two last night, discussing problems by the roadside. I warn you to keep your distance from her. Someone like you, an ordinary person, is not on her level. I am Lung Xiangwen, and I have an engagement with Zhuang Qian. Our families have long agreed upon it. Lung Xiangwen declared with an air of arrogance. Both families agreed? Did anyone ask me? Songhe retorted, astonished. Lung Xiangwen paused, realizing he had overstepped, and his face contorted with rage. Who the hell do you think you are? Quite insignificant, yet with a temper that belies your stature. He quipped, glancing casually to the side. Who the hell are you two? Lung Xiangwen's words faltered as he caught sight of something that left him dumbfounded. Staring wide-eyed at Songhe. How is this possible? In a mix of surprise and fury, Lung Xiangwen hastily adjusted his trousers and turned to glare at Songhe. Lung Xiangwen was astonished by your stature, leading to self-doubt. Grievance value 800. Zhuang Qian sought me out last night because I could help her with her studies. Do you think she would even glance at a slacker like you? In high school, grades are paramount. If you're focused ISNT on academics, how can you expect to excel? Instead of lurking in the restroom to cause trouble, you'd be better off doing some practice papers. I have excellent grades. I am on the math competition team. For 3 consecutive years, I have been selected for the team. I know you're on that team. Care to test your skills in competition? Lung Xiangwen erupted, veins throbbing on his forehead. Oh, you're on the competition team with that demeanor? Songhe was taken aback. He quickly accessed the system shop and purchased a combat power detector, setting it to assess his mathematics skills. Lung Xiangwen, mathematics, silver level 01. He checked his own mathematics ranking. Mathematics, bronze level 75, a staggering difference of 26 levels. However, Lung Xiangwen was already in his 3rd year, merely riding on the coattails of age rather than true prowess. True champions would not need multiple attempts. They would have already soared to victory. With only 9 days until the exam, closing the 26-level gap seemed quite feasible. In fact, Song was confident he could surpass some levels. The only uncertainty lay in the ranks. He wondered if ascending from bronze to silver would entail any particular hurdles. With a derisive laugh, Song scoffed, "You think you can challenge me in the examination room? When? How about this upcoming team assessment? Dare to wager?" Lung Xiangwen's expression darkened. "What are the stakes? If your rank is lower than mine, stay away from Zhuang Qian." Lung Xiangwen proposed. "If I rank lower than you, I will withdraw." "You're withdrawing from what?" "I have no relationship with her." Song, he shook his head. "Aren't you from a prominent family? If you lose, you'll cover my materials for the biology lab. Whatever I use, you'll pay for. Is that all?" "It's a deal." Lung Xiangwen agreed decisively. Song turned to leave the restroom, both amused and irritated. He sensed that he wouldn't actually lack materials for the biology experiment, as he was confident in securing a top position in the competition team. Nevertheless, since this wager had fallen into his lap, he would seize the opportunity to have a wealthy heir cover his expenses, allowing him greater freedom in future experiments. With the system's assistance, Song believed he might concoct something extraordinary in the lab, contingent on having sufficient materials. Winning this wager would open up a multitude of possibilities on the experimental platform. Upon returning to his seat, he wasted no time in retrieving his mathematics competition workbook, consuming a handful of mental calculation capsules before flowing seamlessly into writing the answers. Perhaps due to acclimatizing to intense study or the considerable pressure from the upcoming competition assessment, Song found that he could fully immerse himself in the task at hand within 2 seconds, shutting out external distractions and dedicating himself entirely to the questions. The newly issued mathematics workbook contained a total of 300 pages, with the teacher stipulating that completing 230 pages would provide a chance to secure a spot within the top 80. True to his nature, Song aimed to finish all 300 pages for peace of mind. The workbook was divided into 30 units, each containing 10 pages. The first page presented theoretical knowledge, outlining a specific problem type, followed by 9 pages filled with exercises. The disparity in difficulty between the knowledge page and the problem pages was strikingly evident. Knowledge page: 1 rabbit plus 1 rabbit equals 2 rabbits, thus 1, 1, 2. Do you understand? Now try the following exercises. Problem page: ln 880412, 29,261, sine 77, 3 cosine 58. 5. Flipping through the workbook revealed a consistent theme, leaving Song feeling quite perplexed. In preparation for the competition team's quiz, he pressed on with his studies despite the discomfort, resorting to mental calculation capsules, far more effective than ibuprofen. He methodically tackled the questions, finding the first 3 units relatively smooth sailing. However, upon reaching the 4th unit, he suddenly found himself at a standstill. The 4th unit introduced the Cauchy convergence criterion. At first glance, he grasped that if a series terms and their absolute values tend toward 0, then the sum of the series equals a constant from earlier terms plus a quantity approaching 0. Thus, the series converges. Yet, armed with this understanding, he struggled to make progress on the peculiar problems presented. He had previously encountered moments of temporary blockage in his studies. Believing that reviewing the concepts multiple times would ease the way, he assumed this would be no different. However, after a full 20 minutes and countless reviews of the concepts, he remained unable to solve the problems. How perplexing! Was the textbook erroneous? This was only the 4th unit. Could he truly have reached the limits of his intellect? For the first time, Song felt a pang of anxiety, scratching his scalp in discomfort. After consuming 2 more mental calculation capsules, his mind felt as though it might combust. Yet he remained at a loss, struggling to internalize the brief lines of information. Suddenly, a white booklet was slapped onto the desk, pushed towards Song. "There you are." A familiar voice resonated. Chapter 29, Knowledge Points of the Master Capsule. As Song turned back, it was indeed Zhuang Qian. She appeared to have just finished a run, her little face flushed and glistening with fragrant sweat, exuding a hint of allure. Pulling a chair over, Zhuang Qian naturally took a seat beside Song. He blinked, inquiring if he had any time to spare, as she had accumulated several pages of incorrect problems. Of course, Song He responded instantaneously, accessing the system store. With a determined breath, he spent 5,000 resentment points to purchase the master capsule. It was time to test the efficacy of this contraption. Seizing the moment while Zhuang Qian was distracted, Song He swallowed the capsule and clapped his hands to take the incorrect problems, reviewing the questions. Having just learned about the Cauchy convergence criterion, his mind was a muddled mess. Yet, upon encountering the standard high school problems in the error book, his thoughts became remarkably clear. With great speed, Song He explained the problems, effortlessly jotting down steps on scratch paper, guiding Zhuang Qian through the ocean of mathematics. These ordinary high school questions were, for Song He, akin to leisure activities. Zhuang Qian's eyes widened as she strained to keep pace with Song He's explanation, endeavoring to comprehend each question. What seemed insurmountable to her became malleable in Song He's hands, as he elucidated the key points with astonishing ease. As each problem in the error book was clarified, Zhuang Qian felt a rush of excitement, deeply understanding the exhilarating sensation of being guided by a master. Suddenly, Song He's expression shifted. You have taught Zhuang Qian parts of the problems, returning double mathematics knowledge, mathematical progress detected, leveling up from bronze 75 to bronze 76. A surge of unfamiliar knowledge flooded into his mind. The master capsule had returned knowledge points. Song He paused his explanations, silently counting the new knowledge in his mind. It was indeed related to the Cauchy convergence criterion. Weight combined with the new knowledge returned from the master capsule. The points he previously struggled with seemed to have clicked. Hold on. Song He tossed out a line before abruptly turning to rummage through the mathematical competition book. Zhuang Qian, unaware of what had transpired, patiently remained silent, waiting quietly by his side. Oh my goodness. So that's it. The Cauchy criterion. You turn out to be a little rascal. Song He was euphoric, as questions he had grappled with just moments ago suddenly became crystal clear. A mere glance at the problems unveiled a flow of steps in his mind, and the key steps conveniently utilized the knowledge returned by the master capsule. Ecstasy enveloped Song He, realizing that the previous 20 minutes of confusion had undoubtedly been a minor bottleneck. Typically, overcoming such a bottleneck would require considerable effort, but the master capsule had forcefully shattered it. Suddenly, Song He was struck with the realization, was this not a clever loophole? When faced with a learning bottleneck, utilizing the master capsule for assistance yielded exponential results, akin to wielding a cheat code. This was indeed the proper way to use the master capsule. It was not merely a supplementary tool, but a formidable weapon against bottlenecks. Surely, there was wisdom in its expense. I just broke through a knowledge point, and I want to strike while the iron is hot to tackle some problems. I'll explain to you when I hit a snag, Song He proposed to Zhuang Qian. Sound good? I also need to digest what you just explained. Zhuang Qian responded rationally. With fervor, Song He dove into solving problems, continuing to tackle the mathematical competition materials. Each time he encountered a new unit, he would inevitably hit a snag. Thus, he would swiftly pull Zhuang Qian over to clarify one or two problems. Subsequently, he comprehended the new unit's knowledge entirely, tossing Zhuang Qian aside, and continued his rapid-fire problem-solving. This process repeated itself with remarkable efficacy, with level-up notifications pouring in. Mathematical progress detected, leveling up from bronze 76 to bronze 77. Mathematical progress detected, leveling up from bronze 77 to bronze 78. In the span of a single evening study session, Song He had elucidated all the pages of incorrect problems Zhuang Qian had amassed. He himself had received a wealth of knowledge points in return, propelling his mathematics level to bronze 81 in one breath. This unprecedented speed of advancement was astounding, considering that leveling up became increasingly challenging as one progressed. Song He was elated, feeling as if he were reaping the benefits of another's efforts, largely due to Zhuang Qian's role as a facilitator. Thankfully, she was sufficiently inexperienced, possessing plenty of questions she could not solve, yet clever enough to grasp concepts with minimal explanation, akin to a sponge absorbing knowledge points, truly a chosen instrument. The thrill of leveling up through teaching others became an exhilarating addiction for Song He. The following day, during the morning reading session, Zhao Yi's voice dwindled to a whisper before she suddenly slammed her face onto her textbook. Is she dead? Song He turned his head. Sleepy, Zhao Yi mumbled. Her eyelids heavy and dark circles prominent. Did you stay up late? Song He inquired, perplexed. I heard you were studying in the bathroom at night. So I tried it too. After midnight, my brain just wouldn't work. I couldn't solve a single math problem in half an hour. It was so frustrating. Zhao Yi lamented. Which problem are you stuck on? Upon hearing of a challenging question, Song He's eyes lit up instinctively. Let me explain it to you. Zhao Yi rummaged through her desk, pulling out a test paper and pointing to the last question. This problem has 3 solutions. Without a moment's hesitation, Song He grabbed a piece of scratch paper. Zhao Yi's squinted eyes widened in disbelief. What? You just glanced at the question and you know 3 methods? Pay attention and learn well, Song He commanded as he elegantly wrote down the steps. Minutes later, Zhao Yi understood the solution, casting a sidelong glance at Song He. Muttering under her breath, freak, Song He, busy tallying the newly returned knowledge in his mind, paused. What? You're a total freak, Zhao Yi grumbled. I couldn't solve it in half an hour, and you looked at it and immediately said there are 3 methods. It makes me feel like a little fool. Zhao Yi's confidence has been undermined by you. Resentment points 80. The more Zhao Yi thought about it, the angrier she became. She turned around and angrily stomped on Song He's foot. Math freak, you'll pay for this. Though Zhao Yi appeared lethargic, she grumbled softly. Stop messing around. I'm trying to solve problems. Song He evaded her kicks. No way. I'm determined to eliminate this math freak. Zhao Yi extended her leg further. Song He, caught off guard by her persistence, instinctively grabbed her outstretched leg and placed it on his own. The action was purely instinctive, and as soon as he did it, he felt it was inappropriate. He initially thought Zhao Yi would explode in anger, but to his surprise, she remained indifferent, casually resting her leg on his before burying her head on the desk, succumbing to sleep. Song He was momentarily bewildered, glancing down at Zhao Yi's leg. He found it difficult to dismiss the situation. It was surprisingly comfortable. Zhao Yi slept through most of the morning reading, gradually awakening. She retracted her long leg and resumed working on her math paper. As the class bell rang, the classroom erupted in chatter. Zhao Yi, feeling more awake after her nap, tapped Song He on the shoulder. Math freak, teach me a problem. During the break, Song He spoke with a booming voice, drawing the attention of many classmates. Halfway through, Zhang Zhilei suddenly appeared from the side, stating, I didn't understand this problem either. Then listen in together. If you don't understand something, just ask me. Song He welcomed her, even exhibiting enthusiasm. Ning Mo quietly appeared, standing nearby, to eavesdrop. In a matter of minutes, Song He's vicinity was teeming with students. 7 or 8 classmates queuing up to seek wisdom from the math prodigy. The effects of the master capsule consumed the day prior had yet to wear off, and notifications of return knowledge points continued to sound. You have taught Zhang Zhilei parts of the problems, returning double mathematics knowledge. You have taught Ning Mo parts of the problems, returning double mathematics knowledge. You have taught Yuan Guang parts of the problems, returning double mathematics knowledge. As he continued to explain, Song He suddenly discovered a new loophole. Chapter 30, What Teacher Song? Call him the Emperor of Mathematics. When a teacher elucidates a problem and multiple students grasp the concept simultaneously, the renowned teacher's capsule astonishingly provides multiple rewards. Just after Song He finished explaining a problem, he promptly generated 4 knowledge reward prompts. This glitch ignited his imagination. If only he could become a teacher addressing a full class. The speed of his advancement would likely rival that of a rocket launch. Wait, become a teacher? While he couldn't directly assume the role, he could emulate a teacher's teaching style. For instance, forming a study group and directly explaining problems to the entire group, or becoming an online instructor, crafting posts that continuously attract viewers, thereby generating an endless stream of knowledge rewards for himself. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. If he utilized this glitch wisely, even his sleeping hours could contribute to his advancement. He could envision reward prompts and upgrade notifications even in his dreams, akin to persistent pop-up advertisements. Recalling his initial days in the dormitory, Yuan Guang had claimed to have altered the dorm's feng shui, allowing knowledge to flow abundantly. Even while lying down, was Yuan Guang a prophet? Could it be that his roommate truly possessed some extraordinary abilities? Tomorrow is Saturday. I will be studying on the third floor of the library. Those with difficult questions may seek me out. Mathematics in the morning and biology in the afternoon. Song he announced to the students who had gathered around him. Is anyone interested in signing up? Instantly, the students erupted in excitement, many raising their hands. Me. I want to sign up, Brother Song. What Brother Song? This is Teacher Song. What Teacher Song? He is the Emperor of Mathematics. With the Emperor's great power, let us traverse the endless heavens of knowledge together. Song he was both astonished and delighted. The fervor of sign-ups surpassed his wildest expectations. With at least 20 students raising their hands, almost half the class wanted to attend. If it weren't for his sudden inspiration, the scene would have resembled a paid event with hired participants. Since the beginning of the semester, Song he had been diligently studying, scarcely interacting with his classmates. And even now, he could hardly recall most of their names, recognizing only a few familiar faces. Despite not being well acquainted with everyone, the trust bestowed upon him by so many students willing to listen to his explanations was genuinely touching, indicating that he had indeed established his reputation as a top student after the competition team selection. As the crowd eagerly signed up, Ding Yangze sat hunched in his seat, his expression a mix of hesitation and anxiety. He felt an itch of impatience. Having observed Song, he explained problems for half the day. He recognized his prowess. The explanations were swift and excellent. Yet, signing up directly was a challenge for him, given their previously strained relationship. Although it had eased somewhat, there remained lingering tensions. Ding Yangze glanced up, his eyes meeting those of Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo. The three exchanged awkward smiles, all understanding each other as sentiments. Just days ago, they had been rivals. Now, they were seeking his assistance as a teacher. Finally, it was Zhang Zhilei who broke the ice, as she had never clashed directly with Song he, merely engaging in subtle competition with minimal hostility. Teacher Song, will you charge a fee for attending your problem-solving class? She asked. Ning Mo and Ding Yangze displayed anxious expressions, eagerly awaiting Song he's response. They were not hoping for him to offer free sessions. Rather, they wished for him to charge a fee. If he charged for his classes, they would feel no psychological barriers. However, if he were to offer them for free, that might make it uncomfortable for them to attend. Song he was momentarily taken aback. His intention in gathering his classmates to discuss problems was primarily to harvest knowledge rewards, not to collect fees. What kind of NAVE students were they voluntarily offering to pay? Yet, reflecting on it, if he didn't charge, wouldn't he become the one being taken advantage of? In ancient times, students would bring gifts to their teachers. A smile crept on Song he's face. You can come to me with questions, just bring along some snacks. The surrounding students eagerly agreed, bursting into laughter. A mere bit of snack exchange for the guidance of a top student was indeed a profitable deal. On Saturday morning, on the third floor of the library, while other floors remained serene, the third floor was a well-known hub of chatter. Students discussing problems would congregate there, often engaging in hushed conversations. Although occasionally heated arguments or even physical altercations erupted among some hot-headed top students, particularly those ranked in the top 50, where the likelihood of conflict was significantly higher. The stereotype that studious individuals do not engage in fights is a misconception. Historically, many brilliant minds were also formidable fighters, such as Pythagoras, who was an Olympic boxing champion, or Kolmogorov, who, after losing a debate at a Soviet academic conference, struck his own mentor in frustration. Even during the Ming Dynasty, a renowned cabinet boxer, a prodigy in the imperial examinations, would surpass today as top liberal arts students and was just as quick to throw a punch. Song he arrived early and claimed a corner spot. Corners were the safest places, as fights seldom spilled over. Soon, a steady stream of classmates came by with questions, each bringing a snack. The number of students around him grew, and the pile of snacks before him increased. Song he's service attitude was difficult to assess. He was dedicated and earnest during his explanations, ensuring that students understood. However, when someone approached him with a question, he couldn't resist a bit of sarcasm. You came to bother me with such a simple problem? I want to explain such trivial matters. Consider this your last chance. If you need to ask such questions, my suggestion is to repeat the first year of high school. Take 2 years to grasp the basics. How delightful! I have traveled far and wide, and this is the first time I've encountered such an absurd proof process. Thank you for broadening my horizons. The students subjected to Songhe's sarcasm felt awkward, yet they endured it in silence, feeling quite humble. In truth, Songhe was not inherently a person who enjoyed mocking others. His sarcasm was merely a means to harvest resentment points. However, after engaging in this banter for a while, Songhe suddenly realized this was immensely enjoyable. No wonder teachers relished in finding creative ways to tease their students. As he continued with his explanations, the renowned teacher's capsule bestowed rewards incessantly, and new knowledge flooded his mind. With the accumulation of knowledge, his mathematical prowess began to surge. Detected mathematical progress. Level increased from bronze 84 to bronze 85. Detected mathematical progress. Level increased from bronze 85 to bronze 86. In the short span of a morning, Songhe's mathematical level skyrocketed from 84 to an astonishing 90. This rate of advancement left him astounded. Compared to tirelessly solving problems for an entire morning, this was at least double the speed. At this rate, by the time the competition team held their mini-exam, he would easily surpass Lung Xiangwen in mathematics. Provided Lung Xiangwen did not back out of their wager, he had no worries regarding the materials for the biology lab. In the afternoon, turning his attention to biology competition questions, Songhe found the atmosphere starkly different. Compared to the bustling morning of mathematics, the biology session was rather desolate. After all, the biology curriculum for first-year students was simplistic, with most content being rote memorization, easily found within textbooks. There essentially existed no problem that could not be solved. Rather, the issue lay in unfamiliarity with the material. With no students approaching him, Songhe felt a twinge of loneliness. In the morning, he had been surrounded by eager classmates, earning knowledge rewards, resentment points, and snacks, a trifecta of benefits. It was a winning situation. Yet by afternoon, with no inquiries, he found himself on the losing end. Consequently, his biological advancement would have to rely solely on self-study. Currently, he stood at a bronze 99 level, just a step away from the next tier. The layout of the biology competition question book mirrored that of the mathematics book, spanning 300 pages with 30 units. However, within the 10 pages of each unit, a staggering 4 pages were densely packed with knowledge points, leaving only 6 pages for questions. Having already studied 4 units, Songhe began memorizing the knowledge points from the 5th unit. As he continued memorizing, a notification suddenly popped up, leaving him bewildered. Detected biological regression. Level decreased from bronze 99 to bronze 98. Chapter 31. Errors in the biology workbook. Songhe found himself utterly bewildered. Is it truly possible for one's level to plummet even further? What on earth is happening? Shouldn't my understanding of the material lead to an increase in my level? Why does it seem as though I am regressing with every study session? Could it be that there are errors in the knowledge points? With a furrowed brow, Songhe began to scrutinize the knowledge points of Unit 5. The knowledge points of Unit 5 primarily pertain to the origins of life, a subject shrouded in mystery, with new explanations emerging almost annually, resulting in a constantly shifting landscape of answers that lack stability. If the teacher had overlooked the latest developments while compiling the material and failed to update the knowledge base in a timely manner, errors could easily arise. Songhe read through the knowledge points several times, his brow knitted in concentration, circling a few items with his pen before rising to leave. On the 5th floor of the library, the atmosphere was markedly quieter than on the lower levels. This floor housed the academic journals subscribed to by the school, featuring cutting-edge research across various disciplines. However, high school students were content with their textbooks and workbooks, showing little interest in the latest studies. The teachers rarely perused these journals either. Songhe rummaged through the shelves with fervor, most of the journals still encased in their plastic wrapping. The school's expenditure on these publications seemed extravagantly wasteful, as the majority went unread, destined to become scrap paper. Yet, he was grateful for this waste, otherwise, he would be at a loss for where to find the latest literature. Songhe, what brings you here? A short-haired girl suddenly appeared at the doorway. Her curiosity piqued as she stepped inside. Wu Xiao, is it? Song He recalled her name, recognizing her as a senior from Class 1 of the Rocket program, an experienced member of the biology competition team, with whom he had exchanged a few words during the Team's inaugural meeting. This floor lacks workbooks, so don't bother searching, Wu Xiao remarked as she approached. I'm not looking for exercises. It seems there are errors in the biology competition workbook we were given, and I wish to verify them, Song He replied, continuing his search. Errors? Wu Xiao paused momentarily before chuckling lightly. There can't possibly be errors. The biology competition workbook was crafted by esteemed educators hired by the school, undergoing 3 rounds of review. Have you studied Unit 5 yet? Did you notice any issues with the knowledge points? Song He inquired. I've already progressed to Unit 12, Wu Xiao said with a sense of pride. Issues? What issues? Just keep your head down and study. Upon hearing Wu Xiao's progress, Song He was taken aback. He immediately purchased a combat power detector from the system store and stealthily aimed it at her. Wu Xiao, Biology Silver Level 68. Truly impressive for a senior. Her level is astonishing. In reality, the biology competition workbook remained largely unchanged from year to year, with only minor adjustments made based on the previous competition as focus. For instance, if genetics was heavily featured last year, additional genetics questions would be included this year. Wu Xiao explained in a condescending tone. The knowledge points remain consistent annually. I studied them last year, so I'm quick with the questions this year. It's akin to a review, you understand? Song He seized upon a crucial detail. This was precisely where the issue lay. While the knowledge points in the workbook remained unchanged, biological research continuously advanced, rendering many facts that were once accurate obsolete. Don't overthink it, little brother. There aren't that many theories to overturn. If there were any necessary updates to the knowledge points, the teachers would make them, Wu Xiao countered with a shake of her head, laughing. There are several teachers in the question-setting group, along with multiple reviewers. Surely they wouldn't overlook errors, leaving it to a freshman like you to point them out? I'll continue searching to be certain, Song He insisted. Stubborn little brother, you're merely wasting your time, Wu Xiao sighed in exasperation. Suddenly, she recalled something. By the way, I heard you made a bet with Long Xianwen. You've heard about that? Song He was taken aback. I'm in the same class as Long Xianwen. He mentioned you as his rival in love and that you two agreed to a duel in the exam room. Wu Xiao said, her expression full of intrigue. Is that true? We are not rivals in love. I merely explained some problems to Zhuang Qian, and he got jealous, seeking trouble with me. Song He scoffed. If he comes at me, I'll take him down, and if I win, he'll owe me for the materials for the biology experiment. Listen, little brother, I advise you to find a way to reconcile with Long Xianwen, Wu Xiao advised. Shaking her head. Why? You can't win. Wu Xiao concluded bluntly. Giving up before the battle even begins ISN Team I style. We'll see how it goes. Song He replied nonchalantly. Calm down, little brother. Long Xianwen is from the rocket class and an experienced competitor, with 2 additional years of schooling. He could easily defeat you based solely on his prior knowledge. This is nothing more than an abuse of power, and if you gamble with him, you'll fall into his trap. What kind of duel is there between a senior and a freshman? If you lose, he'll surely boast about your defeat everywhere, which would be quite humiliating, Wu Xiao cautioned earnestly. So, you should quickly seek a truce. Relax. Who knows who will prevail? Song He declared confidently. Do you really believe you can outperform him? Wu Xiao was momentarily speechless. Song He did not respond. But suddenly his expression brightened as he pulled several copies of Nature from the shelf, cradling them in his arms. Wu Xiao observed him in bewilderment for a long moment before noticing he was engrossed in his search for books. With a shrug, she silently departed. Initially, she held a favorable impression of Song He, recognizing him as a rare dual competition participant and a rather handsome junior. However, after their recent exchange, that impression had significantly diminished. He seemed nothing short of a stubborn little mule, convinced he could uncover errors in the competition workbook and foolishly determined to bet against Long Xianwen, which felt like an act of self-sabotage. A student fantasizing about identifying errors made by teachers. A freshman in an elite class, dreaming of defeating a senior in an exam. Quite frankly, it seemed he might be lacking in judgment. Despite her best efforts to reason with him, Wu Xiao felt she had done all she could. Since Song he was determined to be a stubborn mule, she decided to sit back and enjoy the spectacle of his folly. At the bookshelf, Song he continued his search, swiftly gathering over 10 journals and placing them on a nearby table. Wu Xiao's disbelief was understandable, yet he felt no need for further conversation. He would let the results speak for themselves. He pulled out a copy of Nature and opened it. The dense English text made him somewhat dizzy. His command of English was still at a rudimentary level, finding it challenging to comprehend textbooks, let alone specialized foreign publications filled with esoteric terminology that made him feel almost physically unwell after prolonged reading. With a sigh, Song he lamented, "Oh, Qin Shi Huang, if only you had a world map, I wouldn't have to endure this plight. Zheng He, if only your ships could sail further, I would have to suffer through these foreign texts." After a moment, he steeled himself and retrieved an English dictionary, painstakingly searching for target vocabulary and sifting through the index. 10 minutes later, he found it. A look of delight spread across his face as he pulled out paper and pen from his pocket, noting the journal page numbers and article titles. Within the knowledge points of the 5th unit of the biology competition workbook, there was a statement claiming that all Asgard archaea exhibit a mixed nutritional or heterotrophic metabolic pattern. This statement had been accurate years ago, but subsequently, Professor Li Meng's team discovered even more ancient Asgard archaea, naming them Yukong archaea, which represent a distinct category, possessing the potential for hydrogen-oxidizing chemolithoautotrophic metabolism, differing greatly from other archaea. Detected biological advancement. Level increased from bronze 98 to 99. Song he clenched his fist in triumph. The system had validated his findings. Indeed, this was the point of error. He continued to peruse the journals, discovering that the inaccuracies in the biological competition materials were not limited to just one instance. The materials stated that eukaryotic life originated from ancient unknown archaea, but the latest findings indicate they stem from a common ancestor branch of Heimdall Yukong. The system is indeed reliable. How could the school's teachers be so inadequate, allowing such numerous errors to slip through while claiming to be experts? This can only mislead the students. Song he muttered to himself, amidst the thick stack of journals. He was drenched in sweat, diligently toiling away. The search was arduous, the translations painstaking. He brought over the biology competition question paper, simultaneously reviewing his studies while identifying dubious knowledge points. Mistakes were found in Unit 6, Unit 7, Unit 9. Nearly every unit contained erroneous concepts. A blank sheet of paper on the table gradually filled with corrections of these inaccuracies, each rectification accompanied by precise references, detailed down to the page numbers of the journals. At last, a notification from the system appeared, bestowing upon Song he a delightful surprise. Chapter 32. Do you dare to insult the teacher? The host has continuously read a plethora of cutting-edge biological literature, acquiring a vague understanding of the latest advancements in biology. Awarded the Silver rank. Current biological level. Silver level 01. A breakthrough. Song he was exhilarated, flipping through the thick tome of biology competition questions in his hands, nearly wanting to kiss it. The ability to correct errors could enhance his prowess in biology, making the flawed competition book all the more enticing. Once he tallied all the inaccuracies, he could report them to the teacher and ensure that all biology competition students relearned the correct material. At that time, consuming a renowned teacher's capsule should yield a significant knowledge rebate, right? The more he pondered, the more excited he became, working even harder. 3 days later, during the morning self-study session, on the 5th floor of the library, Song he sighed wearily, returning the final journal to the shelf. Work completed. His error correction paper contained a total of 16 mistakes. He had diligently tackled the 300-page biology competition book over the past few days, enduring immense hardship to identify these 16 errors. Only he knew how arduous it was. Typically, first-year students do not complete questions quickly. Achieving just 100 pages before the competition team's quiz is considered commendable. Second- and third-year competitors might manage a bit more, perhaps 200 pages at most. Song he, however, had managed to finish all 300 pages in one go, an extraordinary feat in itself. coupled with his simultaneous correction of errors. His pace was nothing short of astonishing. Rumors of his speed would likely astound many competitors. Of course, his toil bore fruit, as his rank had significantly improved. From silver level 01 just 3 days prior, it surged to silver level 20. This level should suffice to place him in the top 50. He would halt his biology studies here before the quiz and focus on intensifying his mathematics skills, which languished at bronze level 91. Now, only one task remained: to report the 16 errors he had found in the biology book to the teacher. Once the teacher amended the mistakes, all biology competitors would undoubtedly need to relearn the related knowledge, and at that time, consuming a renowned teacher's capsule should yield a substantial knowledge rebate. Song-hee tucked the error correction paper into the competition book and left the library with eager anticipation. 5 minutes later, at Lulu's office door, Song-hee knocked lightly and, after a brief wait, leaned in to listen for any sounds from within. There was silence. He reached for the doorknob, but it was locked. "Song-hee, are you looking for Teacher Lulu?" A familiar voice called from the staircase. Turning, he saw Senior Wu Xiao, who was cradling a biology competition booklet and happened to pass by. "Yes, I've compiled all the errors in the biology book to report to the teacher," Song-hee nodded. Wu Xiao's expression turned to one of surprise, her gaze on him becoming oddly inquisitive. "Why are you still fixated on this? I thought you had let it go." "There are indeed many errors. I found 16. How can we not report them? All the students are learning from these mistakes. Wouldn't that lead to collective failure in the exam?" Song-hee opened the competition book and extracted the error correction paper. Wu Xiao didn't even glance at it. Instead, her expression grew increasingly peculiar, as if she were struggling to voice her thoughts. After a moment, she sighed and said, "Teacher Lulu isn't responsible for creating the questions. The competition booklet is curated by specially invited expert teachers who work in the question setting room on the top floor of the office building. But I advise you to think twice. It's possible that the mistakes you've identified are actually incorrect." Wu Xiao shrugged midway through her statement, conceding that he likely wouldn't heed her advice. "But go ahead and try." "Thank you, Senior." Song-hee hurriedly expressed his gratitude and dashed downstairs. Wu Xiao watched his retreating figure, shaking her head in resignation. It seemed the stubborn junior was headed for a setback. Perhaps young people learn best through experience. Teaching can only go so far. Wu Xiao had a clear premonition that this obstinate junior would likely face an unfavorable outcome. On the top floor of the office building, in the biology competition question setting room, the spacious, luxurious office housed 3 large desks, with boxes of dusty books and materials piled in the corners, untouched for what felt like ages. 2 female teachers lounged comfortably in a recliner, their faces adorned with white masks, while a soap opera played on the computer before them. Teacher Ruan Xian and Teacher Tong Xian were both responsible for creating the biology competition questions. Immersed in the drama, they occasionally sighed or slapped their thighs, clearly captivated by the unfolding story. Teacher Tong Xian was particularly engrossed, her breathing quickening in anger, gesturing animatedly at the screen and muttering curses, her frustration evident as she tugged at her hair. In another corner of the room, a middle-aged, balding man stared intently at his computer, his expression taut. The screen displayed fluctuating stock prices, a sea of green akin to a lawn, prices plummeting incessantly. He held a cigarette between his fingers, taking deep puffs to alleviate his stress, his nostrils flaring with restrained anger and disappointment, the ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts. Jia Jingye, the head reviewer for the biology competition questions, scrutinized the new questions before they were distributed to the students. Suddenly, the office door was knocked upon with 3 polite, rhythmic knocks. The 2 engrossed teachers spoke in unison. "Come in." The door swung open, revealing a boy holding a competition booklet. "Hello, teachers. I'm Song-hee from Class 2 of the first-year elite program, here to speak with the creators of the biology competition questions. We are." Teacher Ruan Xian turned to look at him, smiling warmly. Teacher Tong Xian clicked her mouse, pausing the soap opera at a thrilling moment. The unexpected interruption irritated her, yet she refrained from expressing it, instead scrolling through her phone with a huff. "I've completed the entire booklet and identified 16 incorrect knowledge points. I've come to report them to the teachers for your review." Song-hee opened the booklet, producing the error correction paper. Teacher Wan Qian was taken aback, accepting the correction paper. Nearby, Teacher Tong Xian frowned slightly, abruptly dropping her phone with a thud. She snatched the correction paper, glanced at it briefly, and returned it with an expression that conveyed disdain. The booklet is error-free. We verified it multiple times during the writing process. Teacher Tong Xian said impatiently. You can simply memorize the knowledge points from the booklet. You don't need to worry about the details. Teacher Wan Qian smiled gently, explaining, we conduct 3 rounds of review and editing when creating the booklet, so there shouldn't be any errors. Your earnest attitude is commendable, but you can trust the teachers. The 2 teachers' dismissive demeanor indicated they wished to expedite his departure. But teachers, there are indeed errors in the content. I've consulted relevant literature and noted the titles and page numbers, Song He earnestly explained. Many of these are recent studies from the past year or 2 that have overturned older research. I hope you could take a moment to verify. Teacher Tong Xian scoffed, her expression exuding disbelief as she turned to Song He, her tone increasingly irritable. I have been a question setter for 6 years. Teacher Wan Qian holds a master's degree in biology from the University of Toronto, and Jia Jingye is pursuing a doctorate in biology. Do you really think that the 3 of us would be inferior to you, a first-year student? Just memorize the booklet and study it diligently. Crafting the questions is our responsibility, not yours. Out of 150 biology competition students, you are the only one claiming errors in the booklet, 16 errors, no less. Is that even plausible? Why is it that all the other students are doing just fine? Is it just you making a fuss? After delivering a barrage of reprimands, Teacher Tong Xian glanced at the pause drama, exhaling heavily before resuming her phone scrolling, her irritation palpable. In a corner of the office, Jia Jingye displayed his displeasure. Casting a vexed glance at Song He before returning his focus to the screen. Teacher Wan Qian gently placed a hand on Teacher Tong Xian's shoulder, urging her to calm down, then helplessly looked up at Song He, her expression seemingly asking, aren't you leaving yet, student? Song He furrowed his brow. Why must the instructor be so aggressive? Is it truly so difficult to verify the errors in the exam paper? Teacher Wan Qian decided to offer the students a way out, her expression serious as she explained to Song He. The knowledge points in the biology competition paper involve cutting-edge fields of biology, which lie beyond the scope of your high school textbooks. The time you've invested in searching for relevant literature is commendable. However, consulting academic papers is not typically expected of high school students, as you may not grasp the nuances of the academic ecosystem. For instance, a riddle may have 7 or 8 differing theories that conflict with one another. We, as educators, choose the most mainstream theory, while you may have stumbled upon a lesser-known one. Moreover, the academic realm is rife with dubious journals filled with pseudoscientific nonsense that we can discern, but you may not be able to. Therefore, it would be best to return and study diligently according to the exam paper. Teacher Wan smiled. Teacher, surely Nature and Cell cannot be categorized as dubious journals? Song He sighed, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. I have already listed the references, hoping you could verify them. These references were sourced from the school library, which only includes legitimate academic journals. I can assure you that there are indeed errors in the exam paper. Teacher Wan was momentarily taken aback. Nearby, Teacher Tong Xian furrowed her brow in impatience. Why are you being so persistent? Teacher, I have even provided the page numbers for the references. Song He felt a deep sense of frustration. Why was the teacher so obstinate? Suddenly, a loud bang resonated as the cornered teacher, Jia Jingye, erupted in anger, pointing a finger at Song He and shouting, that student, get out. Is this a place for your incessant whining? Teacher Wan, there is no need to engage in such nonsense. I've seen many students like him, half-heartedly suspecting the exam's validity. It's strange if such a mediocre student performs well. Song He was initially taken aback, but quickly his face flushed with anger. Was it not normal for students to approach teachers with questions? What was with this sudden verbal assault? Is it not the responsibility of the teachers to ensure the accuracy of the exam content? With so many errors present, not only was there no remorse or correction, but such arrogance was also astonishing. Song He felt his anger surge, momentarily forgetting his respect for the teacher, and raised a finger to Teacher Cha, shouting, it is your job to create the exam. I am merely working hard to help you correct it. What's your attitude? Just one exam paper with 16 errors. What are you even doing? You are leading students astray. With a booming voice, Teacher Cha stood up, his face flushed with rage. How dare you insult a teacher? What class are you in? What is your student ID? You don't even deserve to be a teacher. I'm directing my ire at you. Song He exploded, rolling up his sleeves. What is your student ID? Teacher Cha pounded the table, demanding an answer. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and Teacher Lu entered in astonishment, glancing between Song He and the other teachers. Teacher Lu, is this not your student? Look at what you have taught. Coming here to provoke a teacher. Teacher Cha shouted. However, Teacher Lu remained silent, her expression peculiar as she stepped aside, casting a respectful glance toward the door. What is happening? A commanding voice resonated from outside. With that, the atmosphere in the entire office shifted dramatically. Teacher Ruan and Teacher Tong, who had been applying facial masks, hurriedly removed them, abruptly shutting down their computers and standing up in a panic. Teacher Cha also hastily began typing, urgently shutting down something. Principal, what brings you here? Teachers Ruan and Tong exclaimed in unison, their faces displaying a mixture of apprehension and forced smiles. Song He's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The principal has arrived? Chapter 33. Song He confronted the teacher. An elderly man with silver hair strode into the room, exuding an aura of authority without a trace of anger. Gang Xiyuan, the principal of Jinghai No. 4 High School. I happened to pass by and heard quite a commotion inside. What is happening? Rin Ziyuan's tone was calm. Principal, this student is utterly disrespectful. He barged in here, causing a ruckus, and even insulted the teacher. Such a lack of discipline. Cha Jingye's face was flushed with anger. I request that this student receive a disciplinary record. Oh, why is he being disrespectful? Rin Ziyuan turned and looked at Song He. Hello, Principal. I am a participant in the biology competition. The biology workbook we were given contains numerous errors. I spent 3 days reviewing over 100 authoritative journals from a school library, meticulously listing all the corrections to report to the teacher. Only this teacher was patient enough to discuss it with me. Song He gestured towards Teacher Wan Xian. This teacher was extremely impatient, insisting I leave. Song He pointed at Teacher Tong Xian. This teacher was even more severe, suddenly slamming the table and cursing at me to get lost, displaying an atrociously rude demeanor. Song He raised his arm to point at Cha Jingye. Rin Ziyuan remained silent, extending his hand towards the correction paper in Song He's possession. Song He quickly presented the correction paper with both hands. Rin Ziyuan examined it closely for a moment, his brow furrowing. Teacher Cha, have you seen this list of corrections? No. Cha Jingye's face briefly displayed a hint of anxiety, but he quickly regained his composure and replied emphatically. The biology competition workbook has been reviewed and vetted by several of us teachers. There can be no errors. Teacher Tong Xian cast an annoyed glance at Song He, then switched to a sycophantic smile as he addressed the principal, adding his voice. We produce the workbook every year. There have been no issues in the past. So how could there be so many errors this year? Out of the 150 biology competition students, how is it only this student has complaints? The biology teachers of each class also review the workbooks for their students. How come none of the teachers have raised concerns? Lu stood at the back, her brow slightly furrowed as she looked at Song He, her eyes filled with reproach and helplessness. She had probably grasped the situation and felt a headache coming on. She could hardly believe that a mere first-year student could possess the capability to consult cutting-edge journals and identify so many errors. In her view, Song He was merely being impulsive, coupled with a stubborn personality, leading to this significant trouble. Lu sighed softly, lamenting that this was an unforeseen disaster, hoping it would not affect her directly, and that a simple reprimand for Song He would suffice. I find this matter quite straightforward. Rin Ziyuan surveyed the crowd, stating that since this student has provided detailed corrections along with references, we shall verify them at the school library. If the student is correct, the teachers will face severe penalties. If the teachers are right, the student will be punished while the teachers will be rewarded. Do you have any objections? Rin Ziyuan's tone hinted at anger. No objections. Thank you, Principal. I came here for this very reason, Song He declared resolutely. The teachers exchanged glances, their smiles stiff. unsure how to respond. All right, since everyone agrees, let us proceed now. The principal adjusted his glasses, the lenses glinting like blades of light. Fortunately, I have no urgent matters today. I shall assist you in reviewing the literature. Everyone's expressions shifted in shock. The principal was personally intervening, elevating the severity of the situation. Whoever was in the wrong would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The group departed from the administrative building, hastily making their way to the school library. As the principal, Ren Zuan led the way, greeted respectfully by teachers along the route. Usually, he was amiable, exchanging pleasantries with the teachers he encountered. However, today he was uncharacteristically stern, merely nodding curtly or hurrying past without acknowledgement. This left the teachers he met feeling anxious and unsettled, wondering if they had unknowingly committed some transgression that had altered the principal's demeanor. Song he followed closely behind the principal, and as they walked, Lu suddenly pinched his arm. Song he looked up to see Lu frowning at him, her gaze a mixture of reproach and urgency. Her lips poised to speak, yet hesitating. "Trust me, teacher," Song he whispered. Lu sighed, helplessly pinching him again. This child truly was a handful. How could a student identify errors that all the teachers had missed? Where did Song he find such confidence? Last month, the award for spiritual civilization was deducted due to this child. Would it be deducted again this month? Could it be that Song he was a jinx to the teachers? At the back of the line were the 3 teachers responsible for creating the exam. Cha Jingye bore an expression of fury, glaring at Song he with a look of deep resentment. Teacher Tong Xian and Teacher Ruan Qian appeared apprehensive, whispering to each other at the rear. What if many errors were indeed found in the workbooks? Would the principal become enraged? Teacher Ruan Qian voiced her anxiety. "I refuse to believe that a mere first-year student possesses such capabilities. We teachers have painstakingly created these exams. How could he surpass us?" Teacher Tong Xian's gaze was icy. "The principal will be fair. The one who deserves punishment will undoubtedly be this student, not us." Teacher Ruan Qian hesitated, her face filled with concern. She had scrutinized Song He's correction paper, which indeed appeared to be the result of diligent research. Moreover, the knowledge points in the past 2 years had not seen much update. Perhaps there could be genuine errors? She suddenly felt regretful, questioning whether this issue needed to escalate to such proportions. They soon arrived at the school library. Ren Zuan pushed the door open, and the guard sprang to attention. "Principal, you have arrived. Please inform Director Zhao that we are going to the 5th floor to check the literature. The west side of the 5th floor bookshelf area will be temporarily closed for an hour." Ren Zuan instructed in a low voice, then turned and walked towards the elevator. The guard nodded eagerly, swiftly using the intercom to relay the message. The library featured an escalator, and the principal led the group upstairs, observed by numerous students. Amidst their astonished discussions, the news spread rapidly. In the calm of the library, it was as though a stone had been dropped into a pond, sending ripples throughout the entire school. In Class 2 of the first-year elite program, during a study period, all the students were engrossed in their assignments. Suddenly, the class leader from the adjacent class, rushed in, shouting excitedly, "It's unbelievable! A huge scoop! Your classmate Song he has clashed with a teacher, and even the principal is involved." The classroom erupted in chaos, all students shocked, lifting their heads, while some eager ones rushed to the door to inquire further. "What's going on? What happened to my roommate?" Yuan Guang asked anxiously. "Please elaborate," Zhang Zhile exclaimed, astonished. "I heard it through the grapevine. ISNT Song, he part of the biology competition team? It seems he identified a multitude of errors in the competition workbook and reported them to the teachers responsible for creating the exams, resulting in a heated exchange of insults." The class leader from next door remarked, awestruck. "What on earth is Song he doing?" Zhao Yi covered her face, sensing her desk mate might be in deep trouble. "How did the principal get involved?" Ding Yangze asked, when Song he and the teacher were in the midst of their heated exchange. The principal happened to pass by and stepped in to mediate. The class leader from next door continued excitedly. "Now the principal is taking Song he and the teachers to the library, apparently, to personally check the books and verify who is correct. Song he's gone too far. How dare he question the exam experts?" Zhang Zhile remarked, surprised. If the principal gets involved, the punishment would likely be severe. But what if Song He is right? Wouldn't that mean he wouldn't be punished? Zhao Yi voiced her concerns. I too hope Song He is correct, but how can that be? So many teachers, how could they be outdone by him? The senior students in the second and third years are seasoned veterans. They haven't identified any errors. Either Ning and Mo turned to Ding Yangze, saying, Old Ding, you might have a chance now. Ding Yangze was taken aback. What do you mean? If the principal is enraged, it wouldn't be impossible to revoke Song He's biology competition eligibility. Ning and Mo analyzed. The act of insulting a teacher is far too serious. Ding Yangze's expression grew complex, and he remained silent. He also sensed that an opportunity had arisen. Yet this particular chance was orchestrated by Song He's own reckless actions, rather than being earned through merit. He yearned for a dignified opportunity, rather than a serendipitous windfall from the heavens. Perhaps not. Yuan Guang pinched his fingers, seemingly calculating something in silence, and concluded that the result was extremely auspicious. It appeared that Song He might emerge unscathed, perhaps even with favorable outcomes. Extremely auspicious? How could it possibly be so? It would be more accurate to say he was in deep trouble. The class leader next door found amusement in the situation. Song He was undoubtedly in a predicament. It was merely a question of the severity. Minor trouble would mean disqualification from the competition, while major trouble could lead to being sent home for reflection, and potentially dragging Lu down with him. How could it be anything but dire? The principal was even involved. Zhao Yi's expression fell, pleading, Please don't expel Song He. I calculated once more. Still extremely auspicious. Yuan Guang pinched his fingers again, suggesting, instead of waiting idly in the classroom, why don't we skip class and observe the situation at the library? Let us go. Everyone echoed in unison. Chapter 34. The school's laughingstock? On the third floor of the library, the study area suddenly erupted in commotion. A group of students rushed to inform their friends. And soon clusters of students abandoned their pens. Excitement etched across their faces as they sprinted towards the elevator. In a corner, Zhuang Qian gazed around in confusion at the diminishing crowd in the study area. Qian, come, we're going to see the spectacle, a girl exclaimed, seizing Zhuang Qian's arm. What is going on? Is there a fight? Zhuang Qian remained seated, resolute in her decision to continue studying. Your little master, Song He, has stirred up quite the scandal, the girl revealed. Zhuang Qian paused, instinctively rising, only to be pulled towards the elevator. The escalator was packed with students, all animatedly discussing. I can't believe it. He boldly confronted a teacher in their office. My classmate was in the next math group and could hear him shouting through the wall. The math teachers were left stunned. The last student who insulted a teacher was from class 6 and ended up reflecting at home for a month. This time, it's caught the principal's attention. It's likely not just a simple punishment. Expulsion could be on the table. Zhuang Qian felt a surge of worry and turned to the girl beside her. What exactly happened with Song He? He claims to have found errors in the biology competition questions. Over a dozen. He and the teacher were hurling insults at each other when the principal happened to pass by. The girl explained. Now the principal is with Song He and the teachers on the 5th floor, verifying who's right. Everyone is flocking over to witness this rare occurrence. Zhuang Qian's heart raced. So there's still hope, right? If Song He is indeed correct, wouldn't that mean he's in the clear? How could that be, Qian? Don't be naive. Song He is just a freshman. How could he possibly be more knowledgeable than the experts in the school's question-making team? The girl shook her head, chuckling lightly. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Zhuang Qian was astonished by the throngs of students, an absolute sea of bodies. The west side of the bookshelf area was cordoned off, and students crowded in the east study area, craning their necks for a better view. Straining to see, Zhuang Qian indeed spotted the principal and Song He along with several teachers, all busily searching the shelves. The expressions on their faces were grave, and an air of tension enveloped the area. Her heart sank, and she couldn't help but sigh. He is likely to be expelled this time. A familiar voice suddenly broke through her thoughts. Turning to the source, Zhuang Qian's face twisted in distaste. It was Lung Xiangwen. With a smirk of schadenfreude, Lung Xiangwen leaned back, reveling in the spectacle. I warned you not to associate with Song He. He has trouble. Now you see I had your best interests at heart. Shut up, Lung Xiangwen. The outcome isn't even decided yet, so spare me your smug remarks. Zhuang Qi interrupted. Taken aback, Lung Xiangwen raised an eyebrow. Never had he heard her speak so harshly. She had always been composed. The outcome isn't decided? You genuinely believe Song he will be vindicated? With so many question-setting teachers and expert consultants, how could he, a mere freshman, compete? Lung Xiangwen scoffed. Let me call an expert over. He waved towards a slight girl, pushing her way through the throng. Allow me to introduce Wu Xiao, our class's biology prodigy. Last year, she missed the provincial award by a single point and is poised to secure it this year. Lung Xiangwen grinned. Wu Xiao, you've seen the biology competition questions. Are there really that many errors? Absolutely not. The question content from last year and this year is practically identical. It's impossible for them to be wrong 2 years in a row. Wu Xiao replied, exasperated. Song he mentioned he would correct the question paper just days ago, but I advised him against it. He wouldn't listen. I've seen plenty of students like Song He, delusional and stubborn. Lung Xiangwen sneered. I was planning to outshine him in the competition, but now it seems he won't even make it to the exam. Expulsion is imminent. Shut it, Lung Xiangwen. The outcome isn't determined yet. Zhuang Qian shot back, fuming as she turned away to continue observing from a distance. Lung Xiangwen's expression turned cold, his teeth clenched. He gazed toward the bookshelf area, filled with resentment. This was the first time he had witnessed Zhuang Qian display such unwavering trust in a boy. The situation was glaringly evident. When the principal personally intervened, it was clear that a severe punishment loomed for the rebellious student. Yet, Zhuang Qian remained lost in her hopeful delusion regarding Song He's fate. But the thought of Song He facing severe repercussions and becoming the school's laughingstock brought a smile to Lung Xiangwen's face. He could hardly contain his anticipation, stretching his neck to catch a glimpse of the bookshelf area, eagerly awaiting the moment the principal would unleash his wrath upon Song He. In the midst of this, curious students were spreading the news across various classes. Life in high school was monotonous and stressful, with students drowning in a sea of assignments from dawn till dusk. The school prohibited novels, mobile phones, and nearly all forms of leisure activities. Thus, the primary source of entertainment for high schoolers lay in campus gossip. Even minor rumors, such as the budding romance between a boy and girl from the same class, could excite students from neighboring classes for extended periods. The incident of Song He confronting a teacher, however, was akin to a thunderclap in the dull atmosphere of the school. Even if a student were to attempt an atomic bomb explosion on the playground, it would not create as much of a stir. In no time, the news spread throughout the school, sending waves of excitement among the students, particularly those in the math and biology competition teams, who were the first to hear the news and eagerly disseminated it throughout their classes. Song He had become a campus sensation, though not for favorable reasons. Most students viewed his challenge against the teacher as a futile endeavor with a grim outcome, thus branding him with a notorious reputation. Thousands of students awaited the spectacle of Song He's downfall. Within the stifling confines of the library's 5th floor, Principal Renzon suddenly declared, "We've found it." He laid an English journal on the table, drawing all the teachers towards him. Song He stood politely at the back, glancing over, and a fleeting smile crossed his lips as he recognized the article he had previously sought. Despite his age, Principal Ren's proficiency in foreign languages remained impressive as he pointed with his wrinkled hand, translating a segment. Professor Li Meng's research group was the first to discover the 6th phylum of Asgardarchaea in the mangrove wetland sediments of our country, among which Wukong-archaea possessed the potential for chemolithoautotrophic metabolism, distinctly differing from other Asgardarchaea's mixed or heterotrophic metabolic patterns. The 3 question-setting teachers turned pale, while Lulu's eyes sparkled with surprise. As Ren Ziyuan completed the translation, he methodically took out a correction sheet and marked the first line with a check. The first item has been verified. Student Song He is correct. The competition questions contained errors. Ren Ziyuan's expression remained impassive. Don't just stand there. Let us continue verifying. The principal's calm demeanor belied an escalating fury, and the faces of the 3 teachers grew increasingly ashen. They understood that the principal was the type whose anger simmered quietly, ready to erupt like a fire contained within a fragile shell. Chapter 35. An urgent meeting of all contestants in the bookshelf area. The teachers quietly dispersed. Rin Zhuan stood alone before a shelf, engrossed in searching for journals. His expression stoic, yet his face subtly tinged with fury, his knuckles bulging as he gripped the books, clearly suppressing extreme anger. Lulu and Song he arrived at a corner shelf, whispering to one another. "Are you sure your corrections are accurate?" Lulu inquired softly, her face glowing with excitement. "Rest assured, teacher, my corrections are absolutely precise." Song he replied calmly. Lulu hesitated for a moment before conspiratorially whispering, "Song he, I need to discuss something with you." "What is it, teacher?" Song he asked, surprised, sensing her tone suggested she was seeking his favor. "If the principal inquires later, just say that I have reviewed your corrections and confirmed they are correct, encouraging you to report them to the question-setting team," Lulu said, her voice tense, a hint of ingratiation in her smile. "Is that agreeable?" Song he instantly understood, nodding repeatedly. "You need not worry, teacher. As your devoted student, I will certainly ensure you share in any accolades. If you can bring down the question setter this time and earn the principal's praise, I shall reward you handsomely when we return," Lulu said, her heart swelling with pride as she patted Song he's head. Song he was her cherished student. If he erred, she would bear some blame for inadequate teaching. Conversely, if Song he was right and the question setter was wrong, the situation would be entirely different. Although Lulu was a leading figure in biology competitions, her primary role remained the rigorous task of teaching, training contestants year after year to the point of exhaustion. She had long aspired to join the question-setting team, which offered additional remuneration and bonuses, enhancing her chances in the race for the position of grade director. The principal's fury and Song he's composure presented her with a glimmer of hope to enter the question-setting team. If she succeeded this time, Song he would indeed be her fortuitous benefactor. At the far end of the bookshelf area, 3 question setters huddled together. Teacher Wan Qian was fraught with panic, her voice trembling. "What do we do?" The principal has already identified the errors. Teacher Tong Xian's complexion had turned pale, her hands trembling as she clutched a book. "What do you want me to do?" "You two are responsible for setting the questions." Chai Jingye fumed, struggling to keep his voice down. "Why didn't you check the latest research when preparing the questions? Now I'm the one suffering the consequences." "I find your words unpalatable, Chai. It is inevitable that there are oversights when setting questions. As the reviewer, shouldn't you bear some responsibility? You failed to catch the errors, so you must own at least half the blame." Tong Xian retorted, both fearful and angry. "When the principal questions us, don't think you can shift the blame onto us." "What do you mean by that, Tong Xian?" Chai's eyes flickered with fear. "Literally, Chai Jingye. Don't use us as scapegoats." Tong Xian shot him a fierce glare. "Don't think we're unaware. You've never reviewed the question sets each year and do nothing in the office. What you two been doing? Last year, you copied the question set from a year before, and this year, you've done the same with last year's set. Do you think I don't know?" Chai Jingye trembled with anger. "The primary responsibility lies with you." Wan Qian, pale-faced, interjected, "Let us not engage in infighting. Now is not the time. The principal has merely identified one error, and there may still be a chance. We don't necessarily have to face punishment." Tong Xian and Chai Jingye exchanged hostile glances, then turned away to continue searching the shelves. "Wan Qian, when you say there's still a chance, do you mean we should hide the reference journals?" Tong Xian suddenly asked. "Hiding them is unrealistic. If the principal can't find the journals, a simple call to the librarian will have them retrieved from the storeroom." Wan Qian shook her head. "We can seek opposing conclusions. Are you suggesting that if Song he finds a journal to refute the knowledge point in the question set, we should then find a journal to counter Song he's knowledge point?" Chai Jingye frowned. "Precisely," Wan Qian nodded. The 3 question setters clung to this lifeline, abandoning their previous lethargy to fervently scour the journals in a desperate attempt to save themselves. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. More and more students filled the 5th floor of the library, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The security guards had to step in to maintain order, urging the students to disperse. However, just as one batch of students left, another group arrived, leaving the guards feeling helpless. Yuan Guang blended into the crowd. busily peddling his services. Does anyone need lunch brought over? 5 yuan delivery fee. I can order from any window in the cafeteria. Order takeout, folks. I guarantee to deliver it to the 5th floor. If you head to the cafeteria now, you'll lose your spot. Such a grand spectacle. How could one miss it? Who could bear to watch on an empty stomach? You enjoy the show while I run errands. Eat lunch first, then enjoy the gossip. A throng of curious students surrounded Yuan Guang, cash in hand, requesting him to bring lunch. Yuan Guang enlisted over a dozen classmates, jotting down names and meal preferences on paper, then hurriedly collecting money. In a mere half hour, over 100 students had sought his lunch delivery services, and Yuan Guang swiftly earned over 500 yuan. He then distributed 100 yuan profit to his classmates to buy the meals while he remained on the 5th floor to continue his business. Soon, the entire 5th floor smelled like the cafeteria, with study tables transformed into dining tables and many students standing while eating meals ordered from Yuan Guang. Time ticked away. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the students on the 5th floor were growing weary. Suddenly, the principal exited the bookshelf area, not looking back as he took the elevator downstairs. Song he followed closely behind, quietly conversing with the principal. Shortly after, several teachers also departed. The students gathered on the 5th floor began to stir, their voices filled with confusion. What's going on? Didn't you see Song he following the principal? He is probably being summoned to the principal's office for a reprimand. How disappointing. I expected a dramatic scene of teachers berating students, but it ended so abruptly. Just as the students were losing interest, the school broadcast suddenly blared. Attention! Attention! All contest students, please report to the school auditorium immediately for a meeting. All contest teachers, please arrive at the school auditorium by 2 o'clock for a meeting. The principal will personally preside over the meeting. All personnel must be present on time. The announcement repeated twice. The students on the 5th floor erupted into a frenzy. Indeed, something significant had occurred. In the school auditorium, the contestants filed in through the front and back doors, their faces alight with excitement. The hall was filled with a cacophony of noise as students animatedly discussed. Their curiosity piqued. Whereas Song-hee? Has he arrived? Not yet. I counted, and everyone from the biology and math teams is here except for Song-hee. Huh. Song-hee probably can't make it. He dared to confront the teachers and question the question set. He is surely on a path to self-destruction. With such a ruckus caused by Song-hee, the principal would certainly not allow him to remain in the competition team. He has likely been expelled. The reason for calling us here must be to publicly reprimand him as a cautionary tale. Laughable. During the team formation meeting, I thought to myself how Song-hee managed to join 2 competition teams simultaneously as a fierce warrior. I never thought he would be too brazen, even daring to challenge the question setters. As glorious as his entrance was at the formation meeting, this time he will face humiliation. Who knows? Song-hee might already be walking out of the school with his backpack. The competitors reveled in schadenfreude for them. One less member in the competition team meant a decreased chance of elimination. Moreover, with no personal connections, they felt no guilt in mocking him. Among the crowd, Lung Xiangwen was particularly jubilant, as he believed this meeting would undoubtedly be a criticism session for Song-hee. Soon, as the meeting commenced, Song-hee's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Would Zhuang Qian be able to associate closely with a boy of such a repute? It was a thought that simply could not be entertained. Song-hee, oh Song-hee, were you not quite arrogant? I now wonder how you maintain that arrogance. Lung Xiangwen is utterly delighted. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, an elderly and a youthful figure sit at the desk, engrossed in their lunch. Chapter 36. The principal's luncheon. The elderly figure was, of course, Principal Ren Ziyuan, while the youthful companion was Song-hee. The entire school was eager to witness Song-hee's embarrassment, oblivious to the fact that he was seated at the same table as the principal. The table was adorned with several takeout containers, filled with dumplings from Shijiata. The principal had ordered the takeout himself and even specified a double portion. The school had a strict prohibition against takeout deliveries, yet with a mere phone call from the principal, the head of the first-year department was dispatched to collect the food from the school gate. The head of the department was ecstatic during the trip, noticing the double servings and indulging in fanciful thoughts. Was the principal inviting him to dine? Was there a promotion on the horizon? He hurriedly made his way to the office. But upon entering and seeing Song He beside the principal, a sense of foreboding washed over him. After placing the takeout down, he glanced at the 2 pairs of chopsticks in the bag, and then at Song He, who calmly picked up a pair. His ominous premonition had come true. The principal was indeed treating this student to a meal. The head of the department discreetly exited, casting a lingering, envious glance at Song He as he left. Having worked at the school for nearly 8 years, he had yet to enjoy a meal in the principal's office, leaving him to wonder about the extraordinary background of this student who had been granted such an honor. As Song He savored the dumplings, he felt somewhat elevated, with the principal treating him and the head of the department personally delivering the meal. He couldn't help but feel akin to Gao Lisher removing the boots of Yang Guifei. To have risen to such heights as a student was simply surreal. Song He, are your parents scientists? Or perhaps university professors? The principal suddenly inquired with a smile. No, my parents run a lamb restaurant and have little education. Song He quickly clarified. Oh, what about your grandparents? The principal asked, intrigued. They are farmers, at most with a middle school education. Song He replied, shaking his head. My grandfather fought in the war, serving as artillery, tirelessly loading shells from dawn till dusk until he was exhausted, likely suffering from rhabdomyolysis. He often urged me to study hard, become a scientist, and build artillery for the military. So, there are no researchers or educators in your family. You are deeply influenced by your grandfather, aspiring to create weapons in the future? The principal probed further. Song He nodded. Fascinating, utterly fascinating, the principal remarked with a smile. In all the years past, our school has only had 3 students simultaneously selected for dual competitions. One was Yuan Bong, another Qiu Xinyue, and now you. Yuan Bong hails from a family of corn farmers. Qiu Xinyue's family is involved in renovations, and your family owns a lamb restaurant. None from scholarly families. More like a lamb dynasty. Song He quipped. When you visit Beicheng, you must come to our lamb restaurant, Song's lamb shop at the intersection of Jianqiulu and Binhilu. I'll treat you to lamb. Ah, splendid. The principal chuckled, nodding in agreement. How did you discover the errors in the competition papers? I read some reports on recent advancements in biology during the holidays, and coincidentally found discrepancies with the content in the papers. So, I asked Teacher Lulu, who informed me that the school library could access journals. Teacher Lu was immensely helpful. After I corrected the errors, I verified them with her, and she supported me in reporting them to the question setting group. Song He lied without flinching. The principal nodded thoughtfully. So, these corrections were a joint effort between you and Teacher Lu? Yes, I researched the literature, and the teacher reviewed it, Song He confirmed. And how long did it take you? About 3 days, Song He replied. I should have found all the errors in the first set of papers. But that's just the first set. Another will be issued after the competition team's small test. Would you be willing to partner with Teacher Lu to oversee the subsequent papers? The principal suddenly asked. Song He was taken aback, his expression revealing reluctance, as if he were hesitant to agree. He would certainly relish the opportunity to review the papers. Indeed, it was a coveted chance. After all, this process would allow him to gain substantial biological knowledge and learn ahead of his peers, achieving 2 goals with one endeavor. However, he felt it prudent not to accept too readily, seeking to negotiate some benefits, hence the reluctant demeanor. You wouldn't be working for free, the principal, an astute negotiator, added. Our school offers the principal scholarship. Instantly, Song He's face lit up. Contributing to the school is a student's duty. Very well, once we finish eating, you will accompany me to attend a couple of meetings, where you will receive some rewards, the principal affirmed, nodding. You have worked diligently on this matter and endured some grievances. It is only right that you are compensated. In the school auditorium, all competition students, except for Song He, had gathered, filling the space with a lively buzz of conversation. Suddenly, the front rows fell silent, students sitting up straight. The back rows quickly followed suit, like a line of dominoes, as Principal Rinzun hurriedly entered the auditorium. Moments later, hundreds of gazes were directed towards the principal. And then Song He, calm and composed, Song He casually took a seat in the otherwise empty front row. The competition students were taken aback. They hadn't seen Song He for some time and had assumed he had been expelled. To their astonishment, he had reappeared, a negative example. They anticipated he would be called up for public criticism. Cold Xiangwen smirked, astutely assessing the situation. Nearby students nodded in agreement, acknowledging Cold Xiangwen's prediction. If there were any boos, they would join in the chorus. Cold Xiangwen eagerly declared. The surrounding students wore expressions of schadenfreude, as expected. Principal Ren Zuan took to the stage, adjusting the microphone, his kind yet authoritative voice resonating throughout the auditorium. Students, we have convened this urgent meeting to discuss the matter of the competition papers. As members of the competition team, from the moment you joined until you officially step onto the competition stage, the school will provide you with numerous competition papers to guide your phased learning. Most of the questions in these papers are crafted by experts hired by the school, as competitions do not adhere to fixed assessment criteria. The questions in mathematics competitions vary annually, with experts creating them based on trends, while biology competition questions pertain to new research and breakthroughs in the biological field. Under normal circumstances, it is the teacher's responsibility to compile the papers, and students lack the capacity to question their accuracy. You are to train according to the papers provided by the school and ultimately take the examination. Cold Xiangwen, listening from the audience, couldn't help but smirk broadly. The principal's address was unequivocal. Drafting the papers was the expert's duty, and students merely needed to follow suit. Cold Xiangwen's gaze shifted towards the front row where Song He sat, anticipating the imminent reprimand. Please, principal, do not show leniency. Students who disregard their teachers deserve to be thoroughly reprimanded. Principal Ren Zuan paused, then suddenly shifted his tone. However, students, have you ever considered what might happen if there are errors in the papers? Upon this, he intentionally paused for a lengthy moment, allowing the students time to ponder. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Many students began to realize the implications, their expressions altering. Cold Xiangwen's smile froze, and he turned to stare at the principal in astonishment. What do you mean, principal? Astute students began to murmur amongst themselves. Wait, the principal's speech seems to be taking a different turn. Is it possible that Song He stood up to the teacher successfully? Could this not be a criticism meeting, but rather a commendation assembly? Once again, hundreds of eyes converged on Song He, who remained serene, listening intently to the principal's address. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd as Principal Ren Zuan revealed his intentions. Chapter 37. The Fire-Breathing Tyrannosaurus. Ren Zuan, you may not have anticipated this, but one student did. Song He from Class 2 of the elite freshmen. During last week's biology competition, Song He astutely identified several inaccuracies within the examination materials. What is most commendable is that he did not overlook these discrepancies or dismiss them lightly. Instead, he diligently consulted numerous journals in the school library, rectifying an impressive 16 details. Following a thorough review, the school decided to award Song He a special scholarship, granting him 600 yuan based on the principle of 100 yuan per error. Please welcome Song He to the stage to receive his award. Vein Xiwen Polklingt. Song He rose and strode confidently to the stage, accepting the crisp red bills from Ren Zuan's hands. Under Ren Zuan's guidance, he turned to face the hundreds of competitors, proudly displaying his scholarship. The eagerly awaited photographer rushed forward, capturing the moment, with the photographs set to be published in the school newspaper and bulletin board next week. The auditorium erupted in excitement, with over 100 students exclaiming in astonishment, quickly followed by a resounding wave of applause. The clapping surged from the back to the front, building in intensity and elevating the atmosphere to a thrilling crescendo. Meanwhile, Lung Xiangwen's expression soured, his disbelief palpable. How could this be? Instead of facing punishment for confronting a teacher, he was publicly recognized and awarded. The surrounding students buzzed with animated discussions, drowning out his thoughts. Incredible. Who could have predicted such an outcome? I would call it extraordinary. To challenge a teacher and emerge unscathed is no small feat. Wait, has Song He completed the entire biology competition exam and discovered 16 errors? I've been grinding away for days and only managed to cover 250 pages. How does he accomplish this so swiftly? I've been burning the midnight oil, my liver aching, struggling through 230 pages, only to learn that there are 16 mistakes. What have I been studying so hard for? This guy is remarkable, even impressing the principal. If he becomes a prominent figure in the future, this moment will surely find its way into his biography. Is this truly a first-year student? What does that leave us seasoned third years? The applause continued for an extended period, as spectators had come expecting a minor spectacle of a student being reprimanded, but were instead treated to the astonishing twist of a student receiving an award for defying authority, a delightful surprise that left everyone elated and cheering for quite some time. As Song He descended from the stage, he cheerfully counted his money. Lung Xiangwen's anticipation of your downfall has come to naught. Resentment points 500. Lung Xiangwen feels disheartened by your award. Resentment points 500. 2 lines of resentment points flashed before him, making him the sole contributor of such points in the entire hall. Song He recalled his wager with this young master and realized he would need to devote himself to mathematics in the coming days. Anticipating a triumphant moment in the examination hall where he would outshine Lung Xiangwen, likely yielding even more resentment points. At the podium, Principal Ren Ziyuan continued his address. While expressing gratitude to Song He for identifying the errors, he also raised a critical question regarding the competence of the faculty and the entire competition team. Why had the examiners failed to detect these inaccuracies? Why had hundreds of students also overlooked them? Had it not been for Song He's timely corrections, would the students present have entered the examination with flawed knowledge? Another lengthy pause ensued as Ren Ziyuan surveyed the assembly of students. To eliminate errors during the learning phase, I hereby announce the introduction of a reward mechanism. Any student who identifies errors in the competition exam materials will receive a 100 yuan campus dining card for each mistake found. I urge all students to examine the materials thoroughly and rectify any inaccuracies. The 16 errors corrected by Song He will be distributed to each one of you tonight. Please study them diligently. The meeting concluded with another round of applause as the competitors rose to depart. Song He remained seated, lazily yawning, as he awaited the next meeting. Many unfamiliar students passed by, casting admiring glances in his direction. Wu Xiao stopped in her tracks, giving Song He a thumbs up. Impressive. You really did correct those errors. Thank goodness you didn't heed my advice. When the next test booklet arrives, I'll find some errors and earn a scholarship too. Wu Xiao exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Find errors? Not a chance, senior. I'll be responsible for reviewing the next test booklet before it is distributed to you all. Song He replied languidly. The principal asked you to review it? Wu Xiao inquired, surprised. Yes, I'm partnering with the teachers for the review process. Song He nodded, adding, once the next test booklet arrives, you'll surely see my name on the information page. Wu Xiao was taken aback, intrigued. Had this junior managed to infiltrate the ranks of the faculty? But then she smiled. But just because you reviewed it doesn't mean there won't be any mistakes. I'm sure I can find any errors you might overlook. Dream on, senior. The materials I review are flawless. Not even a punctuation mark will be amiss. Song He declared confidently, taking his time with each word. Wu Xiao paused, momentarily stunned. Though Song He was merely a first-year student, his declaration carried an air of authority that was almost majestic. She suddenly realized that perhaps this junior was somewhat attractive. Don't speak so confidently. Just wait. Wu Xiao blushed, playfully mimicking a gun gesture before hurriedly turning away. As the students quickly departed, only Song He and Ren Ziyuan remained in the vast auditorium. 5 minutes later, the first teacher arrived for the meeting, followed by others in succession. Soon, all the competition teachers were present, totaling over 40 individuals. The head supervisor, Yilian Han, sat at the front, his brow furrowed in seriousness as if he had caught wind of troubling news. Lu Lu and Ban Jinya were also present, though the two teachers maintained a significant distance, reflecting their strained relationship. Teachers Cha Jingye, Wan Qian, and Tong Xian naturally joined as well, their faces pale as they sat in a corner, visibly distressed. They had spent the entire afternoon frantically searching for any research that could discredit Song He's corrections, but had found nothing to support their cause. Now, seated below the principal, they felt utterly lost, nearly trembling with anxiety. Once everyone had gathered, the meeting commenced. At the podium, Principal Ren Ziyuan's demeanor shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, he had been amiable with the students, but now, His eyes radiated a ferocity akin to that of a beast, his expressions terrifying, with the wrinkles on his face etched with fury, emanating a palpable sense of dread. With a resounding bang, Renzuan slammed his hand on the table, causing the porcelain teacup to jump and clatter loudly. The entire assembly gasped, including Song He, who shivered slightly. We have encountered a grave pedagogical failure. The first edition of the biology competition exam contained 16 errors. Examiners, Ruan Qian, Tong Xian, stand up. Renzuan's voice boomed, reverberating through the room. Ruan Qian and Tong Xian stood shakily, utterly bewildered. Reviewing teacher, Cha Jingye, stand up. Renzuan bellowed again. Cha Jingye's complexion turned ashen as he stood, sweat beading on his forehead. He dared to glance at Renzuan, fear instantly gripping him, and hastily averted his gaze, only to feel compelled to look up again, yet was again paralyzed by the principal's terrifying stare. The other teachers in attendance were equally alarmed, having rarely witnessed such fury from the principal. They collectively appeared at a loss, some averting their eyes to the table, others glancing at their standing colleagues, and some casting fearful looks toward Renzuan. Song He was left speechless, eyes wide with disbelief. It seemed that even the usually formidable teachers were reduced to mere chicks in the presence of the principal. Chapter 38. Lulu's mysterious reward on the podium. Renzuan's gaze was icy, every muscle in his face radiating ferocity, with anger sweeping through the crowd like a storm. Song He felt an uncontrollable sense of fear. The atmosphere was utterly terrifying. It turned out this was the true form of the principal. The previous amiability had merely been a facade, deliberately suppressing his aura. You three, what explanations do you have? Speak now. Renzuan thundered. The three teachers were so frightened they nearly collapsed. After a long pause, Cha Jingye mustered his courage, albeit limited, and trembled as he spoke softly. I'm sorry, Principal. We were negligent in our work. We will rectify this immediately. We will never repeat this mistake. And now you say you're sorry? What about the ire you had when scolding the students in the office? Renzuan roared in fury. The school pays you a high salary, so you can utter apologies? What good does that do for me? Are you worthy of the students? Are you worthy of their parents? Cha Jingye's complexion changed drastically, visibly fluctuating between pallor and flush. His blood pressure in disarray. Ruan Qian and Tong Xian were not faring much better. After standing for a mere half a minute, they were drenched in sweat. The terrifying pressure released by the principal bore down on them, while others merely felt the residual tremors, their hearts racing in fear. Let alone the three teachers at the eye of the storm. Song He silently cursed himself. Fortunate that this ordeal wasn't directed at him, or he would have wet his pants. The teachers did exhibit some psychological resilience. Ruan Qian, your attitude towards the students was acceptable, but I will deduct a month's bonus. Tong Xian, Cha Jingye, I will deduct a year's bonus. You will all be disqualified from this year's awards. Go back and write a 5,000-word reflection. You will present it at next week's staff meeting. Renzuan took a deep breath, pulling out some heart-saving pills from his pocket, swallowing two, and downing a large glass of water. The auditorium was shrouded in a terrifying silence. Everyone dared not breathe. The sound of Renzuan drinking water resonating clearly. Cha Jingye, I think you should no longer serve as the head of the biology competition review team. You will join Ruan Qian and Tong Xian in the question-setting group. Renzuan continued to cruelly announce the punishment. You three, this warning is merely a prelude. Should there be another significant error in question setting, you need not remain at Jinghai number 4 high school. I am unaware of the situation regarding the mathematics competition questions, but I will soon arrange for someone to check. If there are also issues, the punishment will be the same. The teachers felt their hair stand on end. The principal was genuinely enraged, even threatening to dismiss them. Let me reiterate to all present. Renzuan stated solemnly, the competition team is the pride of Jinghai No. 4 High School, a beacon of hope for hundreds of students to change their destinies. We cannot tolerate widespread errors in competition questions. This is an extremely serious teaching incident. We are fortunate that Song He discovered the errors. But what if he hadn't? Would all the students have prepared for the exam with a slew of incorrect information? Renzuan infrequently cursed. For the next 20 minutes, he bombarded the stage with an emphatic reiteration of work requirements, decisively announcing a plethora of new punitive measures. The teachers below were left dazed, furiously taking notes. Song he observed silently, his jaw dropping at the scene. So this was how teachers conducted meetings. How tragic. Today's meeting is concluded. Let this serve as a warning, Ren Ziyuan finally declared. Oh, and I must announce 2 personnel adjustments. Lulu will temporarily take over as the head of the biology competition question-setting team. Lulu, I did not notify you in advance. Do you have any objections? A chorus of surprised gazes turned towards Lulu. She stood up, her eyes sparkling, her smile radiant. After many years of teaching, she had never liked a student so much, effortlessly securing a position in the question-setting group. And not just any position, but the head reviewer. Teacher, you mentioned a significant reward for me. Song he inquired eagerly. What is this grand reward? I initially planned to give you a meal card filled with money, allowing you to eat for free at school, but the principal beat me to it. Lulu replied with a beaming smile. So I haven't yet decided what to reward you with. Monetary rewards. Song he exclaimed, pulling out 1,006 in cash. Although the principal has already rewarded me, I would mind an additional reward from you. Directly handing over cash seems rather vulgar, doesn't it? Lulu raised an eyebrow. Vulgar is good. Who doesn't enjoy a bit of vulgarity? Song he responded eagerly. Is there anything else you desire besides money? Lulu tilted her head. Song he pondered. How about a luxurious residence? You couldn't afford such luxury even if you sold your teacher. Lulu retorted. Then her eyes lit up. I've just thought of a very useful reward for you. Something you will surely like. It wouldn't be another compilation of test questions, would it? Song he grimaced. Of course not. You have been a tremendous help to me, and I won't be stingy, Lulu assured him. Let us keep this reward a mystery for now. I will reveal it after your upcoming quiz in a couple of days. Don't, teacher. Just tell me what it is. Waiting and guessing for days will just drive me mad. Song he chuckled. Then let it drive you mad. I shall torment you. Lulu laughed, covering her mouth. Meanwhile, while Song he was in Lulu's office negotiating his reward, his gossip spread swiftly throughout the school. Just before the afternoon classes began, students gathered in their classrooms. In competition, students who had just returned from the meeting were immediately swarmed by their classmates eager to hear the news. In a certain class of the second year, a biology competition student had just taken his seat when his classmates eagerly rushed over to inquire. How was the meeting? Was Song he expelled? Did the principal scold you? It's unfair for you to be blamed for Song he's mistake. What was said at the meeting? I bet when the principal mentioned negative examples, he didn't name Song, he but just said some students. Hurry and tell us. We're dying to know. Chapter 39. The whole school is abuzz. The biology competition student vigorously shook his head and raised his hand to interrupt the surrounding clamor. You would never guess what an extraordinary event has transpired. The students' eyes lit up like light bulbs, collectively holding their breath. Song he is not a negative example. He is, in fact, a positive model. He corrected 16 errors, which the principal has verified, and all were accurate. The biology student had a complex expression. The principal personally awarded him a scholarship of 600 yuan in cash. After our meeting, the teachers had their own gathering, and someone was eavesdropping outside. The principal slammed the table in anger, scolding the question-setting teacher for half an hour. The students momentarily froze, but soon became even more excited, exhibiting expressions of delight at the unfolding drama. Wow, what a roller coaster. Just at noon, we thought Song he was done for. But who would have thought it was the teacher who faced the consequences? The freshmen in the first year are so fierce. It's only been this short while since school started. Doesn't this mean all the biology competition students must relearn their knowledge? A reward of 600 yuan. I am utterly envious. I have been so broke this week that I couldn't even recharge my meal card. In class 1 of the third year, Lung Xiangwen entered the classroom, and many classmates immediately surrounded him. During the school-wide buzz at noon, Lung Xiangwen had vigorously promoted the events, subtly urging his classmates to anticipate the unfolding drama. Now that the mystery was revealed, everyone naturally gathered around him to seek information. Lung, how was the meeting? What punishment did Song he receive? Do I even need to ask? Of course, he must be expelled. Isn't that a bit harsh? A suspension is far more likely. Insulting a teacher is indeed a grave offense. That guy Song He is so reckless, daring to offend even Long. Now he must pay the price. Indeed, it was a divine retribution. There was no need for Long to take action, as the principal had already obliterated Song He. The students chattered excitedly for a while, but suddenly sensed something was amiss. Lung Xiangwen's face bore no trace of joy. Instead, it was shrouded in gloom. He had not spoken to anyone during this time, and quietly returned to his seat, opening his book to study. The students felt a moment of awkwardness, wisely falling silent as they began to realize that matters seemed to have strayed from their expectations. Could there have been an unexpected turn of events? Yet how could such a situation arise? Suddenly, Wu Xiao entered through the door, prompting someone to exclaim. Instantly, everyone crowded around him again. Wu Xiao glanced at Lung Xiangwen, then lowered his voice to succinctly relay the outcome. Upon learning the truth, everyone couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Wow, is Song He really that formidable? A student outmatching a teacher, and he actually won? One bewildered student exclaimed. Nearby, someone quickly patted his shoulder, and the shock-stricken student remembered something. Turning to look at Lung Xiangwen, realizing he had misspoken, he awkwardly sought to make amends. What's the big deal about spotting a few mistakes? Achieving high scores is what truly matters. The competition team has a small test this Saturday. How well will Song He perform? A chorus of agreement arose, as everyone was in the same class as Lung Xiangwen. Although many admired Song He in their hearts, they still felt compelled to side with their classmates. Indeed, that guy Song He is just showing off. He got into the competition team as a freshman and has become arrogant. He'll soon realize his true standing when the exam comes on Saturday. Have you heard? Rumor has it that Vice Principal Yi has decreed that Song He must rank in the top 80 in both subjects to remain. Otherwise, he must withdraw from one competition team. If that is the case, he has finished. He has been focused on correcting biology errors all week and probably hasn't studied math at all. It's inevitable that he'll have to leave the math team. That's hilarious. Song He won't even have the chance to compete against Lung. Against Lung, a mere Song He is but an ant. Lung can crush him with a single finger. Unintentionally, the words struck a chord, and Lung Xiangwen's vacant gaze refocused as he diligently immersed himself in his math exercises. The gossip and errors were mere interludes. The true wager lay within the examination hall. The competition team's small test must decisively crush Song He. Failure was not an option. In Class 2 of the first year, Song He's seat remained vacant. The atmosphere in the classroom was somber, mourning the loss of their classmate. They had finally witnessed the rise of a math and biology prodigy, only for him to swiftly fall like a shooting star, punished by divine retribution, leaving the students in low spirits. Especially for those who had previously approached Song He for assistance, the emotional toll was heavier, as they felt a bond with him. Many students whispered to one another, occasionally letting out sighs. Zhao Yi rested her head on the desk, feeling somewhat despondent. At this moment, she suddenly thought that if Song He were not expelled, she would gladly continue to be his study partner. Though he often teased her, Song He's unwavering dedication to learning was immensely infectious. Zhao Yi had been studying diligently of late, largely due to his influence. Ding Yangze sighed, his emotions a tumultuous mix as he stared at the open exercise book before him. Yet he struggled to put pen to paper. If Song He were expelled, it was quite possible that a spot on the competition team would fall to him. However, such an inherited position, akin to a blood-soaked bread roll, would feel unearned. Ding Yangze would prefer to forego it. Reflecting on their shared study times in the restroom, Ding Yangze realized that without the relentless Song He would not have worked so hard. In the middle of the classroom, Zhang Zhilei and Ning Imo also wore frowns. It was a pity that a worthy opponent had met his downfall. What a shame, Zhang Zhilei sighed. He has not done for yet. Let us wait for further news. He might not be expelled outright. Perhaps he'll just have to reflect at home for a month. Ning Imo replied optimistically. Old Ning, does that even make a difference? Why not speak to the principal and plead for Song He? Zhang Zhilei suggested in desperation. The highest official I know at school is our homeroom teacher, Ning Imo pondered, suddenly brightening. What if we write a joint letter, signed by the entire class, to persuade the principal? Hey, you might be onto something. Zhang Zhilei exclaimed, pulling out a sheet of A4 paper. Your handwriting is beautiful. You should write it. What should I write? Ning Mo picked up a pen. Just say, Dear Principal, Song He is helpful and virtuous, assisting classmates with difficult problems. If Song He is expelled, the entire class's performance will plummet. Who will take responsibility for that? We urge you to reconsider, show mercy, and spare him. Should anything go awry, our Class 2 of the first year shall mobilize to storm the principal's office and seize your position. Ning Mo nodded, beginning to write. Dear Principal, while the entire class was weighed down by gloom. One exception was Yuan Guang. Yuan Guang had somehow procured a lottery tube, shaking it in the back row, occasionally dropping out a slip. Wow, how's it all good luck? Yuan Guang marveled. It aligns with my predictions. Song He's misfortune will turn into fortune. Let us hope that really happens, the surrounding students sighed. Yuan Guang, why not perform a ritual to bring down the principal? Stop talking nonsense. I am an upright person. How could I practice such malevolent sorcery? It's detrimental to one's lifespan. Yuan Guang retorted. Besides, my divination suggests that the principal seems to be a benefactor for Song He. How can there be such a benefactor? He.S. about to expel Song He. The students in the back row shook their heads, just as the class was steeped in despondency. The class leader from a neighboring class suddenly appeared at the door, looking astonished. Wow, your class as Song He has defied the heavens. This is quite the spectacle, the class leader exclaimed. In an instant, the entire class looked up, all eyes focused on the doorway. Many students rushed over to surround the class leader. Is there news? What punishment did Song He receive? He hasn't been expelled, has he? Chapter 40. The school bell brings lunch. Was there a threat of expulsion? Indeed. The principal had threatened to dismiss someone, but it was not Song He. Rather, it was directed at the teachers of the examination committee. The class leader from the next room trembled with excitement. What? The classmates were momentarily stunned. Song He had corrected 16 errors in the biology competition paper. The principal had verified this and confirmed Song He's accuracy. During a meeting of the competition students, the principal publicly awarded Song He a scholarship of 600 yuan, urging all competition students to learn from him. Subsequently, the teachers convened, and someone eavesdropping outside the auditorium overheard the principal furiously reprimanding the teachers, declaring that the multitude of errors constituted a significant teaching failure. He added that it was fortunate to have Song He. What would have happened if he hadn't been there? Upon hearing this, the class leader from the next room concluded, leaving the students collectively astonished. The news was so shocking that it was almost a plot twist, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. So, Song He is in the clear? Zhang Zhilei asked. Of course not. There are rumors that next week, during the flag-raising ceremony, Song He will be invited to deliver a speech as a positive example for the entire school. The class leader from the next room replied, a hint of jealousy in his tone. The flag-raising ceremony mostly features speeches from school leaders, and student speeches are monopolized by the top students in the senior class. For a freshman to be granted the opportunity to speak is simply extraordinary. The entire school would know that your class has produced a celebrity. What speech? How come I'm not aware? A voice suddenly piped up from the back. Not knowing means you are out of the loop. The class leader from the next room began, only to suddenly notice the speaker, his eyes widening. The classmates turned in unison to see Song He, who had appeared out of nowhere, eavesdropping at the edge of the crowd, wearing an expression of a bystander savoring the gossip. After a brief moment of shock, the class erupted into a commotion. Song He smiled, and everyone could tell he was genuinely fine. They cheered and applauded, a wave of applause welcoming their hero back. Surrounded by his classmates, Song He returned to his seat, which was soon inundated with eager students demanding to hear the whole story. Unable to decline, Song He summarized the details. He spoke of having lunch with the principal, the scholarship, and the teacher's meal cards, and mentioned that he would assist in reviewing the competition papers in the future. However, he did not disclose the promised rewards from Teacher Liu, as the matter felt somewhat ambiguous and unfit for public discussion. Nevertheless, this was enough to leave his classmates in awe, their admiration echoing in waves. That's amazing, Yuan Guang exclaimed. I knew it. This outcome is nothing short of fortunate. Incredible. They even gave you a teacher's meal card. My cousin has been subbing at school for 6 months and still hasn't received one. A classmate complained. Wow. Song-hee, you have become part of the principal's inner circle. If you weren't a student, the principal would surely appoint you a small title. Unbelievable. Just this noon in the dormitory, we were discussing whether you would be expelled. And there you were, dining with the principal. Oh, speaking of lunch, I saved you some pig trotter rice. It's in your desk. Yuan Guang suddenly exclaimed. Song-hee promptly looked into his desk and gasped. It was not just one meal, but an entire collection of packed plastic containers. Each meal bore a sticky note. The first was the pig trotter rice from Yuan Guang, followed by fried noodles from Zhao Yi, 2 hamburgers from Ning and Mo, stinky tofu from Ding Yangze, and 3 flavored dumplings from Zhang Zhilei. This was not the end. There were 4 more lunch boxes from other classmates, names familiar from previous lessons. A total of 9 packed lunches filled his desk. Now it was Song-hee's turn to be astonished. Wow, I feel a bit teary. This is so heartwarming. Song-hee, someone is looking for you at the door. A voice suddenly called out. The crowd parted, and everyone turned to the classroom door, where a stunning girl stood. Illuminated by the midday sun, her fair skin glowing radiantly. Despite wearing loose school attire, her figure was undeniably impressive, resembling a star. Song, he hurried to the door. Zhuang Qiyan, what brings you here? Zhuang Qiyan's face flushed slightly as she playfully scolded him for calling her by such a peculiar nickname. Isn't it better to call me Senior? Senior Zhuang. Song-hee quickly corrected himself. Zhuang Qiyan sighed in exasperation, pulling out a plastic container from behind her. Did you have lunch? I packed some pan-fried dumplings for you. Thank you. I had lunch with the principal. The principal? Zhuang Qiyan's eyes widened. You had lunch with the principal? Not just that, he treated me. Song-hee replied proudly. Wow, that's quite something. Zhuang Qiyan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled brightly. I was worried you might face punishment, but instead, you turned the tables on the teachers. Now your legend resonates throughout the school. Keep the dumplings. I can't eat much. I'm on a diet, Zhuang Qiyan said, shoving the lunchbox into Song-hee's arms before turning and dashing away. Song-hee watched her leave, and just as he was about to return to the classroom, he turned around and was startled. His entire class stood neatly behind him, wearing peculiar expressions and grinning mischievously at him. Song-hee blushed. Don't think too much. We're just ordinary friends. Did I ask you? You're just confessing. Someone shouted from the back. A cacophony of teasing erupted, followed by enthusiastic applause, dozens of thumbs raised in his direction. Song-hee felt utterly embarrassed. No, don't make a fuss. It's really not what you think. It will be inappropriate for her. The classmates continued to cheer, even more excited than when they heard about Song-hee dining with the principal. I give up. Song-hee returned to his seat, sighing as he buried himself in the dumplings. The bell rang for class, and the ruckus finally subsided. The lesson was history, but Song-hee discreetly pulled out his mathematics competition paper to work on. Having focused on biology for the past few days, he had achieved a high level in that subject, but his math skills lagged behind. With an imminent test, academic performance was paramount. Campus gossip wouldn't boost his score. This exam had 3 main objectives. First, ensure he ranked among the top 80 in both math and biology to avoid being removed from the team. Second, surpass Lung Xiangwen in math so that he would be forced to reimburse the expenses for biology experimental materials. Third, aim for a top 50 position in biology to secure a reward of a mobile phone. High scores in biology seemed manageable, as he had thoroughly reviewed the competition paper, and the exam topics would likely be drawn from the paper. Scoring well was practically assured. However, math posed significant pressure. He had only completed 60 pages of the 300-page math problem set, and entering the exam with such a deficit would be disastrous. With only 2 days remaining, he needed to tackle at least 120 pages a day. Song-hee picked up his pen and dove into the math problems. Compared to the fixed patterns and relatively simpler questions of the college entrance examination math paper, the competition problems were akin to hellish challenges, with bizarre question types and an overwhelming amount of calculations, each problem filled with hidden traps. After 10 minutes, he felt a wave of nausea. He had only completed a single page, and such a snail's pace was utterly unacceptable. System. Chapter 41. The uncontrolled emotions of the class teacher upon accessing the system's marketplace. Song-hee selected the neural growth capsules. With a remaining resentment value of 52,800, he promptly purchased 5 capsules, each costing 10 000, leaving him with a mere 800. The 5 golden capsules appeared in the palm of his hand, and he hesitated, reluctant to consume them. Alas, these items are exorbitantly priced, far more than gold. Song-hee carefully tore a small opening in a dumpling and concealed the capsules within, furtively lowering his head beneath the table to evade the teacher's gaze. With a heavy heart, he consumed the 5 dumplings, feeling as though he was swallowing a property deed. "Oil has dripped onto my pants," Zhao Yi protested in annoyance, her voice barely above a whisper. "Where? Don't accuse me unjustly," Song-hee retorted, wiping the oil from her thigh, appreciating the texture. Zhao Yi's face flushed crimson as she shot him a glare, but chose not to respond. After consuming the 5 capsules, Song-hee felt no immediate change in his cognition. He furrowed his brow and continued solving problems. Yet, upon engaging in his studies, he suddenly experienced a remarkable shift. His thoughts flowed with greater fluidity. Although only slightly more agile, the difference was palpable. Song-hee's brows gradually relaxed. It appeared that the capsules were not merely a financial trap, but indeed possessed some efficacy. If all went well, this enhancement would endure until many years later when cognitive decline set in. He resolved to earn more resentment value, accumulating enough to purchase additional capsules, ultimately aspiring to reach the pinnacle of human intellect. As Song-hee immersed himself in his studies, Zhao Yi grew increasingly bored. After a prolonged period of ennui, she could no longer resist the temptation to stir trouble. Producing a small fruit knife, she jabbed it sharply into Song-hee's side. "What the heck are you doing?" Song-hee exclaimed, startled. "Hey kid, lend me a couple of bucks." Zhao Yi squinted her eyes and grinned mischievously, embodying a petty thief. Surprisingly, her performance was strikingly convincing. She transformed from a lovely classmate into a mischievous rogue. However, Song-hee had no inclination to engage in role-playing at that moment. "I have no money, just a worthless life," he replied, returning to his work. Zhao Yi soon found herself bored again. She put away the knife and rested her head on the table, lost in thought. Suddenly, Song-hee snapped back to reality and delivered a firm punch to her thigh. His expression stern. "This one do, Zhao Yi. Why aren't you studying in class? I see you slipping into the abyss of mediocrity. Focus and study now." "No, I want to play." She shook her head, puffing her cheeks like a dumpling. "If you don't study, I'll make you regret it," he warned, reaching into her desk and snatching the fruit knife, snapping it open with a fierce look. "Study or else." Zhao Yi, taken aback, flipped through her textbook. "I'll study. I promise. Since I've confiscated the knife, it stays with me. Don't let me catch you slacking off, or I'll come after you," he threatened, embodying the demeanor of a local bully. The bell rang, yet the teacher unyieldingly extended the class, dragging it on until the next bell. The second period was chemistry, but Song-hee remained engrossed in mathematics, his gaze intense. Zhao Yi, however, grew disinterested again and lay down, yawning. Song-hee glanced at her and decisively struck her thigh twice. Zhao Yi's face contorted in grievance, curling up. "You're really hitting me. It hurts. Study. If you don't, you'll face the consequences," he declared fiercely. Zhao Yi's stubbornness flared, her cheeks tinged with color. "I want to study. Go ahead and hit me. Haven't you eaten? It doesn't hurt at all. Doesn't hurt? Let's see about that," he replied, striking her again with 2 swift jabs. "Hey, you're really going too far." Zhao Yi clenched her small fists and retaliated. Their brief tussle ensued, though their combat prowess was not in the same league. Zhao Yi's resistance quickly crumbled, and she grimaced in pain, hastily conceding. "Still talking back? I'm not. I'm sorry. I'll study." She quickly opened her chemistry textbook, gritting her teeth as she began to learn. Song-hee felt a sense of satisfaction and continued to focus on his work. Throughout the afternoon, he dedicated himself to mathematics, advancing 3 levels, from bronze level 90 to 93. He also progressed through 30 pages of competition problems, moving from page 60 to 90. The pace was slow, as the teacher continued to lecture. In Song-hee had to be discreet, occasionally hiding his math workbook behind the textbook, akin to a guerrilla fighter constantly interrupted, leading to remarkably low efficiency. During evening self-study, just as Song-hee began working on math, a furious voice echoed from the doorway. Song-hee, step outside. All the classmates turned their heads, and Ban Jianya stood at the door, visibly enraged. A sense of panic washed over Song-hee as he quickly surmised the reason for the teacher's fury. Just as he stood to leave, another bellow rang out. Bring your math workbook. Song-hee's complexion paled as he picked up his math workbook and approached the door. Ban Jianya snatched the competition workbook from him, flipping through it and discovering that he had only completed up to page 90, further fueling his ire. What did I tell you before? Ban Jianya shook the workbook violently, the pages rustling ominously. You have an exam in 2 days, and you've barely completed 90 pages. Have you been spending all your time on biology? Correcting errors in the biology workbook? You're quite the character. Have you even made any progress in math? Please calm down. I promise I'll finish the workbook before the exam. Song-hee hurriedly reassured him, insisting that studying biology wouldn't hinder his math performance. I'm confident I can make it into the top 80. Top 80? Nonsense. Ban Jianya slammed the workbook back into Song-hee's arms with a resounding thud, his expression as fierce as a raging bull. Teachers don't take kindly to interruptions. Song-hee thought to himself, feeling like a timid chick under scrutiny. With the exam looming the next morning, he knew he wouldn't finish the workbook in time. You have less than 2 days left, and you expect to complete 210 pages? You think it's a child-esque game? It's perfectly normal for one problem to take half an hour. Ban Jianya's anger escalated. Believe in me, I have a plan. I'll complete 30 pages during self-study tonight, stay up to finish 80 pages, and spend the entire day tomorrow on 100 pages. I can easily finish it and still have time to review. Song-hee pleaded desperately. You're still unrepentant. Stubborn fool. Ban Jianya seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at Song-hee's nose, barely restraining himself from striking him. Come with me to the office. I'll supervise you while you write. I want to see if you can complete 30 pages during self-study. If you don't finish by the end of the evening, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Chapter 42. The mathematical bottleneck in the mathematics office. Ban Jianya's treatment was evidently inferior to Lulu's. 6 mathematics teachers were crammed into a single room. Song-hee sat down behind a desk and quietly began to work through the problems in his workbook. Hurry up. If you encounter difficulties, ask me. I'm eager to see how many pages you can complete during a self-study session. Ban Jianya gritted his teeth, his frustration palpable. The nearby math teachers lifted their heads, curiosity etched on their faces. Ah, are you bringing the struggling student for one-on-one tutoring? Guanqing Fu chuckled. Guanqing Fu was the homeroom teacher of Class 1, a stout man resembling a ball. Upon seeing him, Song-hee couldn't help but think of the formulas for the surface area and volume of a sphere. Not a struggling student. He's our class's math prodigy, Song-hee, Ban Jianya exclaimed, his face reddening with anger. The competition exam is the day after tomorrow, and this brat has only completed 90 pages in his workbook. He even lied to me, claiming he could finish before the exam, saying he could tackle 30 pages during self-study. What nonsense. Wow, 30 pages in a single evening of self-study? No wonder he's in the elite class. Bold and ambitious. Guanqing Fu laughed heartily, clearly skeptical of such a speed. My ordinary class students are assigned 10 pages of homework over the weekend, the simplest problems, and they still struggle to finish. 30 pages in one evening? The audacity of youth, remarked the bespectacled female teacher in the corner, Chu Zhu, who taught the first-year rocket class. In her class, if the math competition students managed to solve 5 pages in a single lesson, it would be considered remarkably quick. It was common for them to be stuck on a problem for half an hour. Chu Zhu smiled. If he didn't put in the effort beforehand and now expects to cram before the exam, that is simply unrealistic. This brat is driving me crazy. He doesn't listen to me. He guaranteed he could finish, Ban Jianya said, lifting his cup for a hearty drink to calm his nerves. 10 pages in a night would be pushing it. Chu Zhu laughed. 30 pages? That is pure fantasy. Chu teacher is overly optimistic. 10 pages is for your rocket class. Song-hee is merely from the elite class. 7 or 8 pages would be more realistic, Guanqing Fu chimed in. The room erupted in laughter, the teachers seemingly treating Song-hee as a source of amusement. The laughter and ridicule soon subsided. The teachers had encountered many eccentric students over the years and were no longer surprised. The office quickly returned to a quiet hum of productivity. Song-hee sighed inwardly, relieved that the chatter had finally ceased. The noise had been quite distracting to his rapid problem-solving. On the way here, he had secretly consumed 6 mental calculation capsules, propelling his calculation speed to unprecedented heights. Coupled with the brain-enhancing capsules he had taken recently, his cognitive abilities had improved, and the mental calculation capsules further amplified his speed. Ideas flashed through his mind like lightning as he attacked the competition questions with fervor. Page 91. 2 minutes completed. Page 92. 2 minutes completed. Upon reaching the complex problems on page 93, Song-hee's momentum was momentarily hindered, yet he pressed on with unwavering determination, his pen dancing across the workbook, filling it with black ink that resembled fallen soldiers strewn across a winter field. After 5 minutes, he conquered the problems on page 93. Taking a breath, he launched into page 94, an entire page of fill-in-the-blank questions, accelerating his pace further. Suddenly, Ban Jianya's phone vibrated. Unlocking his phone, he glanced at a message and patted Song-hee on the shoulder. "I have to attend a meeting. I'll return before self-study ends. Focus on your work, and mark any questions you can't solve. I'll explain them later." "Thank you, teacher," Song-hee replied without lifting his head. Ban Jianya sighed and hurried out of the office. With his mind wholly absorbed, Song-hee became increasingly exhilarated, akin to a warrior in a fervent battle. His pace quickened, and the system notifications chimed continuously. Detected mathematical progress. Level Bronze 93 to Bronze 94. Detected mathematical progress. Level Bronze 94 to Bronze 95. Detected mathematical progress. Level Bronze 95 to Bronze 96. The class bell rang, followed by the start of the next lesson. Song-hee was oblivious to the chimes. His sense of time had blurred, and all his focus was consumed by the problems at hand. Hundreds of knowledge points and problem-solving strategies intertwining in his mind like a writhing mass of serpents. Finally, his mathematical level soared to Bronze 99. He had reached a critical threshold. A few days prior, he had ascended from bronze to silver in biology by diligently correcting errors in his competition workbook. He had successfully translated several cutting-edge biology papers with relative ease, breaking through the bottleneck and entering the realm of silver. However, he knew that he could not employ the same strategy for mathematics. Thus far, he had not identified any erroneous math problems, and the advanced literature was incomprehensible to him, merely gibberish, a forbidden tome that mere mortals could not decipher. With no alternative, Song-hee pressed on, determined to tackle more problems. Perhaps, after reaching a certain quantity, a qualitative change would occur, allowing him to automatically break through to silver. Meanwhile, Guanxing Fu stretched, his stout figure resembling a wobbling toy. "I'm done for the day. I'm heading home," he declared cheerfully. "Take care, Guanxing teacher," Chu Zhu said, adjusting her glasses as she continued her work at the computer. Guanxing Fu ambled leisurely toward the door when he suddenly noticed Song-hee, who was fervently working at his desk. Driven by curiosity, Guanxing Fu paused, standing behind Song-hee to steal a glance. The moment he did, he was taken aback. Song-hee had already completed 121 pages. Ban Jianya had stated that this child had only managed 90 pages, yet he had now completed 121? Had he really written 31 pages in such a short time? He had exceeded the task. How could he possibly be so fast? Guanxing Fu instinctively thought that perhaps there were blank pages before this one. But as he held his breath and watched for a minute, his expression changed. It appeared that the child was genuinely working at an extraordinary speed. The fill-in-the-blank questions were answered in mere seconds, and even the complex problems were tackled with effortless ease. If this were ordinary math homework, it would be normal for a top student to work at such a pace. But these were competition questions. The difficulty of these problems could give even teachers a headache. Guanxing Fu, upon reflection, realized he did not possess such a speed. "Guanxing teacher?" Chu Zhu raised her head, surprised to see he had not yet left. Guanxing Fu made a shushing gesture, pointing at Song-hee, then gave a thumbs up, his expression clearly indicating that this child was impressive. She should come and see. Chu Zhu raised her eyebrows in surprise, She had never seen Guanxing Fu behave this way. In her curiosity about Song, he was piqued. Quietly, she rose and stealthily approached Guanxing Fu, joining him in peeking at Song, his problem-solving prowess. Before long, Chu Zhu's expression mirrored his astonishment. This speed was simply outrageous. How could this child be so fast? Chapter 43. Why are all the teachers jealous of me? As a mathematics teacher for the elite class, Chu Zhu was acutely aware of the daunting nature of competition problems. Having attempted them herself, she knew she could hardly match the speed of Song He, who was in front of her, not even half of it. Even the top students in a rocket class paled in comparison. Could it be that this elite student possessed extraordinary mathematical prowess? He is not using scratch paper. Guanxing Fu murmured. ISNT scratch paper necessary for competition problems? It shouldn't be. Chu Zhu suddenly noticed this inconsistency, her brow furrowed in confusion. The questions involved extensive calculations. How could he possibly avoid jotting anything down? Was he merely scribbling answers to deceive the old teacher? Guanxing Fu frowned. A seasoned educator who had engaged in a battle of wits with students for years, unable to suppress his suspicions. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Zhu reached out and patted Song He on the shoulder. Startled by the unexpected gesture, Song He turned to face the two teachers. Why aren't you using scratch paper for your calculations? Chu Zhu inquired sternly. Teacher, I perform mental calculations, Song He replied nonchalantly, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Mental calculations? You can solve competition problems mentally? Guanxing Fu exclaimed, skepticism evident on his face. You're not just making up random answers, are you? Are you particularly adept at mental calculations? Shall I test you? Chu Zhu suggested, intrigued. Song He nodded, adopting a carefree attitude, as if to say anything would suffice. What is 753 multiplied by 951? Chu Zhu asked. 716103. Song He replied, almost instinctively. Chu Zhu and Guanxing Fu exchanged astonished glances. Song He's response was astonishingly swift. Both teachers instinctively pulled out their phones to verify the answer, and moments later, they confirmed it to be completely accurate. What is 44 cubed? Guanxing Fu suddenly pressed. 85184, came Song He's calm response. And what about that divided by the square of 22? Guanxing Fu followed up immediately. 176, Song He answered with ease. Once again, the two teachers scrambled to check the calculations on their phones, gasping in disbelief as they confirmed the results. Their expressions morphed into one of astonishment, as if gazing upon a creature from another realm. Is this even human? Or is he an alien in disguise? These problems are too elementary for me. Song He shrugged with a faint smile, dismissing their shock as trivial. I'll continue with my problems. Wait, let me test your limits, Guanxing Fu declared, snatching a piece of paper and swiftly scribbling down a complex equation. 910,867.23. 15278. 10330. 69,87621. 1120. 4940. Song He glanced at the equation, furrowing his brow momentarily before pausing for just 2 seconds. The number before the decimal point is 3284582288650710753. The number after the decimal point is 8703416149068322988136. The two teachers were in a frenzy as Song He recited the answer, with Guanxing Fu desperately jotting down the figures and Chu Zhu busy checking with her calculator. In merely 2 seconds, Song He completed his mental calculations, while Chu Zhu took half a minute just to input the numbers into her calculator. The two teachers then spent another minute comparing their results, their eyes nearly glazing over from the lengthy digits. The outcome was accurate. Goodness, Guanxing Fu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Song He, you are a prodigy. After over a decade of teaching, I have never encountered a student with such remarkable mental calculation skills. Chu Zhu was so excited she resembled a giddy schoolgirl, covering her mouth in astonishment. I cannot believe such a talent exists. Last year, during a research trip, a teacher from a different school had told her about a student who could mentally compute 6 to the 12th power in 5 seconds and multiply hundreds of thousands in 2 seconds. At the time, she had found it hard to believe, thinking the teacher was bragging. It turns out our school has such a genius as well. Basic skills are not everything. Teachers. In fact, mental calculations are of little practical use. They merely save the cost of a calculator. Mathematical reasoning is what truly matters. Song Yi maintained his calm demeanor throughout. Suddenly, the office doors swung open, and Ban Jianye appeared, his expression grave. "How many pages have you written?" he demanded, glaring at Song Yi. "I completed 31 pages, teacher. I finished the task ahead of schedule. The problems turned out to be simpler than I anticipated," Song Yi replied. "I was only gone for 2 hours, and you've done 31 pages?" Ban Jianye was taken aback, his anger flaring. "You little rascal, are you trying to deceive me?" The two teachers nearby burst into laughter, exchanging curious glances at Ban Jianye. Detecting something amiss, Ban Jianye inquired, "What kind of expression is that, Guan Zhai? You are Song Yi's mentor, yet you are unaware of how remarkable this child is?" Zhai Zhu regarded Ban Jianye with a look akin to that of a spectator watching a jester. "Teacher, you need not worry. As long as Song Yi is willing to tackle problems, he could effortlessly achieve high scores even while lying down. 30 pages of competition problems in one night is merely a walk in the park," Guan Chengfu added, his expression brimming with affectionate amusement. "What's going on with you two?" Ban Jianye was perplexed. "Look at this. Song Yi solved it in mere seconds." Guan Chengfu held up the paper with the recently used equation. His mental prowess rivals that of a calculator. "Faster than a calculator. I took half a minute to enter this equation, and Song Yi completed it in just 5 seconds. Zhai Zhu chimed in, her tone revealing her newfound admiration for Song Yi. Ban Jianye examined the calculations on the paper, then flipped through Song Yi's mathematics notebook. His expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched across his face. "What is 12 to the 6th power?" Ban Jianye challenged, his gaze fixed on Song Yi. 298-5984, came Song Yi's unhesitating reply. "And what about that number multiplied by 125,648? Ban Jianye pressed quickly. 375182917632. Song Yi sighed, finding the rapid-fire questioning tiresome. "Goodness." Ban Jianye pulled out his phone to verify the calculations, and upon confirming the accuracy, he could no longer contain his astonishment. This student had astonished him since the very first day of school. He never expected that, in the days that followed, this student would continually challenge his perceptions. Suddenly, Ban Jianye had a premonition. Was it possible that he had an extraordinary individual among his students? You need to feel too proud. For Song, he will surely be promoted to the rocket class by the end of the term. Your elite class is simply too small to retain such a talent. Zhai Zhu suddenly remarked, her gaze fixed on Song Yi. "Song Yi, you can join my class. I will speak with the other teachers and ensure you receive special attention." Her tone was playful, yet her expression was earnest. As she invited Song Yi, the fervor in her gaze was unmistakable, akin to a jeweler encountering a rare diamond, eager to secure it at once. After all, being a mathematics teacher herself, her desire to nurture talent was profound. Which educator wouldn't want to see such a prodigy? If the student were to achieve fame in the future, it would reflect well on her. The school year had just begun, and the final exams were still far off. How could she attempt to poach a student right in front of him? Ban Jianye, who had just begun to dream of cultivating a mathematical genius, felt his fantasies shatter in an instant, igniting his frustration. "Teacher, you must face reality. Do you truly intend to keep this child in your elite class? That would be a gross waste of talent." Zhai Zhu smiled, then turned to Song Yi and couldn't resist reaching out to ruffle his hair. In a flash, Ban Jianye intervened, swatting Zhai Zhu's hand away. "What are you doing? Keep your hands off my beloved student. Your beloved student is remarkable, but soon he will be mine," Zhai Zhu retorted, stepping behind Song Yi and placing her hands on his shoulders, defiantly gazing at Ban Jianye. Ban Jianye seethed with indignation, yet he could not voice his objections. He understood that Song Yi was indeed qualified to join the rocket class. It would be a disservice to keep him in the elite class. However, the thought of watching his prize student being claimed by another was undeniably vexing. Ban Jianye turned away, his expression conflicted as he scrutinized Song Yi. Zhai Zhu tilted her head, her gaze warm and inviting as she regarded Song Hee. Caught between the two, Song Hee felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Ban Jianya was his current mentor. He could not afford to offend him. Yet, there was a real possibility of being transferred to Zhai Zhu's rocket class next semester. He couldn't afford to offend her either. Previously, Lulu had experienced a similar conflict with Ban Jianya. Why are all the teachers vying for my attention? Song Hee thought, his head throbbing. Is this the burden of being a top student? I continued to tackle the problems. Teacher. Song Hee turned his attention to the question paper, resolutely adopting the demeanor of a timid turtle. Chapter 44. The Unyielding Challenge. At 2 o'clock in the morning, in the restroom, Ding Yangze and Ning Mo could no longer endure and retreated to their dormitory, leaving Song Hee alone to kick the wall and turn on the light. Clutching a mathematics workbook, his expression was one of grave concern. He found himself at an impasse. During the evening study session in the math office, he had reached the bronze level 99, and after studying until 1 in the morning, he remained stagnant at that level. Despite having completed numerous exercises, his rank showed no signs of progress. Oh, venerable system, might you consider updating my rank? Surely my mathematics skills have warranted a silver status by now. I've toiled through 50 pages overnight. Should I not be rewarded with ascension? Song Hee lamented inwardly. The system, however, remained indifferent to his pleas, refusing to respond regardless of his inquiries. Some systems are remarkably articulate, engaging in banter or even deriding their hosts. Yet, Song Hee's system resembled an unfeeling vending machine, offering only the ability to purchase items with accumulated grievances, completely mute otherwise. Unfortunately, with merely 6,000 grievance points left, he would need to spend 5,000 on a master capsule, leaving him devoid of resources for any attempts at a lottery-based breakthrough. This was Song Hee's first experience of being stuck at a level, and he felt somewhat lost. However, lacking alternatives, he resolved to diligently continue with his only valuable resource, the mathematics workbook. 2 o'clock turned to 3, then 4. 150 pages, 180 pages, 200 pages. The voice-activated light extinguished once more, and it was then that Song Hee suddenly realized the dawn had arrived, illuminating the problems even without the light. Perhaps driven by an urgent desire to break through, he had become thoroughly immersed in his studies, and time seemed to have flown by. Anxiety gripped him. Today was Friday, and tomorrow he would face the examination. Last week, he had challenged Lung Xiangwen in the restroom, and that fellow had already reached silver level 1. Given the days of study that had passed, he must have made progress, while he remained stuck at bronze level 99, which was infuriating. What vexed him most was his ignorance of what actions could elevate his rank. If the system were to declare that consuming a soaked mathematics textbook could result in a rank increase, he would have no qualms about devouring a couple for breakfast to stave off hunger. Burdened with anxiety, Song Hee continued his studies until 5:30, before leaving the restroom to head to the cafeteria. While queuing for buns, he spotted a familiar figure in the adjacent line for fried dough sticks. It was Lung Xiangwen. Lung seemed to sense someone was watching and turned to see Song Hee, immediately displaying a disdainful expression. Unfazed, Song Hee discreetly retrieved his combat power detector. Lung Xiangwen, mathematics silver level 08. Indeed, he had leveled up again, leaving a 9-level gap between them. The action of checking the detector was instinctive for Song Hee. But to his surprise, Lung Xiangwen noticed. Lung blinked in astonishment before raising his arm and making a dramatic gesture as if aiming a gun at Song Hee. Tomorrow we take to the examination hall. Don't forget our wager. The boldness of Lung's gesture drew the attention of onlookers in the queue, who turned to observe the unfolding drama. Sweat trickled down Song Hee's brow. Lung's theatrics were rather juvenile. Was he truly that oblivious to the embarrassment? Yet, amidst the scrutiny of others, he couldn't afford to lose face. So he simply replied, "Just don't forget the wager." Lung scoffed disdainfully, collecting his fried dough sticks and turning away. Compared to their last encounter, he appeared more haggard, with dark circles under his eyes and bloodshot sclera, likely a result of relentless studying for their wager. Anxious, Song Hee swiftly purchased his buns and hurried to the classroom, where he immediately began to tackle problems with fervor. One by one, classmates trickled in, and upon entering, they were met with the sight of Song He fervently solving problems, which only heightened their stress levels and resulted in a few scattered grievance points being generated. The morning reading period soon passed in a blur. The first class was mathematics. Ban Jianya stormed into the classroom, clutching a hefty stack of test papers. I have a meeting to attend. You will all complete these tests. The questions were exceedingly difficult and constituted today as homework. Tomorrow, I will call on someone to explain the ones you cannot solve. With that commanding proclamation, Ban Jinya hastily distributed the papers and left. An atmosphere of tension enveloped the room as students examined the test papers, followed swiftly by a chorus of complaints. This is outrageous. What on earth are these questions? It seems my skills are insufficient. I can't even solve the first problem. If I can't solve it, I'll just have to copy from the top student. Why must mathematics be so excruciatingly difficult? Do you understand this question? Yes. The classroom was rife with grievances. Thankfully, it was daytime. Had it been midnight, the ambient negativity might have summoned vengeful spirits. Song He took the test paper, furrowing his brow as he meticulously read through it. Taking 10 minutes to do so, he then tucked it into his textbook and tossed it into the drawer of his desk. Zhao Yi noticed her deskmate's actions and was taken aback. Why aren't you writing? Don't tell me you can't solve it either. I've completed it. Song He replied without lifting his head, rapidly working through competition problems. Completed it. Zhao Yi was momentarily stunned. Have you done this paper before? No. I just calculated the answers in my head. Song He nonchalantly stated, the multiple choice answers are ACB, BC, BC. The fill-in-the-blank answers are cost 60, 1084, 11451442, 5. And the big problem answers are 77, 5, 8, 206, 95, and 2600. Zhao Yi was taken aback by your speed, filled with astonishment. Grievance points 100. Ding Yangze overheard your answers and was terrified. Grievance points 300. Freak math genius. Zhao Yi angrily kicked Song He under the table. Stop it. I'm in a rush to complete my competition problems. I have an exam tomorrow. Song He was anxious. Suddenly, a note was passed to him from behind. Curious, he unfolded it to find a neat, flowing script. Song, do you know the last 3 multiple-choice questions? I need an explanation. Zhang Zhile. How do you call him, Song? He is the emperor of mathematics. Song He mentally slapped himself to quell the absurd thought and quickly penned a response. You can't solve such simple questions? When did you become so inept, Lao Zhang? After writing that the last 3 questions were DCA, he casually passed the note back. Zhang Zhile became secretly angry at your mockery. Grievance points 50. The note returned to him once more. Expecting a reply from Zhang Zhile, he was taken aback to find a different sender. Good roommate, this math test is incredibly difficult. I need a copy. Many thanks. Yuan Guang. Before he could respond to Yuan Guang, several more notes arrived, all seeking help. Emperor of Mathematics, I can't solve the multiple choice, fill in the blank, or big problems. Please enlighten us. I beg for the answers to the math test. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. The test paper left the boys in silence and the girls in tears. They implored the Emperor of Mathematics to rescue them. The stream of notes became overwhelming for Song He to manage. Initially, he found it bothersome, but then a thought struck him. An abundance of troubles could signify an opportunity. Given the grievance points he had for purchasing a master capsule, why not address the collective struggle by explaining the test paper to the entire class? Surely, this would yield a plethora of knowledge points. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it became. In pursuit of breaking through to silver rank, he resolved to change his approach. Without hesitation, he retrieved a large sheet of paper and quickly listed the question numbers of the entire test. There were too many students struggling to address each issue individually, so he requested everyone to mark a 1 next to any problems they found challenging. He would prioritize explaining the questions with the highest 1 counts. Once the survey was prepared, he passed it to his deskmate. Zhao Yi bit her lip, glanced at the sheet, and then proceeded to mark 1 next to the first question, followed by the second, third, fourth, fifth. Wait, do you not understand a single question on the entire paper? Song He watched in disbelief as she marked 1 for every question. Zhao Yi shot him an aggrieved glare and silently passed the survey to the next person. Chapter 45, of course. It's Song He 20 minutes later. The survey results returned. Upon receiving the paper, Song He was left dumbfounded by the dense array of ones. Countless ones covered the entire questionnaire. Goodness, it seems the entire class is like Zhao Yi, utterly uneducated, a truly lackluster class. See, it's not me being the fool. Song He remarked bluntly. Zhao Yi glanced at the questionnaire, her little face lighting up with delight, her confidence suddenly bolstered. Fools in a fool's nest think themselves clever. Song He retorted without reservation. Zhao Yi shot him a glare, radiating 50 shades of resentment. Taking a deep breath, Song He decided that since everyone was at a loss, he would have to teach the entire paper. He planned to attempt a rather unconventional method, uncertain of its efficacy, yet if successful, it could catapult him beyond the silver tier. He rummaged through his backpack, retrieving several blank answer sheets, which were of a size comparable to the test paper, providing ample space for his explanations. With pen in hand, he began inscribing the question numbers onto the answer sheets. The gaps between each number were quite expansive, with even the fill-in-the-blank sections given the space of larger questions, while the major questions were allotted a significant portion of the page. Then he began to write. The correct answer to this question is A. The thought process for solving such sequence problems typically involves two steps. First, determining the type of sequence, arithmetic or geometric. Second, transforming the numbers to fit. He began to convert logarithms into exponents. Song He's method of explanation was straightforward, akin to the answers found in tutoring materials, meticulously detailing the thought processes, relevant knowledge points, and step-by-step solutions, striving to make it comprehensible for his classmates. If explaining was akin to feeding someone, providing an unstructured answer was like offering a raw piece of meat, compelling students to figure out how to cook it, whereas a structured guide was likened to a bowl of well-cooked rice that students could easily consume. What Song He was currently writing was even more comprehensive, akin to trimming the ends of the rice before cooking, ensuring his classmates wouldn't choke on it. One might even say he was chewing the rice and feeding it directly to his classmates, thoughtfully providing a digestive aid afterward. After a considerable time, Song He finally completed the analysis for the multiple-choice questions. Ah, as expected of me, this is so detailed and easy to understand, even a fool could grasp it. He mused, admiring his own handiwork. He then passed it to Zhao Yi, while simultaneously swallowing a capsule from a renowned teacher, filled with eager anticipation. Zhao Yi began to read intently. The analysis evidently suited her palate, as she frequently exclaimed in wonder, "Oh, how marvelous! I understand now." After a while, having finished reading the multiple-choice analysis, she passed it to the back where her classmates quickly huddled together, engrossed in the explanations, soon erupting in sounds of admiration. The feedback for the multiple-choice questions was overwhelmingly positive, and without pausing for rest, Song He swiftly completed the analysis for the fill-in-the-blank questions and tossed it to his deskmate, continuing, without interruption, to work on the major question analysis. A smile began to curl at the corners of his mouth, for system notifications began to appear before him. 2 classmates have grasped parts of the questions you taught, doubling your mathematics knowledge in return. 5 classmates have grasped parts of the questions you taught, doubling your mathematics knowledge in return. 12 classmates have grasped parts of the questions you taught, doubling your mathematics knowledge in return. Song He was exhilarated. Previously, when he taught his classmates, the knowledge points returned were but a trickle, akin to a meager stream. Yet at this moment, a torrent of new knowledge surged forth in his mind, accelerating rapidly. The handwritten analyses circulated throughout the classroom, as students clustered together to read, each continually mastering new problems, creating an astonishing cumulative effect. Indeed, the rule that capsules from renowned teachers could impart knowledge was remarkably flexible. Directly explaining a question counted as teaching, while providing an analysis for everyone to see also qualified as teaching. Soon, whispers of curiosity filled the classroom, as students discussed Song He's handwritten analyses. The math emperor truly possesses great power. I actually understand it. Wow, I feel this is even better than what the class teacher explained. This method for the third question is something I've never heard before. Is this the exhilaration of being guided by a master? I'm getting goosebumps. A touch from a genius reveals how simple mathematics can be. Simple? This analysis seems quite daunting. How did such intricate methods and audacious solutions emerge? Surely, mathematics is reliant on innate talent. If one is born lacking, they are indeed at a disadvantage. Previously, during a few math self-study classes, the atmosphere in the classroom had been despondent, as mathematics problems often drained the enthusiasm of most students. The first half of this lesson mirrored that gloomy atmosphere. But in the latter half, the classroom underwent a remarkable transformation, as many students excitedly gathered to discuss math problems, with jubilant exclamations resonating upon solving difficult questions, creating an atmosphere brimming with vitality. The cause of this dramatic change was undoubtedly the several analyses penned by Song Hee. It is no exaggeration to say that his analyses were regarded by his classmates as rare and precious texts, akin to a divine artifact radiating holy light, as they fervently circulated them, feeling spiritually rejuvenated after reading, significantly enhancing their understanding of mathematics. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be mere excitement. Yet to those in the know, it revealed the intricacies of the subject. Most students followed the logical flow of the analyses, attempting to solve the problems, thus forming an admiration for Song Hee. In the center of the classroom, Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei gazed at the analyses, both exhibiting expressions of disbelief. Wait, is there really a way to solve this problem like that? Ning Mo was stunned. It seems it might actually work. Zhang Zhilei began jotting down calculations, exclaiming, "What an outrageous method! How did Song Hee conceive such ingenious strategies? This is utterly bizarre. Utterly bizarre." The more Ning Mo read, the more horrified he became. This is sorcery. If one masters this technique, they could save half the time. Zhang Zhilei's face paled, resting her forehead in her palm. I've been diligently tackling math lately, hoping to close the gap with Song Hee, but now I feel the gap has not only remained, but has actually widened. Ning Mo's expression darkened as he reflected on this, feeling quite distressed. I sense the same. Song Hee is indeed a phenomenon. Not just widened, it's practically squared. Zhang Zhilei sighed. This is disheartening. There is someone who has always overshadowed me in math, and it's becoming unbearable. Ning Mo remained silent for a moment, then suddenly grinned, a smile of vindication. What are you complaining about? I've been under your shadow for years. Thankfully, Brother Song Hee stepped in, letting you taste the bitter fruit of being overshadowed. Old Zhang, today you get a taste of that karma. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Song Hee had just been smiling, yet that smile vanished once again. He remained at the bronze level, 99 complete. Why was it so arduous to break through? Was he destined to face a tribulation? At the classroom door, the class president from classroom 1 strolled over, seemingly keen on socializing, often lingering by classroom 2's entrance. Are you all working on this test too? The president's keen eyes caught sight of the mathematics paper in the hands of the students at the door. Did your class receive it as well? A curious student inquired. Doing what? It's impossibly difficult. We can't solve it at all. Even our math competition ace, Zhao, is banging his head against the wall. The class president grimaced. We received this paper during last night's self-study. Many students stayed up all night, and half of them still can't solve it. Then your class must be quite subpar. I've completed the entire thing, boasted a student, showcasing their filled-out paper. The class president was taken aback. What the heck? You're a genius. Teach me. Save our class of 52 lives. I can't teach you, but someone in our class can. This entire test was taught by him, the student replied with a grin. Who? Who else could it be but Song Hee? Surely it's not me? The student chuckled. Song Hee's quite busy. Don't go empty-handed. Return with a gift. And perhaps he might bestow upon you a secret technique that could revive your class. Chapter 46. The stunned grade director in the neighboring class. The class leader returned with news, instantly igniting a heated argument. This is unacceptable. Someone slammed the table. How can our esteemed class 1 be reduced to offering gifts to appease those from class 2? Absurd. Utterly absurd. Others chimed in, filled with righteous indignation. Is there truly no one in class 1 who can solve a mere exam paper? How ridiculous. Our class leader is incompetent, bringing shame upon us. The class leader, fuming, retorted, if we cannot solve this math paper before class, we are all doomed. You think you are capable enough that I need to beg for assistance with gifts? Is there genuinely no one in Class 1 who can tackle this exam? It is utterly laughable. We have our own experts. Old Zhao, someone shouted. The bespectacled Old Zhao shook his head decisively. Not a chance. Go plead with Class 2. Old Zhao put in a little effort. Song, he's a competition student. And you are too. Are you not his equal? We believe in you. The crowd was fervent. Skill cannot be conjured by mere belief. Old Zhao sighed in resignation. I've been drained by this paper. I have nothing left to give. Please, go seek out Old Song from the neighboring class. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. The class leader pulled out a large plastic bag and opened it with a loud slap. Soon, dozens of bottles of beverages were tossed inside. Stop. This is humiliating. I refuse to accept this. Someone declared defiantly. If this gets out, what will become of our class's reputation? Will we be ridiculed by others for lacking mathematical prowess? Be high and mighty all you want, but when you need answers, do not come to me, the class leader glared. The defiant one hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly tossed a can of cola into the plastic bag. Meanwhile, Song he sat at his desk, troubled as he tackled math problems. Suddenly, a massive plastic bag thudded onto his table, bursting with drinks of all varieties. Cola, orange juice, green tea. A sight to behold, as if many had contributed to this bounty. Great math sage, I am the leader of Class 1. Here is a humble offering. I beseech you to grant us your mathematical wisdom and rescue my classmates from their plight. Song he stared at the offering from the neighboring class leader, utterly speechless. The title of Great Math Sage had somehow reached their ears. Was everyone really this childish? He much preferred the title of Night Owl Warrior. We're all brother classes. This is too generous. I cannot accept such a grand gift. Song he protested. Is the title of Great Math Sage too meager? That is not what I meant. And please, do not call me that. Then accept it. If you refuse, how can our class make progress? The class leader insisted. Song he was a loss for words. This conversation was utterly bizarre. After some discussion, he learned that the neighboring class also sought solutions to the same math paper. Elated, he quickly began composing explanations for the problems, rewriting his earlier notes, and sending them over to Class 2. During the noon study period, the neighboring class eagerly circulated Song he's explanations, and suddenly, points soared before his eyes. 8 students learned part of the problems from you, returning double the math knowledge. 14 students learned part of the problems from you, returning double the math knowledge. 39 students learned part of the problems from you, returning double the math knowledge. An unending stream of new knowledge flooded his mind, propelling Song he into a final sprint towards the competition problem set. As he faced the last few units of particularly challenging competition problems, with dozens of unfamiliar problem types emerging, he was fortunate that the knowledge points from the neighboring class flowed incessantly, allowing him to navigate through without pause, smoothly progressing. With both problem-solving and knowledge points working in tandem, his mathematical prowess surged forward. Finally, with only 5 minutes remaining before class ended, Song he inscribed the final set of numbers in his competition booklet and tossed down his pen. 300 pages of competition problems, completed. Almost simultaneously, a long-awaited system notification appeared. The host has completed a significant number of math problems and, through the knowledge points from the esteemed teacher capsule, has significantly broadened their intellectual horizons, taking their understanding of mathematics to a new level. Granted the silver rank. Current math level, silver level 01. Song he was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. After being stuck at this rank for so long, he had finally broken through. Thank goodness the class teacher had distributed a paper so challenging it left the entire class in despair, and thankfully, he pioneered a new path by crafting problem explanations that yielded a wealth of knowledge points, akin to a turbo boost. Otherwise, even if he studied tirelessly until tomorrow, he might never reach silver. As this thought crossed his mind, a cold sweat broke out on his brow. The first attempt at advancing ranks had been fraught with inexperience. He had cut it too close. This was undoubtedly a lesson learned. Next time, he must allocate sufficient time for rank advancement. If ascending from bronze to silver was so arduous, how daunting would the leap to gold be? In a flash, Song he calculated frantically, realizing with alarm that time was slipping away. There were approximately 20 hours left, until tomorrow's math exam. After subtracting an hour for sleep and another for meals and travel, he was left with merely 18 hours for study. Cold Xiangwen, currently at Math Silver Level 08, would not pause to wait. He would likely advance to Silver Level 09 before the exam. If he had a breakthrough, it might be conceivable for him to surge several levels. Thus, Songhe needed to elevate his math level by over 10 ranks within these 18 hours to merely align with Cold Xiangwen for the exam, let alone secure a victory. Suddenly, the class bell rang. A figure darted out of the classroom, quickly vanishing from sight. The classmates were momentarily stunned. Who on earth ran so fast? Who just left? Was that a flash? It was Songhe. His seat is empty. Goodness, does the great math sage possess sprinting talents as well? That starting speed is outrageous. What is he Song Bingti on? Contrary to expectations, Songhe did not head to the cafeteria. Instead, he sprinted to the school library. Having completed the competition problem set and exhausted the college entrance exam questions, he had no materials left to elevate his math level and needed to seek out new resources. Students trickled out of the library, and surprisingly, some unfamiliar faces greeted him warmly. Songhe, momentarily bewildered, soon remembered that he had attracted quite the crowd during his previous visit to the 5th floor. Before long, he arrived at the mathematics textbook section. Most of the books were high school level, which he bypassed as not worth his time. He ventured to the end of the shelf, where university math textbooks were concentrated, pristine and seldom borrowed. A vaguely familiar figure stood by the shelf and turned to look at him. After a moment's recollection, Songhe exclaimed, "Hello, grade director." The grade director, recalling Songhe, remembered the last time he delivered takeout to the principal, mistakenly believing he was the one to be treated, only to end up disappointed. "Songhe, right? Here to find problems to work on?" The grade director's demeanor was friendly, yet he couldn't quite grasp the student's background. "Yes, director. Are you the math teacher? I'm here to gather materials for lesson preparation. I'm a PE teacher, hoping to pursue a part-time master's degree. So I'm looking for university-level math materials to study," the grade director replied, kindly adding, "If you're looking for high school math problems, they're on the front shelves. I'm here specifically for university math. I've completed linear algebra and calculus, and now I'm looking for a book on probability and statistics," Songhe casually remarked, scanning the shelf. The grade director's eyes widened in astonishment. "You've already studied university math?" "Indeed, I'm a math competition student," Songhe replied nonchalantly. "You've completed calculus. Can you truly comprehend it all?" the grade director asked, hesitating. "I understood the textbook and completed the exercises, but they were rather simple, weren't they? I still need to find problem sets to reinforce my learning." "Song," he said dismissively. The head of the grade department was nearly overwhelmed with frustration. He had been diligently studying advanced mathematics, grappling with chapters that left him in agony, and the homework was an insurmountable pile of unanswerable questions. Yet, to his dismay, it was conveyed among the students that the material was quite simple. Simple indeed. Did they regard mathematical problems as mere cabbages, easily mastered at whim? The head of the department, tears welling in his eyes, began to question his own capability to pursue graduate studies, contemplating whether he should simply abandon the endeavor. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Songhe, elated, pulled out a blue and white-covered book, declaring, "Director, I am off." Yes, study well," the director replied, his voice lacking conviction. Songhe ascended to the 3rd floor of the library, locating his usual spot to immerse himself in his studies. After consuming 5 heart-calming capsules, his studying accelerated remarkably. The book on probability theory posed a manageable challenge. He flipped through its pages every few minutes, pausing only when encountering exercises. "Songhe, is it?" A gentle, cultured voice emanated from across the table. He looked up taken aback. A thin, bald young man sat opposite him, his scalp glistening, with just a few millimeters of hair visible. The young man smiled, exuding an aura unique to a true strongman. The source of this formidable presence was inscrutable, perhaps stemming from his serene smile, utterly confident gaze, and the commanding nature of his baldness. "I see you're studying probability theory. You're only a freshman. Have you reached this point already?" the bald young man inquired kindly. "I've just begun," Songhe nodded. "If you encounter any questions, feel free to ask me. If you're unsure of which exercises to tackle, I can assist with that as well." I am Chu Long from Class 1, Senior 3. The bald young man generously offered, noting that Song He's progress as a freshman was impressive and he harbored the potential for national accolades. Upon hearing that name, Song He was struck with astonishment and respect. He had long heard of this renowned figure, but had never encountered him in person. It turned out that this bald young man was indeed Chu Long. Chapter 47. This is blind worship. Although Song He was engrossed in his studies, his desk mate Zhao Yi often leaned over to whisper gossip, which meant he had heard of some of the most renowned figures on campus. Chu Long was among the most distinguished of these campus celebrities. A genius. Last year, he excelled in the mathematics competition, triumphantly claiming the national silver medal, making him the only student from Jinghai No. 4 High School to achieve such a feat. It is said that several prestigious mathematics institutions in the country extended invitations for direct admission to Chu Long. While his choice remains unknown, it is certain that he has already secured a place in a top university, rendering the college entrance examination unnecessary, much to the envy of his peers. For the underclassmen, he is a legendary figure worthy of fervent admiration. Great God, Chu! Song He exclaimed, are you still part of the competition team this year? Indeed, Chu Long replied calmly, accustomed to the adoration of his juniors. Didn't you win a national award last year? Why are you still competing this year? Song He inquired curiously. Last year, it was a silver medal. This year I aim for the gold, Chu Long said gently. The school has tasked me with participating for another year to mentor the younger students. They likely want to use me as a benchmark to see who can reach my level, indicating they may also aspire to win a national award. Do your best. If you can defeat me, you'll surely secure the national award. Chu Long laughed. There are many outstanding newcomers this year, but I have the utmost confidence in you. With that, Chu Long rose and departed, reminiscent of an ethereal being drifting away after imparting wisdom to mere mortals. Song He felt a thrill at the words. I have the utmost confidence in you, though he suspected Chu Long might say the same to every underclassman. Nevertheless, the presence of a living legend was exhilarating. The notion of defeating such a deity meant, if I can surpass him, I shall ascend as the new deity. As he gazed at Chu Long's retreating figure, Song He gritted his teeth and purchased a combat power detector, pulling the trigger. Chu Long, Mathematics Gold, Level 28. Indeed, formidable. This was Song He's first encounter with a gold rank. Fearsome indeed. The further one advances, the more challenging it becomes. Breaking through ranks is a significant hurdle that cannot merely be gauged by level differences. Given Song He's current rank, he could only ascertain that Chu Long's level was exceptionally strong, but the specifics remained unfathomable. He suddenly looked forward to the examination the next day. After the test, he would be able to see the rankings and scores, providing a clearer picture of how he measured up to Chu Long. From there, it would be a matter of relentless pursuit to close the gap. Inspired, Song He immersed himself in his studies, driven by the goal of surpassing the great god Chu. As he progressed through various chapters, the system notifications finally appeared. Detected mathematical improvement, rising from silver level 01 to silver level 02. Detected mathematical improvement, rising from silver level 02 to silver level 03. A sudden waft of fragrance enveloped him. Turning, he saw Zhuang Qian sitting beside him, her school uniform jacket unbuttoned, revealing a refreshing white tank top, her figure gently swaying, nearly inducing a nosebleed. Help me, Song He, Zhuang Qian exclaimed, pulling out her error notebook, her bright eyes sparkling. We have a weekly test in our senior year, and the last math problem is devilishly difficult. We asked the teacher, but even he couldn't solve it. Song He quickly glanced at the notebook, surprise flickering in his eyes. No wonder the teacher struggled. It was indeed a challenging problem, a variant he had never encountered before, leaving him utterly bewildered at first glance. Do you know how to solve it? Zhuang Qian asked, nervously biting her lip. I'll take a look and get back to you, Song He replied, taking the notebook and falling into deep thought. Just give it a try. It's fine if you can't solve it. Such a difficult problem won't appear in the college entrance exam. If it does, then the question setter deserves to be shot. Zhuang Qian joked, turning aside to tackle her homework. Song He didn't catch her jest and had already immersed himself in the problem. It seemed to be a patchwork of concepts, intertwining sequences, inequalities, derivatives, conic sections, and normal distributions, with an overly lengthy and convoluted prompt that exuded an aura of impossibility. Most candidates would falter within a minute upon encountering such a problem. But Song-hee was not easily intimidated. What sort of bizarrely difficult high school math problem had he not seen? He had long grown accustomed to the extraordinary. Upon seeing this peculiar and convoluted problem, he felt a surge of excitement. He began by dissecting the problem, tackling the manageable components first, summing the sequence, constructing the inequality, deriving the equation of the conic section, which proved complex, necessitating the incorporation of the normal distribution values from the prompt. Once the range of values was established, it could be substituted into the earlier sum to form the inequality, allowing the derivation of the conic section S equation. Ultimately, he would differentiate and sketch the graph to establish the new conic section's eccentricity. Without using any scratch paper, a series of calculations flowed effortlessly in his mind, as if a holographic projection danced before his eyes. The labyrinthine structure of the problem gradually crumbled, revealing an increasingly clear path to the solution. Meanwhile, a girl approached Zhuang Qiyin and poked her. Yin, I inquired around a math department about that problem. All the teachers are stumped. They said they might just eliminate it. It's too obscure and bizarre, likely unsolvable. Zhuang Qiyin paused, realizing Song-hee was already working on the problem. He would likely produce a result soon. The girl turned to glance at Song-hee, whispering, but he is able to solve it, right? Zhuang Qiyin blinked. I have faith in Song-hee. You're overly confident in him, the girl remarked, astonished, her voice barely above a whisper. Why do you think he can solve it? He looks completely stumped. At that moment, Song-hee spoke up. I've solved it. 7 over the square root of 33. I only have one method, so I'll write down the steps and reasoning for you to share with class. Zhuang Qiyin beamed. Thank you. I knew you could do it. Do you have any snacks? I didn't eat lunch, Song-hee asked. Zhuang Qiyin promptly opened her backpack, retrieving a meat floss bun and yogurt to offer him. As Song-hee pulled out a blank piece of answer paper, he sipped the yogurt while swiftly detailing the problem as solution. Zhuang Qiyin leaned in to observe, and the girl who had just come over hesitated before also peering in. Song-hee continued to write, 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages, 4. After a lengthy duration, he had filled an entire sheet with the solution. Zhuang Qiyin and the girl beside her were left dumbfounded. Song-hee's writing speed was so rapid that they could hardly keep up. By the time they grasped one line, the next was nearly complete, and thus he filled 4 pages in a blur. This problem was rather remarkable, equating to 10 ordinary problems, incorporating high-stakes knowledge points critical for the college entrance examination, akin to a concocted challenge worthy of admiration. Song-hee pushed the solution towards them, advising, once you've mastered it, remember to bring it back to share with the class. Just show them this paper. Song-hee was shrewd, recognizing that this single problem held immense value. Provided Zhuang Qiyin presented it to her classmates, it would yield considerable educational benefits. All right, Zhuang Qiyin replied obediently, joyfully accepting the solution. Song-hee glanced at the time, realizing an entire afternoon had slipped away, with only 20 minutes left before class. He proceeded to the library, borrowing probability theory and mathematical statistics, and returned to the classroom, neglecting the afternoon lesson to seize every moment to further his mathematical prowess. At the window side desk, Zhuang Qiyin and the girl watched Song-hee depart, then turned their attention to the solution. This problem is incredible, the girl marveled. The teacher shouldn't be eliminated. If understood, it can solidify so many concepts, like a balanced stew, rich in nutrients. Indeed, Zhuang Qiyin nodded. Tomorrow morning we have math class. Once the teacher arrives, I'll show her this. Perhaps she'll explain it to the entire class. Hey, saying that feels a bit strange, the girl suddenly remarked. What is strange? The teacher was unable to solve this problem and surprisingly required the analysis of a first-year high school student to explain it to our senior class. Zhuang Qiyin smiled faintly and remarked in a calm tone, what is so strange about it? He is not an ordinary first-year student. He is Song-hee. What's Song-hee? Is he not a first-year student? Yin, this is blind admiration. I do not possess blind admiration. Zhuang Qiyin's face flushed. I merely acknowledge the mathematical prowess of my junior. Chapter 48. The Overlook of the Strong Examination Day. On this early morning, Song he was intensely studying in his dormitory, his expression tinged with anxiety. In his hands lay probability theory and mathematical statistics, which he had just borrowed from the library yesterday. He had already completed a third of it. Such a pace was indeed unparalleled, even amongst high school students, and was significantly remarkable when compared to university students. Typically, a university student would require over 2 days to review the same material. And not to mention, Song he was not merely reviewing, but self-studying. In truth, Song he could have progressed even faster, but an unexpected incident occurred yesterday. The 4 afternoon classes were consumed by examinations, first 2 in English, followed by 2 in Chinese, resulting in a complete loss of his afternoon study time. To add insult to injury, during last night's evening study session, both the chemistry and physics teachers monopolized the classes for impromptu quizzes, leaving Song he with no time to engage with mathematics, effectively having his already precious study. His spirits dampened. Song he found himself recalling a famous quote from Ji Xinlin's diary of Tsinghua Garden. Damn it, these wretched professors. Not only are they oblivious to their own demoralization, but they incessantly test us. It's either your exam or mine. What on earth are we being tested on? Mathematics progress detected, leveling up from silver level 07 to silver level 08. Finally, the system notification popped up. Song he glanced at the time. It was time to head out. After a night of diligent effort, he had merely caught up to the level that Lung Xiangwen had achieved the previous morning. Anxiety gnawed at him as he regretted spending too much time on biology in the preceding days, which had indeed delayed his mathematics progress. Lung Xiangwen, undeterred by the previous day's events, must have advanced at least 1 or 2 levels higher. In the bronze tier, a 1 or 2 level difference might not matter much. Careful examination could easily bridge that gap. However, in the silver tier, leveling up was exceedingly slow, with clear demarcations between each level, translating to a potential 5 to 10-point difference on an exam. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. Was he destined to fail? Absolutely not. There was still time. He must strive harder. As he left the dormitory, Song he opened probability theory and mathematical statistics, lowering his head to study while walking, his eyes fixed on the pages. The staircase was crowded with students, as it was peak time for classmates heading to the dining hall. Holding his book, Song he descended the stairs, drawing the attention of many peers, who intentionally or unintentionally made way for him, creating a spacious corridor. This avoidance was tinged with a hint of reverence, reminiscent of the way fragile creatures maintain distance from formidable beasts, lest they be devoured in an instant. Is that Song he? It is. His study intensity is extraordinary. I saw him studying in the restroom yesterday at 2 o'clock. Goodness, what a freak. Does he intend to ascend to college during his freshman year? Is such urgency necessary? The great Song he is ramping up again. He is even studying while walking. Truly remarkable. I heard rumors that he made it into the double competitions. But Vice Principal Yi is reluctant and set a threshold. Both subjects must be in the top 80 today to remain in the competition team. The pressure is immense for a freshman. Top 80 in 2 subjects? Impossible. Why struggle? Just surrender. The staircase buzzed with chatter. Song he paid no mind, for under ordinary circumstances, he would never study while descending the stairs. He cared about his image. Yet in this critical moment, with time being of the essence, he could not afford to be concerned about appearances. Half an hour later, in the school auditorium, the competition examination hall, the mathematics exam was about to commence. With only 10 minutes remaining, one by one, competition students entered, nibbling on buns and fried dough sticks, clutching their mathematics competition booklets, their eyes bloodshot. Over 100 had arrived, crowding the space. Yet the atmosphere was eerily silent, save for the rustling of pages. Everyone was fixated on their question papers, their expressions fierce, as if they wished to consume the questions whole. An intense atmosphere of competition prevailed. Although today's exam was merely a minor test with no eliminations, not a single competitor took it lightly. The second and third year contestants often returned for another round, their previous failures fueling a fierce determination. Many had been studying fervently, eager to prove themselves in this first examination of the year, fighting to carve out a path through their rivals. The first-year competitors, being newcomers, also sought to establish their reputation. Indeed, many of them possessed an unparalleled fighting spirit, yearning to break into the top 100 and surpass some of the more seasoned second and third-year students. What is so great about the seniors? I'm here to challenge them. Among the first-year competitors, many harbored a naive bravado, emboldened by their youth. Song He huddled in the back row, sweat beading on his forehead, hastily turning pages. Ever since acquiring the system, he had faced exams with calmness, but today, an unfamiliar tension resurfaced, an overwhelming sense of impending disaster. Level up quickly. Damn it. Why is it not leveling up yet? Song He gritted his teeth in frustration. At the front of the examination hall, two figures sat conspicuously apart, surveying the scene with an air of nonchalance, akin to spectators. The boy on the left was slender, sporting a prominent bald head, his demeanor gentle and refined, yet emanating a terrifying aura of a scholarly genius. It was none other than Chu Long. On the right sat a girl, equally thin, with hair cropped to nearly a buzz cut, her expression one of disdain as she regarded the crowd with an air of superiority. She was Chiu Lingshan from the third-year rocket class. Indeed, she was a victor, having earned the right to maintain such an air of arrogance. Last year's mathematics competition had seen Chiu Lingshan claim the provincial gold medal, having signed an agreement with Fudan University's mathematics department. As long as she passed the college entrance examination, she would gain admission. For students in the rocket class, merely answering questions correctly was enough to surpass the admission line. One could say she was already poised to step into the hallowed halls of Fudan's mathematics department, with just the slightest heel left to cross the threshold. Both Chu Long and Chiu Lingshan were victors. Their participation in this year's competition was merely to embellish their achievements, and whether they would win more accolades was of little consequence. Thus, they were relatively relaxed, engaging in light conversation before the exam. Will there be any dazzling newcomers in this first examination? Chiu Lingshan mused, her tone tinged with a hint of disdain. I just took a stroll around. It feels dire. Many first years are still working through their problem sets, and Haven T even completed 200 pages. First years are merely cannon fodder. You and I were once in their shoes. Chu Long dismissed their significance. Even as cannon fodder, we were successful. We both made it to the competition examination hall. And the only difference was a few points preventing us from winning an award. Chiu Lingshan laughed proudly. Remember our first minor exam in the first year? You ranked 70th, shocking many second and third-year students. You weren't too shabby yourself. You placed 90th, right? Indeed, we both were successful cannon fodder. Chu Long chuckled. This year, there are a few first years with considerable potential. Who? One is Nie Junrin. I saw him in the library a couple of days ago. He has already completed advanced calculus and is tackling graduate-level mathematics problems with a decent accuracy rate. Another is Gong Shasha, who is nearing completion of advanced calculus and is quickly working through the exercises. These two should be the kings among the freshmen. Nie Junrin should easily break into the top 80, and Gong Shasha is likely to make it into the top 100. Chiu Lingshan nodded. I know both of them. They are quite impressive. After Chu Long spoke, his gaze drifted to the back row of the examination hall, spotting a familiar face. Oh, besides Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha, there is another newcomer who seems quite remarkable. Who? Chiu Lingshan asked, intrigued, turning her gaze toward the back row. In the last row, count from the left to the 23rd. Chu Long glanced over and quickly announced the number. Wait, the mathematics competition team has a handsome guy? Chiu Lingshan exclaimed, surprised upon seeing the student. What do you mean by that? Chu Long's expression darkened. Am I not handsome? You are handsome, just slightly less so than others, said Chiu Lingshan with a hearty laugh. What is the name of that handsome junior? Chapter 49, The Super Big Question. Song He and Chu Long are introduced, and he's begun studying probability theory and mathematical statistics. However, I did not inquire whether he has also studied advanced mathematics. If he has, he might surpass Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha, but the likelihood of that is rather slim. After all, he is Song He. Chiu Lingshan expressed her surprise, pulling out her glasses to take a closer look. No wonder he seemed somewhat familiar. I hadn't worn my glasses when he received his scholarship and failed to see his features clearly. Chiu Lingshan, speak honestly. Is he truly more handsome than I am? You bald head, do you lack any self-awareness? Haven't you seen my dashing appearance with air? Chu Long looked gloomy, reaching up to touch his bald head. What being bald? The essence lies in one's aura. Do you understand what aura is? Qiu Lingshan, you have serious issues. Perhaps you should visit an art gallery to cultivate your aesthetic appreciation. Qiu Lingshan scoffed. Even if you had hair, you still couldn't compare to the charm of Song He. The junior. Chu Long clutched his heart, his expression wounded. Am I hurt? Lies do not wound, but the truth is a sharp blade. Qiu Lingshan delivered a sharp retort. Chu Long sighed, conceding, fine, he may be handsome, but does that contribute to his score? I would like to see how well he performs this time. Last year at this time, I had already completed probability theory and was studying advanced mathematics. What if he learned them in reverse order? What if Song He finishes advanced mathematics and linear algebra first, then studies probability theory? Qiu Lingshan provocatively suggested. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The normal sequence is to start with the easier subjects, then progress to probability theory, and finally specialize in advanced mathematics. Who learns in reverse? Chu Long denied it, asserting that the strongest freshman this year should be Nie Junrin, who might break my record from last year. Song He should take a break. Qiu Lingshan nodded. I also don't believe Song He can surpass your record, but he is a dual competition student. He is not just studying mathematics. Chu Long rubbed his bald head. That is true. A dual competition student is indeed formidable. Why does it feel as though I have already lost before the exam has even begun? What use is being a dual competition student if they do not win awards? It is a foolish strategy. Better to specialize in one competition. That makes sense. Qiu Lingshan agreed with a smile. But no matter how poorly Song He performs, the fact that he is more handsome than you cannot be changed. Chu Long, upon hearing others say you are more handsome than him, feels a surge of anger. Resentment points 100. Meanwhile, Song He was busy studying when a sudden notification of resentment popped up before him. He was bewildered. What strange resentment was this? Isn't it normal to be less attractive than me? What is there to be angry about? Suddenly, a commotion arose from the front row, and many students stood up. Song He looked up, and, sure enough, Yiliang Han had arrived, followed by several teachers carrying thick bags of test papers, entering in an orderly manner, exuding an intimidating aura. Yiliang Han stepped onto the stage, opened the microphone, and spoke with authority. The exam is about to commence. All students, place your backpacks and reference materials at the front, and leave no paper on your desks. Otherwise, you will face disciplinary action. After placing your bags, quickly take your seats according to the seating chart on the big screen. Ensure there is an empty seat between each student. Do not sit too close together. The big screen lit up, displaying a massive seating chart. All the students looked up to find their places. Song He quickly located his seat, astonishingly the first one in the front row. The only desk mate beside him was Lung Xianwen. Song He's expression stiffened. What terrible luck! The hall descended into chaos as all the candidates hurried to change their seats. Each exam had a different seating arrangement, randomly generated by the school to prevent cheating. Song He's seat was easy to find, and he promptly settled in the front row. Just as he sat down, Lung Xiangwen took his place next to him. They exchanged a glance, the atmosphere charged with tension. Lung Xiangwen appeared to have been studying late into the night, with dark circles under his eyes, looking gaunt, resembling a villainous antagonist. He had trained fiercely for this wager, practically sacrificing his life for practice. With a confident expression, he fixed a cold, disdainful gaze upon Song He, as if eyeing a defeated foe. Remember the wager. Lung Xiangwen's lips curled into a slight smirk. After losing, keep your distance from Zhuang Qiyan. All my biological experiment materials depend on you. Song He retorted sharply. Lung Xiangwen scoffed, turning away. Song He quickly activated his battle power detector and pulled the trigger. Lung Xiangwen, Mathematics Silver Level 09. Song He's expression darkened. The study time before the exam had ended, yet his level remained at Silver Level 08. Just one level shy, could he truly lose? He would have to adapt to the exam environment. Level does not equate to absolute scores. By minimizing errors and maximizing points, there may still be a chance for a narrow victory. The invigilating teachers swiftly distributed the papers, 6 teachers from 6 different directions, executing their tasks with the precision and speed of trained soldiers. Song He received his exam paper and was momentarily stunned. It resembled not so much a test paper as a booklet filled with questions. The exam booklet was a stack of A4 sheets brimming with problems, totaling 25 pages, with a maximum score of 1,000. No wonder the exam duration spanned 4 consecutive class periods. Song-hee suddenly understood the rumors of the competition team's exam being a test of endurance. This high-intensity examination would overwhelm many underperforming students, and indeed, the competition team was renowned for their formidable test-taking prowess. Just look at this hefty booklet to glimpse the extraordinary abilities of the seated students. After a brief moment of shock, Song-hee quickly began writing, calmly answering the questions. The difficulty of the problems was acceptable, slightly more challenging than the booklet. Having spent several days intensively practicing, Song-hee was already accustomed to this level of difficulty, and after consuming 6 mental calculation capsules before the exam, he was in excellent form, swiftly tackling the problems. The first page was completed. As Song-hee turned the page, he heard the sound of another page being turned from the adjacent desk. Glancing over, he saw that Lung Xiangwen had also just finished the first page, casting him a hostile glance. Song-hee felt a surge of adrenaline. So we're racing, are we? He immediately quickened his pace, gritting his teeth to accelerate, unleashing the full force of his brain power. He completed the second and third pages in even less time, flipping the page. The sound of flipping pages echoed from Lung Xiangwen's side, showing no signs of slowing down. The atmosphere escalated to a fever pitch as the two competed fiercely, their pens flying across the pages, the sound of their writing echoing like a rapid drumbeat. Fortunately, the exam papers were made of paper. Had they been metal sheets, sparks would have surely flown. At first, Lung Xiangwen could keep pace, but after 5 pages, he began to tire, rubbing his temples vigorously. However, Song-hee, powered by the terrifying boost from the mental calculation capsules, not only did not feel fatigued after 5 pages, but his speed increased. The gap widened rapidly as Song-hee surged ahead, unknowingly racing to the 10th page, while Lung Xiangwen was still struggling on the 7th. On the 11th page, Song-hee's expression tightened. The nature of the questions had shifted dramatically, increasing in difficulty. The increase was substantial, if the first 10 pages felt like foam board. The questions from page 11 onward were akin to solid wood. Song-hee adjusted his focus, striving to adapt to the new level of difficulty. Although he had solved numerous problems since the beginning of the semester, this level of challenge was unprecedented, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. After a brief moment of fatigue, Lung Xiangwen seemed to regain his composure, hastening his pace and quickly entering the realm of challenging questions. As a seasoned veteran of the competition, he was entirely unfazed by the difficult questions, proceeding methodically. Song-hee barely maintained an advantage of 3 pages, pushing forward with determination. He harbored a vague sense of foreboding. The types and difficulties of the competition team's exam questions were ones he had never encountered as a newcomer. While Lung Xiangwen had seen many such questions over the past 2 years, a disadvantage that was difficult to overcome. However, this slight disadvantage was not enough to intimidate him. There was nothing to fear, just push forward. Pages 17, 18, 19, 20. Unbeknownst to them, 2 class periods had already elapsed, and the atmosphere in the examination hall noticeably deteriorated, with most candidates succumbing to anxiety and fatigue. The state of the competition students in the 2nd and 3rd years of high school remains somewhat manageable, but the first-year students are on the brink of collective collapse. With more than half the time elapsed, the majority of first-year students have barely reached the 8th or 9th page. At this rate, by the time the examination concludes, there will be a significant number of unanswered questions, cementing their positions at the bottom of the rankings. 6 invigilators patrol the room with an air of authority, particularly focusing on the first-year students who display the weakest abilities and the slowest progress, making them susceptible to resorting to unscrupulous tactics. Among them, Song-hee stands out as an extraordinary anomaly, racing ahead of his peers. The invigilators occasionally pass by him, casting astonished glances in his direction. Finally, he reaches the last 5 pages. Once again, Song-hee finds himself in a state of confusion. The preceding 20 pages consist of a mix of small and large questions, with at least 7 or 8 questions per page. In stark contrast, the last 5 pages contain only 1 major question each, leaving an entire page blank for answers. These are super questions. The difficulty has suddenly escalated, transitioning from the hardness of wood to that of steel. As he carefully reads the questions, a weight settles in his heart. The challenge presented by the Daechuan steel slope proves to be formidable, and he finds himself devoid of any ideas for the major question on page 21. Turning to the subsequent pages, 22, 23, 24, 25, he discovers a similar lack of inspiration. It feels as though he has entered a realm of knowledge oblivion. The mathematics competition questions from the previous week bore no relevance to this content. It appears these pages feature advanced questions, which could be uncharitably described as intentionally designed to vex the candidates. First, to filter out the truly capable individuals, and second, to challenge the weaker competitors. A sense of anguish washes over Song as he contemplates administering a thrashing to the question-setting teachers, whom he believes to be uniformly insufferable. He anxiously re-evaluates the questions, desperately seeking a breakthrough. He does not aspire to solve the entire problem, but hopes to glean some partial credit. Each question is worth 80 points, and the potential for scoring on the steps is likely substantial. Beside him, Lung Xiangwen has also finally progressed to page 21. He pauses to furrow his brow and flips backward, scrutinizing the final pages with a troubled expression. After all, he is merely a silver level 09 student, marginally superior to Song He, and his reaction to the super questions is equally agonizing, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Song He breathes a slight sigh of relief. If Lung Xiangwen cannot tackle the questions, it offers some solace. However, this moment of relaxation is short-lived. After 5 minutes of deep contemplation, Lung Xiangwen abruptly resumes writing, commencing work on the first super question on page 21. Chapter 50. Where does the knowledge rebate come from? Cold Xiangwen fumbled through calculations on a sheet of draft paper, occasionally scratching out large sections in frustration. It was evident that he was struggling to solve the problem. Yet, with painstaking effort, he made gradual progress, each step unfolding longer and longer, quickly occupying most of the page. After 30 arduous minutes, Cold Xiangwen finally completed the first super question of 21 pages. He glanced over at Song He's paper, which remained a blank slate, marked only by a solitary character, solution. A pitiful sight. The outcome was clear. Cold Xiangwen displayed a relieved smile, casting a derisive glance at Song He. What good was speed if it yielded no points? Only accuracy and volume of correct answers would earn 1 marks. Meanwhile, Song He had also begun to work on his draft paper, laboriously jotting down a multitude of equations in search of a breakthrough. After half an hour, he had filled most of a sheet, but achieved nothing. His thoughts remained a chaotic tangle, becoming increasingly convoluted. It felt as if he were caught in a loop, continuously returning to the starting point. Taking a deep breath, he realized there was no alternative route. The 80 points from a super question could not be salvaged from elsewhere. To prevail, he had to solve the super question. Only 45 minutes remained until the exam concluded. Manage your time wisely. On the stage, Yu Lianghan opened the microphone. Pressure surged within Song He. 45 minutes seemed ample. Yet mathematical blockages could consume time. Stuck on a single question for an hour or two was a common occurrence. He was on the verge of exhausting the last 5 pages of the super question, yet was utterly lost. These questions were undoubtedly beyond the syllabus, likely insurmountable due to insufficient knowledge. If one did not know, they simply did not know. No mental calculations could remedy that. With only 45 minutes left, unless a miracle occurred, he would lose the wager and have to withdraw from the math team. Simultaneously, in class 1 of the 3rd year, a plump female math teacher stood at the podium, holding a test paper as she explained the questions. Below, the students wore expressions of acute distress, resembling individuals suffering from severe constipation. This was a form of self-preservation. As the teacher frequently called on students to solve problems, those displaying overconfidence would become conspicuous targets. After half a lesson, she finally reached the end of the test paper. For the last question, she remarked that the math department had discussed it the previous day and all the teachers found it troublesome. It was unlikely to appear on the college entrance exam, so they would skip it. The teacher casually inquired if any student had managed to solve it. Probably not, right? As she asked, Her gaze inadvertently drifted toward the front row where Zhuang Qian sat. Zhuang Qian was the top math student in the class. If she could not solve it, the entire class would be doomed. Zhuang Qian raised her hand. Teacher, I'll obtain an answer from someone else, and it is very detailed. Oh, someone actually solved it? The teacher was taken aback as she extended her hand to receive a solution filled on both sides of the answer sheet. Upon seeing the analysis, the teacher was startled. It was remarkably extensive. The solution steps for this question nearly equaled those of 8 or 9 major problems. Upon closer inspection, the teacher's expression grew even more astonished. The actual solution steps took up only 1.5 sides, while the rest of the paper contained additional notes on the approach, problem-solving strategies, related knowledge points, and potential pitfalls, all meticulously detailed. The individual who crafted this analysis exhibited a high level of skill with a clarity of thought that surpassed the ordinary. Furthermore, their grasp of exam grading criteria was extraordinarily proficient. After reading for a few minutes, the teacher suddenly understood. This question was not beyond the syllabus at all. It integrated the knowledge points of 6 or 7 major questions. What an excellent problem. I will project it onto the whiteboard. Everyone should study it carefully, as it can greatly enhance your understanding. The teacher quickly operated the projector, and the problem analysis appeared on the whiteboard, enlarged for all to see. The entire class looked up, curious to read, while some skeptical students who had previously attempted the question but had suffered heavy casualties were now compelled to reconsider. Naturally, with the answer revealed, curiosity about the true solution was piqued. The teacher remained silent, allowing the projection to speak for itself. The analysis was exceedingly clear, perhaps even clearer than the lesson itself. A few minutes later, a student from the front row exclaimed, "Finally, I understand. Is this even a question that a human could devise? Impressive. Such a clever angle for solving the problem. If I encounter something like this again, I doubt I could think of it. Reading the analysis makes it seem easy. I can't solve it myself. Remarkable. To be honest, this question is quite ingenious. The one who created it must be a genius, and the one who solved it is even more exceptional." The teacher, as if reminded, turned her gaze to Zhuang Qian. "Which student did you obtain this analysis from? Was it a teacher from another class or a student from the advanced class?" "I got it from a junior," Zhuang Qian replied. "A junior? From the second-year advanced class?" The teacher was taken aback, recognizing that this analysis was crafted by someone exceptionally skilled, not a teacher, but certainly a student from the third-year advanced class. For a second-year student to produce such an analysis was indeed remarkable. Not the second year, but from the first-year elite class, Song He, Zhuang Qian added, fearing the teacher might doubt her. "He is on the math competition team." "First year?" The teacher gasped in disbelief. "Song He? The one who just received the principal's scholarship a few days ago?" "Yes, that's him," Zhuang Qian nodded. The teacher inhaled sharply. How long had the first-year students been in school? This question involved numerous challenging points from the college entrance exam, and a first-year student could grasp it so adeptly? This was no longer a matter of excellence. It was sheer genius. "I'll borrow this for a moment and return it to you tonight," the teacher said, shaking the analysis in her hand. The teachers from the ordinary classes had not solved this question, but it was worth exploring. "I will make copies for other teachers so that all the ordinary classes can learn from it." Zhuang Qian nodded obediently, readily agreeing. She remembered that Song He had asked her to bring the analysis back to share with other students, likely including those from other classes as well. He had meticulously crafted this analysis, surely hoping that more students could see and understand it. Zhuang Qian pondered for a moment. Yes, it should be that way. Meanwhile, the classmates were still craning their necks to view the projection, grasping the expansive analysis of the question, occasionally emitting sounds of admiration as they understood. In the school auditorium, notifications suddenly popped up. 10 students have been taught parts of the questions, returning double the math knowledge. 28 students have been taught parts of the questions, returning double the math knowledge. Song He was startled. Where did this knowledge rebate come from? A momentary recollection struck him. Zhuang Qian. He had written an analysis for Zhuang Qian yesterday at noon, and since then, he had not received any rebate notifications. She must have just shown the analysis to her classmates. Moreover, considering the frequency of the knowledge rebates, it seemed she had presented it to the entire class during the lesson. A miraculous turn of events. Almost moved to tears, Song He hurriedly organized the influx of new knowledge in his mind. He was on the brink of exhausting all his resources in this examination and facing a disastrous defeat. Yet, Zhuang Qian had airdropped a cache of new ammunition. Zhuang Qian was truly a savior. Chapter 51. The cackling math teacher having absorbed a plethora of new knowledge. Song He re-entered battle mode. Adrenaline surged through his veins. Electric currents danced within his brain, and countless thoughts flitted about like flocks of birds. The mental block that hindered his problem-solving abilities was forcefully shattered. Eureka! He had found the key to the solution. Overwhelmed with excitement, Song He flipped back to the super difficult problem on page 21, hesitated for a moment, and then began to write, the pen dancing across the paper with a flurry of steps. Just as he had written a few lines, he suddenly hit a wall. Yet, after a mere 5 seconds, new knowledge surged into his mind, followed swiftly by a system notification. You have taught 35 classmates part of the problems, returning double the mathematical knowledge. Mathematical progress detected, rising from silver level 08 to silver level 09. At last, he had finally caught up with Lung Xiangwen's level, with the newly acquired knowledge fresh in his mind. The problem before him became crystal clear. With newfound confidence, Song He wrote feverishly, filling an entire page, before making slight adjustments to a few details and performing a simple verification in his mind. The super difficult problem on page 21 was complete. Another 80 points secured. He had leveled the playing field with Lung Xiangwen. In that moment, Song He fervently thanked Zhuang Qian. The recent situation was akin to a life-saving moment where a godlike teammate provided a timely boost. Zhuang was nothing short of a divine healer. Archimedes once proclaimed, "Give me a strong ally, and I can lift the earth." Glancing sideways, Song He noticed that Lung Xiangwen's formerly smug expression had vanished, replaced by shock, anger, and anxiety. At this juncture, Lung Xiangwen was undoubtedly bewildered, even questioning whether Song He had been putting on an act. What had once seemed like a surefire victory had suddenly turned into a nail-biting contest, as if in a long-distance race. Just when he thought he was nearing the finish line, his rival surged ahead. Song He's explosive performance had left Lung Xiangwen drenched in cold sweat. His eyes were fixated on the last few super difficult problems, knowing that he had to make further progress before time ran out. This gamble could not be lost. After a fleeting moment of exhilaration, Song He quickly regained his composure. Time was running short, and their progress was nearly even. The outcome hinged upon the final few super difficult problems and whether he could secure a breakthrough. Even if he could solve one more or even half of one, victory would be his. Conversely, if Lung Xiangwen managed to solve one or half of a super difficult problem, it would mean defeat, and further defeat. Both were gripped by anxiety, their hearts racing as they prepared for the final sprint. In the mathematics office, a multitude of math teachers from the senior year congregated. Desks, corners, and windowsills were piled high with exam papers, resembling a city skyline crafted from mounds of white paper. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a teacher from Class 1 burst in, excitedly holding a large sheet of paper. I procured a cheat sheet from a student. The last problem from yesterday's exam was solved in meticulous detail. Before the teacher could finish, 6 others sprang to their feet, eagerly gathering around to take a look. Having been in the profession for many years, it was a rare feat for a problem to stump an entire office, so naturally, they were keen to see the answer. The teachers, reading swiftly, grasped the key points and unraveled the solution within 2 short minutes. Exclamations of astonishment erupting around the room. Incredible! The analysis of this problem is superb. What humiliation! The solution doesn't seem overly complex. Why didn't I think of it yesterday? This couldn't have been written by a student, could it? Surely it was crafted by a teacher from the advanced class. The Class 1 math teacher shook his head, a bittersweet smile crossing his lips. We should all feel ashamed. It was written by a first-year student, Song He. A stunned silence fell over the office. The teachers blinked at each other, then erupted into laughter. Impossible. How could a first-year student solve this problem? This must be a joke. Which teacher wrote it? The Class 1 teacher sighed resignedly. It truly was Song He, a first-year student. I initially couldn't believe it either, but I confirmed it with my student, who witnessed Song he complete the analysis. Moreover, he arrived at the solution in under 10 minutes. Silence reigned once more. The teachers exchanged incredulous glances, unsure how to respond. If a student from the senior advanced class had produced such an analysis, the teachers would have accepted it readily. Senior top students often surpass teachers in intellect, possessing youthful vigor and a wealth of knowledge honed through rigorous training. Teachers could generally ensure that every paper scored above 140 points. Yet some advanced students achieved near-perfect scores of 150, their skills eclipsing those of their instructors. But Song he was merely a first-year student, not even in the advanced class, but rather an elite class. This discrepancy left the teachers at a loss for words, questioning whether their own abilities were lacking or if Song he was simply extraordinary. May I have a copy? I'll project it for my class next lesson. One teacher broke the silence. I'd like a copy as well. My class has physical education, and I'll have the PE teacher take a sick day, another chimed in. What a coincidence, my class also has PE. And our teacher is out sick too, a third teacher followed suit. Is the PE department experiencing an outbreak? Another teacher chuckled. It seems to have spread to the art department. My class has art next period. A cacophony of cackling laughter erupted among the group of math teachers as they surged towards the photocopier, lining up to reproduce the problem analysis. Their smiles morphed into sinister grins, akin to malevolent villains dividing a coveted dark secret. A few minutes later, in the ordinary class 4 of the senior year, the teacher announced, for the last question from yesterday's exam, I have brought a detailed analysis. Let us project it for everyone to examine closely. Later, I'll ask a student to solve it on the board. In class 7, the teacher declared, Students, I bring tidings both good and bad. The bad news is that our PE teacher is ill, so we'll postpone that class. The good news is I have an excellent problem analysis to share with you. In class 3, the teacher exclaimed, The art teacher is unwell, so we'll have math today instead. Silence. No lamenting. This analysis possesses exquisite elegance. I trust you will be captivated by it. One by one, the senior classes lost their physical education and art lessons, the hallways echoing with lamentations, swiftly quashed by the teacher's ruthless admonitions. On several classroom whiteboards, the same photocopied problem analysis was projected, and the despondent students sighed, gazing up at the problems. In the school auditorium, with 10 minutes remaining before the papers were collected, Yi Lianghan stood at the front, microphone in hand. Those who are finished may submit your papers. Instantly, over a dozen students rose, papers in hand, with Chu Long leading the charge. Song he silently marveled, while he was still struggling. Others had completed the exam ahead of time. Such a vast disparity. The bad news was that he had made no progress in half a day. The last 4 super difficult problems remained an enigma. The good news, however, was that Lung Xiangwen beside him had also made no headway. Song he felt a flicker of despair. Mathematics was an unforgiving mistress. If one did not comprehend a problem, merely staring at it would not yield answers. The miracle of solving the problems on page 21 had been remarkable. It was unlikely that such fortune would strike twice. He flipped to the front of the question booklet, preparing to review it once more to ensure he secured full points on the problems he could solve. If Lung Xiangwen made a mistake, victory would be his. As Song he turned the page, he noticed that Lung Xiangwen was doing the same, seemingly adjusting his strategy. A rustle of pages filled the examination hall as a collective psychological struggle unfolded within countless students. Although the volume of questions was substantial, the time was ample, and those who remained unable to finish were predominantly grappling with difficult problems. With little hope of a turnaround in the remaining time, they could only cling to the points they had already secured, checking over the simple problems. As Song he reviewed a page, system subtitles appeared before his eyes once more. What was happening? Song he gasped, startled. This new notification was unlike anything he had ever seen. Chapter 52. Profiting from selling questions? Song he was bewildered. Where did all these students come from? 100? 200? Was the system mistaken, adding an extra 0? There weren't even that many cabbages on a vendor's cart. Puzzled, Song he could only think of the knowledge rebate pathway provided by the question analysis in Zhuang Qian's possession. However, It had already yielded a knowledge rebate once before. How could it trigger again? Could it be that the question analysis had circulated to other classes? How had Lao Zhuang managed that? Before he could delve deeper, a torrent of knowledge rebates surged into his mind, overwhelming him like a raging flood. He had never felt such a ferocious influx of information, each second akin to dozens of pages of books being forcefully crammed into his brain. His mind threatened to overheat, his eyes uncontrollably trembling. He grasped the table, desperately trying to assimilate the new knowledge. Mathematical progress detected. Elevated from silver level 09 to silver level 10. Mathematical progress detected. Elevated from silver level 10 to silver level 11. Mathematical progress detected. Elevated from silver level 11 to silver level 12. 3 levels up, all within the silver tier. After a brief tremor, a glimmer ignited in Song He's eyes, and he suddenly began flipping through pages with wild fervor, landing on page 22. With 5 minutes remaining, he scribbled furiously, disregarding the aesthetics of his handwriting, pouring every ounce of effort into his writing. 1 line, 3 lines, 5 lines. Thoughts surged forth like a ruptured pipe. The exhilaration was almost intoxicating. Beside him, Lung Xiangwen was instantly alarmed, staring at Song He in terror. The situation had spiraled out of control. Lung Xiangwen's hairs stood on end. The Song He before him resembled a monster. Previously at a loss, he was now frantically answering questions. An occurrence that had already happened twice. Had he suddenly gained insight? Such moments of clarity during mathematical problem-solving were rare. Experiencing it once in an examination was miraculous, but twice was unfathomable. Yet here was the undeniable reality. Song He was fervently writing, making rapid progress on the second major problem without any hesitation. Fear surged within Lung Xiangwen. Time was running out. Stop writing. Continuing will be considered cheating. Yi Lianghan, presiding over the examination, suddenly called out, "Teachers, please collect the papers swiftly." Song He put down his pen, sighing with regret. He had just completed the major problem on page 22 and had formulated an approach for the question on page 23. But it was too late. However, it was sufficient, as he roughly estimated his score during the examination with a total of 1,000 points. Conquering the 2 major problems would surely yield at least 700 points. Turning to Lung Xiangwen, whose face was a picture of astonishment, he offered a faint smile, as if to ask, "Are you surprised, little Lung? Did you expect this?" Noon, the library. Song He squatted before the biology section, diligently studying. The morning's mathematics examination had taken him by surprise. He had anticipated questions strictly within the syllabus, yet the major problems had completely exceeded the scope. The examiners had been ruthlessly unscrupulous. If all went as expected, the afternoon biology exam would likely be equally distressing. Seizing the midday opportunity, he resolved to cram some more. The reward for the top 50 was a mobile phone, and with his mathematics score hovering around the 80s, he could only bank on his strength in biology, which must secure a position within the top 50. Failure was not an option. As he roamed the shelves, searching for a suitable biology book, he turned a corner and unexpectedly spotted a stunningly attractive senior standing across from him. Zhuang Qiyin's eyes lit up, and she excitedly rushed over. "Finally found you. I guessed you would be in a library. Did you come specifically to find me?" Song He asked, surprised. "Is there a question you don't understand?" "No." Zhuang Qiyin shook her head. "The teacher sent me to ask if you would be willing to sell questions." "Sell what questions? To whom?" "The question analysis you wrote for me last time. The teacher said it could be sold to a question bank, potentially earning you tens of dollars." "A question bank?" Song He grew increasingly curious. "What kind of question bank?" "There are many, like search question apps, learning software, tutoring materials, etc. By selling the copyright for your written analyses to educational companies, they can utilize them," Zhuang Qiyin explained rapidly. "In the end, you receive payment, and your analysis appears on search question apps or as reference answers in tutoring materials." Understanding dawned upon Song He, akin to the feeling of unlocking a new world. Previously, he had never pondered where the questions he searched for on his phone originated. It turned out educational companies acquire questions, much like a vendor purchasing potatoes from farmers, collecting bags here and there, ultimately consolidating them into powerful learning apps. $30 for your question analysis seems a bit low, doesn't it? That's because your analysis merely supplements reference answers, Zhuang Qiyin casually added. If you can create new questions and provide analyses, you could earn 100 or more per question. Just making up random questions could earn me 100? Song he caught a whiff of potential profit. Of course not. They must be innovative. If you produce a bunch of 1 plus 1 equals 2, you certainly won't sell them. Search question apps aren't gullible. Zhuang Qiyin's lively eyes blinked, observing his subtle expressions. So, are you thinking about creating questions for profit? Song he nodded, his gaze ablaze with enthusiasm. Selling questions to search apps was not just about the money. It was crucial for reaping knowledge rebates. Once users encounter the questions and learn from the analyses, wouldn't that yield rebates? This was the dream Song he had longed for. Lying in bed, knowledge descending from the heavens. If thousands of users encountered his questions, the knowledge rebates could reach staggering heights. What if he struck it lucky and created a trending question, leading tens of thousands of students to engage with it? Wouldn't he ascend to the status of a mathematician in one fell swoop? If you genuinely want to create and sell questions, I can help you make connections. Zhuang Qiyin suggested, seemingly deep in thought. You have connections? Song he was taken aback. Our family is also venturing into the online education sector and is currently investing in acquiring question banks. Zhuang Qiyin continued, astonishing him further. If you can formulate some quality questions, I'll mention it to my family. We could offer you a premium price. Song, he was momentarily stunned, envisioning Zhuang Qiyin gradually transforming into a wealthy benefactor. The notion of investing in question banks sounded like a venture only a financially robust company could undertake, far beyond the reach of a small business owner. How much ransom could one demand for kidnapping a wealthy heiress? Song He's thoughts wandered, gazing at her as if she were a prize catch. What kind of look is that? Zhuang Qiyin's cheeks flushed. All right, after I finish my exams today, I'll thoroughly understand the rules for selling questions. Song he grasped the wealthy heiress's hand tightly, sealing their agreement. Is there a competition today? Is there a reward for the top scores? Zhuang Qiyin suddenly recalled. A mobile phone for those in the top 50. I'll give it my best shot. Song he replied resolutely. If you secure the phone, it will be convenient for you. The school-issued phones come preloaded with an app developed by my family. Thanks to a partnership agreement with the school, Zhuang Qiyin's eyes brightened. It's an educational game. A considerable amount of money was invested to create its initial version, and it has been in limited beta testing for 2.5 years. Song he was astonished once more. Zhuang Qiyin's family had actually signed a partnership agreement with the school? What level of wealth did she represent? An educational game? Song he queried, perplexed. How can learning intertwine with gaming? Aren't they supposed to be mutually exclusive? You'll understand once you get the phone. It's an addictive learning game, Zhuang Qiyin declared. I won't disturb you any further. Focus on your studies and aim for the top 50 in the afternoon exam. She clenched her fist, waving encouragingly at Song He. You can do it. You can do it. Chapter 53. The invincible Su Tingfeng at 2 o'clock in the afternoon in the school auditorium. The grand doors swung open with a resounding thud, revealing the robust, bald vice principal Yi Lianghan, who led a troop of invigilators into the hall. They swiftly summoned the seating chart on the large screen. Song He, drenched in sweat from anxiety, searched for his seat. This time, his designated spot was in the last row, tucked away in a corner, with his only desk mate being Su Tingfeng. Upon finding his seat, he was surprised to see that Su Tingfeng had already arrived. She was a chubby girl with a round bun hairstyle. He was momentarily taken aback. Just by the name Su Tingfeng, he had assumed she was male. It seemed his preconceptions had led him astray. The character Feng did not inherently denote a male, as even the name of the teacher, Feng Hualien, contained Feng. No, wait. I, Song He, am a pure-hearted youth who has never even met teacher Feng Hualien. Su Tingfeng's pockets were bulging, and she occasionally pulled out a chocolate wafer, munching on it noisily, her cheeks puffed up like dumplings, eyes sparkling like a squirrel hoarding food for autumn. Begin the exam, Yi Lianghan commanded, and the invigilators swiftly distributed the papers. Just like the mathematics exam in the morning, the biology test consisted of 25 pages. Having learned from experience, Song He immediately flipped to the last few pages, his heart sinking as he beheld the questions. Sure enough, They were ridiculously advanced. Was the question setter a sadist? Why concoct such grotesque questions that were far beyond the syllabus to torment students? Did they derive pleasure from making life difficult for students, as if it showcased their own prowess as question setters? Frustrated, Song longed to unleash his fury upon the question setter's head, but he sighed heavily and picked up his pen, starting from the first page. The first 10 pages went smoothly, with several questions mirroring those from the biology practice papers. To his delight, all 16 of the questions he had corrected were present. He could answer them with his eyes closed. On the 11th page, the difficulty ramped up, and strange, convoluted questions began to surface. However, Song remained composed. His biology level was Silver 30, significantly higher than his Silver 10 in mathematics, allowing him to handle these questions with relative ease. As he continued to write, he glanced sideways and was stunned to see Su Tingfeng, who had not yet put pen to paper. She merely flipped through the exam paper as if perusing a novel, her mouth never ceasing its activity, cheeks puffing up like a little squirrel, continuously stuffing her face with wafers. Eating. Su Tingfeng appeared less like a student taking an exam and more like someone indulging at a buffet, her focus solely on her food, eyes gleaming with delight. Song was perplexed. It had been an entire class period, and the squirrel-like girl had yet to touch her pen. Was she merely here to spectate? Observing the auditorium, he noticed that over 100 competitors were red-faced and intensely focused on their papers, engaged in a fierce battle, while Su Tingfeng seemed oblivious, munching away. A stark contrast to the surrounding chaos. Could it be that she was an underachiever, merely fishing for an easy ride among the competition? Suppressing his curiosity, Song returned to his exam. After the second period, he completed another 10 pages, leaving only the last 5 pages filled with challenging questions. Overwhelmed with fatigue, he was not lacking in stamina. The volume of questions was akin to an endurance test. Many students left the exam drained after a single session, while he faced 2 in one day. During a brief respite, he slyly observed Su Tingfeng. To his astonishment, she was still eating, her eyes shining with delight, utterly engrossed in her snacks, occasionally glancing at the paper. Her long eyelashes drooped like delicate brushes, exuding an innocent charm. The brutal competition around her seemed entirely irrelevant. She was simply here for the food. Song's curiosity reached a boiling point. Was she truly a slacker, merely blending in to fill space? Gritting his teeth, he decided to purchase a battle power detector and pulled the trigger. Su Tingfeng, biology gold, level 19, gold status. Song was astounded. She was no slacker, but the ultimate boss. Before he could fully digest this revelation, Su Tingfeng suddenly sprang into action. She brushed the crumbs from her hands, picked up her pen, and opened the exam paper, writing answers without hesitation. There was no pause. She wrote answer after answer at a speed that left a blur in her wake. This biology test contained few short answer questions, predominantly consisting of fill-in-the-blank items, requiring minimal writing. Song stared, slack-jawed, as she flipped through pages in mere seconds, advancing with lightning speed. In just 10 minutes, Su Tingfeng completed the first 20 pages. Matching Song's pace, realization struck him. She was not merely a glutton, but was simultaneously snacking and mentally solving the exam. Now, she was merely transcribing her answers. This was the true mark of a master, snacking while effortlessly outpacing everyone. Once she caught up to him, she showed no signs of hesitation, diving straight into the challenging questions. Her writing speed remaining fluid and seamless as she tackled one after another with ease. 5 minutes later, Su Tingfeng slammed her pen down, raising her arm in triumph to submit her paper. Song was rendered speechless. He was utterly overwhelmed. The aura of a genius radiated from her, an intimidating presence that left him breathless. Su Tingfeng had gone from starting to completing the exam in a mere 15 minutes, smooth, confident, and unstoppable. The invigilators swiftly approached to collect her exam paper. As Su Tingfeng stood to leave, she turned back to glance at Song, raising an eyebrow playfully and flashing a smile, reminiscent of a blooming magnolia. In that fleeting moment, her brilliance momentarily captivated him. Was this the allure of a true academic genius? Song inhaled deeply, regaining his composure, and returned to tackling the challenging questions. Having experienced the terrifying speed of a true genius up close, he suddenly realized how much further he had to go. He could not afford to become complacent. His studies demanded relentless dedication. The difficulty of the biology super questions was manageable, and Song-hee successfully answered the first two. Although he could not complete the remaining three, he still managed to write down something, likely earning him a score of 2 or 3 points. One by one, top-performing students began to raise their hands and submit their papers, swiftly departing amidst envious and astonished glances. Song-hee remained firmly seated, entirely focused on completing his exam, with no intention of submitting early. He turned back to review his previous answers. Although he had solved most questions, many still needed refinement. As he checked his work, he silently estimated his score. 100, 200, 400. After finishing his review, he estimated a score of 750, with a total score of 1,000 points. He had projected 700 in mathematics that morning and 750 in biology in the afternoon, both exceeding a 70% success rate. Quite commendable. As it was his first exam with the competition team, Song-hee was relatively satisfied, though he remained uncertain about the performance of his peers. The exam concluded. All students, put down your pens. Continuing to write is considered cheating. Yi Liang-han's voice suddenly boomed through the microphone. The invigilators hurriedly collected the papers, marking the end of a long examination. Students rose to leave, casting assessing glances at one another, speculating on their competitors' performances. Though the exam was over, the wait for results loomed long and agonizing. Each competitor yearned for a higher rank. The competition was a brutal battlefield where only the most exceptional could grasp the opportunity to soar. This was just a minor test for the competition team. The next one would be a significant examination. A poor ranking in this minor test often signified an easy exit from the upcoming major test. Conversely, a high ranking would yield the coveted reward of a smartphone, a prize that all students envied. The seasoned competitors from the second and third years knew well that the study smartphones provided by the school were formidable tools. The resources within them far surpassed the imagination of the first-year students, aiding in their academic advancement. Chapter 54. The grading process underway in the evening study session. The classroom buzzed with the diligent efforts of Song-hee, who was engrossed in his mathematics studies. With probability theory and mathematical statistics in his left hand and cell biology in his right, interweaving his learning endeavors with equal fervor. What? The quiz is over? Absurd. Is the purpose of learning merely to sit for examinations? It is simply an addiction to learning. Moreover, examinations are an endless cycle. Once one concludes, another awaits. A perpetual series of assessments lies ahead, akin to the 15 years of military service before one can return home at 80. As he immersed himself deeper into his studies, a long leg stretched out and casually rested on Song-hee's thigh. Even through the fabric of his school uniform pants, he could feel the elasticity of that long leg. What is this? Song-hee was 3 parts surprised and 3 parts shy as he turned to glance at his deskmate. I'm tired. Just give me a good pinch to wake me up, Zhao Yi said, her head bowed, her expression nonchalant, yet her eyes sparkled with hidden anticipation. Haven't you grown any hands? Hurry up. I can't pinch myself. With determination, Song-hee seized the opportunity, grasping the flesh of Zhao Yi's thigh through the thin layer of fabric and twisting it fiercely. Zhao Yi instinctively withdrew her leg, curling up in her seat. Her face flushed to the roots of her ears. After a long pause to recover, she finally slumped over her desk, exhaling deeply, her body entirely relaxed as if she had just experienced a great release. Did the exam go well today? Will you be kicked off the team? Zhao Yi whispered, aware of the challenges Song-hee faced from Yi Liang-han. At that moment, the teachers were likely engrossed in the grading process. Song-hee felt a flutter of anxiety. This final evening study session was crucial, as the school auditorium was to host a post-exam competition meeting to announce the results and rankings. What questions did you all have on the exam? Share a biology question. Let me see if I can answer it. Zhao Yi inquired with a curious tilt of her head. Why not ask about mathematics instead of biology? Are you aware that I struggle with math? Song-hee retorted. Zhao Yi felt a surge of indignation at your sarcasm. Resentment level 15. Curse you, Song He. Must you mock me to feel alive? Zhao Yi huffed. Her cheeks puffed in frustration. In fact, you needn't bother asking about biology questions, as you struggle with math and biology alike, Song He quipped. Do not underestimate me. I've been studying hard lately. Don't think the competition team is so remarkable. Zhao Yi threatened, her small fists clenched in defiance. The Barremian stage of the early Cretaceous to the Campanian stage, the abundance of amber fossils. Why is that? Where have the amber fossils been predominantly discovered? Was typically found in the strata containing amber fossils. Silence. Zhao Yi kicked her leg in irritation. Are you concocting some nonsensical question to toy with me? You don't know the answer either, do you? Try and make things difficult for me? The period of resin production during the Cretaceous saw high levels of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, with frequent volcanic activity altering atmosphere composition, creating an environment conducive to the growth of coniferous plants, which in turn produced copious amounts of resin, leading to the formation of amber. Amber fossils are predominantly found in the Laurasia of the northern hemisphere and the northern edges of Gondwana in the southern hemisphere. The strata containing amber fossils typically include lignite, a type of coal formed from burning plant material. Song He quickly provided the answer, recognizing it as an easy question. Stop humiliating me. This is clearly a difficult question. How can it be an easy one? Zhao Yi exclaimed, her frustration boiling over as she angrily pounded her fist against Song He's thigh. With agility, Song He seized her small wrist, rendering her unable to retaliate, and then sharply twisted the flesh of her thigh. Zhao Yi curled up as if shocked, instantly subdued. Feeling victorious, Song He returned his focus to his studies. Having a classmate like Princess Jianing to tease now and then was indeed a delightful stress reliever. Little one, shall we find a place to have a proper fight after school? Zhao Yi extended her delicate fist, playfully poking at Song He's face. That's toxic. Let us focus on our studies. Song He dodged the playful jab. Next semester, I'll be in the advanced class, and if you don't study diligently, you'll drop to the regular class, leaving us with 2 layers of laminable walls between us. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi's eyes widened. Her face froze for a moment, a flicker of fear crossing her gaze. Then, she abruptly straightened, picked up her pen, and earnestly began to work on her assignments. In the school office building, the grading room resembled a cyber CAF, with rows of computers illuminating the faces of the teachers. The exam papers from the competition team had all been scanned and uploaded, and 50 teachers had been summoned to grade the papers. Although there were only 300 sets of exam papers, each set contained a substantial 25 pages, making the grading a monumental task. On the computer screens, scanned images of questions continuously appeared, completely anonymous to avoid favoritism or unfair grading. Lulu and Ban Janya sat at computers separated only by a narrow aisle. As the 2 teachers took their seats, they exchanged fierce glares, devoid of any communication. Once seated, their expressions were stern, yet internally they felt a wave of anxiety. The same thought echoed in their minds. How did Song He perform on the exam? A deep concern etched itself across the brows of both teachers. They could not afford to lose such a promising student as Song He. However, Yi Lianghan wielded considerable power, and the results of this exam would undoubtedly determine Song He's fate. Lulu silently resolved that if Song He's performance was unsatisfactory, leading to his dismissal from the biology competition team, she would certainly approach Principal Ren Ziyuan to plead on his behalf. The school had numerous vice principals, but only one true principal. Yi Lianghan was merely a figurehead, while Principal Ren held the real authority. If he nodded in approval, Song He would undoubtedly remain. Ban Jianya was equally anxious, contemplating the worst-case scenario. Throughout his years of service, he had never begged anyone. Yet if Song He faltered in mathematics, he would have no choice but to appeal to Principal Ren Ziyuan. He had even devised a plan, envisioning bringing Song He to the principal's office to showcase a remarkable display of mental calculation skills, hoping to sway even the hardest of hearts. Both teachers were beside themselves with worry, desperately wishing to learn of Song He's results. However, their impatience was futile. Each candidate's exam paper would be divided among numerous teachers for grading, and they could only await the completion of all grading before the final rankings could be announced. The grading room was eerily quiet, save for the rhythmic clicking of mice. At last, one teacher stood up, lifting a thermos filled with goji berries, taking a moment to relax after finishing their assigned questions. As more teachers began to rise, only 2 or 3 remained to continue grading. Once the last teacher completed their papers, the results for all students would be instantaneously revealed. "Little rascal, you better not have messed up. If you did, I'll have to give you a good thrashing," Ban Jianya muttered anxiously. "Song-hee, you did study biology diligently, didn't you?" Lulu whispered to herself, waiting in silent anticipation. Meanwhile, in the scanning room, several large scanning and printing machines hummed in operation. With boxes upon boxes of exam papers and answer sheets piled in the corners, the lingering scent of ink reminiscent of a bookstore's storage room. All examinations, large and small, were printed from this very location. After each examination, the answer sheets were sent here for scanning and digital entry into the computer system, facilitating the grading process for teachers. A few teachers busily organized the stacks of exam papers submitted by the competition students today, arranging them in neat piles on the table. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a burly, balding middle-aged man with an air of authority strode in. "Yi Lianghan, Principal Yi." The teachers within the room quickly donned sycophantic smiles. Although Yi Lianghan was merely a vice principal, the omission of the title vice was a skill mastered by seasoned professionals. "I'm here to assess the competency of this year's competition students," Yi Lianghan stated, nodding as the gleaming surface of his bald head reflected the light. "The exam papers from the competition students are all right here." One teacher eagerly gathered the exam papers from the table. Chapter 55. Astonishing first exam results. Yi Lianghan stood at the table, swiftly flipping through stacks of examination papers. He possessed a remarkable ability to discern key points, only perusing the final few pages of each paper before discarding them with a swift motion akin to chopping vegetables. The majority of the papers were largely blank, with only a few attempting to concoct nonsensical answers in hopes of claiming a couple of partial points, a pure delusion. Truly exceptional candidates who could meticulously solve several complex problems were exceedingly rare, and it was precisely these rare talents that Yi Lianghan sought to focus on. He began with the mathematics papers, gradually uncovering those authored by seasoned competitors from the second and third years, their names familiar to him. Yi Lianghan nodded in satisfaction, as his attention was drawn to these experienced students who, after enduring multiple rigorous competitions, had finally reached a level of mastery. Among them, Chu Long stood out as the sole individual to complete all the complex problems, truly a prodigy, his prowess unparalleled. Qiu Lingshan had only one complex problem left unanswered, while the rest were completed, indicating her potential for national accolades this year. Other familiar names, such as Jiang Xingye, Zhang Yuzhen, Zhang Ji, and Xiu Yun, had also solved 3 or more complex problems, solidifying their status as frontrunners for this year's awards. After reviewing the papers from the second and third years, Yi Lianghan casually turned his attention to the first-year mathematics exams. His demeanor relaxed considerably. He clearly held lower expectations. What significant achievements could first-year students possibly accomplish? Not only did most barely complete half of their papers, but they were also far from tackling the more challenging questions. He tossed the papers aside with a swift rhythm. Suddenly, Yi Lianghan's brow furrowed in surprise as he halted his actions. Remarkably, one paper had successfully solved 2 complex problems. He opened it to reveal Song-hee. An expression of astonishment crossed Yi Lianghan's face as he scrutinized Song-hee's paper from beginning to end. Was it merely an illusion? Or could it be? Quite impressive. It even seemed capable of competing with the upper echelon of second and third-year competitors. Clearly, Ban Jianya was correct. This child possessed a natural aptitude for mathematics. Upon solving complex problems in his first examination, Yi Lianghan couldn't help but reminisce about Chu Long from 2 years prior. Could Song-hee potentially become the next Chu Long? As he continued to sift through the papers, surprises kept emerging. He discovered 2 more first-year students who had solved complex problems, Nie Junrin and Gong Xia. Yi Lianghan placed the papers of these three exceptional first years together for comparison. And for a moment, he found it challenging to discern who held the greater advantage. They appeared to be equally matched. A smile crept onto his face. It seemed this cohort of students was promising, with three potential prodigies at the level of Chu Long. Having finished with the mathematics papers, Yi Lianghan proceeded to the biology papers. A few minutes later, he completed the review of the second and third-year biology exams, finding almost no dark horses among them, as all the candidates who tackled complex problems were familiar names. Yi Lianghan couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. He yearned for more unexpected talents, rather than a scenario where the strong remained strong and the weak remained weak. For without the fierce competition of dark horses, all students would lose their motivation. Finally, he was left with a pile of first-year competition biology papers. Yi Lianghan held no expectations, knowing that dark horses rarely emerge from the first year. Thus, he casually flipped through a couple before preparing to leave. Suddenly, he recalled something and returned to the table to continue searching through the first-year biology papers. Soon, he specifically sought out Song He's paper. Given that Song He had performed so well in mathematics, it was likely that he had concentrated all his efforts there, leaving biology in disarray, or so he thought. With keen interest, Yi Lianghan flipped to the last pages. The next moment, he stood frozen in surprise, his eyes wide with astonishment. Song He had actually tackled even more complex problems in biology. He had solved the first two entirely and had jotted down a few lines for the remaining three. Astonishingly, he had addressed all five complex problems. Noticing Yi Lianghan's unusual expression, several teachers gathered around, curious to inquire. "Principal Yi, have you found a promising talent?" Yi Lianghan remained silent for 2 seconds before flicking the paper in front of him. There's a first-year student named Song He, a dual competitor, who has solved complex problems in both mathematics and biology. A chorus of astonished exclamations filled the room as the teachers eagerly examined Song He's paper. It had been years since a dual competitor had emerged, and now, this student appeared proficient in both subjects. "Is this the student who has been causing waves in the biology competition committee?" One teacher recalled. This child is indeed exceptional. I heard he spoke harshly to a teacher, quite fiercely." Well, talented individuals often have strong personalities. A group of teachers engaged in lively gossip, while Yi Lianghan refrained from joining the animated chatter, abruptly turning to leave without a backward glance. Moments later, in the grading room, Yi Lianghan hurriedly pushed the door open. "Have the papers been graded? Are the rankings available?" "Almost there," replied the last teacher, wiping beads of sweat from his brow as he hastily clicked on the computer screen. Yi Lianghan shifted his gaze and soon spotted Lu and Ban Jianye, both of whom looked back at him. The three exchanged glances, and Yi Lianghan decisively approached the two teachers. "Ban Laosher, when the results come out, let us first pull up Song He's ranking for a look," he instructed Ban Jianye before turning to Lu, who nodded in agreement. Ban Jianye sensed a hint of unease and cautiously asked, "Principal Yi, have you seen the papers? Did Song He perform well?" Yi Lianghan confirmed with a nod. He solved the first two complex problems in mathematics. Instantly, Ban Jianye was overjoyed, wearing a victorious smile as he glanced at Lu, brimming with pride. However, Lu's complexion turned pale. "Principal Yi, Song He's biology paper. He solved even more. He completed the first two complex problems and wrote several steps for the last three," Yi Lianghan noted. A twist of fate. Lu initially froze in disbelief before erupting in joy, casting a triumphant glance at Ban Jianye. Meanwhile, Ban Jianye's smile faltered, and his face darkened. Silence enveloped the grading room as everyone anxiously awaited the results. "It's out," someone suddenly called. All the computer screens flashed with brilliant light, revealing the freshly released results. Ban Jianye and Lu simultaneously struck the keyboard, entering Song He's name, hitting the enter key with a decisive click. "Well done," Ban Jianye exclaimed, thumping his thigh in excitement as he beheld the displayed scores. Song He's total score in mathematics was 712, ranking 48th overall. "Excellent," Lu nearly shouted in unison. Song He's biology score is 759, placing him 40th. A fleeting moment of shock washed over Yi Lianghan's face before he leaned closer to the computer screen. Lost in contemplation, instantly, the attention of the entire grading room was drawn to him, as a throng of teachers gathered around, peering at the score information on Banjianya and Lulu's screens. The gathered teachers were left in stunned silence, gasping in disbelief. This song, he is remarkable. A first-year student breaking into the top 50. It's the first time I've seen a first-year student perform so impressively. Not only did he excel in one subject, but he triumphed in both. This child is a genius. Has anyone tested his IQ? Is it 180 or more? He couldn't have cheated, could he? How is it possible to score so high in both subjects? Absolutely no cheating. I was right next to him during the exam, and he worked through the problems with lightning speed. I suspected his scores would be good, but I never imagined they would be this exceptional. Banjianya and Lulu both relaxed, exhaling in relief. Yet they remained profoundly astonished by Song's scores and rankings. Neither teacher had anticipated that this child could break into the top 80 in both subjects, and not just that. He had soared into the top 50. All right, the results will be announced in the auditorium during the next class. Please assist in distributing the papers and answer sheets. Yi Lianghan clapped his hands. Amidst the murmurs of astonishment, the teachers departed, swiftly immersing themselves in the next task at hand. The examination room was empty, leaving only 3 individuals, Yi Lianghan, Banjianya, and Lulu. Principal Yi, there's no need for Song to withdraw from the team, is there? Banjianya inquired with a beaming smile. Chapter 56. The Play God is overwhelming. Yi Lianghan pondered for a moment, his expression complex as he nodded. I was mistaken. This child possesses remarkable potential, exceeding my expectations. For now, let him remain in both competition teams. He might become the second Yuanbong. You two must take it seriously to guide him, as per the principal's wishes. If Song performs satisfactorily under your tutelage, he will advance to the rocket class next semester, and you both can follow suit. This left Banjianya and Lulu in a state of shock. First, they were astonished by the principal's attention. Ren Ziwan, the esteemed principal, held a position akin to that of an emperor, preoccupied with significant school matters such as recruitment, hiring high-caliber teachers, and securing funds for new buildings. To him, students were merely numbers. It was unprecedented to hear of a principal taking personal interest in a mere freshman and issuing direct orders. Such micromanagement was reminiscent of the famous meme about a marksman shifting 5 meters to the left. Secondly, they were astonished by the principal's promotion directive. While it was common for students to advance classes, it was unheard of for teachers to follow suit. It was as if the principal intended to assign Song personal caretakers, and not just 1, but 2. What royal treatment! Had they not known that Song had previously interacted with the principal regarding a mistake on a test? Banjianya and Lulu might have fancifully speculated that Song was the principal's secret illegitimate child. What constitutes satisfactory performance? Banjianya snapped back to reality and quickly inquired. Teacher Zhai Zhu from the rocket class had long coveted Song frequently lamenting in the office about wanting him in her class, leaving Banjianya feeling both humiliated and powerless. Now, he had found an opportunity for redemption. No one could take my treasure boy away. The top 10. Yi Lianghan mused. The top 10? Does that mean Song must rank among the top 10 in the class? Lulu pressed for clarification. No, I mean the top 10 in the competition teams. Yi Lianghan shook his head, explaining that if Song ranked in the top 10 of the math team, then Banjianya would advance with him. If he ranked in the top 10 of the biology team, then Lulu would follow suit. The notion of being in the top 10 of the competition teams left Banjianya and Lulu utterly flabbergasted, questioning their hearing. How could this be possible? Banjianya was the first to recover, feeling incredulous. Did the principal believe that being in the top 10 of the competition teams was as easy as picking cabbages? The top 10 represented provincial award levels. Had there been any freshmen in the past years who received provincial awards? Not a single one. Did the principal truly expect Song to achieve double provincial awards in his first year? Lulu exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that even Yuanbong did not achieve such results in his first year. Had the principal lost his mind? Just then, a deep voice resonated from the doorway. I just passed by and heard someone speaking ill of me. Renzuan entered, holding a glass thermos, and the atmosphere became palpably awkward. Lulu quickly attempted to amend the situation, saying, "Principal, you misheard. I was just stating how insightful and far-sighted you are, with your vast experience." Lulu's flattery was not to be underestimated. Yiliang Han and Ban Jianya quickly chimed in, agreeing enthusiastically. Indeed, experience speaks volumes. Song He has performed well in both subjects, hasn't he? With a little more effort, entering the top 10 is within reach. Ren Ziyuan said with a beaming smile. Ban, Lu, you must pay close attention. There's only 1 month until the competition team's major exam. If you can guide Song He into the top 20, there will be rewards. If not, penalties will follow. Ban Jianya and Lu felt as though they had been struck dumb. One absurd expectation. The principal must be out of his mind. The top 50 is impressive, but the top 10 is an entirely different realm. There exists an unfathomable chasm between them. Countless students have sacrificed everything only to fall short of the top 10. This is not something that can be achieved by mere words. Though Song He is gifted, every competitor in the top 10 is also extraordinarily talented. What kind of place is the competition team? A realm where geniuses abound and high scorers are as common as dirt. Why the long faces? Do you not believe in my judgment? Ren Ziyuan smiled benevolently. I have worked in the educational field for 30 years, witnessing countless students. I am confident that Song He can enter the top 10 in both subjects. Ban Jianya and Lu were left speechless, unable to counter his assertions. Yiliang Han felt a twinge of awkwardness as he forced a smile. It is not the fierce disposition of leaders that frightens one, but rather their delusions. Ren Ziyuan was clearly clouded by his admiration for Song He, floating in a realm of unrealistic goals, perhaps even showing signs of senility. Yiliang Han couldn't help but feel a sense of delight at this thought. If Ren Ziyuan were losing his faculties, might this be an opportunity for me to ascend? Ban Jianya and Lu were fuming, feeling that Song He was a hot potato, and the principal ought to seek immediate help. You still do not believe? Just wait and see. Ren Ziyuan chuckled heartily, ignoring the sullen expressions of his subordinates, and left in high spirits. Meanwhile, in the biology competition question-setting room, 3 teachers were hunched over their computers, visibly exhausted and burdened with dark circles under their eyes. What was once an easy job had turned into a frantic endeavor since the emergence of the plague god Song He. The 3 teachers were now tirelessly verifying the correctness of competition questions, researching tirelessly day and night, their eyes glued to the screen, on the brink of needing an ophthalmologist. Yan, Teacher Ruan Qian remarked. Today is the competition team exam. The grading should be wrapping up by now, right? Teacher Tong Xian, filled with resentment, raised her eyebrows. How did that little brat, Song He, perform? Teacher Cha Jingye scoffed dismissively. P.S. Just a freshman. How could he possibly score highly? He'll likely be placed beyond the top 100. Once the major exam arrives, he'll be eliminated for sure. A month until the major exam, right? Good. Let us quickly eliminate him. If we can get rid of him, we can finally have some peace, Teacher Tong Xian sneered. Feeling immensely satisfied at the thought of Song He being expelled from the competition team, Ruan Qian remained silent. She harbored no particular animosity towards Song He. However, she did hope he would be eliminated soon, for he was like a double-edged sword, so long as he remained in the competition team. The risk of him discovering errors in the question papers loomed large. Hey, the results are out, Teacher Tong Xian suddenly exclaimed. Cha Jingye, not even looking up, asked, what did he score? Tong Xian clicked her mouse, and suddenly her face turned ashen, her pupils trembling as if she had just encountered a ghost. Seeing her reaction, Ruan Qian hurriedly leaned over to check the computer screen, and in the next moment, she too was rendered speechless, unable to believe her own eyes. Cha Jingye, waiting for the results, finally looked up and noticed the 2 female teachers' expressions were akin to witnessing a haunting. What? Did Song He make it into the top 100? Cha Jingye's expression darkened, suppressing his growing rage as he continued to focus on the screen. It's nothing. Even if he placed in the 80s or 90s, he'd still be eliminated by the end of the semester. 40th, Ruan Qian managed to articulate through her disbelief. What? Cha Jingye abruptly raised his head, his voice rising involuntarily. Song He scored 759 points, placing 40th. Teacher Tong Xian's face reflected the horror of a nightmare. Such a rank made elimination exceedingly difficult. Impossible. Cha Jingye shot up, rushing over to inspect the score sheet, his face paling in shock. How did he score so high? When did a freshman ever break into the top 50? Cha Jingye remained unconvinced, eyes wide in disbelief. Isn't there a possibility of a name mix-up? Could there be two Song He's? Class 2 of elite first year. It's definitely him. Ruan Qian mercilessly extinguished his last shred of hope. Silence enveloped the office, stretching into an agonizing void. The three teachers sank into despair. They had thought this plague god would be swiftly eliminated, yet his prowess far exceeded their expectations. If this ranking persisted, it would be nearly impossible to rid themselves of him. The shadow of Song He would loom over them indefinitely. In the school auditorium, the competition students filed in, the air thick with tension and unease. The announcement of exam results felt akin to facing a firing squad. Just as Song He settled into his seat, a system notification suddenly appeared before him. Thank you to the three teachers for their generous rewards. Song He read the notification, feeling a surge of joy within. Chapter 57. The teacher who developed heart troubles. Upon discovering your exceptional performance in biology, the teacher is struck with envy, resentment value 800. Tong Xian witnesses your ranking in biology and is filled with shock, resentment value 500. Yuan Xian worries that your presence in the competition team will lead to her extra work, resentment value 300. Song He secretly anticipates the possibility of instigating heart troubles in the teacher. Just how high could his biology ranking be? His palms slightly perspire, and his surrounding classmates are equally tense, whispers occasionally drifting through the air. Anxious, he thinks, this time I must succeed. Maintain composure. One failure is inconsequential. There will be more opportunities to falter in the future. We, as first-year students, are merely here to observe. Our rankings will surely be outside the top 100, with a plethora of novices around, making comparisons unnecessary. Indeed, it is said that previous first-year competitors were eliminated after 2 or 3 major exams, surrendering without a fight. You all lack ambition. By what ranking can one avoid elimination? At least the top 50 is secure. ISNT, there a reward of a learning phone for those in the top 50? The underlying message from the school is clear. Only those who can secure a learning phone are deemed worthy candidates for the battlefield. The rest will gradually be weeded out. The top 50. I'm doomed. This is clearly a challenge for me, Fat Tiger. How could a first-year student possibly rank in the top 50? Surrounding Song He are first-year competitors, collectively enveloped in a sense of defeat, a palpable sadness pervading the atmosphere. Although the results have yet to be announced, everyone is acutely aware of their own limitations. Many have not even completed half the exam, and a high ranking seems impossible. Song He remains silent, refraining from joining his peers in their lamentations. A lion does not play with dogs. Your failures bear no relation to my standing. On the eastern side of the venue, Chu Long and Xiu Ling Shan sit together, their expressions reflecting solitude amidst the height of competition. This round's questions are far too simple, inducing a state of lethargy. Xiu Ling Shan remarks with a proud smile. I should be nearing a perfect score. Chu Long nods, his demeanor refined and gentle. I have inquired among the capable students from the second and third years. Everyone performed slightly below expectations. Xiu Ling Shan casts her gaze towards the opposite side of the venue, wondering if there are any dark horses among the first-year students. What constitutes a dark horse? Chu Long inquires curiously. Anyone who surpasses your record from the first competition team exam qualifies as a dark horse. Xiu Ling Shan asserts confidently. You ranked 70 in your first exam. I ranked 90. If 70 is the benchmark, then clearly there are no dark horses. Chu Long chuckles, his tone gentle yet imbued with confidence. If 90 is the standard, we must consider the performances of Niet Junrin and Gong Shasha. What about Song He? Xiu Ling Shan muses, unable to forget the charming junior. Song He should rank just behind Gong Shasha, likely just over 100, making him a standout among the first-year students. Chu Long does not underestimate him. If Song He were to focus on only one subject, he might break records. But since he is tackling two subjects simultaneously, I doubt he possesses the capability to enter the top 90. Qiu Lingshan nods in agreement with Chu Long's speculation. On the western side of the venue, Lung Xiangwen sits upright, a look of anxiety etched on his face. Beside him are some familiar acquaintances, engaging in light-hearted banter. Brother Xiangwen, do you think you can break into the top 50 this time? Lung Ge, you still have that wager with Song He, right? How's it looking, Lung Ge? Is victory assured? Is that even a question? It's a guaranteed win. You underestimate Brother Lung far too much. The third years are merciless against the first years. How could we possibly falter? Ha ha. Let that little brat Song He witness the prowess of us seasoned third-year veterans. Amidst the raucous laughter, Lung Xiangwen wears no smile, remaining silent throughout. He has witnessed Song He's explosive performance in the exam room, and knows that Song He has a significant advantage in a major question. This time, he is likely to falter. The situation has spiraled out of control. The original wager was intended to drive Song He away, but it now feels like a noose tightening around his own neck. The incessant chatter around him grows irksome. Do these oblivious fools not see my displeasure? Must I voice my concerns for you all to quiet down? Lung Xiangwen scowls, clenching his teeth to endure. The results have yet to be unveiled. Perhaps there is still hope. If Song He made numerous errors on the earlier questions, I may still have a chance to turn the tables. Taking a deep breath, he prays that the grading teacher will be strict with Song He and lenient with him. Until the final moment, hope remains. In the back row of the venue, Su Tingfeng and Wu Xiao sit together, their acquaintance purely forged through the competition team. Su Tingfeng is the reigning champion in biology competitions, while Wu Xiao often seeks her guidance, and their camaraderie has blossomed. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Su Tingfeng busily munches on nuts. Wu Xiao, sitting beside her, observes without making any move for the snacks, fully aware that Su Tingfeng is fiercely protective of her food. As long as she respects Su Tingfeng's eating habits, they coexist harmoniously. Squirrel, do you think you can secure first place again this time? Wu Xiao inquires. What else would it be? Su Tingfeng replies nonchalantly, her tone dripping with confidence. She has every reason to be self-assured. Last year, she won a national bronze medal in the biology competition and has consistently excelled in numerous exams, establishing herself as an unparalleled force. Is there truly no one capable of challenging your authority? Wu Xiao questions, tinged with jealousy. Su Tingfeng ponders momentarily, her gaze drifting in a particular direction. There is indeed someone. Who? Wu Xiao's interest peaks. Qiu Guang? Zhang Liangkai. Qiu Guang has forever been the runner-up, burdened by insurmountable flaws in his computational abilities. He is not particularly bright. Su Tingfeng dismisses with a scoff. Zhang Liangkai stands no chance either. He is merely a novice. Wu Xiao pales. Zhang Liangkai won a provincial award last year and has consistently ranked among the top 10, a solid 20 points ahead of her. How can Su Tingfeng belittle him as a mere novice? If he is a novice, what does that make me? After a brief moment of awkwardness, Wu Xiao grows even more curious. So, who could possibly challenge you? Who surpasses both Qiu Guang and Zhang Liangkai? Su Tingfeng's eyes glint mischievously. Hand over the lollipop in your pocket, and I shall tell you. Wu Xiao promptly relinquishes her lollipop. Su Tingfeng beams, unwrapping the candy and savoring it contentedly. Don't just eat. Speak. Wu Xiao nudges her. I am acquainted with all the experts from the second and third years. None can challenge me. However, there is indeed a remarkable junior in the first year, far superior to my own first-year self. Su Tingfeng licks the lollipop emphatically. Nonetheless, I must stress that while this junior shows potential to challenge me, he is merely a first year, and time is not on his side. He may achieve better results than I in the coming years, but by then, I will have graduated. Who is it? Wu Xiao presses eagerly, urging her to reveal the name. Song He, Su Tingfeng responds. Wu Xiao's eyes widen in realization. You hold him in such high regard. You were already formidable in your first year. Surely he cannot compare to your prowess back then. In my first battle, I ranked 60th in the biology team. Song He may very well rank higher. Su Tingfeng bites into the lollipop, acknowledging that while he may currently be inexperienced, his potential is formidable. Speaking of which, Xiao Xiao, you should be cautious. Perhaps Song He may surpass you. Su Tingfeng suddenly turns to Wu Xiao. Impossible. No matter how poorly I perform, I will at least be in the top 40. For a first year like Song He, just breaking into the top 100 would be a feat. Entering the top 40 is nothing short of a fantasy. Wu Xiao shakes her head in denial, insisting that Su Tingfeng's estimation is far too generous. Likely due to Song He's corrections on the biology exam paper. Shall we wager? Su Tingfeng raises an eyebrow. What if Song He makes it into the top 40? Chapter 58. Score scatterplot. Wu Xiao's delicate face froze as she suddenly sensed a hint of danger. Su Tingfeng, usually not one to gamble, was acting unusually today. No gambling. Wu Xiao instinctively felt an ominous premonition, yet she firmly believed that Song He could not possibly rank in the top 40. If you're so sure, why not take a gamble? Su Tingfeng challenged, his eyes gleaming with provocation. 10 bags of chocolate beans. Are you afraid to wager? Wu Xiao hesitated for a moment, on the verge of impulsively agreeing, but that unsettling feeling held her back as she shook her head vigorously. Not interested. Su Tingfeng, disappointed, resumed munching on snacks from his pocket. The school bell rang, and the atmosphere in the auditorium shifted dramatically. Countless murmurs among the competitors ceased as they sat up straight, their demeanor turning serious. A robust, middle-aged bald man hurried onto the stage. Vice Principal Yi Lianghan. This is the first assessment of the competition team this year, and the papers have been graded. He announced, "Let us begin with the mathematics results. Here is the scoring statistics." With a commanding gesture, Yi Lianghan clicked the mouse, illuminating the large screen. The display was filled with problem numbers, each accompanied by a percentage indicating accuracy. The initial questions boasted accuracy rates above 90, but there was a sharp decline thereafter, culminating in the major problems, where only 20 accuracy remained. The creator of the major problems must have been thoroughly berated by the examinees. Song He calmly estimated the scores, scanning the accuracy percentages for each question. By multiplying the number of correct answers by the respective question values, he summed the total scores and divided by the number of participants. The average score is 519. Song He declared. Several classmates beside him were momentarily taken aback, while someone poked him from behind. "How do you know the average score?" "I calculated it," Song He replied, gesturing toward the screen. "By multiplying the score rates by the number of participants and summing them, we obtain the total score pool, which we then divide by the total number of students." The classmates around him were momentarily stunned before erupting into a chorus of laughter, dismissing his assertion as a joke. The screen displayed 185 questions. If Song He's method were truly applied for mental calculations, it would require 741 computations. Although the calculations were relatively simple, remembering such a multitude of results was impossible, let alone completing over 700 mental calculations in a matter of seconds. Absurd. On stage, Yi Lianghan's face darkened with anger. With a perfect score of 1,000, the average score for mathematics was a mere 519. Did you all go to the examination hall to sleep? Or did you receive only half of the test papers? The laughter surrounding Song He abruptly ceased, replaced by an eerie silence. Students stared at him, chills running down their spines. Could the average score truly be 519? No way. This can't be calculated in mere seconds. The incredulity among the students was palpable. Such computational prowess was beyond comprehension. They leaned toward the belief that Song He must have received advanced information. Now, let us examine the scatterplot of scores across the 3 grades. The disparities are staggering. Yi Lianghan clicked the mouse again. Students couldn't help but stretch their necks, their eyes glued to the scatter plot on the screen. The scatter plot for the seniors was represented by green dots, the majority clustered in the upper middle section of the screen, with scores hovering around 600. Each that was accompanied by names, yet more than half were crowded together, obscured by the floating green dots, indicating that most student scores were closely aligned. At the top of the screen, a few solitary green dots stood out, showcasing exceptional performances. The highest was Chu Long, astonishingly near the full score at 950. The second dot belonged to Qiu Lingshan, perched at 920. Other notable names like Jiang Xingye and Zhang Yuzhen also boasted scores exceeding 900. Towering over the tightly packed dots below, the disparity starkly evident. The scatter plot for the sophomores was indicated by blue dots, densely clustered around the midpoint of the screen, predominantly between 500 and 600, resembling an expansive ocean. A few isolated blue dots appeared at the top, belonging to Zhang Ji and Xiao Yun, also breaking the 900 mark, standing out amongst the crowd. The freshman scatter plot, however, was represented by red dots, dense and numerous, clinging to the lower part of the plot, like embers sparking from the ground. The vast majority of freshmen barely surpassed the 300 mark, a stark contrast to their sophomore and junior counterparts. In the middle of the scatter plot, a few red dots indicated that some freshmen achieved scores between 400 to 500, which was commendable enough to barely match the lower end of the sophomores and junior scores. Above this cluster, there was a considerable gap, leading to two solitary red dots that instantly captured everyone's attention. Nie Junren's red dot floated at the 620 mark, while Gong Shasha's hovered at 610. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. These scores surpassed many sophomore and junior competitors. Wow, this year's freshmen have produced two prodigies. The sophomores marveled. We all went through 9 years of compulsory education. How come these two are soaring so high? The freshmen were nearly brought to tears. This score is comparable to Chulong's from back in the day. The seniors reminisced, recalling when they were freshmen, and Chulong's score had soared above all others. Suddenly, someone keen-eyed noticed something amiss and called out, "Wait, there's more above." Instantly, all eyes shifted upward, followed by a profound silence. Nie Junren and Gong Shasha's red dots were positioned high, separated by a significant blank space, revealing another solitary red dot above them. Floating above the 710 mark, this red dot seemed to drift in outer space compared to the crawling dots at the bottom of the plot. Next to this red dot was a name, Song-hee. In an instant, a flurry of notifications flashed before Song-hee's eyes, indicating his rising resentment value. Cascading like a waterfall, Bao Yongchang is envious of your score, resentment value 100. Xiaoyao witnessed your high score, feeling despair, resentment value 300. Duan Cheng was frightened by your high score, resentment value 200. Numerous gazes converged upon Song-hee, their expressions a complex mix of emotions. The freshman competitors were nearly engulfed by jealousy, akin to an epidemic of red-eye disease, consumed by envy. The sophomores and juniors felt a sense of awe, without the sting of jealousy. The older students maintained a mature perspective, acknowledging that there would always be prodigies among them, and they could only exclaim their admiration. In the brief span of half a minute, over 70 notifications of resentment values appeared. Song-hee's account, previously holding only a few hundred resentment points, now surged to an astonishing 14,000. He relished the taste of sudden wealth. Gratefully, he acknowledged the teacher responsible for the scatter plot, recognizing it as an exceptional tool for inciting envy. Next time, I hope my little red dot stands out even more prominently. Thus far, only the mathematics results have been announced. When the biology scores were revealed later, he anticipated another windfall. A smile crept at the corners of his mouth, which he quickly suppressed, maintaining composure. He must not appear as a boastful dragon in public. On the podium, Yi Lianghan clicked the mouse, and the overall mathematics score sheet finally materialized on the big screen. Song-hee quickly located his score, 712, ranking 48th overall. I made it into the top 50. Song-hee gasped. He had believed his mathematics level was far from the top 50, estimating his position around 70 or 80. Breaking into the top 50 meant surpassing more than half of the sophomores and juniors. He turned to glance at the area where the older students gathered, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. I assumed you upperclassmen were formidable. Turns out you're just mediocre? Suddenly, he recalled something and turned back to scrutinize the score sheet on the big screen, searching for another name. Lung Xiangwen. Where are you? At that moment, Song-hee's eyes lit up as he spotted the characters Lung Xiangwen. Meanwhile, on the west side of the venue, Lung Xiangwen stretched his neck, beads of sweat forming as he searched for his ranking. My companion beside me was the first to spot it, pointing towards the large screen. Look, Cold Brother. You're up there. Truly worthy of the title, Cold Brother. Your performance is exceptional. You scored over 20 points higher than I did. Chapter 59. The heights are frigid. Lung Xiangwen with a score of 678, ranked 65th, overwhelmed with excitement. He recalled how he had languished around the 80th position the previous year, struggling tirelessly day and night, shedding countless drops of sweat in pursuit of advancement. Indeed, heaven rewards the diligent, and at last he had achieved a remarkable breakthrough. Clenching his fists in exhilaration, he quickly glanced back at his name. Searching for Song He's score. After a prolonged search, he found nothing. The joy that had surged within him instantly froze. Trembling with trepidation, he scanned forward from his name. Suddenly, his expression stiffened, and his pupils contracted. He indeed spotted the name of his nemesis. Song He, with a score of 712. Ranked 48th. Silence enveloped Lung Xiangwen as his face turned a shade of deepening despair, exuding palpable resentment and unwillingness. How could he have been bested by a mere freshman? How had he accomplished this? Even Chu Long, the prodigious member of the math team, had not achieved such a score in his first examination. Could it be that Song He possessed even greater aptitude than Chu Long? His friends, having noticed Song He's ranking, momentarily stood in stunned silence before turning to express concern for Lung Xiangwen. Lung Ge, is that fella you bet against named Song He? Lung Xiangwen remained mute. Lung Ge, his ranking his friend cautiously reminded. I see it. Shut up. Lung Xiangwen's temples throbbed with fury. Don't be upset, Lung Ge. Victory and defeat are commonplace. That guy, Song He, might just have had a stroke of luck. His friend earnestly placed a hand on Lung Xiangwen's shoulder, akin to a kindergarten teacher soothing a child. Remove your hand. Lung Xiangwen seethed with suppressed anger, feeling smoke rising within him. The scene of him challenging Song He replayed in his mind like a revolving lantern. He had been so certain of victory, only to face a crushing defeat, which filled him with a profound sense of self-inflicted humiliation. All he desired was silence. He longed to unleash his pent-up frustration upon his oblivious friend. Couldn't he see the thunderous clouds brewing upon his face? Turning to gaze at the opposite side of the venue, he found Song He also looking back at him. Their eyes met, and Song He raised an eyebrow, gesturing with his fingers as if to say, "Remember to reimburse me." Clenching his jaw, Lung Xiangwen nodded begrudgingly before turning away, feigning indifference. Since he had initiated the challenge, he could not afford to lose face. Reimbursing Song He for the biology experiment materials would merely amount to a few thousand yuan. As a genuine scion of a wealthy family, it was no great loss for Lung Xiangwen, who was accustomed to being chauffeured in a Bentley during his holidays. However, Song He's impressive score would undoubtedly elevate his standing in Zhuang Qian's eyes. That was the crux of his anguish. He could not allow flowers to bloom upon dung. That was his fiancée. Whoever wished to steal her would have to step over his corpse first. Clenching his fists, his eyes ignited with fierce determination. He was only 34 points behind Song He, a mere single significant question on a test scored out of 1,000. This gap was not insurmountable. The battle was not yet over. If he could just study a few more days, he would confront Song He with zeal. He refused to believe he could falter against a freshman. On the eastern side of the venue, Chu Long turned his gaze and observed Song He deep in contemplation. Beside him, Qiu Lingshan was utterly stunned, leaning forward to scrutinize the rankings on the screen. Song He actually made it into the top 50. Qiu Lingshan gasped. How did he manage that? Alas, you may have unwittingly foretold this. He likely finished studying advanced mathematics long ago, Chu Long remarked, his expression complex, quite intriguing indeed. Terrifying. He's a double competition student. Qiu Lingshan exclaimed, bewildered. Looks like he's more handsome than you, and studies better too. Chu Long's face darkened. Please, there's no need to disparage while stating facts. Qiu Lingshan retorted, her eyes glinting with provocation. Claiming he studies better than me is premature. There are countless examples of students with great potential who falter later on. He may have a strong foundation, but can he sustain his progress? I doubt it, especially with biology still on his plate. Chu Long paused, emphasizing as for being more handsome, that's debatable. I agree with the first part, but we can't conclusively say he's outperforming you just yet. Qiu Lingshan nodded in approval. And a ladder? Chu Long's gaze bore into her. Huh. Qiu Lingshan scoffed, glancing at his bald head. Chu Long, unperturbed, retorted, I keep my head shaved to save time for studying. Once I score above 990, I'll grow my hair long, and even Wu Yinzu will stand in awe of me. Qiu Lingshan burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. Chu Long's expression darkened again as he shot another glance at the distant Song He. Damn it, this kid is so handsome. Why is that? Shouldn't he, the school heartthrob, be surrounded by admirers, lost in the throes of puppy love and struggling academically? Song He, what on earth are you up to? Chu Long sensed an overwhelming threat, akin to an emperor discovering a youth adorned with auspicious clouds. At the podium, Yi Lianghan continued the meeting with a grave tone. Next, let us review the biology scores. The average score is a mere 525. Those with low scores must reflect seriously. A month from now, we will have a major examination for the competition team. Those who do not qualify will be eliminated on the spot. Yi Lianghan pounded the table, his frustration evident. No teacher could manage a smile while announcing the results. The atmosphere grew somber. In this small test for the competition team, a poor ranking was merely embarrassing. But the upcoming major examination would ruthlessly weed out many students, depriving them of this year's competition opportunities. In this brutal selection process, only the finest would remain. Yi Lianghan clicked the mouse, revealing scatter plots of scores for the first, second, and third years. Song He craned his neck to view the big screen, promptly locating his position at the top of the first-year scatterplot. In the mathematics scatterplot, he noted two potential rivals, Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha, who warranted caution. However, in the biology scatterplot, no other first-year students surpassed the 500 mark. They languished below him, trailing by over 200 points, pathetically clustered at the bottom, all inept. The heights are indeed frigid. To be invincible is a profound solitude. For a fleeting moment, Song He reveled in his superiority before shifting his gaze to the scatter plots for the second and third years. He immediately spotted a familiar name, Su Tingfeng. The dot representing Su Tingfeng was alarmingly high, nearly grazing the perfect score line, approximately around 970. Terrifying. Senior Squirrel is formidable indeed. Song He felt a wave of reverence wash over him, recognizing that, by comparison, his own score seemed trivial, spurring him to strive for greater heights. Then, with keen observation, he caught sight of Wu Xiao's dot slightly higher than his own. Senior Wu Xiao has some merit, though not much. She is in her third year, but only marginally outperformed me. I can't wait to meet her again for some light-hearted teasing. As Song He examined the scatter plots, the first-year competitors around him were in disarray. Oh no, I'm actually 5th from the bottom. Pathetic. I'm 10th from the bottom. Should I consider taking you on as my apprentice? I can impart all my knowledge to you without reservation. The upperclassmen are truly impressive. They monopolize the top spots, leaving us first years to languish at the bottom. Indeed, we must concede, their additional years of study are not in vain, easily besting us newcomers. The first-year novices' spirits were thoroughly crushed, engulfed in despair. On stage, Yi Lianghan continued to click the mouse, displaying the detailed score sheets and rankings. What the heck? There's actually one first-year who made it into the top 50. Immediately, someone noticed the anomaly. How is that possible? Wait, there really is one. Is this for real? Where is it? In an instant, the first-year competitors stirred with excitement, wide-eyed as they searched the list for the name. Chapter 60. The alumni group Song He felt the myriad gazes surrounding him, akin to an ant being scorched under a magnifying glass. The first-year competition students were collectively stunned, experiencing a surreal sensation. As the mathematics scores were announced, Song He found himself within the top 50. When the biology scores were revealed, how was it possible that he remained in the top 50 as well? Excelling in one subject was already astonishing, but to excel in two subjects was utterly preposterous, an absurdity that defied belief. Many first-year competitors fixated on Song He, their hearts raging with indignation. Why him? What justified this? Everyone toiled diligently, yet while they languished at the bottom, he surged to the forefront. Soon, second and third-year students began to take notice, observing an anomaly among the top 50, and a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. What was happening? Had a first-year student truly outperformed me? Goodness, This year's first-year students were outrageous, piercing through our ranks to claim a spot in the top 50. That name seemed familiar. Wasn't he on a previous score sheet as well? Terrifying goosebumps cascaded down my spine. Wasn't Song-hee the one who corrected errors on the biology test paper? Indeed, his prowess was staggering. What a humiliation. If Song-hee scored just 10 more points, he would eclipse me entirely. I must study relentlessly before the major exam. I cannot afford to be surpassed by a first year. My pride as a senior is at stake. The resentment points surged before Song-hee, the entire auditorium brimming with students' frustrations. Cloud Ji-fei, having studied diligently for 2 years, yet failing to surpass a mere first year, felt his resolve shatter. Resentment points 500. Qin Xin was taken aback by your ranking, struggling to breathe. Resentment points 300. Wu Xiao realized you were only 10 points behind her, feeling threatened. Resentment points 100. At the back of the venue, Su Tingfeng and Wu Xiao instinctively shifted their gazes toward the distant Song-hee. Almost surpassed, Wu Xiao broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, "What is happening? After studying tirelessly for 2.5 years, I am only 10 points ahead of that first-year brat? He might just surpass you next time." Su Tingfeng nonchalantly pulled out a bag of seeds, munching away, having spent nearly the entire day snacking. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wu Xiao fumed, declaring that from this moment on, she and Song-hee would be on equal footing. With a month of dedicated study, she was determined to outperform him in the major exam. He learned for a month, which is equivalent to your 2.5 years. Su Tingfeng delivered a ruthless retort, noting that people evolve differently. Some individuals secretly advance. I am, and so is Song-hee. Evolve my foot. Wu Xiao's eyes widened. Each word deliberate. I will absolutely not be surpassed by Song-hee. A box of instant noodles, shall we wager? Su Tingfeng scoffed derisively, deliberately provoking Wu Xiao. I accept the challenge. Who is afraid? Wu Xiao, losing her composure, banged the table, making bold declarations. By the time of the major exam in a month, Song-hee would be trailing behind her. Fine. Then I bet you will only be chasing his back, perhaps not even seeing him at all. Su Tingfeng chuckled, recalling her own performance in the first major exam of the first year, where she had secured a position in the top 20. Song-hee might just graze the edges of the top 20. What about you? That's simply not possible. Wu Xiao's cheeks puffed in anger, her small fists cracking. Suddenly, the auditorium doors swung open, and several teachers entered, carrying enormous transparent plastic boxes. The sight of the boxes instantly captivated the audience. Inside were mobile phones. The top 50 erupted in joy, while the remaining students sighed in disappointment, those barely making it into the top 50 wishing they could bury their heads in the ground. On stage, Yi Lianghan continued the meeting, having merely announced the scores. The true agenda of the meeting was just beginning. Next, the rewards for this minor examination would be distributed. Learning phones. The learning phones had been custom-made by the school at a high price. Those receiving the phones were advised to handle them with care. Damaging them would incur penalties. Furthermore, upon leaving the competition team, these phones would need to be returned. Before distributing the phones, I will first introduce the usage of the learning phones. Yi Lianghan pulled a phone from his pocket, raising it high for display. A 76-inch screen with an eye-protecting tempered glass. A wave of excited applause erupted, with a few shrieks piercing through the air, primarily from the top 50, all with wide, eager eyes. This atmosphere bore an uncanny resemblance to a new phone launch event. Song-hee secretly scoffed, then raised his hand to applaud, willingly playing the role of a sycophant. The school was distributing phones. It was only right to show some support. After a few claps, Song-hee suddenly sensed something amiss. Glancing around, he noticed that the vast majority of the first-year students were sitting in silence, their faces darkened, and the only one raising his hands to applaud was himself. An unsettling feeling of isolation washed over him. Momentarily stunned, Song-hee suddenly flashed a mischievous smile, exuberantly raising both hands and clapping even louder. Hao Wenlin, witnessing your display, felt a surge of jealousy. Resentment points 400. Zhu Shi believed you were deliberately showing off, wishing to hit you. Resentment points 300. AI Yangze, yearning for a phone, yet unable to obtain one, felt a crawling sensation upon seeing your boast. Resentment points 300. Resentment points flooded in, the first-year students glaring at Song He with twisted expressions. Once the meeting concluded, he needed to make a swift exit. Lingering too long could lead to trouble. What a thrill it was to play the fool and run. Dear classmates, my applause is simply an expression of genuine joy. I did not intend to disrupt your mindset. Song He, exhilarated and perspiring, reveled in a dangerous thrill of self-destruction. Yi-Liang Han, observing the audience's reaction, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The school's purpose in awarding prizes was to motivate students to strive harder. The more intense the reactions, the better. Ideally, the awardees would be overjoyed while those without awards wept bitterly. As the applause and commotion began to settle, Yi-Liang Han continued with his presentation. The learning phones have certain functional restrictions. They can only utilize the built-in apps and cannot download others. Next, I will introduce several key app features of the learning phone. The first app is the mobile version of CNKI. Our Jinghai No. 4 High School has established a strategic partnership with Jinghai University, and we are grateful to them for providing access to CNKI. Students can now access papers for free. A smile crept across Song He's lips. The biology competition involved cutting-edge research, making access to the latest papers essential. Typically, individuals face exorbitant fees to access CNKI, and as a mere high school student, he would soon find himself near bankruptcy after viewing a few papers. Now that the school covered the cost, he could indulge freely. The second app is the campus forum. Tonight, upon returning to the dormitory, I will create a competition group. All students are required to join. Various notifications will be disseminated within the group. Additionally, the campus forum on your phones may feature an exciting surprise group chat, the alumni group. Within the alumni group, there will be past students who have used this phone. Graduates from previous years downloaded the campus forum on their phones and obtained lifetime access. Now they are scattered across the world, leading their own lives and careers. But many of them occasionally log into the campus forum to check in on this year's new students. Song He raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this wondrous group chat. Students who had used the same phone, their accounts remaining in one chat. What a serendipitous connection. A wave of excitement rippled through the students. I have heard of the alumni group. It's an incredibly impressive tradition. Students receiving phones can chat with past seniors. It sounds odd, like some mystical treasure from a fantasy novel, containing remnants of powerful ancestors. The alumni group is a splendid opportunity for networking. Graduates from the competition team often possess impressive credentials and have carved out successful paths in various fields. Becoming acquainted with them could be invaluable in the future. It is said that the quality of the alumni group can vary. Some phones are considered inauspicious, leading to groups filled with less successful alumni. If only I could acquire a Geely phone, it would be a delight. The group is filled with exemplary individuals, scientists, entrepreneurs, and the like. Simply aligning oneself with such prowess would render one invincible. Yet, what is the use of uttering such sentiments? What good does our excitement do? We are unable to obtain the phone. We had our hopes dashed back in our first year of high school. Chapter 61. The reward that pained Yi-Liang Han tapped the microphone, silencing the clamor in the hall. The first two apps were merely appetizers, but the third app was a substantial offering. The renowned Zhuangzhou Technology Company has entered into a strategic partnership with our school. The educational game Question Sea Continent, developed by Zhuangzhou, has been downloaded onto all learning devices. This game boasts an exceptionally high degree of freedom, set against the vast backdrop of the Question Sea Continent. Students can choose various professions and skills, enhancing their abilities through mining, hunting monsters, and challenging bosses. A key feature of the game is the acceleration of problem-solving. Where continuous practice enhances developmental speed, specific gameplay can be explored independently by the students. I only have one request. Do not become overly engrossed in the game. In previous years, some competition participants have collapsed from playing all night and had to be sent to the hospital during morning study sessions. The atmosphere in the auditorium shifted dramatically, with all students gazing in curiosity. Song He wore a look of realization. Zhuangzhou Technology. And Zhuang Qian also shares the surname Zhuang. Could it be that the senior is indeed from a wealthy family? The notion of collapsing from all-night problem-solving sounded absurd. Could question C continent truly be that enjoyable? Doubt crept into Song He's mind. A problem-solving game hardly sounded appealing. Akin to the odd combination of strawberry mapo tofu, strange and outlandish. There were several other apps mentioned, which were conventional learning applications, and I shall refrain from detailing them further. Students can explore them at their leisure. Now, let us invite the top 50 from the math and biology teams to the stage to receive their learning devices. As Liang Han's voice faded, the eagerly awaiting award recipients sprang to their feet. In the senior year section, a multitude of students rose with a clamor. In the sophomore section, another group stood up with equal enthusiasm. However, in the freshman section, it was dismally quiet, with only one student rising without any fervor. The students' hearts turned a shade of lemon, and amidst numerous envious gazes, Song joined the ranks of his fellow competitors from the sophomore, junior years, walking tall and proud as he queued for his award. Soon, it was his turn at the podium. The teacher, swift and efficient, quickly retrieved 2 phones from a box, shoved them into a tote bag along with a pair of earphones and a charger, and handed it to him with a snap. Song, he astonished. Left with the tote bag, 2 phones? Although he had made it into the top 50 for 2 subjects, he had anticipated only receiving 1 device. Such generosity was indeed unexpected. Upon returning to his seat, he noticed his classmates eyeing the tote bag with eager envy. Song he couldn't help but lament the unfairness of the world. A multitude of students without a single phone, while he possessed 2. Would you like to play? Song he gazed at them with a look of pity. Instantly, many classmates nodded eagerly, their eyes sparkling with hope. No, Song he replied gleefully, relishing their disappointment. The collective expressions of his classmates darkened, their eyes filled with indignation as they exuded resentment. As he observed the rising resentment points in the system's backend, reaching a staggering 46,000, he felt a surge of joy. Tonight's competition team meeting was akin to a money-making venture, accumulating over 40,000 resentment points in a single evening, with rewards flowing in continuously. Every student present had the opportunity to join the fan group. At the conclusion of the meeting, Liang Han announced the arrangements for the upcoming month. Starting this weekend, the school will organize classes for the competition team, held in the auditorium, math team in the morning and biology team in the afternoon. All students are expected to attend punctually. Next week, the first batch of biology competition participants will be scheduled for practical training in a laboratory. Await further notification. A month from now, there will be a major examination for the competition team. All students must prepare diligently. Meeting adjourned. Song he sprang up and dashed out, fearing he might be cornered and beaten if he lagged behind. Just as he burst out of the auditorium, he suddenly spotted a graceful beauty standing in the corridor. Her beige knee-length skirt accentuated her slender calves, while her white blouse highlighted her curvaceous figure, and her delicate face framed by silky hair. Teacher Lulu. Upon seeing her beloved student rush out, Lulu's eyes lit up, and she beckoned him to follow. Song he hurried after her, descending the stairs behind her. Is the teacher going to reward me? He speculated. It pains me so much. I'll take you to claim it right away, Lulu replied, her tone laced with a hint of melancholy. It cost me an entire month's salary. I already regret it. Song he was taken aback, his mood instantly uplifted, unable to contain his excitement. The teacher's salary must be considerable. What kind of reward could be so extravagant? Surely it wasn't a luxurious, gold-edged collection of test papers? As they made their way to the office, Lulu took out her keys and opened the door. Right there, take it away. Whoa, a laptop, Song he exclaimed. On the desk lay a brand new laptop, still encased in its packaging, a product from the prestigious brand Alienware, known for its exorbitant prices. Song he could hardly believe it. Such a luxurious item was being gifted by the teacher. Quickly take it. I'm eager to leave. Lulu sighed, covering her face, unable to hide her discomfort. When she bought the laptop, her affection for talented students had clouded her judgment. She couldn't part with a cheaper one, believing that an excellent student deserved an excellent laptop. However, after completing the purchase, Lulu realized, what use did a high school student have for such a fine machine? My salary. I worked tirelessly for a month, and now it's gone. Song he hastily lifted the laptop box, its weight filling him with exhilaration. But then he remembered something. Teacher, electronic devices are prohibited in the dormitory. Should you write me a note stating that the laptop is a gift from you to prevent the dorm supervisor from confiscating it? Our dorm supervisor is a very strict person. Song he exaggerated. Lulu sighed and shook her head, her expression one of resigned acceptance. I took care of that long ago. The laptop has been reported to the school, and the dorm supervisor won't bother you. I'll send you the broadband account and password tonight, and you can access it on your phone. Thank you, teacher. Your foresight is unparalleled. Song he showered her with praise, leaving the office in high spirits. As Lulu locked the door with a click and followed him downstairs, she reminded him, just to clarify, the laptop is a gift for your studies, to research and attend online classes. Do not waste it on frivolous activities. If I find out you're misusing it, I'll take it back. Understood, understood. Song he nodded vigorously, assuring her that he would not let down her expectations. I will devote myself to biology, no matter the cost. The principal has set a task. You must rank in the top 20 in the upcoming major examination in a month, Lulu stated seriously. Top 20? Song Hye's face paled. I'll do my best. Not just your best. You must achieve it. The principal's directive is clear. If your rank doesn't improve, I'll face penalties. Lulu raised an eyebrow, her tone tinged with sorrow. I've invested so much in you. Don't let me down. Feeling immense pressure, Song he glanced at the laptop box in his arms and resolutely replied, Rest assured, teacher, if I don't rank in the top 20 in biology, I'll present my head to you. As for the first batch of students going to the biology lab next week, the principle is that the top 25 will go first. Are you willing to break that principle? Lulu shifted the conversation. Song he quickly responded, Are you suggesting that I could be? I'll see if I can pull some strings to let you go first. The first batch will have the longest time in the lab and the most abundant materials. Lulu nodded, her tone caring. Prepare well. Go to the library and brush up on books related to biological experiments, especially on cultivating fungi. Thank you, teacher. Song he was deeply moved, almost brought to tears. Really? Really? Crying. Song he tried to muster tears, but failed despite his best efforts. That game, Question C Continent, is quite entertaining, Lulu remarked earnestly. I've received word that this year, the rewards for the competition team will be linked to the game. Song he was taken aback. Rewards for playing a game? What kind of operation is this school undertaking? Once you engage with the game, its essence becomes apparent. The actual time dedicated to playing is minimal, with the majority consumed by solving problems. As long as you can swiftly tackle these challenges, you will ascend rapidly, commanding authority and wielding influence with remarkable ease. Truly addictive. Lulu elucidated, the computer I gifted you can also serve as a physical enhancement. Do you comprehend? Chapter 62. Yuanbang's Machine Gun Dormitory. The door burst open, and Song he rushed in, clutching a computer case. Yuan Guang, seated on the bed sipping soda, nearly spat it out upon seeing the box his roommate had brought back. Where did you get such a treasure? He exclaimed, his expression filled with shock. The teacher sent it, Song he replied, placing the computer case on the desk. He then pulled a tote bag from his pocket and produced a mobile phone. What? There's more? Yuan Guang was astounded. With a gentle smile, Song he retrieved a second phone. Yuan Guang's astonishment deepened, and he scrutinized his roommate with an alien gaze, realizing he knew little about him beyond his exceptional grades. Handsome looks, connections with the campus belle, and the esteem of school authorities. As Song he busied himself, plugging in both phones to charge and unboxing the computer, Yuan Guang leaned in closer, his eyes widening with awe. This computer must cost a fortune, he mused. I'm not sure, but it's definitely not cheap. Song he shrugged, revealing that he had spent not a single cent, having effectively received it as a gift from Teacher Liu. 2 phones, how extravagant. Yuan Guang noted, captivated. Indeed, these are the prizes for the mathematics and biology competitions, Song he confirmed. Impressive. You carry on, and I'll take a look later, Yuan Guang remarked, his mouth watering. Song he, equally eager, connected the computer to the charger, and the dormitory was suddenly filled with a resplendent glow. The laptop was truly a marvel, with a bright and clear screen. Both boys were entranced, gazing at the computer as if it were an unparalleled beauty. They could hardly believe that, even in their austere high school dormitory, they could access a gaming laptop. Yuan Guang refrained from inquiring about the origins of the laptop, respecting that everyone has their own fortunes. In fact, he felt compelled to help Song he keep his secret, recognizing the potential danger if word spread. Such a revelation could invite jealousy from others in the dormitory. Yuan Guang positioned himself correctly in his mind, determined to be a supportive friend to Song He, hoping to benefit from his roommate's fortune. If Song He feasted, he would savor the broth, and he anticipated that he might snag a few minutes on the computer. He asked for little, merely hoping to indulge occasionally during their high school years. A few minutes with a computer every week was akin to a heavenly delight. What more could he possibly wish for? Yuan Guang retreated to his bed, eagerly awaiting Song He's next move. Song He sat at the desk, engrossed in fiddling with the computer and phones. Moments later, both phones powered on automatically, revealing a minimalist interface with just a few educational apps. Song He first accessed the school's forum, registering as a new user by entering his student ID, which generated a new account. Upon logging in, he immediately received 2 notifications. Lulu has sent you a friend request, and Yu Lianghan invites you to join the competition group. Song He clicked to accept both requests, then searched the contact list for the legendary alumni group, but found nothing. What was going on? Was this a new phone? It didn't seem likely. Suddenly, the phone vibrated with a new message. Lulu wrote, "The network account is my name, and the password is 88. Once you open the computer, find the campus network, and you'll log in instantly." Following her instructions, Song He searched for a network and found Jinghai No. 4 High School. Clicking on it, he was indeed able to log in successfully with the credentials provided by Lulu. Now that the computer is online, do you want to watch something? Song He asked Yuan Guang, turning around. "Absolutely, my good brother," Yuan Guang exclaimed, rushing to the balcony to wash his hands before sitting down at the computer to type in his search. Moments later, Song He was taken aback. "Wait, are you actually watching something?" he asked incredulously. "Huh, I thought you meant watching something." Yuan Guang blushed, misinterpreting Song He's words. "I meant watching a movie, something with a dragon logo at the beginning, not a warning about explicit content." Song He clarified. Yuan Guang, feeling embarrassed, conceded, "All right, I'll look for proper film." As Song He continued to fiddle with his phone, he too was intrigued by the content Yuan Guang was searching for. After all, high school boys are often filled with vigor. However, he worried about the peculiar websites potentially harboring viruses. Having secured an expensive computer without spending a dime, it would be a shame for it to become infected. Lulu would surely be furious if that happened. However, Song He had discreetly glanced at the website names earlier and decided to open his phone's notes to jot them down. Upon opening the notes, he was astonished to find them brimming with over 2,000 entries. The oldest note dated back 6 years, while the most recent was from the previous year. Most notes were filled with mathematical and biological knowledge points and organized mistakes. Song He felt a surge of excitement, as he had stumbled upon a treasure trove of wisdom left behind by predecessors. These were individuals who had truly battled in the academic arena, and their experiences were invaluable, perhaps even more useful than some of the teacher's advice. Diligently studying these notes would undoubtedly enhance his own academic prowess. Then, he noticed a note that had changed color. Upon opening it, he was taken aback by its contents. "To my junior students, I am your senior, Yuan Bong. At the time of writing this note, I have already received a national award and secured a spot for further studies. Fate has brought us together here, and as your senior, I sincerely hope you can overcome all obstacles, achieve victory, and enter your desired university to further your education and serve our nation afterward." In 1920, the novelist Mom met the great scholar Gu Hongming, who shared a thought that has become increasingly relevant today. This thought has also been a source of motivation that has carried me through the battles of high school, and I hope it inspires you as well. Below was a lengthy passage in bold, evidently a quote, and Song He read it attentively. "Have you surpassed us in art or literature? Do our thinkers not possess the depth of your insights? Is our civilization not as complete and excellent as yours? While you were still dwelling in caves, clad in animal skins, living off raw flesh, we had already emerged as a civilized nation. Do you know that we conducted an unprecedented experiment in human history? We sought to govern this great nation with wisdom rather than force, and for many centuries we succeeded. Yet, Why do white people look down upon the yellow race? Should I tell you? It is because you invented the machine gun. That is your advantage. But do you not realize that we are a people gifted in mechanics? Do you not know that we have 40 million of the most practical and industrious individuals in the world? Do you truly believe that it will take us a long time to learn your technologies? When a yellow race can produce equally refined firearms and confront you head-on, what advantages will remain for you white people? You turn to the machine gun for assistance, but in the end, you too will face judgment at its muzzle. In that moment, Song He sensed the indomitable spirit of Yuan Bong, a person imbued with fierce determination. It was an extraordinary feeling to connect across the years with a senior who had once used the same phone, reading the words inscribed by his distant predecessor. At that instant, it felt as though the very essence of Yuan Bong reached out from the screen, firmly grasping the hand of his junior. Next came a return to normal text, resuming Yuan Bong's message. I have created a group chat. The group number is 123456778, an auspicious number, as I was the first to establish a group chat on the campus forum. Any junior who obtains this phone is welcome to join. Alumni from all years will be present, and we can have discussions. We old-timers may have some experiences to share with you. Chapter 63. Guidance from a Tactical Master Song. He entered a small chat group, aptly named A Loving Family. The group leader was Yuan Bong, and the members went by pseudonyms: Cold Beauty Senior, Tactical Master, and Diving Champion. The phone had likely been passed down through 6 generations, so it was reasonable to expect more participants. Perhaps some seniors felt embarrassed after failing competitions and chose to leave. As soon as Song He joined, someone welcomed him. Tactical Master, a newcomer has arrived. Welcome. Are you in mathematics or biology competitions? Song He, greetings, Senior. I participate in both. Tactical Master, both? Seriously? Song He, absolutely. Tactical Master, impressive. After so many years, we have another dual competition genius among us. Our group leader, Yuan Bong, is also a dual competitor, though he rarely visits the group due to his work in a confidential department. The mention of the confidential department startled Song He. He recalled Yuan Bong's notes on his phone, which hinted at an obsession with weaponry. Could it be that he was involved in weapon manufacturing? In awe, Song He thought he would have to seek Yuan Bong's guidance when he next logged in. Tactical Master, I hold a provincial award in biology and can guide you in that. Cold Beauty Senior has a provincial award in mathematics, but she seldom speaks. More of a lurker. Cold Beauty Senior, I am not a lurker. Tactical Master, Song He. Tactical Master, Diving Champion, true to his name, can actually dive. I've been in this group for 3 years and have yet to hear him speak. He might as well be non-existent. Feeling uneasy, Song He noted the Tactical Master's bluntness, realizing he was quite straightforward. However, the fact that he dared to declare the Diving Champion as silent suggested that the latter indeed never surfaced. With Yuan Bong busy at the confidential unit, Cold Beauty Senior lurking, and the Diving Champion seemingly absent, it appeared that only the Tactical Master was available for conversation. Quickly, Song He opened another phone to search for previous groups. The notes on the second phone contained over 300 mathematical entries, a rather lonely collection. After a thorough search, he stumbled upon a message that drained the color from his face. Dear juniors, this is a cursed phone. For 6 years, none who used it have stepped onto the competition stage. The 3 previous users saw their academic performance plummet and were eliminated from the competition team. 1 user died in a car accident. Another was killed by falling debris while working at a construction site. I, the author of this message, developed a severe aversion to studies and have since dropped out. The previous group has disbanded. Gatherings of failures only deepen our sorrow. Our fates are cursed by this phone. May someone break this curse and use this phone to step onto the competition stage. If anyone succeeds, please re-establish the previous group. A chill ran down Song He's spine as he turned to his companion Yuan Guang, showing him the cursed message. Yuan Guang scoffed dismissively, no big deal. Just exorcise the evil and change your luck? Leave it to me. He placed the phone on the floor and dragged out a box from under the bed. Quickly gathering red strings, coins, candles, and yellow paper, busily drawing symbols and arranging them. Suddenly, the dormitory lost power, plunging them into darkness. The symbols ignited, casting a flickering light upon Yuan Guang's face, which glowed with intensity. Song He was taken aback. Yuan Guang possessed a certain knowledge of the metaphysical arts. If he could ward off the evil, using the phone would surely be more reassuring. The two phones he had received were polar opposites. One was a lucky charm, with the likes of Yuan Bong, a formidable genius, while the other was cursed, with all its previous owners meeting tragic fates, some even in the most literal sense. I should be fine. I have a system. Song He reassured himself. His lucky phone vibrated, signaling a new message. Tactical Master, Song He. Have you joined the game yet? Song He. You mean Sea of Problems? Not yet. Tactical Master, get in quickly. Time is of the essence. Level up, loot, and develop. Tactical Master, the game is highly addictive and will greatly enhance your learning, especially since later stages will link boss battles to competition rewards. You must grind hard from now on. Tactical Master, I can guide you. I was once a powerhouse in competitions, feared by many. Intrigued, Song He located the Sea of Problems app and launched it. Welcome, new user. Please select mathematics or biology. The game will provide corresponding problems. Song He tried to select both, but was unable to, so he randomly chose mathematics. After all, he had two phones. He could always start another account for biology. Please enter your game nickname. Song He typed All Night a God of War and clicked Confirm. Please select your profession. Once chosen, it cannot be changed. Gunman, zombie, mage, swordsman. Song He's eyes widened in astonishment. The game seemed more complex than he had anticipated, starting with a profession selection. He quickly sought help in the group. Tactical Master, dear senior, which profession should I choose? Tactical Master, each has its strengths and weaknesses, depending on your personal preference. Let me explain. The gunman boasts decent attack power, but has low health and relies on metal ores for upgrades. In the early game, one must survive by ambushing others. But later, they can unleash a barrage of firepower. The zombie has rapid health regeneration, but weak attack capabilities. However, it can convert defeated enemies into puppets, leading to a horde of zombies later on. The swordsman wields a large sword with brute force, but lacks ranged attacks early on, making them vulnerable to gunmen and mages. Their late-game potential, however, is dazzling, capable of cleaving mountains and flying across the battlefield. The mage is primarily supportive, often chosen by the elite of the team, providing buffs to allies and being heavily protected during team battles. Song He was taken aback. There are teams? This game allows for grouping? He thought it was a single-player game. Tactical Master, of course you can form teams. All competitions, students band together, overpowering the weak and bullying the small. It's exhilarating. After entering the game, you should be able to find 4 teams. Song He, which 4? Tactical Master, the second mathematics army, composed of the second-year mathematics competition team, and so forth, along with the third mathematics army, second biology army, and third biology army. Song He, is there no first-year team? Tactical Master, what a joke. How could a first-year newbie be qualified to hold a phone? By the way, which year are you in? Song He, first year. Tactical Master fell silent for a moment before retracting his previous message. Tactical Master, well then, young brother, you're in for a tough time. In this game, everyone groups up. If no team accepts you, you'll have to wander alone, constantly bullied by others. Song He, can I just fight my way through them? Tactical Master, not realistically. It's hard to fight against numbers. You'll only end up being a punching bag. I suggest you choose either gunman or zombie. The gunman can hide and ambush, while the zombie is easier to level up in the wild. Song He, all right, I'll choose a gunman for one account and a zombie for the other. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Tactical Master, what? You can choose 2? Don't tell me you have 2 phones. Song He, indeed. Tactical Master, no way. Young brother, don't joke with me. A first-year student, excelling in both mathematics and biology, breaking into the top 50. Are you an alien? Yu Xiangyang was also a dual competitor, but he didn't team make it until his second year. Song He did not respond, returning to the game interface to select the gunman. In an instant, the game screen materialized. Chapter 64. We were instantaneously defeated. The main city, despite its grand name, lacked the elegance of pavilions and towers, instead presenting a dismal array of wooden shanties reminiscent of bandit strongholds. The atmosphere was rife with the essence of mountain banditry, characterized by muddy paths and NPCs wandering about. This city served as the home for players to accept quests and procure equipment, a tranquil haven where weapons were prohibited. Song he manipulated the screen, embodying his level 1 gunslinger, a brutish warrior with a muscular bald head, clad only in shorts and brandishing a pistol. The streets bustled with players. The birth of new characters evident as classmates hurried back to their dormitories to log in. Mages donned mysterious cloaks, swordsmen wielded gleaming blades, and the zombies, grotesquely green and slimy, left behind a trail of their repulsive excretions. After a brief moment of bewilderment, the gunslinger set out to explore the main city, approaching various NPCs with an unbridled curiosity. He quickly discerned their functions: a pharmacist selling health potions, a blacksmith purchasing metals, and a butcher eager for monster hides. Notably, the butcher's inventory also included zombie meat. Could it be that zombie players could harvest flesh for profit? For now, these NPCs were irrelevant, as new players found themselves impoverished. Desperate to locate quest-giving NPCs, strolling through the main square, Song he was awestruck by the throngs of players, tightly packed in layers, almost overwhelming the space. The lag on his phone was palpable. Biology students, clear the path. Math students, retreat. Shouted a frantic voice. We must level up quickly. Boss Chu Long has commanded an assault at dawn. Many irate players vented their frustrations over voice chat, jostling each other in the crowded square. Had weapons not been banned, chaos would surely have ensued, leaving bodies strewn about. At the center of the square stood the city lord NPC, an austere old man with white hair. The gunslinger hopped over, realizing he had found the quest-giving location. Beginner quest. Mine copper, or please head to the sandy desert to locate the open copper mine. Diligently extract copper ore and deliver it to the blacksmith for trade. Warning: copper ore is limited. Those who mine more will receive greater rewards. Beware of fellow players who may kill for loot. Upon accepting the quest, the map instantly marked the sandy desert. The gunslinger leaped away from the crowd, hastily making his way to the destination. Time was of the essence. Arriving even a minute earlier could yield additional rewards, whereas a later arrival could result in missing out entirely. After only a few steps, a prompt appeared. Normal travel will take 5 minutes. Would you like to opt for accelerated teleportation? Yes. Song he decisively clicked. As anticipated, a math question popped up. What is the term for a permutation whose inversions count as odd? And what about for an even count? Odd permutation, even permutation. He quickly typed, recalling knowledge from linear algebra, a trivial matter. After answering correctly, the scene shifted instantly. Before him lay the vast sandy desert, with rolling dunes and a black scorpion darting across the sands, its venomous presence a threat to the unprepared. The gunslinger, alarmed by the sight of a level 5 creature, knew he had to evade swiftly. New players possessed no dignity. Their levels were often lower than the monsters. He hastily dodged, drawing his revolver and firing fiercely. With 3 shots, the scorpion's health plummeted by a third, and it fled, burrowing into the dunes. Only 3 rounds of ammunition remain. Danger lurks here. Would you like to reload? Yes. What is the term for a matrix, a whose rank equals its column count? Full rank matrix. His ammunition replenished. Song he realized the nature of this game. Young one, do you yearn for power? Answer this question. The gunslinger advanced cautiously, searching for copper or among the dunes. The game's realism was striking. Gusts of sand enveloped him as he sat in his dormitory, almost sensing the gritty aroma of the desert. At last, a massive copper mine emerged. Song he had never seen one before, but he noticed several gunslingers vigorously mining, their picks striking the earth, copper or scattering around them. As one player, identified as Laughing Killer, leveled up to 2, his shorts transformed into military green trousers. In an instant, Laughing Killer drew his weapon and shot a nearby level 1 gunslinger point blank in the head. The unfortunate player fell, bleeding profusely, leaving behind a heap of copper ore. 2 nearby level 1 gunslingers recoiled in shock and fled to the opposite side of the mine. Laughing Killer, unperturbed, gathered his spoils and resumed mining. Such darkness, the audacity of openly killing for loot. Was a higher level a license to bully the weak? No, he must level up swiftly to reclaim justice. Song he maneuvered the gunslinger to a deserted side of the mine, stealthily drawing his pickaxe. after mining a few ores. Another math question appeared. What is the term for a linear space of dimension n? N-dimensional linear space. The image space T, Vn, of a linear transformation T is a linear space. What is it called? Image space. With each correct answer, the mountainside crumbled. Copper or cascading down like a flood, accelerating his mining progress. His inventory filled with copper ore, each correct response yielding 10 pieces. While the experience bar surged ever closer to leveling up. Song he felt exhilarated, succumbing to the addictive nature of the game, fully absorbed in the experience. Minutes later, the copper mine bore a deep cavern, dust swirling in the air. The gunslinger's figure vanished into the depths, the sound of crumbling rock echoing throughout the cave. In the girls' dormitory, Wu Xiao, clad in a pristine silk nightgown, lay on her bed with a pillow in her embrace, fervently tapping on her phone. Her character, a gunslinger who had reached level 3, was named Laughing Killer. She diligently mined the majestic copper mine, bloodstains on the ground hinting at her past deeds. She had eliminated 3 unsuspecting players, rapidly leveling up through their stolen experience. Qian, man, come over here, Wu Xiao called through the team voice chat. 2 level 1 gunslingers hurried to her side, feigning mining in a show of camaraderie. Shortly after, a level 1 gunslinger passed by, clearly a newcomer. Upon spotting the level 3 Laughing Killer, he froze in fear, hesitant to approach. However, he noticed the 2 level 1 gunslingers mining without incident, and the scene appeared peaceful. Cautiously, the newcomer crept closer, observing Laughing Killer, who remained focused on her task, seemingly oblivious. Relieved, he decided to attempt mining. Wu Xiao smirked slyly from her bed, her fingers poised over the screen, ready to strike. With her upgraded rapid-fire pistol, she pivoted sharply and unleashed a volley of bullets upon the unsuspecting new player, blood splattering as he fell to the ground without a moment to react, dropping a bounty of copper ore. How shameless, the new player shouted in his final moments. A gust of wind swept through, burying the corpse beneath the sands, leaving only scattered bloodstains to bear witness to the malevolence that transpired in this place. In the fleeting moment of murder, 2 novice gunmen swiftly fled, feigning panic. They were mere bait orchestrated by Wu Xiao, performing their part in this elaborate charade. Surrounding them were potential inexperienced players. Should they witness the 2 remaining still, they might deduce that this was a trap, realizing that the mining gunmen were all in cahoots. If word spread, their quarry would vanish. Moments later, observing the absence of onlookers, Wu Xiao activated her microphone. Qian, man, come back. The 2 novice gunmen returned to her side, nonchalantly resuming their mining activities. Xiao, look towards 170. There seems to be smoke. Man suddenly exclaimed. Wu Xiao adjusted her perspective, and indeed, on the opposite side of the mine, a plume of desolate smoke ascended continuously. It was the dust from mining. Someone was stealthily excavating on the rear side of the mountain. It appeared to be a solitary player, evidenced by the solitary smoke. Wu Xiao promptly deduced, you should investigate. I'll continue to fish here. That catch shall be ours. We'll go and eliminate it. Man exclaimed with excitement. Be cautious. Approach from behind for a sneak attack. 2 against 1 should suffice. The game has just launched. We likely won't encounter any high-level opponents, Wu Xiao advised. After you finish, return quickly to resume fishing. The 2 novice players promptly set off towards the direction of the smoke. Wu Xiao resumed her mining, momentarily devoid of any fish. Her focus unwavering as she diligently shattered the rock face before her. Suddenly, the team voice chat erupted with urgent cries. I'm dead. I was eliminated instantly. Man exclaimed in terror. It's a gunman named Tongxiao War God. I was also taken out. The opponent is level 2, lying in ambush in the mine. That cunning fiend. Qian yelled in frustration. Wu Xiao, avenge us. That wretch killed us both and snatched our amassed 200 copper. Damn it. Wu Xiao seethed after you revive. Hurry over here. I'll level up quickly. Let us go and gang up on him. We must reclaim our ore. Chapter 65. Do not disturb the scorpion's nest. Deep within the mine, 2 corpses of level 1 gunmen lay in a corner, with copper ore scattered across the ground. Dare to ambush me? You seek death. Songy scoffed. The overnight warrior shimmered with light, transforming into a camouflage skin and leveling up to 3. You have reached level 3. You may choose one of the following rewards. Weapon upgrade. Equip a more powerful weapon. Health upgrade. Increase health cap and recovery speed. The same prompt had appeared when he ascended from level 1 to 2. The game's logic was straightforward and brutal. Either enhance attack or bolster health. He decisively opted for the weapon upgrade, transforming his handgun into a larger, more formidable piece that promised a more exhilarating experience. Just as he completed the weapon upgrade, the rock wall before him suddenly trembled, reverberating with a thunderous roar. A collapse? The overnight warrior quickly retreated, and in the next moment, the wall exploded, a dark figure emerging, exuding a fierce aura. A level 5 scorpion. He's expression shifted. Could be the same one from before. Was it truly so vengeful as to chase him underground? The overnight warrior fled in terror, swiftly drawing his weapon to retaliate. The rapid gunfire caused the scorpion to lose health dramatically. Surprisingly, the scorpion did not pursue. Instead, it pounced upon the two corpses, voraciously devouring them, reducing them to mere remnants in mere moments. The scorpion's health bar surged, as if feeding on the corpses to replenish its vitality. A flash of insight struck Song-hee. This appeared to be the game's corpse-clearing mechanism, where a wild creature was sent to consume the bodies, simultaneously healing and growing stronger. Since the creature was preoccupied with its meal, perhaps it would not resist? Acting swiftly, Song-hee tapped the screen, and the beleaguered overnight warrior halted, raising his gun to unleash a torrent of fire upon the scorpion. The scorpion was struck by several bullets, blood erupting from its body as its health bar halved. As he emptied his magazine, a mathematical problem materialized, a linear algebra multiple-choice question. In an instant, Song-hee discerned the answer, responding in a heartbeat. Correct, his ammunition replenished. The overnight warrior shot wildly once more, depleting his bullets, but the scorpion was left with only a sliver of health. Having finished its meal, it flicked its tail and attempted to flee. Would Song-hee allow it to escape? A new multiple-choice question popped up, and he swiftly answered, refilling his ammunition yet again. Without hesitation, shooting at the scorpion. Boom! The scorpion exploded, its health bar reduced to 0. A vibrant green venom gland fell to the ground, emitting a faint glow in the dark cavern, reminiscent of a motion sensor light in a restroom. Cautiously approaching, the overnight warrior received a game prompt. Common drop, scorpion's venom gland. You may choose to consume it. You will be poisoned and must use willpower to resist. Success will greatly enhance your health, while failure will result in immediate demise. Use willpower to resist poison. I bet $10 that willpower is merely answering questions. Amusing. Am I, the emperor of numbers, afraid of a simple math problem? Song-hee snorted disdainfully, resolutely clicking to consume the gland. The overnight warrior grimaced as he took a big bite. Just as expected, a mathematical problem appeared with a 60-second timer. The question was relatively easy, concerning the anomalous integral of a non-domain function, a topic from advanced calculus. For other competitors, this might pose a challenge, but Song-hee had mastered it long ago. With a swift glance, he completed the calculations in his mind, selecting D. Poison resistance successful. You are a person of great willpower. Your health cap has increased from 10 to 20. He remained at level 3, yet his health had thickened. It seemed that paths to strengthen oneself in the game were not limited to leveling up. Numerous other avenues existed. Gunmen, being rather fragile among the 4 main classes, found the scorpion's healing ability perfectly suited to cover their weaknesses. Song-hee resolved to shift his focus towards capturing scorpions, thickening his health to become as indomitable as a cockroach. As for the copper, surely, kind-hearted players would come offer it, and he could graciously accept it. Switching to a group chat titled A Loving Family, Song-hee sought intel. Song-hee, I'm at the copper mine in the desert of sand, hoping to catch some scorpions. Well, might I find them? Tactical Master, look for water. Follow areas with moisture to encounter scorpion nests. Be cautious, as they are referred to as calculus scorpions by math competition students. Encounters are laden with advanced problems. Tactical Master, also, you cannot disturb the scorpion's nest just yet. Song-hee, why not? Tactical Master, aren't you level 1 or 2 right now? The nests are filled with level 4 and 5 scorpions. Several will surround you and take you out in an instant. Wait until you reach level 10 for a safer approach. Songhee, I can't wait. I need to level up quickly. There are many classmates nearby, and a large melee might break out soon. I want to take the copper ore with me. I must carve a bloody path. If not, all my hard work mining would be for naught, and I'd be robbed by the many villains in this wretched place. Tactical Master, but you cannot disturb the scorpion's nest to level up. That place will become your grave. Wake up, you are a novice. The scorpion's nest is not for you to tackle alone. Grateful for his senior's advice, Songhee swiftly returned to the game, excitement bubbling within. Fortune favors the bold. Having had brief encounters with scorpions before, they did not seem overly fearsome. This venture must be undertaken. Success would render him invincible in the copper mine, capable of slaying any classmate he encountered. Within the cavern, a water vein ran, likely an underground current. The overnight warrior adjusted his mining direction to follow the flow. After completing several minor problems, shattering countless rock walls, he found himself in a vast, illuminated chamber. His phone vibrated, issuing a warning. In a massive underground cave, dozens of scorpions lay immobile, mostly level 4 or 5, with a pile of white scorpion eggs in the corner. The atmosphere was eerie and disgusting. Yuan Guang approached, observing Songhee's gameplay. Upon seeing the screen, he gasped in shock. You've disturbed a nest. They're sleeping. Hurry and run. Intentionally so. Songhee silently counted the number of monsters, his expression unfazed. Are you insane? This whole mass of creatures is above your level. Are you voluntarily offering yourself as a snack? Yuan Guang exclaimed, dumbfounded. Calm down. Watch my maneuvers. Songhee took a deep breath, popping 2 calculation capsules into his mouth, and prepared for battle. The overnight warrior raised his gun and charged in, a barrage of gunfire erupting. The scorpions awoke, brandishing their tails and rushing towards him. The scene was terrifying yet magnificent as dozens of scorpions surged forward, seemingly ready to engulf the intruder in an instant. The overnight warrior retreated, his movement speed slightly faster than that of the scorpions. He needed to lure them out of the cave and kite them one by one to ensure total annihilation. Charging in recklessly would only lead to a brutal beating and stinging demise. Witnessing Songhee's escape, Yuan Guang couldn't help but cover his face. He acknowledged Songhee's academic prowess, yet in the realm of gaming, he seemed utterly inept. Suddenly, another message popped up on his phone. Tactical Master, don't be impulsive. Young man, dying will result in loss of experience and resources. Never disturb the scorpion's nest. It will only diminish your strength. Already done he ignored the warning, his fingers flying across the screen. Once a clumsy player, the calculation capsules had transformed his gameplay. On the screen, the movement speed of each scorpion, the overnight warrior's sprinting speed, and firing rate became crystal clear in his mind. The mine was dotted with rock pillars. He navigated the terrain as if it were second nature, the optimal route etched in his memory. In professional esport clubs, dedicated personnel would calculate these data and devise reasonable strategies. Yet Songhee needed none of that. With simple mental calculations, he could determine his next move in the blink of an eye. Moreover, as the scorpion shifted, his incredible mental acuity allowed him to adjust his path in real time, controlling the distance of his kiting with meticulous precision, akin to a computer program. Gunfire echoed through the mine, scorpions stunned momentarily, but quickly regrouping to pursue. The screen continuously displayed multiple choice questions, and each time, Songhee answered correctly in half a second. His ammunition continuously replenished, only to be expended again in rapid succession. The intensity of the battle escalated dramatically, and within a mere minute, Songhee astonishingly completed 18 multiple-choice questions, transforming his handgun into a weapon that rivaled the firepower of a submachine gun. If the pursuing sand scorpions possessed any intelligence, they must have been utterly bewildered by the handgun's extraordinary might. One by one, the sand scorpions fell lifeless in the corners, their venom glands bursting forth with an eerie green glow. Suddenly, a radiant flash enveloped the all-night war god, catapulting him to level 4. Without a moment's hesitation, Song He opted for a weapon upgrade, and his handgun instantly morphed into a sawed-off shotgun. Boom! 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 The cavern echoed with thunderous blasts as a deluge of buckshot rained down, decimating the relentless sand scorpions. The all-night war god ceased to flee, embracing his shotgun and standing his ground. The tide of battle shifted instantaneously. The roles of offense and defense were reversed, and the sand scorpions became mere cannon fodder. Their demise and inevitability. Yuan Guang observed from the sidelines, witnessing the entire spectacle, his emotions overwhelmed with astonishment. They had truly succeeded. Chapter 66. The blood bar emerges before the player. Yuan Guang's gaze was vacant, utterly mesmerized. The recent display of skill by Song He left him in a state of shock. The graceful precision of his movements, the swift and accurate problem-solving, exceptional in gaming, brilliant in studies, and handsome to boot. Old Song, do you possess no shortcomings? Yuan Guang silently lamented, a rare wave of inferiority washing over him. Unbeknownst to Song He, who was engrossed in battle, Yuan Guang was lost in thought. A relentless swarm of sand scorpions assailed him, employing a sea of scorpion strategy in an attempt to breach the firepower blockade. Yet, the overnight warrior stood firm, his shotgun unleashing a barrage of bullets, creating an insurmountable wall of metal that mercilessly harvested the remaining scorpions. Merely a short while ago, Song He had encountered the sand scorpions for the first time, fleeing in terror. Now, however, he stood unfazed, even indifferent to evasion. It resembled a grass-cutting game. Song He concluded. Hearing this, Yuan Guang turned pale. Your ease in mowing down scorpions stems from your ability to solve those math problems in an instant. Anyone else would have long since perished. A flash of brilliance occurred, and the overnight warrior leveled up once more. Surprisingly, this time he did not upgrade his weapon or health, but rather his skills. You have reached level 5. Please select a skill. Roll. Instantly roll a short distance to evade attacks. Random fire. Rapidly fire in a scattered pattern within a specified area for 5 seconds without consuming ammunition, without hesitation. Song He selected random fire and activated the skill. His shotgun trembled violently, the rate of fire doubling as it unleashed a storm of bullets. The few remaining sand scorpions stood no chance, bursting like fireworks within 5 seconds. Gazing at the ground strewn with the scorpion's venom sacs, Song He exhaled a sigh of relief. A group chat notification chimed in. Tactical Master, why the silence for half a day? Did you really poke the scorpion nest? Song He, I did. Tactical Master, reckless. Did you perish? Ignoring the advice of the wise leads to immediate consequences. I warned you to wait until level 10. Song He, I'm not dead. The scorpions are. Tactical Master, your body may be weak, but your tongue remains sharp. Without further ado, Song He shared a screenshot of the mine filled with scorpion corpses in the group chat. Tactical Master fell silent, hastily retracting his previous messages, likely feeling quite embarrassed. Returning to the game, Song He controlled the overnight warrior, scavenging the venom sacs scattered across the ground. As he consumed each sac, a barrage of math problems continued to appear. Indefinite integrals using substitution methods, distribution integral formulas, trigonometric rational function integrals, simple irrational function integrals. The dazzling array of problems appeared as straightforward as basic arithmetic to Song He, who had long since mastered them. His health bar soared continuously, 30, 40, 50. After consuming the last venom sac, the overnight warrior's health bar astonishingly surpassed 400. Song He, now addicted, sought out more scorpion dens. Following the flow of water, he relentlessly broke through rock walls. Within minutes, he discovered another scorpion nest. This time, he faced no need to flee. The overnight warrior brandished his shotgun and unleashed random fire. The cacophony of gunfire resonated as swathes of scorpions met their grim fate, yielding a bounty of venom sacs. The overnight warrior's health bar grew longer, and his level continued to rise. Level 7, 8, 9, 10. His weaponry steadily improved, from a long-barreled shotgun to dual shotguns, submachine guns, and dual submachine guns. Indeed, this was a grass-cutting game. Song He's earlier judgment was reaffirmed. Meanwhile, outside the mine, 5 figures congregated. Level 5 Gunner Zaya Sharon, Level 2 Gunner Man, and Level 2 Gunner Qian, along with 2 helpers they had summoned. Level 4 Swordsman Blood Demon Tianzuan, and Level 3 Mage Huaduo Reincarnated. Excellent. A formidable lineup. Zaya Sharon was thrilled. After they finished off the overnight warrior, the drop copper or would be shared among them. Attack, they chorused. Leading the charge, Zaya Sharon propelled forward, the group advancing with palpable ferocity towards the back of the mine. Dust occasionally billowed from the cave, and the distant sounds of rock shattering and gunfire echoed ominously. Man, her voice quaking, remarked, "What a commotion. Did the overnight warrior level up again? Could he have reached a high level so soon? How long has it been? He was only level 2 when he attacked us. Couldn't he possibly have risen to level 4? Qian retorted angrily. "We must avenge our disgrace. Blood debts demand blood repayment. Calm down, sister. In this narrow mine, a gunner stands no chance against us swordsmen." Blood Demon Tianzuan boasted, brandishing his great sword with a laugh. "When we find him, I'll hack him in a mincemeat." Huatuo Reincarnated added, his tone steady yet confident. "You all can unleash a flurry of attacks. I will heal you. Rest assured, my skills are focused on healing spells. With me around, you will receive luxurious healing. All right, enough chatter. Can 5 of us not defeat one? Charge!" Zaya Sharon proclaimed confidently, leading the way into the dark mine. The 4 teammates hurriedly followed, the group pressing forward with fierce determination. The mine proved deeper than anticipated. They had thought they would encounter the enemy within mere seconds. Yet they ventured for 3 minutes without sight of the end. A sense of foreboding crept in, but having committed to the endeavor, they pressed on despite their unease. Suddenly, a red bar appeared at the end of the mine. "What is that red thing?" Huaduo Reincarnated inquired, puzzled. Zaya Sharon, at the forefront, abruptly froze, halting his advance. His teammates were startled, questioning, "Why have we stopped?" "The red. It resembles a health bar?" Zaya Sharon stammered in terror. At that moment, the lengthy red bar began to move. It truly was a health bar, stretching like a railway track, advancing from the darkness, yet its owner remained unseen. Panic set in among the 5 as the health bar extended, occupying more than half the screen of a mobile device. Could this mine be home to a rare boss rather than a mere player? Finally, a figure emerged at the tunnel's end. A gunner, with a remarkably exaggerated health bar, bore the ID of Overnight Warrior. The level was even more terrifying. Level 10. Zaya Sharon and his team were collectively dumbfounded, their hairs standing on end. Level 10. This individual had reached level 10 so swiftly, yet even at level 10, such an exaggerated health bar was inconceivable. Surely, it must contain thousands of health points. "I will buy time. Everyone run." Blood Demon Tianzuan suddenly drew his sword, charging valiantly toward the enemy. At the tunnel's end, the overnight warrior produced a rocket launcher, hoisting it onto his shoulder with an air of menace. Blood Demon Tianzuan, seized by terror, turned to flee, shouting, "Huaduo, heal me. I'm going to be obliterated." No sooner had he spoken than the dark mine illuminated with a piercing shriek. The overnight warrior fired the rocket launcher. In a frenzy, Huaduo Reincarnated hastily cast a flurry of healing spells, targeting the charging Blood Demon Tianzuan. Atteindre explosion érupted. Blood Demon Tianzuan was engulfed in flames, his health bar plummeting to 0. "Run!" Zaya Sharon cried in terror. "Huaduo, where's the promised luxurious healing?" "The healing was successful. I unleashed my ultimate spell," Huaduo Reincarnated exclaimed, turning to flee, but the patient was already lost. "We can escape. Each rocket requires a calculation. We still have time," Qian urged, her voice filled with righteous fury. "Let us avenge Blood Demon Tianzuan." At the tunnel's end, the overnight warrior's rocket launcher readied itself. With a click, a rocket poised for launch. "Impossible," Qian exclaimed in terror. The rocket propelled with precision towards the fleeing individuals, erupting in a violent explosion. Chapter 67. The Unusual Zombie. The explosive flames receded, revealing 4 bloodied players, their bodies trembling and drenched in crimson. With merely 3 health points left, the player Laughing Killer was on the brink, while Qian and Man clung to the last vestiges of life. Huato Reborn was nearly finished, his health bar almost depleted. The most tragic part was that all of Huato's healing skills had been expended on the Blood Demon Lord, leaving him unable to restore his own health, which filled him with a profound sense of humiliation. The sound of deliberate footsteps echoed as the player All Night War God approached, a rocket launcher resting on his shoulder, exuding an aura reminiscent of death itself. The four bloodied players trembled in fear, unable to comprehend why, despite entering the game around the same time. This individual was at such an elevated level, truly monstrous. "Do not kill us. We mean no harm. We were merely passing through," Laughing Killer hastily pleaded. "Mine." All Night War God declared. The dazed players were taken aback. "What?" Laughing Killer cautiously inquired. "Mining. I want half of the ores you collect. Mine to my satisfaction, and I shall let you go," All Night War God threatened, raising his rocket launcher menacingly. "Otherwise, you will all be reduced to ash." "Such tyranny!" Huato Reborn exclaimed in outrage. "Would we ever become your slaves? It is better to die than to be humiliated. Isn't that right, everyone? I will mine," Laughing Killer pleaded, quickly rising to obediently mine copper ore. Chanchian and Man also stood up, diligently working. "Get to work," All Night War God barked, pointing his rocket launcher at Huato Reborn. Reluctantly, Huato rose, wielding his pickaxe against the rock wall, enduring the degradation of becoming a laborer. The four captives lined up, laboring to extract copper ore. In the distance lay the now lifeless Blood Demon Lord, who had likely respawned back in the main city by now. Copper ore scattered across the ground as All Night War God continuously bent down to collect it, depositing it into his backpack. In the dormitory, the onlooker Yuan Guang curiously asked, "Why do they willingly mine for you? Even if you kill them, can't they just respawn?" Song He chuckled softly. Dying results in a significant loss of experience. And most critically, any items accumulated in their backpack will be completely lost. Take this Laughing Killer for instance. I have been observing her for quite some time. She has been busy killing and looting ores all night. If her hard-earned stash is wiped clean, she will surely be devastated. Yuan Guang suddenly understood. Song He handed his phone to Yuan Guang. "Please play for me. In half an hour, use the rocket launcher to blow them all up and seize the dropped ores." Yuan Guang was taken aback. "Didn't you say to spare them?" "Impossible. You actually believe that?" Song He replied incredulously. "A bird in hand is worth two in the bush. I'm merely deceiving them to extract the remaining value." "How dark?" Yuan Guang murmured as he took the phone, simultaneously guarding the four slaves and collecting copper ore. Song He picked up another phone, launching the game question Sea Continent, and registered new account. After spending an entire night as a marksman and completing hundreds of math problems, he was weary. Switching to biology questions seemed prudent, especially since he had promised teacher Lu that the competition team would break into the top 20, a daunting task. After a brief loading period, the game interface appeared. Selecting the subject, biology. Choosing the profession, zombie. Entering the nickname, King of Poison. Song He's new account was created successfully, and King of Poison appeared in the main city, bearing the same ghastly green skin of other zombies, oozing a sticky, foul-smelling liquid that seemed to permeate through the phone screen. As King of Poison moved through the streets, he quickly located the city square and triggered a dialogue with the city lord NPC. "Humph. Stinking zombie, get away." The city lord spat. "I detest zombies. Leave, leave, leave." Song He was taken aback. "Is my posture for accepting quests incorrect? Why is this NPC insulting me? Dog of a city lord, recognize your position. Shouldn't you be assigning me tasks? Why start with discriminatory remarks? Have zombies ever stolen your ice? Wait, let me inquire about the situation." Realizing the plot was amiss, Song He retrieved the phone from Yuan Guang's hands. Switching to a group chat titled Loving Family, he sought information. "I created a zombie account and approached the city lord for a quest, but the city lord insulted me right away. Tactical Master, zombies are the antagonists. You cannot seek quests from the city lord." Song He replied, "Is there such a rule? I thought the four professions were equal. Why is there a distinction between good and evil?" Tactical Master, zombies must survive in the wild, collect corpses, assimilate them into zombies, and build a zombie army. Initially, zombies struggle to develop, as many NPCs will attack you in the wild. And players of other professions also relish hunting zombies because zombie flesh is worth a lot of money. And afterwards, Song He inquired, Tactical Master, if you survive the early game, you will become invincible in the late game, as the zombie horde reaches critical mass, making it difficult for other professions to resist. Song He was astonished. When the zombie horde attacks a city, they kill resisting players. And those players' corpses will also assimilate into zombies, snowballing into a terrifying force. Tactical Master, after playing for a while, the city lord will issue tasks for the righteous professions to exterminate zombies, and a great battle will ensue. Each game's ending differs. In my session, the zombies triumphed and swept across the world. In Yuanbang's session, humanity won the war and annihilated the zombies. Song He was stunned. This game actually had a storyline with different endings. However, regardless of the outcome, it appeared he would not lose. With one account playing the righteous side and another playing the villain, he was guaranteed to profit. Perhaps he could even coordinate between the two accounts? Lost in thought, the existing information sparked endless possibilities in his mind. It seemed that the combination of two phones and two accounts could yield many intriguing maneuvers. A vibration interrupted his contemplation. It was a message from the competition group. Yiliang Han, I have observed from the backend data that all classmates have created accounts for Question C Continent and have been engaging in problem solving for a while. Yiliang Han, the faster students have already completed over 300 problems tonight. Song He calculated and realized he was likely among those mentioned. However, he suspected more than just himself had reached 300 problems. There were surely many scholars, as the competition was fierce. Song He was beginning to grasp the addictive nature of this game. Solving problems in workbooks required perseverance, but in the game, he had unknowingly completed a substantial number of tasks. Yiliang Han, in light of the fact that all students have mastered the gameplay, I hereby announce an important notice. Chapter 68, a weekly assignment of 400 pages? There have been readers who expressed disinterest in the gaming aspect. Allow me to clarify briefly. The game serves merely as a diversion, appearing sporadically to provide relief, while we swiftly transition into the laboratory for research activities, with the narratives focused firmly on the rigors of study. The reason for incorporating games as a respite lies in the fact that the protagonist is perpetually engrossed in textbooks and problem solving, which may lead to aesthetic fatigue. Should I present the questions the protagonist tackles, many readers might find them incomprehensible. I also find them perplexing. I sought the counsel of an old classmate from the mathematics department who provided a plethora of challenging problems, yet many symbols were unfamiliar to me, and I couldn't decipher them. Song He gazed at the upper section of his phone, where the number of online participants was surging dramatically. Clearly, Yiliang Han's words had drawn his classmates out. As the leader of the school's competition team, even formidable figures like Lu Lu and Ban Jianya held him in high regard. His utterance could alter the competition team's regulations and determine the fates of aspiring competitors. At this moment, it seemed everyone had temporarily exited the game to hear Yiga speak. Would those 4 mining slaves seize the opportunity to escape? Song He swiftly returned to the game, and, indeed, he found a rogue named Laughing Killer stealthily making his escape. Meanwhile, Hua Tuo Reborn was brazenly fleeing while diligently healing his teammates, incessantly providing support. All Night War God decisively lifted his rocket launcher. No! Screamed Laughing Killer. Boom! The 4 mining slaves perished simultaneously, their bodies sprawled on the ground, leaving this world in despair. Another explosion startled Song He. Did these individuals have a backup? Could the corpses self-destruct? Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an astonishing quantity of copper ore erupting from their lifeless forms, causing the mine tunnels to tremble as if a torrential downpour had occurred, with hundreds, if not thousands, of copper pieces rolling chaotically across the ground. A truly astonishing spectacle. Bandits must be eradicated at all times. Song He murmured, how dark this is. All ill-gotten gain shall be confiscated. In the girls' dormitory, Wu Xiao suddenly sat up in bed, angrily pounding her fist against the wall. After 2 strikes, pain shot through her hand, and she clutched it in futile rage. All Night War God, I shall tear you to pieces. Wu Xiao raged. What is wrong? Her roommate exclaimed, startled by Wu Xiao's uncharacteristic outburst. I spent an entire night gathering 3,000 pieces of copper. That tyrant stole it all. Our entire team labored in vain. Wu Xiao seethed, her body writhing in anger, tears welling up as her emotions threatened to overwhelm her, wishing for an escape from this dark world. Calm down, Xiao Xiao. We can take him down later. Her roommate consoled. These people are truly despicable. Their hearts are as black as night. Who robs their classmates without a shred of shame? Were those copper pieces all mine by you tonight? Not quite. Wu Xiao's voice suddenly softened. Huh, I stole them from others, Wu Xiao admitted, her face flushing. You brought this upon yourself, Xiao Xiao. Her roommate replied, exasperated. Wu Xiao, consumed by impotent fury, retorted, I can steal from others, but they cannot steal from me. Tomorrow, I will gather an army to hunt him down. I will ensure he experiences every bit of his ill-gotten gains in reverse. I refuse to believe that with a few more people, we cannot overpower him. With that, Wu Xiao trembled as she took out her phone, searching for friends. She first looked for Song He, a handsome and capable junior who might be willing to help. Song He, now unburdened, switched back to the competition group. Yi Lianghan promptly shared 2 images. The first made Song He's breath quicken, akin to an old lecher beholding a drenched beauty. Xiong Jinsheng's lecture notes on point set topology. Yangze Suis modern algebra. Ding Shisuan's introduction to algebra. These were renowned mathematical texts. Precisely the reference materials Song He had long coveted. He had previously searched the school library in vain for them. If he could acquire these volumes and delve into their depths, his mathematical prowess would surely surge to new heights. The second image illuminated Song He's gaze. It depicted a biological laboratory, brimming with an array of instruments, some of which were astonishingly expensive. Fully automated nucleic acid extraction machines, with imported models costing hundreds of thousands, and domestic ones still exceeding tens of thousands. Flow cytometers, capable of detecting stem cell and immune cell phenotypes, priced at 50 to 60,000. Ultra-high-speed centrifuges. The king of centrifuges, starting at $1 million. Transmission electron microscopes, capable of capturing clear images of viruses, beginning at several million. There were even some enormous, bizarre instruments that Song He had never heard of. Merely their size exuded an aura of opulence, hinting at machines valued in the tens of millions. With even greater wonders beyond his imagination, Song He was captivated. This biological laboratory was akin to an aloof, extraordinary beauty. Not only was entering the lab to operate the equipment a privilege, but even standing by to observe was a feast for the eyes. Many lesser universities would struggle to assemble such equipment, and even if they managed, the usage frequency would be exceedingly low. For instance, thermal analyzers, costing several tens of thousands for a probe, often broke down. The sample rods for transmission electron microscopes cost 200,000 and were prone to damage. Poor schools would quickly find themselves bankrupt. The principal would be shaken to the core, and laboratory instructors would flee in the night. In summary, the message was clear. This is a place for serious research. No idlers allowed. Yi Lianghan. These 2 images I shared represent the rewards provided by the mathematics competition team and the biology competition team. Yi Lianghan. The mathematics reward consists of a set of precious reference books, with limited availability. Only 10 sets. Students must strive to seize this opportunity. Yi Lianghan. The biology reward is the chance to operate in a laboratory. In addition to completing experimental tasks, students may freely engage in projects of interest. This, too, is limited to 10 students. Yi Lianghan. This biological laboratory is the result of a strategic collaboration between our school and Jinghai University, with our school's parents donating 20 million and Jinghai University contributing 400 million. In recent years, additional donations have poured in from the community, making it the most formidable biological laboratory in the city. It is a rarity even within the province. Yi Lianghan fervently enticed his classmates, who indeed could not contain their excitement, flooding the chat with exclamations of awe. Song He's eyelids flickered. He had heard rumors that the benefactors of their school were primarily Zhuang Qian's parents. He recalled Lung Xiangwen, feeling grateful for the financial support from the affluent Lung Xiangwen, for without it, he would hesitate to utilize the laboratory's costly equipment. He hoped that Mr. Lung's generous contributions would facilitate the creation of new innovations. May Mr. Lung remain composed upon receiving the invoice, and not succumb to distress. Yi Lianghan. The method for competing for rewards is straightforward. A boss battle in sea of questions. Yi Lianghan. Deep within the white bone forest of sea of questions resides a boss named Kuan Bone King. We have integrated the latest biology competition workbook and mathematics competition workbook into the program. Students must complete the knowledge acquisition from the workbooks within 1 week to challenge the Kuan Bone King. Yi Lianghan. The strategy for defeating Kuan Bone King is to strike its weak points, and the way to identify these weak points is through solving problems. Correct answers will weaken Kuan Bone King, while incorrect answers will enrage it. Yi Lianghan. Throughout the battle, Kuan Bone King will present you with 140 major questions, all of which are difficult and peculiar, encompassing every aspect of the competition workbooks. Song he was taken aback, battling a boss with 140 major questions. Was this not akin to an examination? Merely a transformation from a paper test to a mobile phone assessment. Kuan Bone King, with your pronounced features. I see through your true form as a mere exam paper. Yi Lianghan. Tomorrow morning during self-study, we will distribute the new biology competition workbook and mathematics competition workbook. Students, strive to solve the problems. This time, the workbook is relatively thin, only 200 pages, and I believe you can complete it effortlessly within a week. Song he felt a wave of despair. While others faced 200 pages, he was burdened with 400. Effortless, you say? Pray tell, how could I not be utterly exhausted? Fortunately, tomorrow is the weekend, a full day of self-study, allowing me to immerse myself in the competition workbooks at the library. However, it is certain that the academic elites of the competition team will gather at the library, fiercely tackling the competition questions with unwavering determination. The pressure of competition is immense. In Song, he instinctively wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. A new message from Lu had arrived. Chapter 69. The challenge for second and third place. Lu, have you seen Principal Ye's announcement? Lu, originally, the school planned to send the top 25 students to the laboratory. I pleaded with the leaders, and they agreed to allocate 10 spots for the winners of the boss battle. I have secured this opportunity for you. Whether you can seize it depends solely on you. Lu, this task is even more daunting than the small test for the competition teams. Within 7 days, you must complete a 200-page biology workbook and master the content thoroughly to have a slim chance of victory. Song he. The students are moved to tears. Once the biology workbook is distributed tomorrow, I will immerse myself in it until I am utterly exhausted. Lu, the most crucial point is that there are boss battle rewards for both mathematics and biology, so do not compete for the mathematics reward. Song he secretly acknowledged that although he successfully remained in both competition teams, the rivalry between Lu and Ban Jianya was far from over. Their subtle skirmishes had intensified. His phone vibrated, and Ban Jianya sent a friend request. Song he clicked to accept and quickly typed, "Teacher, are you suggesting that I vie for the mathematics boss battle reward and forego the biology reward?" Bon Jianya. Ban Jianya, you little rascal. Do you think I have your every thought in my gut? Ban Jianya. The mathematics boss battle reward is exceedingly important and will greatly enhance your mathematical skills. As for the biology laboratory, if you cannot go in this first batch, you can always join the next batch. It merely involves familiarizing yourself with the equipment and papers. Nothing critical. Since the old teacher would not notice, Song, he shook his head vigorously at his phone. For an ordinary high school student, going to the laboratory was merely to pass the time. However, Song, he was brimming with ambition. With the assistance of the system and the reimbursement from Master Lung, he aimed to leverage the precious resources of a laboratory to attempt some new inventions. Thus, he must seize this opportunity. Of course, the idea of a high school student engaging in scientific research was rather audacious, and there was no need to share this with the old teacher. Ban Jianya, my expectation is clear. You must secure the mathematics boss battle reward. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Song he, yes. I promise to diligently study mathematics and set biology aside for now. Ban Jianya, good child. In a week, the seating arrangement in class will be adjusted. You understand what I mean, right? Understood. Song he replied immediately, knowing that winning would allow him to choose his seat freely, while losing would leave him shoulder to shoulder with the trash can. Just as he finished dealing with the old teacher, Lulu's message came in again. Lulu, I'm talking to you, respond. Let me be blunt. You must secure the biology reward. Otherwise, the teacher will be quite petty. Songhee, yes. I assure you I will focus on biology and neglect mathematics for the time being. Lulu, good child. If you perform well, there will be rewards. The specifics are temporarily confidential. Songhee smiled bitterly, caught in the middle of a conflict between the teachers, which was particularly distressing, especially since the cause of their rivalry was himself. It felt as though Ban Jingye was tugging at his left arm while Lulu was pulling at his right, engaging in a fierce tug-of-war. He felt as if he might split apart and could not call for a stop. He could only cheer for both sides, urging them on. Do your worst, teachers. As for the reminders from both teachers, he resolutely feigned compliance. He intended to excel in both subjects and claim rewards from each. After all, what is youth without a touch of rebellion? Is it not merely a dual-front battle? Is it not about advancing in both subjects simultaneously? Such high-stakes maneuvers were not unfamiliar to him. If he could remain in both competition teams, he would surely secure rewards from both. The title of Mathematics and Biology Sovereign was not merely a hollow title. Just as he dispatched the two teachers, his phone vibrated once more. Wu Xiao sent a friend request. Surprised, Songhee raised an eyebrow and accepted it. Wu Xiao, help. Junior, please assist me. Songhee, calm down, explain the situation. Wu Xiao, I've been robbed. There is a scoundrel named Night Owl Warrior, utterly despicable. He mercilessly annihilated my team and stole the ores we had painstakingly gathered all night. I was so furious I could cry. What the? Wu Xiao, you're joking. Songhee widened his innocent eyes, as if he had stumbled upon a grave secret. Songhee, oh dear, how wicked. Robbing fellow students is atrocious. Do not cry, how can I assist you? Wu Xiao, I am gathering a force to surround this fiend tomorrow. I urgently need help. You must join us. For he is strong, cunning, and I fear we may fail if we are outnumbered. I am not cunning at all. I am pure and kind. Songhee, however, I need to tackle the competition workbook tomorrow. I have no time for games. Wu Xiao, why the rush for the competition workbook? The major exam is still a month away, and your ranking is unlikely to be eliminated easily. Songhee, but I want to vie for the boss battle reward. I must finish the workbook in 7 days to defeat the Kunbon King. Time is of the essence, and I truly cannot spare any to help. I am sorry, senior. Wu Xiao, the boss battle reward? Are you out of your mind? There are only 10 spots, and you are far from the top 40. How could that be possible? Songhee, that is precisely why time is of the essence. The opponents are numerous and formidable. Once the competition workbook is released tomorrow, I must work desperately to complete it to have even a slim chance of victory. Wu Xiao, wake up, junior. You have no chance at all. Look at your last exam results. The top 10 scored 100 points higher than you. The gap is significant. Trust me, as a veteran of the competition team, you cannot fathom how terrifying the top 10's abilities are. Wu Xiao, think about it. Join my group chat first. Tomorrow, we will strategize against the Night Owl Warrior there. If you can take him down, I will offer a generous reward. With that, Wu Xiao sent over a group chat QR code. Hunt for the Night Owl Warrior. Top secret operation group song. He was taken aback, but decisively joined. While other undercover agents painstakingly infiltrated the enemy ranks. His entry was surprisingly smooth, as the enemy had invited him directly into their highest command. There was no way to decline this warm invitation, so he had no choice but to comply respectfully. As darkness descended, the game began. Songhee donned a villainous grin. Sunday, 6 a.m. Songhee arrived at the library and headed to his familiar old seat. To his surprise, the study area was filled with familiar faces. Upon closer inspection, almost all were competition students. Most were engrossed in their phones, battling in question's sea continent, their expressions akin to that of internet addicts. Each competitor, while engrossed in their mobile games, had draft paper and textbooks strewn around them, occasionally frantically flipping through books or scribbling calculations. Songhee felt exhausted just watching them. How could one play games while juggling draft paper and reference books? Wouldn't that detract from the gaming experience? Such simple questions even required calculations. As he passed by, he discreetly glanced at the levels displayed on several students' phones. Level 4, Level 5, Level 4, Level 3. A group of amateurs. The speed of leveling up in Question C continent depended on the speed of answering questions. The faster one answered, the quicker the level-ups. In this regard, Song He was quite exceptional. After consuming a few mental calculation capsules, his mind was a whirlwind of numbers. The only thing limiting Song He's scores was his knowledge base, which was the opposite for the older students. The seniors had the advantage of an extra year or two of study, resulting in a broader knowledge base. Song He settled down and pulled out the newly issued competition workbook from his backpack. Suddenly, two individuals sat down across from him, a boy and a girl, their faces radiating the youthful naivety of freshman students. After taking their seats, they stared fixedly at Song He, their expressions complex, as if facing a formidable adversary, their gazes filled with awe and combat spirit. Song He was puzzled. Do I know you? Why do they look ready to fight as soon as they sit down? What grievance do they harbor? Suddenly, Song He's eyes lit up, and he tentatively asked, "Nie Junrin, Gong Sha Sha?" "Indeed." Nie Junrin nodded firmly. "Song He, you are the strongest in mathematics among the freshmen. We are here to challenge you today." Gong Sha Sha slammed the mathematics workbook on the table, sitting upright. "The arena is this morning's newly issued mathematics workbook. We just received it, making it completely fair. Shall we compete on accuracy or speed? You decide." Song He was momentarily taken aback before he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Niet Junrin and Gong Sha Sha exchanged glances, both furrowing their brows, as Song He's smile elicited their displeasure. After a brief moment, Song He ceased his grin and raised an eyebrow. "What gives you such confidence?" Chapter 70. The Geometry of Fierce Combat. In an instant, the resentment points notification appeared. Niet Jun felt contempt from you, stirring anger within. Resentment points 300. Gong Sha Sha felt belittled by you, filled with indignation. Resentment points 300. Song He, although your scores in the minor exams are commendable, those are relics of the past. Niet Jun slammed the mathematics workbook onto the table, a fresh workbook brimming with new knowledge. We shall learn and solve concurrently, and the victor is yet to be determined. This edition of the mathematics workbook focuses on geometry, a realm entirely distinct from the previous algebra workbook. Your prowess in algebra is of no consequence. Gong Shasha's eyes sparkled with determination. We now stand on equal footing. Song He shook his head. As the champion of the high school mathematics competition, he regarded the second and third place with indifference. His true adversaries were the seasoned competitors from the second and third years. "Apologies, but I have planned to study biology today." Song He opened the biology workbook. "Afraid to engage?" Niet Jun raised an eyebrow in inquiry. "Coward?" Gong Sha Sha huffed derisively. "The tactic of provocation does not sway me. You two are bound together and not my rivals. I have no interest in a contest." Song He yawned, questioning why he should alter his study plan for your challenge. Niet Jun and Gong Sha Sha exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in displeasure. As the second and third place contestants, confronting the first was an instinctive urge to battle. Song He's apathetic demeanor left them feeling frustrated, eagerly sharpening their proverbial knives, but with no outlet for their pent-up energy. "Then let us wager something," Ni Yun proposed. "How about if we lose, you treat us to a week of meals at the school cafeteria?" Song He chuckled, pulling out a meal card from his pocket. Niet Jun and Gong Sha Sha glanced at it, bewildered and astonished. "Why does your meal card differ from ours?" Gong Sha Sha questioned, perplexed. "This is a teacher's meal card awarded by the principal. I dine at the cafeteria without spending a dime." Song He retracted the card. Niet Jun and Gong Sha Sha were taken aback. How could a student possess a teacher's meal card? Feeling utterly flummoxed, the two were left helpless. As students, there was little of value to wager, and the only thing they could think of was to offer a meal. But here was someone who was a supreme VIP at the cafeteria. What could they possibly do? "Then what shall we wager?" Gong Sha Sha frowned. "I will accept any conditions you propose. If you two lose." Song He narrowed his eyes. "You shall work as my laborers." Laborers? Their expressions shifted dramatically. To the west of the school gate, at the second intersection, there is an interstellar internet CAF that has printers. Song He declared, "I will provide you with my CNKI account. You will search and print papers for me, then pack them up and bring them back. Let me be clear. The volume of papers I require is beyond your imagination. This labor will be arduous. Song He smirked, pulling out the mathematics workbook, his tone dripping with confidence. Do you dare to wager? Shall we commence immediately? What do we have to fear? We came to challenge you and emerge victorious. Gong Shasha's face was resolute. Wait, certain matters must be clarified. Nie Jun raised his hand, halting the proceedings. Song He's pupils constricted, realizing the danger. Was Nie Jun aware of the trap he had laid? If we lose this time, we shall indeed work for you as printers. Ni Yun it earnestly. But in the future, you must readily accept our challenges, without the reluctance displayed today. Until the day we succeed in challenging you, our labor shall cease. Goodness. Not only has he failed to notice my trap, but he has also dug a deeper pit for himself. Song He's expression was one of disbelief. How could this be fair? Would they not be bound to labor for him indefinitely? Song He, do not underestimate us. We may not necessarily lose. Gong Shasha retorted, her face flushed with determination, as she tore off the final answer from the workbook and slammed it down. In the minor exams algebra, I may not match you, but geometry is my forte. Nie Jun echoed, tearing off the answer as well. Song He followed suit, his spirit ignited. Let us settle this through action. I will prove my superiority until you both concede. We shall engage in a 4-hour continuous battle, solving problems freely in that time. And at the end, we will tally our scores. The one with the highest score shall be declared the winner. A challenge of both speed and accuracy? Nie Jun squinted. Good. This suits me perfectly. As the words fell, the battle commenced. The three opened their workbooks simultaneously. However, their actions diverged. Song He merely stared at the workbook, while Nie Jun and Gong Shasha, in unison, retrieved thick stacks of scratch paper. A smirk curved Song He's lips. Do they still require scratch paper? Such novices, they have already placed themselves at a disadvantage. Nie Jun and Gong Shasha, however, were self-satisfied. Believing Song He's omission of scratch paper indicated overconfidence and a lack of preparedness. All three sensed the thrill of victory on the horizon and turned their focus to the workbook. Initially, the first 5 pages were exceedingly simple, all pertaining to high school geometry. Hyperbole equations, slope, vector proofs, positional relationships, angle distance formulas, and tangent equations. Song He had long memorized these concepts, able to recite them in his sleep. He swiftly skimmed through these pages, proceeding directly to the problem sets, and began writing with fervor. In comparison to algebra, geometry demanded far more written expression, particularly for proof-based questions, which require meticulous reasoning and sequential steps to earn partial credit. Song He endeavored to hasten his writing speed. The sound of rapid pen strokes echoed, akin to pearls cascading on a jade plate. His hand speed was woefully inadequate to match his cognitive pace. Song He swiftly executed several proof problems, formulating detailed outlines in mere seconds. Yet the writing itself took an agonizing 2 minutes. Curse my uncooperative fingers. Song He lamented inwardly. It had been ages since he last indulged in a systematic lottery. Upon returning to the dormitory tonight, he would attempt to draw items that could enhance his writing speed. For his current tempo was primarily hindered by the sluggishness of his hands. If only I could possess fingers as swift as Lang Lang's. My problem-solving speed would be unmatched. The first 5 pages were conquered in 20 minutes, and he ensured a flawless score, leaving no room for error. Upon reaching the 6th page, Song He's expression turned serious. A fresh knowledge section revealed concepts beyond high school geometry, delving into university-level material. The true challenge has only just begun? Song He paused, furrowing his brow as he quickly scanned the new knowledge points. He sensed a prick of alarm. His memory appeared to be lacking, as some concepts he had encountered just a week prior now eluded him. Forgetting what one has studied is a formidable adversary in learning. Cognitive speed does not equate to memory strength. He recognized a significant shortcoming in his retention. Steeling himself, he prepared for battle. Across the table, Nie Jun and Gong Shasha also paused, equally engrossed in the new knowledge points. At this moment, all three stood precariously on equal footing, required to absorb fresh knowledge and apply it to the subsequent problems. The outcome hinged on who could assimilate knowledge more swiftly and thoroughly. The library was enveloped in silence. Yet the tension simmered in the air. The unspoken duel intensified, youthful faces adorned with resolve, their eyes glinting with the ferocity of lions. Finally, the sound of pages turning broke the stillness, akin to a sword being unsheathed. Song He was the first to delve into the problem sets, wielding his pen with determination. Chapter 71. The Sneaky Classmates, the Right-Handed Cartesian Coordinate System, the Spatial Affine Coordinate System, the median of a tetrahedron, the inscribed sphere of a tetrahedron, affine equivalence classes, the non-empty intersection of hyperbolic cylinders and planes. A series of novel problems unfurl before Song He, as he encounters bizarre illusions and steps into a realm of geometry unlike any he has known before. If his previous mathematical studies were merely a superficial taste of ordinary knowledge, then now he has finally brushed against the precipice of the mathematical abyss. Simultaneously, system notifications incessantly emerge before him. Mathematical progress detected, ranking upgraded from silver level 13 to silver level 14. Mathematical progress detected, ranking upgraded from silver level 14 to silver level 15. Hormones surged through Song He's body as the intensity of these problems invigorated him, unknowingly plunging him into a state of fervor. If this current set of mathematical challenges is substantial fare, then the previous set could only be likened to mere peanuts. A marked increase in difficulty. It now seems that the first set may have been nothing more than a beginner's tutorial. Excitement coursed through him, yet a sense of solemnity lingered. Could this truly be the essence of mathematical competition? Page 6, time spent, 8 minutes. Page 7, 7 minutes. Page 8, 5 minutes. Song He grew increasingly adept, progressively immersed in the task at hand. His writing speed accelerated, and his page-turning became more frequent. He began to lose track of time, forget the wager, and even disregard the two challengers before him, enraptured in the vast ocean of mathematics, where every vector and tangent captivated him. However, the two challengers did not forget him. Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha displayed expressions of distress, stalled at the 7th page. On the 6th page, they had left several problems unsolved, scribbling only a meager solution or proof without further progress. The complexity of the problems far exceeded their expectations. Although both had dabbled in university-level mathematics as competition students, they had only skimmed the surface. The challenges before them demanded a comprehensive understanding of various university mathematics concepts. A daunting task. With pens tightly clutched, their faces flushed, they continually flipped back to earlier knowledge pages for review, then returned to the problems. Exhausting sheet after sheet of scratch paper, yet their progress remained painfully slow. In stark contrast, Song He radiated a different aura, his demeanor light and unburdened, effortlessly flipping through pages, advancing without a backward glance. His frenzied writing speed gradually drew the attention of nearby students in the study area. Most of them were competition students, armed with the same problem set, all struggling to write, but one individual wrote with remarkable speed, making it impossible not to notice. Is that Song He? His hand speed is so fast, it leaves a blur. Song He is incredible. His speed rivals even that of Kato Takashi. He must be writing biology questions. Those are just simple, garbage problems like writing an essay. Excuse me, take a good look. He is tackling mathematics. Our biology questions are quite challenging. It seems your math problems are trivial. Unbelievable. Could it be that Song He is copying answers? Does he solve problems without contemplation? Contemplation, my foot. Just look at Chu Long. He, too, tackles problems with such flair, diving right in without any preamble. Many students in the study area could not help but glance up, their expressions a mix of astonishment as they stared at Song He. A wave of envy surged forth, manifesting as a deluge of resentment points. Pei Xingxiu can't solve the problems and is distressed by your relentless success. Resentment points 100. Su Song views you as a target to catch up to. Seeing your speed, his confidence wanes. Resentment points 200. Song Wei scored 10 points higher than you on the last test, fearful of being caught up to. Resentment points 300. Song He remained oblivious to the eyes upon him, engrossed in his ascent. Mathematical progress detected. Ranking upgraded from silver level 15 to silver level 16. Mathematical progress detected. Ranking upgraded from silver level 16 to silver level 17. Engaging with mathematics was the ultimate way to lose track of time, especially when immersed in the joy of solving problems, where time seemed to accelerate exponentially. Perhaps spurred by the challenge, he was in exceptional form, typically operating at twice the speed. Today, he felt as if he were functioning at quadruple speed. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. He had reached page 30. Following the plan to complete 200 pages of mathematics problems in 7 days, he needed to tackle 28.5 pages daily. And today's task was already accomplished, propelling him into an overachieving study phase. Consequently, he would have time in the afternoon to address his biology problems. Across from him, the two challengers' faces were ashen. Nie Junren had just reached the end of page 10, while Gong Xiaxia lagged behind, still at the beginning of the same page. Both were on the verge of tears. Observing he complete problems in an instant left them anxious, and the more they panicked, the more their thoughts became muddled, leading to a decline in their problem-solving speed. Before the challenge commenced, they had approached it with enthusiasm, blissfully unaware of their naivete. However, shortly after it began, he exuded an overwhelming aura of academic prowess, a terrifying presence that relentlessly suppressed them. Neither Nie Junren nor Gong Xiaxia wished to concede defeat. They had struggled for 3 exhausting hours, and though they had barely completed a single page, he had effortlessly flipped through 3, the gap widening with each rustle of the pages that pierced their hearts like daggers. Darkness enveloped them. It was unbearably dark. Nie Junren's scalp prickled. As he felt psychologically tormented, unable to contain himself, he scribbled on the scratch paper, "With just an hour remaining, we can't turn this around. Let us surrender." After writing, he cautiously pushed the paper towards Gong Xiaxia. Gong Xiaxia, known for her fierce temperament, had initiated this challenge. Nie Junren worried about her stubborn nature and feared outright rejection. To his surprise, Gong Xiaxia sighed, lifted her pen, and wrote on the scratch paper, "I've wanted to surrender for a long time. This is too painful." The use of 3 exclamation marks indicated that Gong Xiaxia had indeed been subdued, transforming from a hawk to a dove. Nie Junren exchanged glances with her, urging her to speak. Gong Xiaxia shook her head, feeling too embarrassed to admit defeat first. With a resigned sigh, Nie Junren tore off a blank sheet from the scratch paper and handed it to Songhe. Songhe glanced up. "Thank you. I don't need the scratch paper." This was a white flag. Nie Junren felt awkward. He was hesitant to proclaim their surrender, resulting in a misunderstanding. A white flag? He momentarily looked puzzled, still immersed in the mathematics problems, before realization dawned on him. "Oh, a white flag?" He finally responded with a smile, turning to Gong Xiaxia. "What about your white flag?" Gong Xiaxia's face flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm with him. If he surrenders, then I do too." He accepted the white flag and elegantly penned a series of numbers before pushing it back towards them. Nie Junren and Gong Xiaxia glanced down in confusion before looking back up at Songhe, their faces filled with questions. "Here, my Jihu account. Make sure you keep it safe," Songhe said. "I need to access printed materials urgently, and there's a great deal to print. The teachers won't allow you to use the school printer, so you'll have to go out and pay to print. Have you ever scaled a wall to leave the school?" "No," Nie Junren replied, his face pale, "but I've heard that you can climb out behind the basketball court." "All right, be clever when you scale the wall. Don't let the teachers catch you. I'll tell you what needs to be printed. Write it down quickly and get to it." He nodded, his tone calm and commanding, as if he were an aristocrat giving orders to his subordinates. Nearby students perked up their ears, some stealing glances at Songhe, intrigued by the notion that he was sending these two to scale the wall for printed materials. What could it possibly entail? Lowering his voice, Songhe whispered to the 2 laborers, who eagerly jotted down notes on the paper, their expressions growing increasingly astonished. Nie Junren seemed to have an inkling of what was happening, gazing incredulously at Songhe. "Are you suggesting?" "Don't make a fuss," Songhe nodded. "Go." Nie Junren and Gong Xiaxia rose hastily, rushing off to do Songhe's bidding. Songhe watched them leave with satisfaction, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Originally, he would have taken a considerable amount of time to complete this task. But with 2 free laborers arriving at his doorstep, his time was significantly saved, alleviating his pressing urgency, for what he lacked most at the moment was indeed time. The students at the surrounding tables were visibly distressed, wringing their hands in agony. They had overheard nothing, but what materials were to be printed? Song-hee, what on earth are you up to? Instead of continuing with his exercises, Song-hee closed his workbook and rose to head towards the bookshelf area. He had just encountered several novel types of problems and had only devised a singular solution. Yet his intuition suggested that multiple solutions must exist. He recalled a reference book that covered relevant content and felt compelled to seek it out for further reading. The students in the study area silently watched him depart, their eagerness palpable. As soon as Song-hee entered the bookshelf area, chaos erupted in the study zone. Several students stealthily rose and hurried to his desk, eagerly rifling through his workbook. Goodness, he actually solved this problem? The answer is simply omit, which has utterly disgusted me. I must copy it back to study. Don't snatch. Don't snatch. Be careful not to damage it. Someone needs to stand guard. If caught peeking at his workbook, the rules of the underworld dictate severe consequences. An increasing number of students gathered, furtively perusing Song-hee's workbook like thieves. Meanwhile, in the library's bookshelf area, several towering figures huddled in a corner, each clutching a copy of a graduate mathematics text, their faces etched with concern. The foremost figure was none other than the head of the grade. The other figures were the physical education teachers from various classes. Recently, the PE teachers had ignited a fervor for postgraduate studies, aiming to secure spots in part-time graduate programs. Unlike teachers of other subjects who could ascend the ranks based on teaching prowess and high exam scores, these frail and ailing PE instructors had no other recourse but to elevate their qualifications. This problem is driving me mad. I couldn't come up with a solution in an entire class, exclaimed the PE teacher from class 4. Instantly, several other teachers craned their necks, eager to read the problem. Chapter 72. A brief reference to the answers. Which question? The confident head of the grade leaned in. I can resolve it in half a minute. A teacher immediately boasted. I could do it in 10 seconds. Following this, silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to speak. The physical education teachers exchanged awkward glances, their expressions betraying their discomfort. Upon hearing that the teacher from class 4 struggled with a question, everyone gathered, eager to showcase their prowess, only to find the problem exceedingly intricate, leaving them completely at a loss. The physical education teacher from class 4 looked up at the head of the grade. You just claimed you could handle it in a minute. How about now? Huh, I never said anything. The head of the grade replied, astonished. A chorus of derisive sounds erupted around him. The physical education teachers, with their straightforward demeanor, were unencumbered by the more refined airs of other teachers, and they expressed their disdain freely. Isn't there an answer explanation for this? I can't believe it, questioned the physical education teacher from class 3. As if I would ask you if there was an explanation, retorted the class 4 teacher. The answer is C, but the explanation is brief. A teacher from class 1 chimed in. I attempted this question yesterday and spent 20 minutes on it before giving up. Upon hearing this, the physical education teachers sighed collectively, grumbling under their breath. The person responsible for the answers is utterly careless. Who are they writing brief explanations for? Do we get points for writing brief in an exam? The most infuriating part is this brief. It's a headache every time I see it. The postgraduate entrance exam is so challenging. I just want to run laps on the playground. Why don't we find a graduate program that doesn't have a math exam? Ugh, I don't want to take it either. With a pile of questions I can't solve every day. The head of the grade cleared his throat twice, adopting an authoritative stance. It's perfectly normal not to know how to solve a question. If one could answer every question, what need would there be for diligent study? Our task now is not to retreat, but to find a way to solve this problem. The physical education teacher from class 4 nodded thoughtfully. While your reasoning is sound. How we solve it? The head of the grade fell silent, choosing to look around as if to feign nonchalance. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a handsome student at the far end of the bookshelf, and his eyes lit up. I know a student who excels in mathematics. He is over there borrowing a book. Shall we ask him? That student? Is it Chu Long? The class 4 teacher exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously. We cannot ask Chu Long. His math teacher is my wife. She constantly mocks me for being brawn over brains, claiming I could never grasp the intricacies of postgraduate mathematics. If she finds out I sought help from him, I would be ridiculed for life. It's not Chulong. The student's name is Song He. The head of the grade clarified. ISNT Song He, a freshman? The one who got penalized for his biology exam questions? A teacher recalled. Director, you're being utterly irresponsible. Why would you ask a freshman about postgraduate mathematics? Laughed the class 3 teacher. The others joined in, mocking him. Director, have you lost your mind? Think about it. Do you really believe a freshman could tackle postgraduate questions? The competition team students have some ability, but they've only scratched the surface of calculus. This question is an advanced one. Are you joking? If a freshman could solve it, what does that make us teachers? Don't believe it? Let us go ask. The head of the grade challenged. The physical education teachers shook their heads, unwilling to risk embarrassment by following him. Fuming, the head of the grade stormed off, heading straight for the bookshelf. At the end of the bookshelf area, Song He squatted, busily searching for books, his fingers swiftly gliding over the titles in search of those that could provide vital knowledge. In that moment, his focused demeanor bore an almost scholarly aura, youthful and handsome, unlike the stereotypical old scholar. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. 5 students have learned from you part of the problems, returning double the mathematical knowledge. 9 students have learned from you part of the problems, returning double the mathematical knowledge. Huh? What is happening? Song He was puzzled. Although he had been consuming capsules from renowned teachers, he hadn't provided any problem explanations recently. Why were there suddenly so many students learning from him? Was the system malfunctioning? The notifications continued to appear, revealing the truth. Pei Shou peeked at your math notebook, greatly astonished. Resentment value 100. Su Song glanced at your math notebook, confidence shattered. Resentment value 200. Song Wei couldn't understand your solution steps, feeling discomfort. Resentment value 300. Lu Chong couldn't comprehend your solution steps, deeming you nonsensical. Resentment value 200. Song He moved to the edge of the bookshelf, peering into the self-study area. What on earth is happening? He gasped. The table he had previously occupied was now surrounded by a throng of classmates, bustling as if at a bustling night market. Students clamored to view the problems on the table, with over 10 of them hunched over, fervently copying from their notes. Unbelievable. Why are they copying me? Song He was utterly baffled. For the past 3 hours, he had been engrossed in solving problems, completely oblivious to the attention of his peers. To his classmates, his rapid writing resembled a scene where a novice was merely observing, while an expert terrified them with their speed. They unanimously concluded he was a master of geometry, and his notes surely contained the correct answers. Particularly, many of the problems in the competition notes had only the word brief as an answer, prompting his peers to seize the opportunity to copy the master-S solutions, intending to ponder them later. Initially, with fewer students, those copying were cautious, glancing around. As the crowd grew, their mindset shifted to one of collective recklessness, abandoning caution and copying with fervor. Thus, further notifications appeared before Song He. 16 students have learned from you part of the problems, returning double the mathematical knowledge. 20 students have learned from you part of the problems, returning double the mathematical knowledge. 27 students have learned from you part of the problems, returning double the mathematical knowledge. Shrugging, Song He returned to the bookshelf to continue searching. As he rummaged, someone gently tapped him on the shoulder. Song He, turning around, he saw the grinning head of the grade. Hello, director. Song He greeted, standing up. I need your help with a small matter. The head of the grade said with a smile. Song He looked at him in confusion, sensing an undercurrent of flattery in the director's smile. Chapter 73. The mathematics taught by the physical education teacher. Take a look at this problem. The grade director opened the exercise book. Song He examined the question, then furrowed his brow, falling silent. The grade director, feeling anxious, wiped the sweat from his palms. Seeing Song He remain quiet for a long while, his heart sank. Could it be that this boy is unable to solve it? I just boasted about him in front of my colleagues. If he can't figure it out, I will be utterly embarrassed. With a stiff resolve, the grade director pressed on. Are you at a loss for ideas? This question seemed straightforward. Song-hee frowned, thinking, isn't the answer simply C? Is there any ambiguity? Indeed, it must be C. The grade director rejoiced. You really do know it. Why didn't you say anything earlier? I was hesitating. Song-hee replied awkwardly. I thought such a simple question didn't require asking. Perhaps there's a hidden pitfall. After scrutinizing the question again, he realized it was indeed quite simple. The grade director's expression stiffened. You thought it unnecessary to ask such an easy question? Is that even sensible? How did you arrive at your answer? Can you write down the steps? He pulled out a pen. Steps? What steps? It's obvious at a glance. Song-hee exclaimed, surprised. The grade director's face twitched, feeling insulted. Is this boy feigning ignorance or deliberately mocking me? Hurry up and write it down, he urged. The grade director suspects you were subtly ridiculing him, feeling frustrated. Resentment points 100. With the resentment points secured, Song-hee ceased his teasing. He took the pen and quickly jotted down the solution steps, smooth and uninterrupted. Thank you. The grade director smiled, patting Song-hee's shoulder, and stood to leave. In the distance, a group of physical education teachers waited silently, exchanging mischievous glances and whispers. I suspect he hit a wall. Do we even need to guess? Song-hee is only a freshman, yet can solve graduate exam questions. I might as well devour my bookshelf. I bet when he returns, he will definitely dodge our questions. And if we ask what he was doing, he'll say he went to practice using the restroom. Impressive. A true prophet. The physical education teachers could hardly contain their laughter, unanimously agreeing that seeking out a freshman for math questions was utterly embarrassing and self-defeating. Upon returning to the circle of physical education teachers, the grade director glanced at the smirking faces surrounding him and suddenly snorted with disdain. Song-hee said the problem was very simple. He doesn't even understand why it needed to be asked. Here is the solution process. He presented the paper, where the steps were clearly laid out in black and white. The smiles on the faces of the physical education teachers froze instantly, their eyes wide with disbelief. He actually solved it. The tumult of surprise surged within them. How could this be? Several teachers murmured in unison. The teacher from class scrutinized the solution steps, turning pale as he realized they were indeed correct. But he is merely a freshman. Is this child a mathematical prodigy? Embarrassment washed over them as they realized they were outdone by freshmen. I don't want to pursue graduate studies anymore. The teacher from class 3 lamented. The other teachers exchanged glances, their expressions clearly wavering in confidence. Though they had merely asked a student a question, the success of that inquiry struck a significant psychological blow. If even a freshman could solve this problem while they, as teachers preparing for graduate studies, could not, what hope was there for their own examinations? I have another question I can't solve. The teacher from class 4 flipped through the pages and pointed to a difficult problem. Does anyone know how to tackle this? The teachers leaned in, eager to try. After a brief silence, they collectively turned their gaze towards the grade director. Why must it always be me? He frowned. Don't you have mouths of your own? Can't you ask yourselves? We aren't familiar with Song-hee, they replied in unison. In the self-study area, a throng of competition students huddled around a table. Their expressions animated as they vied for the chance to copy answers. They were packed tightly, creating a scene reminiscent of a zombie movie. With the zombies scrambling for a single competition question book, the noise of arguments rose and fell as high school students grew increasingly heated. Are you done copying yet? Stop dawdling. It's our turn to copy. First come, first served. Line up to copy. How unreasonable. Everyone deserves a share of the secrets left behind by the genius. Such a lack of decency. Do you even have any shame? Stop chatting and wait your turn. Why don't we all just stop copying? Someone suggested from the back. Who do you think you are? The person at the front retorted angrily. I am Song-hee, proclaimed the student at the back, raising his voice. The chaotic atmosphere instantly fell silent. The crowd parted, and the students in the front turned to look back, seeing Song-hee standing at the rear, looking exasperated, clutching several newly borrowed books under his arm. You've been copying for long enough. It's time to stop. Song-hee surveyed the area, his commanding presence issuing a warning. These students were competitors. Allowing them to freely copy the problem sets would jeopardize his own chances of securing a place in the top ranks. Feeling ashamed, the competition's students dispersed, covering their faces in embarrassment as they returned to their original seats. As Song-hee settled down, he He noticed the competition question book was still in good condition, relieved that it hadn't been damaged by careless copying. Suddenly, a series of notifications popped up. One physical education teacher has learned parts of the material from you, returning double the mathematical knowledge. 4 physical education teachers have learned parts of the material from you, returning double the mathematical knowledge. Song he was taken aback, pondering. The mathematics of physical education teachers is taught by me. He recalled the previous gathering in the bookshelf area, where a group of muscular teachers were engrossed in their studies. The physical education teacher's demeanor was unmistakable. Had the grade director shared that question with him? Shaking his head with a chuckle, he flipped open the question book. Just as he was about to continue solving problems, a familiar fragrance wafted over. A striking girl with an alluring figure took a seat beside him, her delicate and fair face radiating youthful vitality, instantly capturing the attention of those nearby. "Why aren't you home resting today, Lao Zhuang?" Song he felt a surge of joy, compared to the aggressive challengers and the throngs of students scrambling to copy answers. It was far more pleasant to have the school beauty sitting beside him. Zhuang Qian smelled delightful, likely due to her fragrant shampoo, providing a feast for both the eyes and the senses. As Zhuang Qian took her seat, Song he noticed a wave of resentment points appearing, emanating from the envious students around them. Qi Rue feels discomfort witnessing the closeness between you and his goddess. Resentment points 200. Jin Jiem mistakenly believes you have a girlfriend, his heart turning sour with jealousy. Resentment points 90. Han Wenwen is perplexed about his own shortcomings, sighing in frustration. Resentment points 100. Fortunately, these were merely minor points of resentment, a sprinkle of jealousy, rather than the overwhelming thousands that cold Xiangwen would generate. It was a pity he and T encountered cold Xiangwen in the library. Otherwise, witnessing such a scene daily would surely cause him to explode, with showering Song he with resentment points and helping him achieve freedom from such negative feelings. "I've come specifically to deliver some intelligence to you this afternoon," Zhuang Qian said with a mischievous smile, opening her backpack to reveal a thick stack of papers. Song he accepted the hefty document, estimating it to be over 300 pages, weighing heavily in his hands. The first page bore bold red letters, "The Sea of Problems. Internal material strictly confidential. Violation will be pursued." The bottom right corner bore the seal of Zhuangzhou Technology Company, exuding an air of corporate secrecy. Song He's expression shifted, his breath catching slightly. "This it must not leak. I stole it from home last week, thinking you might need it. If it gets out, my parents would kill me. It contains a wealth of game intelligence. You can practice with it to maximize efficiency and save time." Zhuang Qian leaned closer, lowering her voice. Feeling touched, Song he quickly stowed the thick intelligence report in his backpack and zipped it up. To him, this information was undoubtedly a timely aid, alleviating his pressing concerns. Many seasoned competitors had previously engaged with Sea of Questions, possessing a wealth of experience that granted them a significant advantage. In contrast, Song he was merely embarking on his gaming journey, severely lacking in experience. With this authoritative intelligence leaked from the gaming company, his gaming sessions at the dormitory in the evenings would become much more fluid, and his chances of defeating the Kuan Bone King in 6 days would greatly increase. He never expected Lao Zhuang to be so reliable, a celestial teammate, and Song he felt an overwhelming gratitude, almost wishing to express it with a kiss. "Why were so many people surrounding you just now?" Zhuang Qian inquired curiously. "Just a bunch of copycats," Song he lamented. "I went to the bookshelf area to borrow some books, and the grade director pulled me aside to explain a problem, which took a bit of time. As a result, a crowd of competitors seized the opportunity to copy my notes." Song he expressed his dismay, exclaiming, "The world is in decline, and human nature is no longer as it used to be. Keep on boasting." Zhuang Qian chuckled, thinking he was joking. The grade director has such a status. How could he ask you to explain problems to him? It's true. The grade director is preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam and asked me a math question from it. It was terribly simple, yet he didn't know the answer. I feel he might not pass. Song he recalled, scoffing at the director's mathematical prowess. Such a ridiculous claim. Zhuang Qian covered her mouth, laughing softly. "Look, he is coming. I bet he has another question he can't solve and is about to come over to ask me. Song He suddenly gestured in a certain direction. I wager he's not coming to ask you, Zhuang Qian replied, turning around to see the grade director in the distance. He was scanning the area, seemingly searching for something. At last, the director's gaze landed on Song He, and his eyes lit up as he swiftly approached. Zhuang Qian was taken aback, staring at the director in disbelief. Could it be that he was genuinely coming to seek Song He's assistance with a problem? It couldn't be. How could that possibly be? Chapter 74, Why Print My Thesis? Zhuang Qian stared in astonishment at the grade director, while numerous gazes in the self-study area converged in disbelief. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, the grade director approached Song He, opened the exercise book in hand, and said, "Take a look at this problem." Song He glanced at it. It was a routine, calculus question, the sort one could solve with their eyes closed. "Is such a simple question even worth asking?" he replied, incredulous. The grade director's forehead bulged with veins. He was certain this lad was deliberately mocking him. How audacious. As the grade director, he had never before been so ridiculed by a mere freshman. The dignity of his position felt utterly shattered, and he was tempted to kick this insolent boy beneath the table. Calm down. Calm down. I need something from him, so I must endure." The grade director took a deep breath. Zhuang Qian, wide-eyed, looked at Song He in terror, her breath momentarily suspended. To her, Song He's words seemed akin to an elderly man committing suicide, utterly reckless. What student dares to speak so disrespectfully to a teacher, especially someone of such high authority as a grade director, a step above even the homeroom teacher? The grade director is certain you are mocking him. Suppressed anger increases resentment by 400 points. A system notification flashed before Song He, and he realized he had played with fire. 400 points of resentment was no trivial matter. It indicated the grade director was genuinely angered. Hastily, he picked up his pen, his demeanor shifting dramatically as he began to softly explain the problem while meticulously writing down the steps. "Director, you see, this problem may seem complex, but it is essentially a patchwork question that can be simplified into 4 segments. The first segment involves verifying that the given function is the general solution of the corresponding differential equation. The second segment requires transforming the integral equation into a differential equation and then deriving the differential equation's general solution. The third segment deals with solving the homogeneous equation, paying attention to separating variables and integrating. The fourth segment utilizes the structure of the linear differential equation solution to discuss the problem further, ultimately seeking the solution to the higher-order constant coefficient homogeneous linear differential equation. Song He's tone was gentle, and his explanations were coherent. The grade director, engrossed in listening, felt the flicker of anger that had just ignited within him swiftly extinguish, even developing a slight fondness for this student before him. Zhuang Qian listened intently. Her mathematical knowledge was limited to high school, and hearing Song He explain university-level mathematics felt profoundly enlightening. He stood out remarkably, stealing a glance at him. Her admiration for him grew exponentially. Once the grade director finished his inquiries, he expressed his gratitude and hurried back to the bookshelf area. Soon after, a system notification appeared before Song He, indicating that another physical education teacher had learned a mathematical concept from him. Detected improvement in mathematics. Level up from silver level 17 to silver level 18. I must take my leave now. Let me leave you some food. Zhuang Qian opened her backpack and placed 2 boxes of yogurt on the table. By the way, are you sure you want to sell questions? Absolutely. Song He nodded vigorously. Last night, I played a game called Question C Continent, and the types of problems presented there are quite common. I could try to come up with some unique questions. I want to tackle both math and biology questions. Then I will ask my parents when I get home. If all goes well, I should be able to let you sell questions. Zhuang Qian smiled brightly, waving her hand as she stood up. I'm off now, goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you for your kindness. Song He waved back. Once Zhuang Qian left, Song He continued to sip the yogurt she had given him while battling the competition math problems. As noon approached, he opted not to head to the cafeteria. Instead, he settled for the jianbing guozi he had purchased in the morning, which he paired with yogurt to tide him over for lunch. Although the jianbing guozi had lost much of its original texture after sitting for half a day, he had long since adapted and finished it without a grimace. From the very first day of high school, Song, he had been in a frenzied state of preparation. Like a soldier waiting in the trenches for the charge. Any morsel of food was merely a means to replenish his strength, devoured quickly in anticipation of the next battle. Under immense pressure, flavor became a trivial concern. How tough it is. A familiar voice came from behind. Moments later, Wu Xiao and Su Tingfeng sat down across from him, unloading their backpacks and retrieving their biology problem sets. Su Tingfeng pulled out a large bucket of toffees and tossed a few into her mouth. Song, you worried about this girl developing diabetes at such a young age, for she was always eating, yet she appeared only slightly plump. Su Tingfeng had completed over 40 pages of her problem set, and upon seeing this, Song, he lost interest in catching up. However, Wu Xiao opened her biology book and had just completed the 5th page. Song He's eyes lit up as he dug out his own biology problem set and opened to the 1st page. What's this? Are you challenging me? Wu Xiao squinted. Not at all. How could I possibly challenge a senior? Song He paused, thinking only of outpacing her in problem-solving speed. How arrogant. Su Tingfeng's eyes widened, and she nudged Wu Xiao, grinning. We cannot let this slide. Let's crush him. Song He, in biology, there's no way I'm letting you surpass me. Wu Xiao suddenly perked up. Simultaneously, Song He and Wu Xiao bent their heads, pens in hand, as yet another fierce battle commenced. Outside, at the interstellar internet CF, Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha pushed open the door, greeted by the cacophony of keyboards and mice clattering like a torrential downpour. More than half of the computers were occupied by adolescents addicted to the internet, who appear to be akin to Hua Tsubing, commanding armies across the screen as blood splattered across the monitors. So many yellow-haired kids, Gong Shasha remarked quietly, her astonishment evident as it was her first time in an internet CAF. Nie Junrun, with keen eyes, spotted several middle school students and sighed in relief. He had worried that minors might not be allowed online, but it seemed this CAF had lax regulations, permitting all ages. Excuse me, what are the printing prices here? Nie Yunren inquired. The attendant, a long-haired girl in a flowing white outfit, at first glance resembled a ghostly figure. She was likely a college student from nearby Jinghai University, working part-time. Upon hearing a customer inquire about prices, she paused her viewing of Zhen Huanzhuan, setting down her milk tea. Black and white prints are 3 dimes for single-sided and 5 dimes for double-sided. Color prints are 1 yuan for single-sided and 2 yuan for double-sided. She pulled out a QR code label, add me on WeChat, and just send me the documents you wish to print. Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha exchanged hesitant glances. We don't have phones. No phones? The attendant raised an eyebrow, surprised. Good students? Afraid to bring phones to school? Suddenly, Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha felt a wave of shame wash over them. As good students, it was their first time feeling inferior. Not to worry. There's WeChat on the computers as well. How many machines do you need? The attendant asked. 2, please. We have quite a few documents to print, and we can save time by working together, Gong Shasha replied. Machines 28 and 29, the attendant pointed to the nearest computers. Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha settled in, pulling out the CNKI account Song he had written for them, quickly logging in to start their search. Moments later, the attendant's phone vibrated with a new WeChat friend request. Sister, it's my turn. I'm sending you the documents to print. Nie Junrin raised his hand. The attendant nodded and accepted the request. Shortly thereafter, a PDF document was transmitted. While the attendant sipped her milk tea, she glanced at the title of the thesis and abruptly spewed her drink, splattering it across the computer screen, drenching Zhenhuan. Wipe her my thesis. The attendant gazed at Nie Junrin in terror. What are you two here for? Who are you? Chapter 75. There are errors in this paper. Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha were taken aback, bewildered by the unexpected outburst from the network administrator, Zhengzi. Zhengzi, with a look of sheer terror, repeated, Why did you print my paper? Nie Junrin finally processed the situation and exclaimed, Was that paper yours? Are you Yi Chunxiao? Yes. This paper is mine. Yi Chunxiao replied, her eyes wide with surprise. What is your purpose? Gong Shasha hurriedly explained, We also have no idea why these papers were printed. A classmate asked us to do it. He instructed us to search for the names of teachers and students from the College of Biology at Jinghai University and print out all the papers we could find online. Yi Chunxiao raised an eyebrow, her first thought being, Could there be a spy attempting to steal academic secrets? Many universities in China have long engaged in counterespionage efforts, particularly institutions involved in cutting-edge research, where spies infiltrate during the day and hackers invade at night. More thrilling than any film. Yet, she quickly recalled her own subpar undergraduate paper, which lacked any genuine academic value. What kind of spy would covet such trivial material? The opposing side's academic standards would surely lead them astray. The professor's papers were indeed substantial, but those were publicly accessible, easily downloadable from academic databases, and welcomed for citation. They hardly constituted valuable intelligence. I am a student at the College of Biology at Jinghai University. Yi Chunxiao inquired suspiciously. What is the name of your classmate? Songhe, Gong Shasha replied. Yi Chunxiao pondered for a moment, utterly baffled. She had never heard of this individual. Apart from printing our professors' and students' papers, what else did Songhe ask you to print? Did he mention what he intended to do with these materials? After a brief hesitation, Nie Junren explained, I suspect he is interested in conducting research. Conducting research? Yi Chunxiao was taken aback. Nie Junren nodded earnestly. He asked us to gather information about the biological laboratories at Jinghai University. He wanted details on the equipment available, including specific models and user instructions, all to be printed. Songhe is part of our school's competition team, and next week, a group of competition students will be going to the laboratory to learn, so he likely wants to familiarize himself with the situation beforehand. As for printing your papers, I assume he aims to clarify his direction for some minor research. After all, having seen your papers, he would understand what projects could be undertaken in the laboratory. Yi Chunxiao stood there, dumbfounded, unable to respond for a long while. A high school student, gathering university laboratory papers and equipment information in preparation for research. The absurdity of it left her at a loss for words. Her mind completely boggled. Gong Shasha and Nie Junren waited patiently. But Yi Chunxiao remained in a state of disbelief. After exchanging glances, Nie Junren cautiously asked, Sister, can we print them? It is possible, but this is utterly ridiculous. Yi Chunxiao stated. What high school student engages in research? I lack the capability to conduct research even as an undergraduate. What is Songhe thinking? A look of embarrassment crept onto Gong Shasha and Nie Junren's faces. They refrained from mentioning that Songhe was merely a first-year high school student, which would only amplify the absurdity. We also find it ludicrous. We have never heard of high school students conducting research, Nie Junren replied with a tone of resignation. However, Songhe insisted we print this information, and we couldn't refuse. Yi Chunxiao shook her head with a laugh. In her view, a high school student's dream of conducting research was nothing short of fanciful. The most ludicrous part was whether a high school student could even comprehend university papers. First, they should understand the examination questions. Fine, print whatever you wish. Just ensure you cover the costs. Yi Chunxiao shrugged. Send me the documents that need printing, and I shall take care of them. Thank you, Ijia. Nie Junren exclaimed joyfully. However, I advise you not to print too many. Excessive printing is simply wasteful. University papers are beyond the comprehension of high school students. Your friend Song, he is being overly ambitious, Yi Chunxiao cautioned. Nie Junren and Gong Shasha nodded in agreement and returned to their tasks on the computer screen. Yi Chunxiao sighed as she wiped the tea splattered on her monitor with a tissue, taking a considerable amount of time to clean it. She rose and approached the printer, switching it on. Amid the buzzing sound of the machine, papers began to emerge rapidly. The ideas of today's youth are truly audacious. Yi Chunxiao chuckled to herself. Next week, the competition students from Jinghai No. 4 High School would be heading to the laboratory. Coincidentally, Yi Chunxiao had recently been working at the laboratory for a professor who was exceedingly busy. She anticipated that she would be the one guiding this group of high school students. She was rather looking forward to meeting Songhe, the naive young lad, and she couldn't help but fantasize about teasing him a bit. After all, it would be quite satisfying to playfully bully an innocent high school boy. Lost in her mischievous thoughts, Yi Chunxiao was suddenly jolted back to reality when she let out a yelp, having pricked her finger while stapling the papers. In the library, Songhe. Just 3 pages more to catch up with you, Su Tingfeng said while chewing on candy. Got it. Wu Xiao frowned, writing furiously. Songhe. Just 2 pages left to catch up. Songhe. Only 1 page left to catch up. Shut up. Wu Xiao shouted in frustration. You keep interrupting my train of thought while I solve these problems, ruining my focus. Are you even on my side? Without my updates, you would have lagged behind even more. Su Tingfeng retorted, pouting. I'm merely helping you keep track of the enemy's movements. How can that be considered disruptive? If you don't want to hear it, I'll just inform Song He instead. Su Tingfeng turned to Song He and whispered, You're just half a page away from catching up with Wu Xiao. Song He grinned widely, boasting, Wu Xiao is nothing to worry about. Watch how I swiftly surpass her. Wu Xiao's composure crumbled, her expression turning frantic. Both of you be quiet. Wu Xiao, noticing your rapid progress, felt a surge of dread. Resentment value 200. Wu Xiao, stung by your mockery, simmered with indignation. Resentment value 300. Song He flashed a devilish grin. Even if the resentment value was minimal, he was determined to accumulate it, believing that diligence leads to prosperity. Initially, Wu Xiao had completed 5 more pages than Song He in the biology workbook. But as they continued working, the gap narrowed significantly, with Song He catching up at an astonishing pace. In knowledge-based questions, their speeds were neck and neck. But once it came to calculation problems, Song He surged ahead as if he were on a cheat mode, continuously closing the gap between him and Wu Xiao. The two were like athletes racing in a track, maintaining equal speeds on a straightaway. But as soon as they entered the curve, Song He transformed into a swift blade, darting forward. Unfortunately for Wu Xiao, despite her best efforts to accelerate, she constantly heard Su Tingfeng announcing disastrous news. He's caught up, Su Tingfeng exclaimed, excitedly munching on several more candies. Wu Xiao sighed in frustration, exasperatedly tugging at her hair, which quickly became disheveled. Song He considered sticking out his tongue to tease Wu Xiao, which would surely infuriate her, but he refrained, as it would be too petty and tarnish his scholarly image. Yichun Xiao, distracted by her antics, injured her finger. Resentment value 500. Staring at the sudden system notification, Song He was puzzled. Yichun Xiao, who might that be? Among those he knew, was there anyone by the name of Chun Xiao? Could it be that his reputation had spread so far that even strangers were intimidated by his talents? Hey, Song He, what are you dawdling for? You're falling behind again. Wu Xiao is half a page ahead. Su Tingfeng urged, tapping the table with a pistachio. Are you even on my side? Wu Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. I just managed to create a bit of lead. The catfish effect will help you learn faster since Song He, the big catfish, is chasing you. Su Tingfeng said, patting Wu Xiao's shoulder with a concerned expression. I'm the shark. I'll devour her whole. Song He fiercely put pen to paper, determined to tackle the questions. You can't escape Song He, Wu Xiao exclaimed, her frustration evident. The sound of their pens clashing echoed as they both raced to complete the problems. Yet, the outcome of this contest was nearly predetermined. Song He was simply too swift. After enduring for another 2 minutes, Wu Xiao found herself swiftly outpaced by Song He. Following that, Wu Xiao's efforts crumbled like a house of cards, as she fell further behind the increasingly accelerating Song He. 3 pages, 5 pages, 10 pages. The gap widened incessantly. Su Tingfeng silently observed, choosing not to speak. It was clear that Song He held a significant advantage. Any further updates on their progress would only shatter Wu Xiao's morale and lead her to abandon her rapid pace. When Su Tingfeng glanced at Song He, a flicker of astonishment flickered in her eyes. Though his current speed was still far from her own, and his accuracy was lacking, it was essential to remember that Song He was merely a freshman. Su Tingfeng recalled her own first-year experience, realizing she could scarcely match even a third of Song He's current pace. Given time, he could undoubtedly dominate the biology competition team. His future prospects were boundless. 2 hours passed. Wu Xiao had completely surrendered, managing only 20 pages while Song He had already completed 40. Humiliated, Wu Xiao regretted instigating this battle in the first place. Despite her reluctance to admit it, she felt a chill run down her spine. This junior speed was astonishingly outrageous. Particularly in computational problems, Song He exhibited a terrifying advantage, leaving Wu Xiao feeling utterly crushed, especially considering that he not only belonged to the biology competition team, but was also a mathematics competitor. The only solace for Wu Xiao remained in accuracy. Speed alone would not earn extra points in examinations, Although Song He was lightning fast, his scoring might not necessarily surpass hers. In the next exam, she still held confidence in her ability to triumph over him. After all, years of learning were not in vain, and her mind was filled with a wealth of knowledge. Suddenly, a large cardboard box was thrust onto the table, pushed toward Song He. Nye Junrin and Gong Xia, drenched in sweat and panting, took their seats beside him. "Well done, my dear laborers," Song He remarked cheerfully, opening the box filled with ordered papers. To his surprise, the first paper bore the name of Yichan Xiao. Intrigued, Song He picked it up to read. "This paper is quite interesting," Nye Junrin chuckled. "The author is a senior from the biology department of Jinghai University. When she saw we were printing her paper, she nearly spilled her milk tea in shock." Song He understood at once where the previous resentment had originated. The senior had remarked that they wouldn't comprehend the papers anyway, and printing them would be a waste of paper. Gong Xia wore a disgruntled expression, recalling how the heavy box had nearly exhausted her and Nye Junrin on their way back. Su Tingfeng and Wu Xiao, curious, each grabbed a couple of papers from the box, their faces reflecting surprise. University biology papers? What does Song He need with college papers? Are competition problems no longer sufficient to satisfy his ambitions? Wu Xiao mused aloud. What's so incomprehensible? These undergraduate papers are so mediocre with evident errors, Song He scoffed, flipping through the papers. At this, everyone at the table fell silent, and the atmosphere shifted to something rather delicate. Chapter 76. Save Her Life. Gong Xia was momentarily stunned. Is it true? Can you really spot errors in university papers? Nye Junrin found it hard to believe. No way. These papers are publicly available. If there are mistakes, the reviewing professors would surely notice. Wu Xiao chuckled, thinking it was all a jest. When it comes to boasting, you should really look to Song He. Almost had you fooled. The others present were equally skeptical, except for Su Tingfeng, who appeared somewhat doubtful and scrutinized Song He with a frown. The review process for undergraduate theses is rather lenient, as undergraduates have yet to enter the realm of research. Professors understand that a chicken cannot lay golden eggs, so they primarily check the formatting and data sources. It's normal to have minor errors, Su Tingfeng commented. Song He praised. Exactly, Su Tingfeng, you are well-versed. So, did you find some erroneous data? Perhaps some textual descriptions are incorrect? Su Tingfeng in Guit? No, it is precisely the data that is erroneous. Song He countered. At this declaration, silence fell over the group. The others exchanged skeptical glances, and even Su Tingfeng began to seriously doubt. Although undergraduate theses may lack rigor, they are still reviewed by universities with a significant focus on data. Serious data errors or fabrication, once discovered, constitute academic misconduct, leading to degree revocation. Such revocation not only renders the unfortunate student's university education futile, but also implicates the relevant department. If academic misconduct is identified in the first year, the scope of checks expands the following year. Should issues persist, an entire program could lose its accreditation, resulting in severe consequences for faculty and administration. Thus, any publicly available undergraduate thesis, while often filled with superficial content and lacking substance, usually does not contain glaring errors. The assertion that Song He found mistakes in the data led to heightened skepticism among the others present. What glaring error could be so apparent that a high school student could spot it? Surely, if a high school student could identify it, the professors reviewing the theses would not overlook it. Please, enlighten us as to where the mistake lies, Su Tingfeng urged, curiosity piqued. I fear you may not comprehend. Song He chuckled lightly. The others rolled their eyes in exasperation, feeling as though they were being toyed with. Song He repeatedly claimed that there were errors in the paper. Yet when pressed for specifics, he evaded the question. Was he not deceiving them? I am a champion of the biology competition, Su Tingfeng reminded him. Very well, let me explain. You might grasp it, Song He said, unfurling Yichuan Xiao's paper on the table. Instantly, the entire group leaned in closer. I will explain it to Su Tingfeng. Why are you all crowding around? Do you even understand? Song He questioned in disbelief. My biology score is higher than yours. Wu Xiao retorted angrily, baring her teeth. Song He, stop pretending to be a know-it-all. What errors could you possibly find in this undergraduate thesis? I will expose your trickery. Successfully harvesting a wave of resentment, Song He ceased to tease and flipped to the page containing the data. Look at this set of data. The random bacterial counts from hundreds of petri dishes. Observe the leading digit. Do you notice anything unusual? The group furrowed their brows, examining the data for a long while, only to appear utterly perplexed. The leading digit of 1 constituted only 5, while 8 made up a staggering 20. The distribution of other digits resembled an erratic electrocardiogram. Have you heard of Benford's law? Seeing their blank expressions, Song He sighed in exasperation, his disappointment palpable. In real-world data, the number 1 typically comprises about 30. 1 is the leading digit, with 2 at 17. 6, subsequently decreasing until 9, which drops to a mere 4. 6, an average growth dataset, transitioning from an initial number A to A1, necessitates more time than transitioning from A1 to a 2, thus increasing the likelihood of occurrence. This is quite easy to understand, isn't it? Song He explained. Wu Xiao stood dumbfounded. Her mathematical skills had always been lacking, and she felt as though she were hearing an entirely foreign concept. Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha appeared contemplative, possessing a vague understanding of pure mathematical theory. I have heard of Benford's law. It serves as a preliminary gauge for detecting data fabrication. Su Tingfeng nodded. However, the sample size in this paper is insufficient. What if it's merely a coincidence? After all, Benford's law is not universally applicable. There are always exceptions. Indeed, you cannot simply invoke a mathematical principle to slander this paper as fraudulent. Wu Xiao chimed in eagerly. Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha exchanged glances, sensing that Song He might not be justified in his claims. Don't rush. Benford's law is merely a rough detection tool to raise your awareness. Next, we must apply biological knowledge to make a judgment, Song He replied calmly. The 4 present stared at him with skepticism. The experiment detailed in this paper can be related to the classic Luria-Delbert CK experiment. Old Su, you should be familiar with this, right? Upon hearing this, Su Tingfeng's expression suddenly shifted, and she snatched the paper to scrutinize it closely, soon realizing the implications. So that's how it is, Su Tingfeng exclaimed in astonishment. The other 3 were still baffled, casting uncertain glances at Song He. Song He, feeling exasperated, knew that individuals like Su Tingfeng could grasp concepts quickly, but explaining to the others would require more effort. The Luria-Delbert CK experiment is among the most significant in modern molecular biology. It seeks to determine whether mutations in bacterial colonies arise